Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
"2025 sees Blast Premier launch a brand new format where each event is a standalone tournament that crowns a winner. Blast will run 6 tournaments in 2025, split into 2 seasons of 3 tournaments. The 3 tournaments in each season will have unique formats and storylines to bring fans the best Counter-Strike across the year. The Bounty is an innovative new format featuring 32 teams. The Bounty is made up of 30 teams from the Valve Global Rankings and 2 wildcard teams selected by Blast. Teams will play a BO3 single elimination, with the first 2 rounds played online in week 1 from European servers. The 8 quarterfinalists will play the second week in a LAN tournament from the Blast Studios in Copenhagen. These teams will play single elimination BO3 quarterfinals and semifinals before a BO5 final to crown the Bounty champion. Teams will come into the tournament with a bounty on their head based on their seeding. When a team wins a match, they secure 50% of the bounty won as a guaranteed payout. The other 50% of the bounty carries over to the next match and gets added to the winning team's total bounty. In the opening round, lower ranked teams will get the chance to go bounty hunting and select who they'd like to play from the highest ranking teams. After each round, seeds are reset based on the previous round's results, and again, the lower ranked teams get the chance to select their opposition from the higher ranked teams. The Open is the grandest of the Blast Premier tournaments, with the final stages played in iconic arenas. The Open is a 16-team tournament. The top 12 teams from the Valve Global Rankings are invited to the Open, with the other 4 spots coming via regional qualifiers. The first week of the Open will be played from the Blast Studios in Copenhagen, where teams will split into 2 groups of 8 to play out a BO3 double elimination format to identify the 3 teams to advance to the playoffs from each group. The 6 teams that advance to the playoffs are then flown into the city hosting the arena final, where they will play single elimination BO3 quarterfinals and semi-finals before a BO5 final to crown the champion. In 2025, the Opens will be played in Lisbon and London. The Rivals is the battle of the elite. The Rivals is an 8-team LAN tournament. The top 8 from the Valve Global Rankings are invited to the Rivals to settle who is the best of the best. The 8 teams will face off in a BO3 GSL format, leading to a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi-finals, before a BO5 grand final. As well as competing for glory and prize money, Blast are investing in teams and the wider ecosystem through participation fees that will be paid to each team attending a tournament to guarantee income for them, and a year-wide membership program that rewards teams competing at multiple Blast tournaments across the year.
We are back from the studios here in Copenhagen, back with more blast action, back with more group stages. We have a big elimination day at hand. Every single game that's going to be played out today, Bubski, will have elimination on the cards. We've seen a lot of cool results, a lot of cool teams. We have Group C, Group D playing yesterday as well. And quite frankly, we've had a lot of surprising teams playing well, and we also had a couple of, underdogs not playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think one point yesterday is that we looked at Big, and it was actually kind of interesting to see a German team actually playing some decent Counter-Strike, throwing out Virtus Pro. Here we actually have Group C first, where NIP barely managed to claw their way through.
Barely managed to crawl their way through. FaZe Clan, however, couldn't get it done against G2. G2, who's on a tier with Snacks in the lineup, with Malps in the lineup. Very interesting to see them and how they're going to fare tomorrow when they play for qualification for the fall finals. We also had Group D played out yesterday. You were talking about a Big Clan, somewhat decent in their efforts to try to bring out the game against Virtus Pro. I would say it's a surprise win for them to take down VP, and I guess we also by then saying VP has been disappointing.
Yeah, once again, VP, it's really hard to be clever about this team. Sometimes they look great and sometimes they look god-awful.
A decent, fair share of upsets were happening yesterday, which also will reflect in our predictions. Us, Talents, and GGBet have been trying to predict every single game, and as you can see right now, only one guy actually were believing in Team Liquid yesterday, and only a couple of guys were believing in Big, so I guess it's fair to say that it was quite surprising. That also means that there's going to be a couple of guys out there who can steal points from each other. As said, with upsets, with predictions coming in, you can see Scrawny stealing, you can see Bubski stealing as well. You said you do it randomly? You don't have any agenda against anyone?
No, I just pick a random name. I do the generator 1 to 7 and then I just pick one of the guys.
Please don't steal from me, because I only have 7 points left, so I would really appreciate if you'd stay away from me. We also had some cool plays happening yesterday. We have the traded play of the days that we're going to walk you through, and I must say the third place right now for me is the winner. Inter is coming up with an amazing ace with the AK-47, especially this sequence in T-Spawn, getting a multi-kill from a almost impossible scenario. It deserves to be played in slow-mo, nice break control, maybe a little bit lucky as well. He finishes off the rounds by getting 2 more kills, and if I'm not mistaken, while he's in this 1v1, he has 1 HP left. Amazing by Inters.
Yeah, he do have 1 HP, and one guy who had more HP to deal with was actually Yekindar. He's finding a little bit of form again. He's playing like the old good flusher. He's playing sneaky beaky, like being patient in these situations, allowing the plant to be planted and also take the kill behind.
Yeah, nice from Yakinda. Good to see him having a couple of sequences yesterday. He has been struggling lately, but seemingly getting better. A man who's not been struggling at this tournament whatsoever is Rain. He was showing up in spades with the Deagle. A nice 4-kill sequence from this position. Maybe a little bit made easy for him by G2. No flashes, no nades, no nothing, but it takes an awful lot of skill to pull off what Rain did right here. A nice sequence and a deserved win, I guess, for the traded play of the day. As I said, Bubski, we have an action-packed day, so I want to get straight to it. I want to show you guys the schedule for the day. Later on tonight, we have Big taking on NAVI. We have FaZe taking on NIP. We have Astralis playing Falcons. But before that, we're ready to dive into it straight away. Complexity versus Heroic. A game that we already seen once. Given the fact that Heroic is playing with a stand-in, so will continue to play. They were still able to take down Complexity in the initial matchup. Now we have a rematch on our hand, and dare I say it, it would be highly, highly disappointing if I'm Complexity, if I'm NA Counter-Strike, if I'm a fan of NA Counter-Strike for that matter as well, if they have any left, if these guys on your screen right here will not be able to take down Heroic once more. It's a stand-in, they're playing with Sword, they should be able to do it this time around.
They should be able to do it, but we've seen a very low level coming in for Complexity, so the reality of things is that it's actually a 50-50 game. Looking at it, also if you look at some of the fans right there, I mean, it's interesting to see a team go from such highs. I'm not saying winning a challenger event is like the peak of Complexity, but it shows that there was at least some faith in this project where you felt like, okay, we could take it to the next step. We also re-signed Horsuk. Everything was great. You come back from a nice break, get a little bit of tan and all these sort of things, and then this is what happens. An absolute disaster.
It's the dynamic between, as you said, finishing off the season well and then coming into the Esports World Cup. They couldn't get anything done. They come into this studio, you think, okay, a little bit more of a calm environment. Maybe this is where they can thrive. This is where the season starts. And as you can see in the pictures, it's been a very frustrating stay for Complexity in Copenhagen thus far. I will say, though, that given they're playing in Group A, given they're playing Heroic with a stand-in, this is a game that potentially could be a turnaround. And this is a game where I feel like if they were to lose it, if they were to be eliminated right now, we could realistically watch Complexity implode in front of us.
Yeah, and the reason why they might implode is actually because when you see the first game at the EWC, right, they lost to M80, a local rivalry. That even hurts more. And now you're standing in a position where you get kind of a gift on paper. You're missing out on playing against Dexter and facing a coach, and you still lose. And then you play OG in the deciding game. And let's be honest, it wasn't like a clean win. They did manage to win comfortably, but you didn't get the feeling that, okay, Complexity's found some sort of footing.
They found some sort of footing. We had James Banks catching up with JT coming into the game to understand a little bit better where Complexity is at right now.
JT, before you guys came to Blast, you had a boot camp, right? Then you come into the event. It's not looked so good, and I just want to see how it's feeling for you guys right now, and how important these couple of days off you've had between the last game and playing this game is for you guys to try and get yourselves, I guess, awake again.
Yeah, obviously the results the past 2 weeks weren't the best, but we're happy to get a win on the board in our last game, and hopefully we can keep the momentum coming into the next one, because we know we can do much better than we have been since the start of the season. So yeah, hopefully it starts now.
Have you been able to identify what the problems you thought were happening? Like, for example, in the Heroic game, which we never expected you to be losing, like Vertigo as an example.
Yeah, we reviewed the games, and we pretty much just saw all the mistakes that we made and just spoke about it. It's just like mostly the usual things, just basic like fundamentals that we were kind of just messing up since the break. So yeah, hopefully they will fix it.
You guys do tell me a lot of times though, it's like the fundamentals, right? Is it something like where you take your foot off the gas, maybe you get complacent with it and it happens again? How do you view it?
Hard to say. I don't know. It's I think for every team, usually when they lose, it's mostly just that. So it's kind of just like the easy thing to say. But yeah, I mean, we just sometimes we just get a little too loose and we make mistakes that we shouldn't be making, and we just have to be better with it.
Have to tighten things up. I respect the honest answer as well. I want to touch on Heroic because of the fact they're playing with their coach again. Does this become a mental battle as well? Like the fear of losing to them, the kind of the shame of it?
No. I mean, Saul was a player a few years ago. Then, I mean, we're not trying to think of the other team too much when we're playing. We're just trying to focus on what we're doing, and what we're doing is good, and trying to play as best as we can. And I think we should be able to win this game. Obviously, if we lose again, it'll be super disappointing since we are playing against a coach. But I think we're just focusing on ourselves and making sure that we play the best game that we can play.
And lastly, why did you ban out Vertigo this time?
I mean, we just felt like doing that. We wanted to play Nuke, and we knew we'd get as a third map. And yeah, if it comes to that, I'm sure we'll have a good game.
I don't know about you, Bobski, but I get slightly annoyed actually these days when I listen into a Complexity interview. I lack a bit of fire. I lack a bit of honesty sometimes as well. I know James were trying to compliment him for being honest in his answers, but it does feel like they're always saying that communications is the issues. They're a little bit sloppy. Like it makes it sound like Complexity think of themselves as a top 5 team in the world, and when they're losing, it's just because they weren't really, trying hard enough. I lack a bit of fire, a little of intensity, and you spoke about the emotions. We saw some of the tilting moments as well for Complexity. They have no problem showing emotions, but it's that inner fire I'm almost lacking.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard sometimes as a player to go into these interviews and be truly honest, because you don't want to disappoint your teammates, right? You don't really.
Sometimes,
Yeah, I mean, I understand you want them to say in the interview that they're just shit, like at times. So that's the issue for them, right? At this point, I do agree with you. It does become a little bit stagnated that we constantly see this interview coming in where they say it's these sort of things. Because what is the solution? Because for me, it feels like there isn't a solution.
Okay, so let's talk about some of those problems. We have been addressing it a little bit. Grim and Floppy, 2 players that we have praised lately. 6 months ago, I think Floppy had a decent period. Grim, a year and a half ago in Complexity, he was the star player of the team. As of late, though, it's 2 players who've had a rough time finding their footing.
Yeah, I mean, specifically on the T side, these 2 players doesn't really provide much. I think they have worse stats than a Kerrigan on T sides. I think that shows really that they're in a point where they can't really compete on the highest level on the T sides. I think this is both due to the individual form, but also a little bit of a discredit of how the T sides is set up from JT. Because if you're having 2 guys on around 0.5 KD, then you're going to be having massive issues with potentially just opening up the map.
And that is an issue for Complexity, no doubt, that they seem to be relying a little bit too much on one guy. That guy is on your screen right now. He's a fantastic Counter-Strike player. He's had a fantastic showing in Counter-Strike 2 so far, but is it fair to say that without Elise playing well, and you see the difference right here, without him playing well, Complexity cannot win Counter-Strike games at tier 1 level?
Yeah, it does feel like that guy who's too good for football comes down to the schoolyard and actually beats up everybody, right? I think he is too good for this project. I think the ambition levels for Elise personal is higher than what Complexity currently can offer, and that's a little bit of an issue because it creates a rough dynamic within the team that you're having this one player who feels better than everybody else, and honestly and objectively he is. So I'm just not sure how you fix it. Do you give more confidence? Maybe give some eco kills to Grim in order to get his value a little bit up? Because right now it's looking pretty dreadful.
It'll be interesting to see how that's going to unfold, no doubt about it. We do have to talk about the opponents as well today in the form of Heroic. I think given the circumstances, given we know the fact that Saw is playing and he's standing in for Dexter, I think they've been tremendous so far. I think they played good Counter-Strike. We've seen some very positive signs coming out of Nerds, TES's shoes. So your initial reaction to how Heroic have dealt with this, dare I say it, unfortunate circumstance that they're playing without their main AWP player.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Nerds and TES have been one of the best duos in the entire tournament for now. I think they've proven that they can actually play against the best teams in the world with a stand-in. And I think it shows that there's at least some fundamental things in their way of approaching Counter-Strike that works. I think these two guys have just impressed me a lot. I think everybody knew Nerds was a great player in Ins. Yeah. I think maybe many people expected him to go on a level above this one. But TES has improved massively since the departure of the old guys in KDN, all those guys. All of a sudden, he's a top player, at least in Denmark and also in an international space.
He's been impressive. Another guy who's been impressive is Nerds. And to know more and understand more about the whole situation with Dexter and Saw, we had James Banks catching up with him.
Nerds, you're still having to rock it with Saw. You've had now a few days as well since your last game. So is it now been full practice with Saw, just trying to make things work as best as possible?
We were not practicing. We were packing with Abdul, with Dexter, 2 days ago. We were hoping that he will come, but he's not here, as you see. But we were playing together with Saw, some FaZe, so we know already what is the strat.
And you guys have been kind of going through this with a smile on your face, but you've had okay results, right? I will look at this now, though. Winning Complexity the first time, how do you feel confidence level that you can do that again? Because obviously they don't want the shame of that to happen in terms of losing to a coach.
I think it will be much harder game because there is like the mental situation behind it, because we hoped that we're gonna play with Dexter. It will be this day that okay, we're playing with Dexter, but right now we cannot play, and I think it will affect us. And also they want to win it because they want to revenge basically. It will be harder, but we want to win it so hard also.
Have you changed anything up in just of what you want to do in terms of how you use Saw? Is it going to be much of the same? I was calling him the flash assist god last time around.
I think it depends on the map. Right now we changed them, like the map will change. We are not playing Vertigo, we will play like Anubis. So it will change a lot.
There's a lot of interesting things to dive into. Obviously, one is the map pool and Complexity changing it. Another one is them playing with Dexter in practice and then playing FaZe with Saw, hoping that he would come back. As a team, as a teammate, I can always feel it on Nerds as well. It's super frustrating. You can't play with your full roster.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also going to put a little bit slack on Heroic as a team, like the organization behind. Like, you knew before signing this guy that there was potential implications with, like, getting him to events.
Sure.
How was that not clarified before? And you already shipped Nikodos away to another team, so there's no backup, and now you're forced to play with this guy. I'm not saying that he's doing terrible. I actually think he's doing some things great.
Yeah. I just can't help to think what's going to happen in Cologne if they were to show up with a stand-in as well. Obviously, this Blast group stage, mega important for Heroic, but Cologne as well, it does seem like a dire situation. One positive, though, is that Saw have been doing, given the circumstances, way, way better than I would have thought. So I think he was playing well in the first couple of series. He was not a liability for the team, and he's been good at hiding on the servers.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the lowest attempts players in the entire tournament. Like, he hides, he never takes the first duels, and I like that thing about him. Like, he realizes, I cannot be the one who dictates the pace of this game. I have to give weapons to Nerds, I have to give weapons to TES's, I have to use the util. Like, we saw it on Ancient a couple of times where he played that donor position. He would just play retake and wait for the guys to come, maybe throw out a little bit of util to bait. But one thing that is going to be hard for them is the pistols rounds, because you cannot hide a player away on the pistols. You either have to gamble, stake around him, or he's going to be able to shoot his way out of things.
That's going to be interesting to follow. I think he's been doing a great job so far. I think Heroic have handled themselves tremendously well. However, a rematch against Complexity Bubsky, we're not far off from having to throw it to a break. Do you think Complexity have what it takes in order to ride away what happened in the first game?
I mean, if they want to prove that they're even going to be remotely competitive in this season, they need to win this game. They need to win this game, both for their confidence sake, but also for just showing other teams that they are not irrelevant.
Well, you have already made up your mind. We have some predictions that we can show for you guys. Us, the Talents, and GGBet have been trying to predict what we think is going to happen today. And I think we all pretty much agree that Complexity are still the favorites, regardless of Heroic beating them the first time around. I see there's a cheeky Falcons pick coming in from Anders, but I'm just going to ignore everything he's doing because he's, let's be honest, he's a lunatic. Anyway, it's going to be interesting to follow this first game of the day. We have Heroic taking on Complexity in a match where they're playing for elimination. One of these teams will be eliminated in a couple of hours, and one of these teams will still stand a chance to qualify for the fall finals. We have a short little break, and when we come back, it will be Anders and Henry on the mics to bring you the game.
I know you miss your stand-in games, guys, and that's why we're here, to bring you the action once again. The rematch between Heroic and Complexity. No Dexter, I'm afraid, Anders. It breaks all of our hearts, but we do get to see Saw again, the best support player in all of Counter-Strike.
Truly, it's been kind of a wild ride. He's been playing well. It's been fun. The odds are in favoring Complexity. Is it surprising? Are we shocked by that?
No. I saw before the game went live. I think that maybe some people thought Dexter was playing. It looked like actually that it was the other way around.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, so because it's a rematch and Heroic won last time. But yeah, I totally agree with GGBet. Complexity are definitely the favorites here. Sure, they lost last time, but that was a pretty woeful looking Complexity. I think we can all admit that. I think they're inside their own heads about the whole coach situation. They've had a couple of days to decompress, pick themselves up, Anders, dust themselves down. this will be a 2-0 for Complexity.
Lock
it in.
Do you believe that, or are you saying that?
I have to. I have to.
You
believe
have
it.
to believe.
Like I can't see them sad another day. They look so sad.
I can't. That is my fear as well. I'm worried about that. I'm seeing smiles. I really want to see a different Complexity. Mentally, I want to see a different Complexity. We're playing different maps. It's a brand new day. Let's get this show on the road.
They managed to lose Vertigo last time to Heroic, so it's no surprise that's been removed. We're going to kick things off with the pick of the North Americans. It's Complexity, who do need to win this series, guys. It would be a travesty if they didn't. You can't lose to the coach twice. We'll let it happen once. This is the rematch, and we're going for a fast mid-rush here. This is very avant-garde. You don't see many of these approaches at Astralis, though. He's in a decent position. Good flashbang and better headshots. Gets the double. Hulzak chiming in. It looks to be a fantastic start, and it certainly is. Complexity fend them off. A straight-up mid-rush, Anders. No utility deployed. It's a Hail Mary, but it didn't really work out for them.
No, I mean, a big part of the problem in that round is running into Elige of all players at the start of the round. Mechanically so gifted, and you can see that right here. Very, very fast. Back-to-back headshots. Comes in for a third kill right at the end here, so well done.
That's exactly what the boys needed. Nice smile as well.
Yeah.
Let's see how long it lasts. Let's see.
I didn't want to say it, Henry. I didn't want to say it.
Okay, at least they got 2-0 because there's only Glocks and Deagles here.
Yeah.
God help them if they lose this one. Jokes aside, I will stop being silly. Well, if you're not aware of the context, Complexity lost to these guys. Coach playing like it is a bit of a stinker, but it does happen.
Yeah, and obviously last time the thing they really ended up highlighting was sort of the misery on Complexity, and then the incredible vibes on Heroic with the handshakes and just having a good time, just laughing their way through it.
Yeah, true. We forgot to do that at the top of the show. I meant to do that, but
we'll get more chances.
After the next map, we'll do the handshake officially on the broadcast.
Yeah. The memes.
Yeah.
Nice.
There we go. Floppy getting some nice early frags as well. I can tell you he's a confidence-based player. He has a good start. It'll normally translate into a good game. Let's see if that continues to be true. First gun round, the first real test now. Pistol round, a little underwhelming for Heroic. Mid-rush, Elige in the perfect position. Good flash, shut them down, didn't get a plant. Fuliko on the second. Very T-sided map. And we'll see what the Heroic boys are bringing to the table. AKs across the board. Nice bit of utility. Let's get into it, shall we?
Yeah, first real test coming up. Definitely curious to see how this will play out if we're going to see some more aggression. They do have quite a few people already at the A-bomb side, so they could go for something similar again. Use the early incendiary to set up Floppy.
There it is.
He will swing wide. It's Saw that he finds as well.
Bit of pep in his step.
Yeah. With the flashbang as well from inside of the A-bomb site.
Yeah.
Great trick.
Good work, Floppy.
Well, looks like Heroic have decided to look for the B-bomb side instead. Why not? JT's on the other side, though, and with that MP9, swap straight into the AK. That actually is a sick strategy from JT. It's a nice trick. You sound like you're emptying that MP9, and then you just raid with the AK.
Yeah.
But it didn't quite work out.
No, this actually has turned on its head somewhat here, Anders. The bomb's going to go down. It's a 3 versus 3. It looked like it was going swimmingly for Complexity, but anything but now as Heroic start to find some traction here on the B-bomb side. Utility deployed. Kits available for Floppy. Low HP for Tessid. Going towards Jell. If he gets one, he'll be happy with that. It's going to be the first kill for Hulzak. Elige will follow things up. Looks like this retake is going very well indeed. As mentioned, they have the kit. Dink towards Nerds. He won't be winning this one. And it's confirmed as Hulzak will get the defuse. 3-0. Complexity. Just what they needed.
That is exactly what they needed. And yeah, the 3v3 was kind of surprising that they even got into that kind of scenario with the bomb planted. It looked like that was going to be hard to do, but I guess they'll be happy about that at the very least. Getting a bomb plant, doing a little bit of damage, maybe not as much as they could have. A shame that I think Shush goes down through the smoke here. Obviously, I think it's Elige finding him. Yeah, this is unfortunate start for the after plant.
Yeah, not the best start in general.
But they're on the CT side, Henry. They got 3-0.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be happy with that. It's already a serviceable half. See how many they can get on the board here, just up against the pistols now. Saw will be waiting towards A main. Early smoke goes down. And no real intent behind this default right now. Just waiting to see if there's any sort of CT aggression presented. It's all quite quiet. Looks like they try and get some mid control eventually. I'd imagine TeSeS is going to do the double doors molly. Exactly that. Is he good? Okay, there we go.
Mine went elsewhere. Did I remember to close the fridge door?
All right. Just trying to bait out some initial CT util. Get some mid control here. Incendiary down from Holturk. Looks like they're going to try and lock him in towards camera. Here comes the flashes.
AKs on the CT side. They've got quite a lot of firepower already early on here. The Liege just get dinked. Gonna call in for a flashbang, and actually more than that. Also trying to defend the Liege and doing very well. JT with the triple spray down will pretty much secure the round here. I was gonna say 1 or 2 casualties here, but when you got those 3 AKs, I mean, if you can keep them alive for a long time on Complexity, that is a great luxury going forward. Nuts. If you do any damage at all here, that would be sick, but I love the fact that the Liege doesn't fight that. Just, you know, stays alive. Just don't have any casualties early on here. It's great. No bomb on Nerds either.
He kind of needs to die, I would say.
Can't. It's not available to him.
I guess it's fine. He's already got Kevlar and a Deagle. He can go Mach 10, I suppose. Not ideal, though. But, yeah, I guess it's not the end of the world. He can't even afford a Khalil. They're 1,800.
That's kind of awkward. Normally,
I guess you can stay on the Deagle and just get utility. That's good.
Probably
that's probably what he's going to have to do. Like the Mach 10's an idea. I think we've already got a Deagle and a helmet though. Get the util and just accept your fate. We'll see if I'm wrong about that.
Good job.
Okay, so Saw. Okay, that's fair enough. So Saw will get the Deagle, and then he's going to have to pay the price. I guess that's fine. Makes sense. I forgot Saw was actually here.
Complexity, in the interest of revenge. This is about the best start you could ask for. Nuts, though. Activated early on. We'll take down.
Okay.
Dropping JT.
That swap.
Saw with the Deagle.
That swap seemed to be amazing. So Nerd's got to kill the AK. Saw got to kill the Deagle. Everyone's a winner.
Match made in heaven.
You love to see that. What a good feeling that is. Oh, wow. Okay. Was that a bit of a weird play?
Yeah. I
don't know what's going on there. Just assuming B main's clear without checking it. The straight up walk across. All right.
Yeah, I don't normally see that. Maybe they thought it was already an A execute and that, you know, the round was kind of almost.
No, I definitely understand why. It's just like, give it a little jiggle first, have a little look.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like the whole crossing the road thing, you know.
Exactly. It's a good analogy. Well, there we go. It's first round for Heroic. Courtesy of Saw and that lovely 1D. Nerds opening things up with his dropped AK. They're on the board. Need a lot more of that comes from where the T-side situation. Nice T-sided map in the pool. Money should be fairly decent for Complexity. You'll see the Horzerk Orb come out in the next round as well. They've got 2 AKs to save here. So all is good in the proverbial hood.
I was going to say, probably don't want to see Saw swinging this one with the health that he's got left, but he is not going to.
We always say, like, he gets 1 kill a round.
Oh, yeah.
It's already above expectations, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he can do that, it's actually incredible.
A pretty decent pro game. We're not expecting 1 kill every round, but I think he does contribute with a kill. That's pretty significant.
I think the desk before the last time these two teams faced off, they said just don't be a liability, right? Just don't.
Well, they mentioned it. Like he's not taking any initial duels. He's staying alive. He's got tenacity. Like he knows he's not going to win one-on-one duels against top pros. But if he can be annoying, if he can set up his teammates, if he can survive and like not be giving up space, that's massive.
Pretty good.
And I think that he understands his role.
Here we go. They tried this earlier, and it was against pretty much just pistols on the Heroic side. But if they can do it again now, the push would be well timed at the moment. But they are teetering on the edge. There we go. Flashed out, and they don't see anyone. They don't want to keep pushing. Some teams will do that on the CT side over at A. Instead, they walk right into JT, and he will make very, very quick work of it there. Double headshot to bring them both down, and that might be a very hard round to recover here. Grim for the smoke will get the 1. He will be traded finally. It feels like it is too little and too late. JT back with a vengeance. 4 headshots in the round for JT. That is an amazing performance from the captain of the team.
amazing. He's looking pretty sharp towards that cave position.
Yeah, I mean, as in-game leaders go, that's pretty spectacular, right?
It's the second sequence he's had like this. It was against pistols before, admittedly, but Tech-9s and armor still very difficult to fend off. Good work from JT. Very different game here today, as we expected. I think Complexity 2-0, there's no problem today.
They should. I mean, I think that would hopefully build some confidence on their side. Just say, all right, you know what? We got bamboozled a little bit last time. We weren't ready. We could do the homework.
I think it's always like it's a mental game with this team. Like they say in their own interviews, it's like it's always about comms and morale. It's just like, come on now, like
time.
They're one of the few teams saying they don't need more time. They've had plenty of it. And it seems like the mental game is not strong. Like they get in their own heads.
Yeah.
They can spiral in terms of morale. They get tilted, and it's like if they can hold on to that, if they get a decent start and they're playing good CS, like they're a very good team. We've seen it. It's just that's biggest enemy is themselves.
That's also why it's frustrating when things go the wrong way, right? Because we have seen them play well. So
yeah.
you end up sort of comparing against other results, and you say, come on, you know it could be better than this. But right now, we don't have to be frustrated at all, or I mean, unless you're on the heroic side. That might be a little bit frustrating, but for Complexity, things are looking pretty hot at the moment here. Saw getting an opening onto a Liege. That's what he's there.
Entry
the one. And being planted. 4 versus 3 in the after plant here. Floppy might get sandwiched. Kicksando, he has to double it up, but he can't. Holzer standing his ground. Holzer, the coach, in a 1 versus 3 here. Bomb is planted. Everyone has kits on the other side. So yeah, this is going to be a near impossible task. He's trying to play around that smoke, but Grim is bodyguarding that on the other side. He'll win that fight.
If he gets that kill, there's actually kind of a chance. The Orb might miss the shot on the re-peak, and then the last fire towards aim. Still, close but no cigar. Good effort there from Heroic. Saw gave himself a chance to win the 1v3, but Grim, patient, reads the push towards the smoke. That was the open up. Liege offers himself up, but a pretty comprehensive round all the same from Complexity. Tactical timeout. Thing is, the coach is on the server with you. It's more to just kind of catch your breath a little bit, slow down the other team's momentum.
Do you think when he's coaching and playing, does he talk about himself in the third person? Does he give himself orders?
I would assume yes.
For comedy's sake,
yeah,
that would be a lot funnier.
Just to kind of keep everyone kind of laughing. There's no handshakes today, which I spotted would be an early flaw of the handshake system, because when shit hits the fan,
yes,
the jokes aren't as funny anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's unfortunate, though. It's kind of becoming a big brand.
You notice them when they're not there.
You have to stay consistent. Do it no matter what.
Look at some motion blur there. I like that. All right. Looking for the boost. Although, it's a precarious game to even try them in CS2. This is the boost that gets me the most. The one I get bugged out on the most is that one. Like, it's the most tilting thing ever. You can still, like, somehow get the kill, but it's the worst feeling in the world. And you're like, you know you need that pick. Boost is what makes or breaks the round. CS2'd. We've had a couple of CS2 moments here. Rob's jumping up to the B window on Dust 2.
That one was wild.
That happened. It used to happen a lot on Anubis A side as well. When you're trying to jump up towards heaven.
Oh yeah.
It's so silly. Like those seem like fixable problems, but whatever. Let's get into it. Holzak defending the A side of the AWP. It's going to be a Liege tested here. They're creeping up, encroaching in his position. TSS approaching with intent. He knows there's a chance players will be around here. Looks like they may be potentially setting up a little B split here. He might want to drop off Liege. He's on that wall to get one and then drop off, but Vandy the second. And now that B split will be coming through.
JG flashed out for a moment here. Saw actually shooting him in the back, and Grim goes down. Damn. It's a double entry for Saw. Triple in the round.
Dude, he's still fragging.
He's determined to get this team across the line.
He's got 4 more frags than everyone else.
Putting the whole team on his back, Henry.
He's carrying them. That's so funny.
I mean, this would obviously spark the ultimate Complexity meltdown if somehow they just
Saw gets a 30 bomb against them.
An amazing storyline. We're quite far away, and in all honesty, Complexity with 6 rounds already in the first half is a brilliant beginning for them. But credit to Saw for stepping it up when they need it here. Holzerk and Floppy are going to be allowed to save the guns. So, no further action in the round, really. But good job. I think Heroic need to win the rest of the rounds here. They have to tie this up at 6-6. Kind of important that they get that far. But yeah, Saw performing very well at the moment here. Easy enough on that one, but this next one, deadly accurate.
A manager.
Insane boss man.
Yeah.
Boss man.
Oh God. Here we go. We've opened Pandora's box again, Anders.
We're back.
Get ready.
We're back once again.
I've missed the stand-ins. It's been a couple of days, and I'm so ready to see this one unravel. Elige, aggressive, finds Tessa's top middle. It's an opening pick for Complexity. Gonna try and answer back towards A main. Floppy reads it, slows them down, sends them on the other side. Grenades being exchanged, good flashes. Find that pressure. Saw is not dissuaded though. He wants these fights.
Orb on the other side. Surely he's not going to win that fight. Oh, he might. Timing is pretty sick, though. Nerds will go down in return. Saw looking to follow it up. They know the orb is up there, but Holzerk going to peek at the right time. Actually, just when Saw was trying to throw a grenade himself. Kixan and Shush. Both of them on 2 kills at the moment. They can win a 2 versus 4 right now. This would be the time to do it because, again, Complexity are running away with this first half very rapidly. JT kind of been a rock over at this B-bomb site. And almost getting another multi-kill there. Kixan. Oh, that is a sick little shot coming out on a Grim. He's probably still going to lose this round, but that should inspire
there's no way
something.
he can win this peak. Unless he gets the orb of a one-tap, not going to happen. They know he's low. Pistol to close things out there. Back to their winning ways are Complexity. Nice try there from Kixan, has to be said. But losing the first kill courtesy of Elige. They tried to answer back and riposte into the A site, but also waiting there with the AWP. Even Saw couldn't take him down.
Some good flow, I think, in the city side aggression for Complexity. They've been pushing A couple of times. This time it was Elige in the middle, so you're kind of keeping Heroic guessing a little bit. It's kind of hard for Heroic to, you know, they have to sort of almost start the rounds slow and just wait to see if Complexity will try it. And that can be frustrating sometimes. So I do kind of like it. Set your clocks and see when they push the B-bomb side. I don't think they've really done that yet, but I'm sure that's going to be mixed in if varying that kind of CT aggression is part of the strat, then probably expect that in some of the upcoming rounds. Yeah, that is actually a ridiculous kill.
Hold it together, Grim. It's all good.
You guys are winning 7-2. It's all right.
Yeah, he's just having a bit of a rough one. He's 2-5. But you're right. Everyone else is looking. Razor sharp. Kixan legged at the start of the round here. Shush willing to take to some clean duels. Again. Yeah, they love that transition of running over there with not really covering B main. It's curious.
Nicely done. Grim again. Having a real hard time, but yeah, just running towards Dark like that without even checking the main position just does not make any sense. There's no defending it. 2 vs 2. Holzerk with the AWP trying to retake here. He's been playing very well. He's 9-1. Floppy coming in from that dark position. Has to find his way through. Oh, what a shot from Holzerk. Takes down Nerds. But Tessa's still in dark. Obviously a known position here. Grenades being exchanged. He tries to push up behind the flashbang. Doesn't really get burned up from that corner. And the bomb is ticking fast. Oh, that is absolutely aggressive and deadly from Holzerk.
Well recovered. Looked like there was a couple of fumbles there in the round, but ultimately Complexity win yet another round. This one feels done, Anders. I don't think we'll see this replicated on the CT side from Heroic. Just too many rounds garnered so far. Gone too deep. Needed at least like 5, I would say, on the T side, just to like make it possible. Especially when you like stand-in situation going on, you're not looking as hot. Complexity are turning up as they actually should for once. And this tournament, we haven't really seen it. Like,
I know. Yeah,
they've lost to Heroic. They've beaten OG, who also has a stand-in, and they also lost a map to them as well. You know, like, it's true. I mean, it hasn't been the best looking Complexity. This is like them actually looking like their usual selves for once at the tournament.
It's about time. JT, very, very good performance. He almost gets that one on TEST as well, but he is 12-6 at the moment, so yeah. 2 versus 2 again, Holzak alive. He won the last one, and TEST is so low on health from that earlier encounter against JT. You're not expecting him to be able to win this one, especially not with Floppy sneaking in at the right time here. So yeah, for as much as we've been criticizing Complexity, this time they should be celebrated.
That they should. See whether there's anything left to be said about this first half. It's been a little underwhelming. Haven't had any insane clutches. It's all just been a couple of multi-kills, a trade back. Round already over, give it a go.
Nice! Nice! Dude, Nurse is so mad. Good job. Did you see that, Tian? Optim gap.
That's the best feeling. That's what I play for. If I know I can make my opponents not just lose, but be a little bit angry along the way.
Oh, yeah. The best.
That is the best.
Double orb setup, Elige. Got a couple of kills of this earlier in the tournament, I think against OG. See whether they can close things out with a tremendous half. Double digits on the CT side is an absolute death sentence, Mr. Bloom. But we're not going to see it by the looks of things. It's going to be a couple of kills, and the A side is wide open. Elige about to be tested. What? The big green. Nice shots.
We have seen him AWP well before. Surely, oh, they're a little bit scared. They don't want to go for it. Grim is going to defeat Tesses. JT's on the other side alone at the B bomb site, but again, he's been playing so well. If they go there and they lose a couple of players, then who knows? Okay, they're sneaking back in. Kixan behind the cover of smoke, looking to get up on the plateau, but Elige just an absolute turret up there. Can't get past him, can they? Grim does go down, but Elige ready. One step across, one pixel too much here, and they're going to lose your life instantly. Bomb being planted on the other side, but again, Elige, he can stay alive up here. 6! Oh, actually, will spray him down. Elige swinging it wide. JT now on the retake to try and get that last round on his side. They should be able to hold him back.
I think that's fair, Anders. I'll give you that one. It looks like everything's under control here. Saw, does he finish the half top fragger? It looks like he will. He probably gets his last kill as well, because he's a beast. It will be Shush to close things out. And although they pick up the last round, there is no denying their Complexity have absolutely walloped Heroic here in the first half, 9-3. What's up, gamers? I'm sure you enjoyed your little break there. Maybe you didn't come rushing back to the computer, considering this hasn't been the most exciting game thus far. I dare say there's a few more twists and turns yet, though. I feel like there's a chance. There it is. There's the handshake. That might reignite the team.
Yeah.
That's what we've been looking for. We haven't seen a single one yet.
They really were magical, but they didn't really. I think they didn't right at the end of the first half. It was too late to really recover, but maybe they can start the second half a little bit better. We're gonna get into it now. Complexity will be on the T side, the more favorite side here of Anubis, and Heroic will be on the CT side. They are very, very far behind at the moment. Seeing a lot of flashbangs on the Complexity side, so I'm assuming they're gonna just toss them into the B bomb side and go for it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Effective. Oh God, so is that shot. Excellent work from at.CEST. Here we go, boys. Tuck in. It's looking very good. As Heroic continue to find kill after kill. They've got a 4-on-2 scenario. Elite down to 42 points of health as well. At this point, getting the bomb down would be a miracle. I don't think it's going to happen. Nuts mowing them down. Got the hot hand. As they will pick up. There it is. Now we're getting somewhere. Does Nerds not get one? All right. But no bomb planted. We're back. This game's on.
Yeah. And obviously a critical round to win here. I will say this, I'm happy that we don't have to be so negative about Complexity this time around, because I kind of want this project to succeed one way or another. It's cool, you know, Jason Lake brought back the Complexity team.
Oh yeah, you want to see it.
It'd be fun to see them do well. One of the true OGs of the space. 9-4 at the moment. Today is looking like a much better day, but with a pistol round win here and presumably winning this next one, in spite of the flashes on the Complexity side, you have to assume that this is going to be a bit of a mow down. Dualies and M4 on the other side. Can't go wrong.
Flash makes it a little bit more uncomfortable. Little being the operative word, though. It's going to be Shush looking for an ace. They've done quite well, in fact, to even get a couple of kills. They're not going to get the third, but it keeps the CTs modest. And we will see the AKs coming out next for Cole. There it is. What have we got? Should be a bit of an open net here for Complexity to convert this first map.
It should be, right?
If they end up losing this one, I've got nothing for you. I've got nothing I can say that's going to soften the blow.
Don't, Henry. Don't speak it into existence.
No, I'm not trying to. And it's like letting you know now, I won't have much to say. If I speak, I will be in big trouble.
All right. Well, then I definitely want to hear what you have to say. That sounds exhilarating.
We can't afford to lose this lead, boys. Like, it's just...
Yeah, you're going to end Henry's career if you do.
We can't give this one up.
There's a lot on the line. Nerds tagged up by a grenade at the beginning. Other than that, very drawn back defense here on the side of Heroic. Nerds will take a bit of a peek. Actually, yeah, be careful. It's fine to double peek that, but obviously you can block each other. So might be a bit of an issue there. Good grenade in return. Mid control being attempted here on the side of Complexity. There is already a rotation to the A bomb site. So they have a lot. You can get mid control maybe, but you're going to have to fight your way through, and look at them pushing out. Seems to be a common protocol right now. If you lose mid control on the CT side, you push this position and try and make your way through. Although a nice shot from Floppy will open it up, and he can't escape. His teammate was standing in the way. Unfortunately, Floppy comes back into the round with a triple kill, and Tesses and Nerds, no business getting back into this round here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Nerds is looking to inflict some damage here, doing a great job so far. We'll find a Liege who is on the hunt towards the beach. And that looks like that's all she wrote for round number 15. Double digits here for Complexity, 3 players surviving. Money is okay for Heroic as long as they save these 2 weapons, which is looking good. They'll be able to drop a couple of weapons here. Maybe tactical timeout territory in the next round.
Could be.
Feels about right.
The flashbang that set Floppy up for the first engagement was bang on. I feel like they've been throwing a couple of good flashes out there. Complexity have a good protocol for flashing out that the beans position.
The coffee beans, yeah.
Do we know for sure?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think Egypt is renowned for its coffee.
All right.
Yeah. That might be a lie. I'm pretty sure, though. Egyptian coffee's a thing.
Say it with enough confidence on
No,
these.
I'm like 90% sure.
All right. I believe you. I believed you before even...
I mean, I'll give it a little Google first.
All right, yeah. Just sort that out while we get into the next round. It's number 16. And everything is on track still. Nice grenade, though. It's become a bit of a staple of this map. Thrown from inside of the A-bomb site very often. You can pair it with a peek from dark if you have an AWP playing there. Obviously, they don't on Heroic, but if you did, you can try to peek at the same time and just...
First article comes up, the rich history of Egyptian coffee. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, well,
we've got a rich history.
We're providing so much. Commentary, education,
some facts.
People.
Coffee exists in Egypt. We've got that going for us.
Yeah.
Here we go then. 10 to 5. We are going to see the mid control granted to Complexity. Looks like an A split is being set up right now. They've got smoke down towards Temple. CT's waiting on the other side here. It's looking very nice for Complexity, but they are aware of the split coming forward. It's going to be Shush, though. It can't frag to open things up. Kicks out. We need to find a double. At least one will not do. As a quick trade comes in, Molotov down towards Connector, and I think that's where the remaining CTs reside. So bomb will be planted. You probably don't want to go for this one unless Saw will have to step up. You'd have to do something pretty unbelievable. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. Hanging around, I think, for just hoping that there's a kill, like a free kill coming there. Great trades for Complexity. Like, they happen so quickly. Floppy goes down, JT steps it up. And just the speed at which you get that return kill can absolutely determine a round. And it does this time. They're up to 11. Everything looking fresher, better. They haven't really practiced any particular high fives on the Complexity side. That's maybe a flaw in their game, but... I've positioned myself as a coach, Henry.
Okay.
Try and see if I can get that job to work on my scheme for the one movement high five, you know.
I saw your Twitter post yesterday. Didn't seem like it resonated with the Counter-Strike community.
Well, you saw yesterday, but this today is really, it's gained a lot of traction. Like, people are on board.
Okay, they're on board now?
I've got several offers.
All right, fair enough.
For me, so...
But the thing is, you kind of gave the secret away with the diagram. So...
Well, yeah, but you have to
that's kind of the whole blueprint.
The diagram is really like the basics of it. Obviously, you would have to spend a lot of hours practicing.
Like the philosophy of it.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, considering the philosophy of Anubis right now, as Heroic are getting somewhat dumpstered here today, as expected. I know they did beat Complexity before 2-0, but honestly, that was more Complexity not showing up to the tournament as of yet. They're looking much better. They had a couple of days off. I know they've been grinding. We've got a boot camp facility in the hotel, and they're aware of their issues. Sorry, say again?
Say they've been enjoying the sunshine. It's a rare thing in Denmark.
Dude, actually, it's been pretty nice here.
Almost never happens. Oh,
yeah.
Kixan. Okay, let's go. M4 charges in. He's not that far from actually catching that T player at the top of the stairs, but unfortunately, that doesn't work out. And obviously, now you've kind of used that trick. They know that it could be a thing. Grim, I think, got double tagged there, and it'll be nuts to get rid of him.
Ambitious maneuver there from Grim. Double smoke. Slight mistake, though, from Heroic.
I assume Grim is doing that because of the push coming down. Like, he's expecting if there was, you know, one or two CTs pushed that far, there can't really be that many people at the B-bomb side, so maybe I can go for it.
Oh, nice little scavenger hunt there. Finding another smoke. At main entrance, at.CEST creeps in, knowing they wasted one. He's like, maybe there's another smoke available. And he does find it on the corpse of Grim. That's pretty cool. High-risk maneuver, but one that works out.
Don't see that too often, really. Floppy has had himself a very good game here. Doesn't quite do any damage in this particular battle, but we're down to about 40 seconds. Shush. Playing on that back plateau. Oh, Floppy. They must have just seen him, but somehow they jump down. He gets the double, and the round is done. JT and Elish to close it out. They knew that Floppy was in that area, just nobody checked it.
Yeah, the coordination a bit off, a bit chaotic. Difficult position to call, especially when you've got the coach with you as well. It's a bit frantic, and that's going to be map points As expected, Complexity running away with the second half. T-sided map already posted a huge haul of rounds in that first half. We weren't expecting much of today's series. Should just be some open runway here for Complexity to warm up into 4 groups. Nice work from Floppy. Unleash closing things out. Grim did go down early, but no harm, no foul. And just a matter of time now. 7 opportunities to close this one out, and it all starts with the easiest round of them all. The CTs will have nothing. They have $2,400 per player. They have to buy. Not really much they can do here.
Unfortunately,
but the thing is, finding round number 13 against the Pistols, something about it. It never seems to work out.
Surely.
Never surely. Never, ever surely. Because they get all loosened up. Now, as with the MP9s, they've got to be a bit more aggressive. They start pushing smokes.
Yeah. They have been a little bit more, I don't know, restricted here, Heroic. Not the same kind of, laughing your way through the game. Seems like...
Because no one's having that one-man show performance. Before we had TESS and Nerdside is firing off, looking so sick. Shush was having his moments of opening. Remember on Vertigo, he was just walking into B-bomb side.
Yeah, that was sick.
And just opening like left and right by himself. You had some individuals going ham. You haven't had that today.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, like that's why it's difficult. Like no one's having there's nothing to really celebrate. It's not as jovial. And yeah, it's understandable. They were just having a great individual day on that particular performance. You're not getting it right now. And yeah, it's a very different outcome. Don't have the depth of the coaching game, as it looks like we might be done here. Normally, against the MP9s, map point, it's often a disaster. It could still be, I suppose. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But they've done very well at draining resources from the CTs. You can see there's only a couple of flashes left. A smoke, no kits, 5 on 4. Plenty of time still. It's going to be an A splits. Floppy patrolling A main. Needs to stay focused. Make sure no one can slip the net here. He'll be the one responsible for flashing the main entrance. But oh god, this could be up the moment he pulls the utility. He seems aware of the prospect though. But if anything, he's just kept him distracted.
You can see for Shush coming back into that position, like he's swinging that angle with an MP9 against that many people. It's just not really doable. So trying to get the advantage. Not going to happen. It will be Kicksan on his own with absolutely 0 chance that he can win this one.
I think he might be onto something, Anders. We'll start to wind this one down as they have done it. Complexity came in today as the favorites. They've had a couple of days to work out their issues, and whatever they did seems to be working because it's Complexity dominating the first map.
That was a complete different showing coming in from Complexity. It is a rematch. We did see the 2 teams duke it out a couple of days ago where Heroic were in the driver's seat. This time around though, a different map pool, different map, Complexity coming in from the get-go and getting the job done. I guess we can allow ourselves for the first time throughout the second part of the season to be happy on behalf of Complexity.
Yeah, and everybody contributed both on the defaults. It looked really great. I think they had a lot of patience in the ways of playing. I think Heroic constantly tried to make small plays happen in the mid-round situations, but it didn't really pan out the way they wanted because Complexity had so much resilience in terms of just taking the duel, which they allowed to do last time.
I don't know about you, but coming into the game, after I heard the interview with Nerds where he was feeling a little bit down about the fact that Dexter wouldn't come back into it, the fact that they had been practicing with Dexter online and then only played face-it pucks with Saw, hoping he would come back into it. I felt like they were a little bit disheartened coming into the game. Do you think that reflected on the server as well?
I mean, first day, I think you're kind of like, okay, we just have to deal with the scenario. Surely we're going to have our main star in the form of Dexter coming in soon. You deal with the flow. You can't really be too negative. You knew it before coming into the tournament. Now you sat on the sidelines for a couple of days and you realized, okay, now there's a chance that we get our over. There's going to be even the future is bright. And then all of a sudden you get told one day before, oh, Dexter's not going to make it.
It's the classic one there when you have hope and it gets disheartened in a way. It's like you lose all faith in everything at that point as well. I mean, we got to give credit to Complexity. I think JT had a fantastic fantastic showing, not only individually speaking, the first 5 or 6 rounds, I think he was sitting at 10, 11, 12 kills and absolutely dominating. Even in the beginning of the game, I think the score was 4-1. JT's coming in and forcing a win with a weak buy against Heroic, and it felt like from that point on onwards, the game was over. So in terms of complexity, in terms of JT, we have positives we can dagger out here. Was it a solid performance from Complexity? Was it like you saw before the player break?
I mean, I would say it's hard to judge, of course, that Heroic's not a full lineup, but at least when they get momentum, when they get the pistol rounds, this team just feels a little bit different because they're so more energetic. They feel like they play their defaults a little bit more careful and they're not trying to force plays as much. I also think at Leash, when he sees his teammates as having good teammates around him that are actually performing, he will take a step back in this time of how much responsibility do I need to take?
Yeah, and I love that. I love you talking about responsibility, and I love an in-game leader that is leading by example, and I think JT did that pretty much throughout the entire game. This sequence right here with the USP shutting down Heroic completely. The one point in the game where you thought, okay, maybe Heroic can fight their way back into it. Maybe Heroic can force Complexity to be on a save round, but JT, Elish, Complexity, they were having none of it. I mean, when you're winning a game like this, and I almost feel sorry for saying this also for the audience, Complexity winning 13-5, I want to be hyped, I want to be happy, but it's also, I'm standing here with a feeling that that's exactly what we expected a couple of days ago. So why did we have to wait 2 days before it happened?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think the only happy thoughts for Complexity is internally feeling that, okay, we're somewhat back to what we can do. I mean, I think the thing, when you go into a tournament with those hopes and realizing we're going to get a gift in the form of playing in the same bracket as OG, let's just be realistic, it's a very mediocre team. Sure. And then also you're getting Heroic with a standing, right? You already set your mind, or we're already past that. And then you kind of go into the game and you're feeling it's so hard just to get basic rounds to function. But now all of a sudden here on the last couple of days, they've actually making it work.
Yeah, they are making it work, and I think it's only fair that we highlight a couple of the positives from Complexity as well. We're around 15, where we're watching it together in the green room, and we can highlight this as saying this is good Counter-Strike from Complexity.
And I mean, I think it starts off with Leash lurking in mid, and you think, why is he not strafing? He's waiting for the second flash, and the reason why this double flash combination is so good is because they know they're being flanked from mid, and many people will be like in this scenario, wait, why is he being blocked? Just move. But he can't move. If he goes back, they're getting killed from the lurk of Leash in middle, so it's just a really nice split and very basic. Heroic does the perfect solution. They try to force one of the positions. They try to force A main, go 3 players, take the duels, but Complexity just plays it perfectly. They wait the utility, they use 2 flashes to bait the presence of the CTs, and they just manage to win.
And now that I got you here, you know, seemingly a smart mind when it comes to Counter-Strike, Boopski, I just want to see that clip one more time, and I want you to explain to me the double flash concept, because the way I see it is that you double flash in the sense that the first flash, I called it even in the green room, Jesus, that's a bad flash. Is that on purpose? You're doing a bad flash, and then the second one is perfect?
The reason why you do it is because you often see the setup where the one guy close to the left is going to be dodging and then the other guy is going to be holding. Once the first flash happens, there's an automatic deal within the team that, okay, you'll go back, but I'll then turn my crosshair to the player. But if you do it twice, you're kind of forcing both players out of positions. And we just saw it in an example where it worked perfectly.
And do you think it's on purpose that the first flash was a bad flash? It wasn't an instant flash?
I mean, I think it's hard to say, right? Okay. I mean, they know he could potentially know that the second flash is the important one, so it doesn't really matter about the first because it's only bait. If Heroic was extremely smart, they would realize this fast that there's no way they throw such a bad flash and it's going to strafe on it, so I'll dodge a second time. But this is all mind games. Like, you can't predict this.
And that's what we talk about when we talk split-second decisions, right? You have to realize that it could be a double flash setup. I like that from Complexity, though, and I think there was many examples in this game where they played solid Counter-Strike. Elise had a great showing, Holzek had a great showing, so I guess we can allow ourselves to be really positive. Do you think it changes the environment within Complexity as well? We did see coming into the game, there's been a lot of frustrations. Seemingly, they were happy this time around. There was a good mood, people were smiling, everything was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody on segments, including me, you, also James interviewing Complexity, is asking what's wrong with this team, because we know it can be so much more. And when we look at the FaZe cams, at least from the first couple of days, they looked dreadful. Like, no energy, no anything. Now they get a good start to the game, and you actually just see they're smiling, they're clapping, their hands, all of the small things that just adds up, right? I think Complexity don't have the individuals to be a top team, but when they have communication and actually the teamwork to actually, what we just saw in this scenario, they can actually be a good team.
And what about the side of Complexity now? It's obviously a rough start to the game. You lose out the first map quite clearly after having beat them already. Do you think that's it? Do you think they have what it takes to bounce back on a map 2?
You mean Heroic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, I think Heroic is in a situation where they are very much in their head, right? I think they're already thinking about the future. I think you had a good point about Cologne already. I mean, they're probably sitting, okay, this might be the end, but what's about for the future? There's so much uncertainty if you can't get your player in. But I'm just going to be honest, there's also a very bad look for the organization or the people behind the scenes doing all these transfers, because there's no way you're not aware of this issue. We've seen it countless of times. Dunk didn't come to the group stage at first time around. We know there's implications. Surely there must be a better stand-in than Saul, because he's also removing his focus from all the tactical department, right? He's not doing anti-strat to the same extent. He's probably hitting the DMs and trying to just get a little bit of more crispness, and it's just not happening.
It does feel like it's a rough one for Heroic right now. However, we are ready to look ahead for the next map. We have Ancient coming up, a Heroic team right now that's probably outside discussing how can they bounce back, how can they avoid elimination. We'll be jumping on a quick break and come back with Ancient. Heroic are facing elimination after losing the first map quite convincingly to Complexity. They now have backs against the wall. It is, however, their own map pick. We're coming in towards Ancient, a map these two teams also played in this specific tournament, in this studio against each other. Back then, Heroic were dominating. They won 13-8 in a rather convincing way. We spoke about the way they were playing, and I remember we highlighted the fact that they were playing simple out-of-spawn calls on Ancient. Do you think they can replicate that, and do you think that will be as successful second time around?
No, this is the issue coming out of a break, right? You have all these these new strats, and then you show your cards, and then the opposition can actually anti-strat you, right? JT can actually look at, okay, how do we want to deal with if they do this again? I also think when you're the losing team, you're going to be more analyzing what went wrong compared to the winning team. I do think one guy that was actually the main reason why it even worked was Nerds, both on the CT side and T side, dictating the middle area. And he is, of course, in a duo with Saw. So he's not going to be able to get much help. So he's going to be able to be the one who gets the first and then fall back.
And I think that's a focus point. You know, Nerds will have to step up. He will have to be proactive. You spoke about him on the CT side as well. His willingness to fight, his willingness to try to dictate the game, especially in the middle area. Do you think he can replicate that kind of performance, or is it also too much to ask for him to do 2 games in a row?
I mean, he must. He must. If they want to win, right, he surely must bring his A game to this one. I also think normally when he's just playing his own game, he's not being forced to do as much. But in this scenario, with the circumstances that is around the team, he will be very, very dictating. We also see on the T side, he'll jump through those middle smokes. He loves to play, like smoke off the Molotov down mid, ask for a flash from Saw, get out mid, do the plays, create some space. He needs to do this 24/7 in this matchup.
One of the things Saw did so well first time around was hiding, as we spoke about as well. He wasn't involved in any opening duels or anything, and despite his best efforts of trying to pretend to be Dexter and do the hardcore hand slapping as he's doing right now with CEST, do you think he's going to be successful hiding away again, or does he have to step up and be a man, so to speak?
I mean, it's all dependent. You can play hiding CS if you get the entry kills, which I feel Nerds was delivering last time. Then you can go hide in your donut position, which he did a lot of the times, and make Nerds go first. But if Nerds is just having somewhat of a slight mediocre game, then it's just going to be super hard for Saw to like pack him away. Also the pistols, we already mentioned it. I think it's hard to play pistols with a guy like Saw because you can't really put him anywhere and hide him. You kind of have to force him into a duel or either stack. I do also have a look at how much have Heroic actually reviewed this game, because Saw is not focusing on the anti-strat.
Sure, and that's an issue, right? Saw is having his head in 2 places at once. I also remember Elise didn't necessarily have the best game in the first time around, and how often do we see Elise not play well twice?
Yeah, exactly, and he's also the one who's going to be the one facing Nerds, right? So he is also a guy who's had a good first map, the energy is high. It's going to be hard for Elise to not deal with what Nerds is going to come with today, right? First time around, he was probably a little bit surprised of what came through, but this time around, surely they've spoken behind the green room, asked about like, what do you want to actually get to deal with this guy?
It's gonna be incredible tough for Heroic. There's no way around it. Quick thoughts heading into the game. Do you think that's all they wrote for Heroic?
Yeah, I think it's over. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It is also on paper a very convincing favor in form of complexity, right? They should easily win this game. I know I'm gonna be a little bit harsh on them, but the only reason why we're here saying it's like a close matchup is because the first matchup. Like if this was a fresh day and we've never seen them play before, complexity is clear favorites.
Clear favorites. I echo that sentiment, and I think and I hope actually that our casters will do the same. It's gonna be tough to, I guess, imagine a world where complexity is losing this map, but give it a go. Anderson Henry, take it away.
The boys say it's Jova, Anders, so I guess for one last time we should do the handshake. Could be the last time we get to do it at this event. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Has been.
And it's been a pleasure commentating this run of Heroic, but I do tend to agree. It looks like they're coming to the end of their full groups 2024. It's been fun, it's been entertaining, it's had ups and downs, but I think it's starting to spiral now, and I don't think there's much of a chance for them on Ancient.
They provided us a lot of cool talking points. The odds are even more against them now. Complexity, it's no real surprise. They look more like how we want them to look. Finally, there's something to, you know, not just sort of berate them about, but I'm happy to see that. And I expect, just like the desk, that it will be more of the same on Ancient. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to come out with the same kind of energy here. I certainly hope so as we get into map number 2.
I'm still kind of excited, even though I know which way this is going. I think it's like a 90% chance that Complexity absolutely run over them. I'm still going to try my best to have fun. I think that's all we can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for, right? Ultimately, and you know, Heroic are trying their best. It's not like they're playing scared or anything. They're really just going for
an old classic lurk smoke.
Yeah, evidenced by here. They're just running straight onto the bomb side. Molotov down, lurk smoke is there, trying to plant inside of it.
Oh, that's the problem with that strat. I run this one as well in my games. That's normally what happens. You try and plant the bomb and everyone's wherever now and spams the smoke. But still, they're bringing it back somewhat. Well, the bomb planted though. Now it's going to be a real scramble to get that C4 down. Nerds, certainly helping out though in that department. He's going to find a lead towards the cave, and now it's JT left with Grim. Maybe a slight advantage if they can get that plant down as well. We'll see if that comes through up against these USPs.
It's a certified Ferrari peak coming out from Nertz, but unfortunately, he's going to be slowed down this time. Grim will be able to drop him, leaving Kixan plenty of time, but no bomb plant. Yeah, you're right. Already getting tagged up. That is less than ideal.
Every time. He's got no armor as well. They really sting.
You can hardly see him. Like, JT's just so shallow.
Every body shot's doing 30 damage.
It's not ideal.
So he is done. He might be able to get one. But no. Grim comes out on top. That's a proper, like, face it, pistol strat. You do the lurk smoke, one Molotov in, plant in the smoke, and then you got ideally 5 players alive for the post plant, but that happens quite a lot. You try and plant in the smoke and it falls apart.
You're accusing them of stealing your strats, Henry?
Kind of, yeah. Like, that's my strat. I've been running that for months.
It is scandalous for a professional team to steal strats from a caster. I feel like that's...
Oh, it's not the first time.
Well...
Oh, they force bought. Okay, T side force buy with no bomb down. Doesn't give you much to work with, but you do have Tech 9s and Deagles. Probably the last map we'll see Heroic play at the tournament. Done their best. Unfortunate circumstances.
Boosted position here with the UMP.
Oh, I'd rather have an MP9 up here. We'll
yes.
see what he can make of it. Like, I want the rate of fire.
I agree. Not sold on the UMP yet. Could be very tricky here. So far, so good. Nice little spray down. He almost gets the triple. Count that. It's 95% of the way there anyway. Just kicks in. No bomb plant. And only the one death there on Holzer, who did a fine job at the elevated position.
They did play Ancient in the last matchup on day 1. It was 13-8 in favor of Heroic. They managed to win the pistol, I believe. Yeah, they were up 5-0 to kick things off on that last outing. That was our T side as well.
Yeah.
So this T side looking much different now. They're now down 2-0, presumably 3. So not going to get that flying start they were looking for.
No, it's complexity just cruising through.
Ooh, nice jump.
Not having to deal with any of the mental struggles of being behind and, you know, worrying about everything. I like some of the analysis that I think Bubsy was talking about, this idea that you're coming into a group with OG and a Heroic that is missing a player, and you might just think, like, this is it, like, we're going to be doing great here.
You bloody hope so.
Yeah, exactly. But then the sort of when the reality sets in that actually, oh dear, this is actually a lot more difficult than we thought, you know? That obviously can be like kind of a rude awakening that maybe, yeah, it takes a couple of days to get over.
Beaming smile of TC.
One of the happiest men in esports, I think.
He's happiest men, full stop, yeah. Mr. Vibes. Saw the coach of Heroic probably not having the same experience right now. But here comes that first gun round. 3-0 down.
They have Nertz for the middle.
Yeah, Nertz, honestly, one of the best mid players on Ancient T side. Very gifted at finding multiple frags here, but everyone knows what he's up to. The trade will do. Elige might be taken down from ledge. We'll see if he can reposition. Flashbang won't catch at.CEST. He'll make up for it. Actually, a few opening kills now for Heroic. 4-on-2. Round not necessarily done. Grim waiting for his big moment. Yeah, 5-0, but I'm assuming most of those were in the previous round against the Pistols. He can find a couple now. Keep the dream alive. Keep the streak going. That would be fantastic. Compromised position. They've got no real utility to isolate him. They've got a Molotov, but he can play behind it. Actually, well, in front of it, I guess, in this case.
See what he could do. Ready as they come through. Only going to get the one there. Saw will trade out the kill. Go for the bomb plant. Molotov's going to be on top, but he will at least be able to plant the bomb. He might take a lot of damage behind it, and Holzer just charging him down. Trying to swap the weapons, but that's a little bit scary. There is a player on the other side, and Shush was ready. I don't know if Holzer saw him on the first go-around. Maybe
I think so. Yeah, at least had an educated guess as to where he was, because he peaked with intent. If he hadn't fumbled the weapon so much, he might have had a bit of a cleaner interaction. But still, good effort. The fact they recover a 4-on-2, bring it down to a 1v1 in the end. Right. They should have money to buy into this one, and it keeps Heroic very modest. Will look to be a nice round from them. Grim, good for one. Did some damage as well. Nice play from Holzer to get the incendiary down, guaranteed his kill on Saw. As soon as he started juggling weapons, you kind of lost faith that he could pull it off. You get a bit of a shadow advantage there as well. Yes, if he got out there earlier, could have done something with it. The bloody guns couldn't be found. Flashbang over the top to enable a pick from Grim.
This is going to be quick, Henry. To the B-bomb site we go once again. Molotov in that close position, and then trying to see if they can make their way through, but the defense actually holding up very well. Delige is here now to wreak havoc. Double kill for him. And Kicksan finds himself with no more teammates alive. And Holzerk, almost no model showing for him there on Kicksan's screen, but he still gets the shot off. That's pretty cool. They're laughing, having a great time.
Everything feels great when you're winning. That's a pretty significant round as well. Like we said, it came down to the 1v1 before. Won't be a ton of cash about the plan here. Delige mowing them down.
That's it. Maybe.
Grim's feeling himself. And as mentioned, money in a pretty terrible spot. We've got a bit of a partial buy here. Eagles and Tech-9s. Not much to report. Should be another convincing round of complexity. We're looking for that 2-0. Unless Shush can do something about it. That's not a bad kill to open things up. Still a lot of work to be done, of course.
Strange engagement there for JT. I guess he just was, his mind was somewhere else. Maybe communicating at the time with somebody in the bomb site. Looked like he just wasn't ready for that fight. Regardless, 4 versus 5, the stolen M4 on Shush probably will not make a big difference here. Although, Delige, there is a player on top of him. That was Shush, who was already low on health, so it'll be a really quick double for Delige. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Bomb will be picked up here once again, and they have time, so this should be a sick round for Roy too. If they win this one, it becomes a little bit more interesting again. But Floppy still doing great work. He was on fire on that first map.
This is a done deal. I'll get you up to date with what else is going on today as well. Obviously, we've got Heroic Complexity right now. Another rematch coming up after this one in the form of Astralis and Falcons, not Heroic, Astralis and Falcons. That should be a good game. Astralis kind of took care of business in the last one, 2-0, quite convincing. I'm sure Falcons are looking to prove themselves and avoid the showdown. And we've got FaZe NIP, should be a bit of a banger as well. NIP getting better and better. And then NAVI versus Big. Big looking pretty decent.
Yes.
After yesterday, taking down VP of all teams as well.
That was actually a really, really good job. A lot of positive signs. Searson back again.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The whole team looked quite good.
I enjoyed it. 5-1, and Heroic haven't really given us too much to work with. Again, it looks like a very fast execute here to the B-bomb site, trying to overwhelm whatever is on the other side. It's Grim who's completely blind on that one. JT stepping foot inside of the Molotov, and he's going to burn alive, but not before he gets the double kill. Delige gets traded out, and the battle just continues here. They don't want to flash their way through. If they walk through here, they're certainly going to be dead. TEST is here, ending the round. No utility to try and get through that one. But it was close all the way up to the end.
Yeah, they were exchanging blows. JT with the valiant effort through the flames, got the double kill. Grim went down with nothing, unfortunately, and the trades went in favor of Heroic eventually. This is the moment where he equalized the playing field, but TEST spotting them, pushing for that smoke, gets the double kill. Does anyone want the orb? Like, no, don't need that, because it's like been nuts using it. He needs his AK. I guess you could use it, but T-side AWP on Ancient is already difficult enough. You can only like boost towards middle, take some picks from ledge, go towards cave at the start. Like it slows down the team.
Yeah, unless you had Dexter.
The tempo, you know, yeah. So you're better off like you don't need it. If you don't have a specialized AWP, probably just better off the rifles. And they're going for some pretty basic stuff. It is the executions, B rushes. Probably don't want to be slowing down with the AWP. 5-2 though. This is the pick of Heroic. Map 2 should be their last one.
I kind of like the idea of Heroic playing this loose style and just kind of, you know, not making it too complicated perhaps. Again, sending Nerds into the middle for a battle. It's actually Kicksan there to help him out, and they're going to get the first one. Very nearly getting the second one. Floppy could have easily been dead, and he still might be. Getting kind of close right now. So a good start here for Heroic, and TESS done it. Found JT through the smoke. 4 versus 3, and they're pushing onto the A-bomb side. Only one player there that goes, oh my god, that is a lightning fast kill. There is still a player in Donut. I was going to say it's Holzerk here. Pistol in hand. There's no more money either on the complexity side, so this could actually change the pace of the first half here. chance for Heroic to get back and do some damage. Floppy should not be winning this 1 versus 3.
No, he's surrounded. They're going to kill him from main. Kicksan will find him. And that's a pretty decent round from Heroic, because that's the money busted now for Complexity. Here we go, the first turbulent waters for Complexity.
I believe I heard the word snap tap invoked. That is the new
cheat
that haunts everybody.
One plate, boys. Did you see snap tap? It's easy.
It's the new accusation now.
Everyone's cheating.
Well, 5-3, Henry.
What I heard, that you can do it like with the config now anyway. So it's like, it's fine, you don't even need the keyboard.
I don't know, I'm not up to date.
You're never up to date, Anders.
No. I play with the ball mouse, you know. Like, played old school like that, CRT monitor.
So, this is the eco. They've managed to pick up a couple of AKs. I don't think they'll be going for it much further than this. But it's a nice little haul. Might as well go for some more exits here with the pistols. But yeah, it's going to be round Heroic for Complexity with somewhat of a win.
I would definitely say so. Already a bit low on money, still a couple of AKs. Pretty good job. I guess lurking in the back of everyone's minds is that looming threat of the Complexity mental breakdown, which, as I said, probably not a big factor at the moment because it's still a 5-on-4. You won the first map. But this team does seem to have a crazy way to just kind of blow up when they don't even need to. Hopefully we're not there yet. We haven't seen any signs of it. No one's been slamming the desk.
No, they need to have a couple of disastrous rounds before that happens. But everything's okay for now. You can see Falcons behind there getting warmed up for their big fixture against Astralis.
Yeah, they had more time, and now they're back.
They've had a bit more time.
Grenades in the middle. Double Molotov there to try and slow down the likes of Nertz from swinging wide. But he's taking a different approach. Boosted up to look over the smoke in case someone was going to try to find him in that double Molotov. Doesn't really get the reward for it. It's a good idea nonetheless. Very stretched out here, Heroic. They're pretty much everywhere on the map. Maybe a little bit of a later mid-take. Actually, it looks like Complexity, at least they're going to keep an eye on the middle here. Dangerous game being played here. Once they actually don't use the HE to blow open the smoke, they just want to do a little bit of damage to Elige. Floppy on the one side, there's a bit of crossfire with the Molotov on top. That should be deadly. Polsuk on the spray down makes it a quick double for himself. Yeah, that was insane timing on that Molotov going down.
Yeah, finally ending the streak here of Heroic. Those saved AKs doing work. They find another one to add to the collection as well. Going to be 6-4 as we get to the dying stage of this first half. Not really much Shush can do here. Bombs down. 30 seconds. Just gonna have to walk in. Hope for the best, I suppose.
Shadow really playing with him. That's unfortunate. But yeah, you probably, I mean, to win one of those 1v4s, you need mistakes from the other team. You need them to really screw up the round. And they did not. So, short-lived string of victories here for Heroic. Not enough to really slow down the momentum of Complexity yet.
There we have it. Good round from Polsuk. Money's still okay here. Won't be able to give this one up, though. If we've got another faster approach here, we'll have a look. Going towards middle once again. Extinguishing the initial incendiary. He's towards ledge. Oh, such a clean kill. That's what Nerds can do for you in middle.
It's an incredible resource to have, really is. JT.
Oh, Kicksan probably should have had that one. His advantage.
They'll get it back anyway. Wide open bomb site with Nertz still lurking in the middle. big question as to whether or not Complexity will want to go too deep on this one. They've got a little bit of money on Holzer, but also they've got 2 AKs to potentially guard. Might be better to just gun for a 7th round at the end and just let Heroic have this one. And looks like that's what they've already decided on. Grim, got to be careful here. Shush not checking the corner. So far, so good. I think saving the AKs is really the prime objective. They had 4 of them at the start of the round. Well, what happened? It hit the bot. How did they go off that quick?
Just a fun feature.
The instant Molotov. Terrorists win. 3 people left, and that's how it's going to end on either side.
Oh, yes.
Final round, Henry's coming up here. Are you satisfied with Complexity? 6 rounds, is that enough?
No, they're starting to drop off a little bit now. The hype train's coming into the station. Hasn't derailed yet. But slowly but surely, like, I don't know. Okay, that's not the vibe I was looking for. That's like, yeah. Even TC's like, okay, I can't even smile through that one. Yeah, the vibe train. Also, maybe it's derailed. all right. It's all good.
It's the comedic timing with you saying it hasn't derailed.
Yeah, that's the wildest death slam ever.
I must say, I credit you, Henry. That was an incredible setup. You couldn't have done it better. It's fine. Oh, my God.
Oh, I love that we have those cameras. It's so good. All right. Early kill. Saw goes down. 1 in 10. Had a rough day in the office today.
Yeah, but again, nobody's expecting anything different, right? Like, is it really not on him?
Oh, no, of course.
Nicely done. It is on the likes of Shush, and he will pick up that kill onto Floppy. Back into a 4 versus 4. We go. Bomb is awkwardly kind of towards middle. They could easily end up losing the bomb somewhere, but this play from Nerds is maybe a round winner here. Opens it up. Holzerk will take down Tessus. And the bomb, again, they can get rid of Holzerk. It's a clear runway to the bomb side. He's very hard to get rid of, though. Actually almost tagging Kicksan with the grenade there. It looked like he could have hit him. I think he might have been stuck behind him. Oh, this is a sick round. Oh, but the no-scope fails, and he goes down. It's disastrous. Just JT left.
It was such a good play. He read it well. The no-scope eludes him. And now down to the captain. JT, 2 versus 1. Doesn't look easy for him whatsoever. He's got a kid, Anders, but the last round he will have to go for it. No grenades on the T side, but so much space, so much time to work with. Bomb's not exactly planted for them.
Yeah, but
someone's going to have to challenge. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. After a disastrous first map, Heroic are back and handshakes all round. They tie things up at 6-6. Welcome back, gamers. You join us for the second half of the second map. It's Ancient, the pick of Heroic, as they tie things up at 6-6. Looking possible they could take us to a third. Jovial scenes there for the Danes as we saw a bit of rage come through from Alicia. You can feel this one slipping away. They had another flying start here on Ancient. They're up 4-1, and then all of a sudden it all started to slip away. This one's truly up in the air, and a bit of team damage. They're slashing Saw at the start.
It's just banter, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's the coach, you know.
He's too good. Got to handicap him.
I think that's fine. But yeah, a little bit of frustration perhaps shown. I'm sure it's not a big deal.
We'll see.
Second up now. Heroic on the CT side. Pretty good stack of the B-bomb site ready in case anything comes through. Smoke here for Kixan. Ooh, a little bit awkwardly.
I guess it still works, but not exactly what he wanted.
Just got caught on something there in the middle. Challenging his nerds, but he got a lot more than he was asking for there. Down, but still alive.
He just wants one kill now, which he gets. That will do.
Job done. Oh, the rotation is actually pretty quick, but nice smoke to try and hold them back. They might just push through it anyway, especially with the dualies. It's Kixan to get the job done. The bomb's being planted in front here. 3 versus 4, but they're very low on the Heroic side. And Shush struggling to get the kill there. Saw, even tagged up by his team early on, he still gets a job done. Drops Floppy, leaves Grim alone. 1 versus 3. No one's defusing yet because they need to get rid of him. It's Saw with 1 more kill. The coach is back.
You can feel it coming. You can feel it coming. It was going so well. Now they're losing the pistol. That's going to make things a lot more complicated. Begs the question now, do they force buy in the second? They got all those dinks as well. They got 2 gushes at the start. Even with some team damage on Saw, he still manages to get a nice kill on Floppy. at.CEST, oh, cracking shot. Saw to close things out as well.
Wow!
You kept the headshot percentage, boss.
Yeah, I was about to say, Rasmus, check my headshot percentage.
We'll go check it out.
Different mood, they're having a great time. Not bad. 7-6. 1 round lead for Heroic, but there is a force up from Complexity, so a lot can go wrong here for the CT side very early on. They can't really rest on their laurels just yet.
So he's got 3 kills, 3 of which are headshots. So it's 100% headshot rating.
Unstoppable. Much like Twist's in-game leading career.
There's the stats sheet, live stats. He asked them, I'll bring you the goods.
Yeah. Numbers don't lie, Henry.
Definitely not.
Twist's the only in-game leader that's won all of his games ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't argue with that. Under a minute, and it will be towards the A-bomb site with the elevated position with another player behind, which is typically very strong, even if this is an MP9. See the leading Elige right off the bat. Saw gets a kill as well, and Nerds on the other side catching them. They come for the smoke. If he had more bullets, he might have been able to do it, but Polzerk is still alone. Bomb plant probably the best he could do right now. He's playing to try and win the round. I doubt that's going to happen, but nice effort so far. Hits that headshot. Maybe it's back on again. It's an expensive round, but no bomb plant. And Heroic are off to a pretty decent start here at the second half.
Yeah, they fend off the force buy admirably. Not much to report here. Complexity don't get that plant down, as you mentioned. They found 3 kills, but an almost impossible clutch there for Polzerk with low HP. Oh, it's a really annoying smoke to come up against. He only gets 1, but delays them so much. The smoke is still down. They have to come through. They've been rumbled. And it's another eco for Complexity. Down 8-6 here. After such a strong opening map here, you'd hate to see it go down like this. They just get nothing done in the second half. Early days, I suppose. Smoked off towards A main. You can see Heroic getting stronger round by round.
Well, especially because now they just are having fun again, right?
Yeah, right.
They're back.
They've loosened up.
Just everyone's laughing. It's all good. They have upgraded pistols on the T side, so couple of chances maybe to win it, but obviously you don't really expect it here. Nerds going to be blowing up in the smoke. A lot of people on the other side. This is one of those things that could backfire maybe, but they weren't quite ready for it. They'll get JT to begin with. Shush goes down. Saw handling himself very well. Good double kill, just to make sure that they don't power through and get the bomb planted instantly. Elige here. Probably bomb plant actually make a big difference to them just in terms of getting a little bit more cash on their side. Yeah, and he's going to focus on that, get the job done. 1 versus 3. Oh, good headshot, but he was locked in. There was a player pushing behind as well.
Okay, you can see the vibes increasing by the second for Heroic. And that is the greatest metric we have.
Oh, yes.
The greater the vibes, the greater the play.
It's, it wasn't always a part of Counter-Strike analysis, but lately, it's made a big impact. That and the eye test, I believe, is the the other one.
That's certainly prevalent. All right then, Heroic actually in touching distance now of taking this second map. Bomb planted, as mentioned, so Complexity do get a decent buy. What's the response here? Taking quite a lot of damage en route from the B lanes. CT's coming out all guns blazing. The flashbangs are very effective from Saw. He's known for his assists. And can he step up? Need a couple of kills here, big man. Can't deliver, too flashed.
Oh, might not be done yet. Look at how low they are. Shush, if he could have got that spray through, maybe there was a way, but well done on Complexity. In spite of the early aggression, and I think an accidental jump from JT to begin with, that kind of messed up things up a little bit. Good double kill from Floppy in return, and Complexity. Much needed round there. Keep that up. Get things back under control on that Complexity side, and let's see what happens. And again, they fought pretty hard. I mean, even in the rounds that they lost early on, they put so much pressure on. Heroic instantly saving. Down to the 1v1s, 2v2s, Holzerk and Elige. I think both were in a 1v3 or 2 or something like that. So yeah, doing plenty of damage. And just keeping up the pressure. Single Deagle on Tessus. Okay. Almost done that. Elige in for a bit of a... Okay, nasty surprise, but not at all.
Oh, cheer him up.
I take it back. That's an ace. That should cheer him up. Yeah!
There we go.
Let's go.
That's more like it.
The money for Heroic is a really big problem here. In spite of the call it a good start for Heroic, like the money is definitely a little bit of a point of contention at the moment.
So look at that ace against USPs. Nothing too crazy, nothing to write home about, but still we'll take it.
Yeah, sure she's laughing. Right. Like we did line up, fair enough.
We did line up for him. So, tactical timeout, first one used by Heroic. As Anders mentioned, the money's in a bit of a precarious spot. We'll have a look what they can bring to the table. I'm sure they've got enough for the AKs. This might be a couple of concessions in the mix here. Let's get into the action. Complexity looking for that 2-0.
Yeah, get this going. AWP on Shush. All right. That's a bit interesting.
So they don't have any helmets. They don't have any kits. They have Famas and Saw. No util for a couple of players. See if Shush can step up. The AWP applying pressure is TEST. Good damage at the start with the initial utility exchange. Trying to spam them as they presumably cross over towards the ledge. Deeper smoke to deny entrance to Cheetah. Trying to assert dominance here. Making it clear. He's aware of their presence. Don't let them sit comfortably.
Smoke up there kind of forces the rotation from the B-bomb side because they're going to be calling out from Donut saying they can go anywhere in the middle. We've lost vision. So yeah, it's going to draw. Kicks in a little bit further back. 50 seconds now on the clock. Bomb is still outside of the B-bomb side. Elige, deadly position right now. If his team succeed in even a little bit, even if they trade evenly over at the B-bomb side, it's going to open up Elige to flank through there. Down to 35 seconds. There is one flashbang left on Nerds. Doubt that's going to hold back the entire team, but you never know. He's reloading, can't really throw it at the moment. Oh, they're going to try and boost up on top, and it actually works. Kixan and Tessus with a double kill here.
Yeah,
that plays out.
The body block only gives you a couple of inches on the smoke, but that enabled them to have a nice gap. Vision with the boost as well. Didn't see it coming, and that's a very clean round on a compromised buy. And they're back.
Still cracks me up for some reason.
Ah, it's good banter. That's why they're doing it. It's a little bit silly, a little bit goofy, but it is fun.
I think if Heroic, for them to sort of stay in the game and have a chance of winning this map, I actually think winning that round, especially in this fashion where they've got so many people alive, absolutely critical here.
Oh, they failed pillar molly. It's expensive.
Nice. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, he's doing analysis too. What's going on?
Yes, it is.
What's up with players trying to steal our jobs? What's going on? Nice grenade. Floppy gets one in return though, but they are already a little bit softened up here. Tessus falling again. This time there is no pillar molly at all, but he does get a double spray down once again. Deadly in that position. Tessus is starting to really wake up. 15 kills on him. And Grim, he's got plenty of time, but the bomb is lost on that other side. And see what Shush could do with the AWP. If he stepped up to the stairs now, we'd find him dead in the open. Grim might be able to get this one for free, nearly. Got to be careful here, Nerds. Oh, the spin around, he almost had the timing for it, but not quite. So 1 versus 2. Let's see what Grim could do here in terms of the clutch.
Yeah, he's got enough time. Got a smoke and a flash. Needs to bring this down to a 1v1 ideally. He's got Shush on the AWP. Saw, who is not having much of a game here. He'll just be playing for info. He won't be committing to that fight. Interesting approach. Gonna be
steal the bomb.
Trying to take the bomb, I suppose. Yes. Let's time his moment. Gets the bomb, and off we go.
I love it. They're gonna hear him running away, but it could be a fake. He could have. Oh, I hear him a little bit more. Yeah, I think they do. I think Shush heard the footsteps a second time, so they're going to be rotating a little bit early. Unfortunate for Grim. Would have been easier if he had no opposition here while trying to plant the bomb, although the Molotov does actually open up for him just straight planting, so they've got him sandwiched in, but I won't count him out yet. He's almost out of the line of that AWP. Now he is, but Saw steps up again, saved by the coach.
Oh, it's so rough for Grim. Now you can see he had
great effort,
3 different angles to worry about there. Spawn, Temple, Donut, potentially A main, although very unlikely. So yeah, like the fact he gets the bomb down, that is something, I suppose, but he would have loved to have converted that one and kept the dream alive, as they are losing grip of this game. Frustration really is starting to set in from Idia's sights. The complexity, I'm afraid.
Nice, boss.
Can't afford to lose this series.
Man.
They've had a tragic season.
Nice.
And going down today to Heroic with the coach, I think that'd just be the icing on the cake. Not a very nice cake.
I was going to say.
Yeah, not a cake you want to eat. Probably make you sick.
Oh, no. We're all a little bit worried now. I think that's been emblematic of some of these complexity games is the vibes in complexity are stretching out through the broadcast. What's going on?
I believe you were one of the only analysts to predict Heroic winning today, Anders. This could be another 200 IQ move for me.
Well...
Or at least 100 IQ. just average. Yeah. Just like average.
Yeah, average. Well, thanks, Henry. I appreciate that.
Oh, you could be onto something. I didn't think there'd be a chance. I thought after we saw the first map, I thought this could have back-to-back.
We've seen a lot of crazy predictions from Anders, but it might finally be 100 IQ. That
100 IQ play being deployed here. You love to see it.
Oh, man. That's one of the... That really burns.
Let's see. Kixan down. Saw up. Looking to cut into the offense of complexity. He's got the AWP.
Baiting him. He's really trying to bait him.
It's more than fair to say Saw is not known to be an AWPer.
No, not even back when he was playing. Floppy running and shooting at the same time and just getting deleted by Nerds. I'm wondering what's going on there. Very low on health, some of the Complexity players here. They do need this round. They don't have that much in the bank. I guess neither do Heroic, but at least they have a little bit of a round lead here. Elige, good spray, takes down Nerds.
I thought Nerds was going to go for the smoke and has punished both of them there. I don't think we could have handled it. I don't think Complexity would have made it through alive. As finally, they find some success here. A lot of work to be done, but that's a clean round. They found that opening pick on Kicksand as well. You'd hope they convert the 5-on-4. They certainly do. Nerds made things a little bit more complicated from the donut. That's Complexity. They had to win that one, not only for the points of avoiding map points, but keep the money strong. Decent amount of players alive as well. JT, nice double. Looking for that 2-0. Dream's still alive. Good job, Monkey. There he is, the boss man.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the round lead. I think the economy, again, once again, unfortunately, is the... I think it's kind of holding a little bit back from maybe closing out the map. I don't think it's a done deal at all. I could easily see Complexity coming back and taking them over and just ending it 2-0. Like they kind of were meant to do from the start. Okay, they put together a buy. I don't know how you feel about this, Henry, but 3 M4s, 2 MP9s.
I love it.
Some utility to go with it.
I always
love it.
I always want to see a buy. We don't like ecos around here.
True. Oh, nice grenade to begin with here, Nerds. Fighting the mirror position. Elige, classic opening. Double takes down Shush. And a 5 versus 3. They have no money left. I mean, this is going to be Complexity tying up the game, and maybe even more than that. Like, the money is just not going to be
I see
there.
what you mean, because they're where you go next.
Yeah,
right.
I assume so. I guess they could force, but...
They could save as well.
They could save.
A lot of different if, buts, and maybes, but I see what you mean.
Invest. With leverage.
100 times.
100. I'm either winning this or the country's going bankrupt.
All right, let's see if there's anything to be said here. It would take something
no, they're not
unbelievably good, Anders.
It's not happening.
An absolute nightmare of a round would have to occur.
I'm not worried. I'm worried. Tesses gets that one. Nearly spins around for it. Grim, I think, saves the round with that kill on the saw. Floppy with 6 health, but he will not be able to fight Kicksand at all. So it should be fine. 10-11 now for Complexity. Some hard-fought rounds. Holzerk and Grim playing very well. Elige, obviously ahead of the pack as is tradition with 23 kills. And especially the kind of impact kills you get in the middle there. Double opening. Pretty sick. Floppy nearly died at the bomb.
What are your thoughts on the whole bottle cap situation in Europe right now?
Honestly, it's almost ruined my life.
If you're not aware, guys, Europe has declared that all bottle caps must stay attached to the bottle when you unscrew them.
Yeah.
Might have just noticed that with Elige. So yeah, there it is, right there. Thank you for the replay. I don't like.
Maybe
it's an inconvenience, but I'm kind of over it now, I guess. Hated it at the start.
I'm not over it, Henry.
Okay. Maybe
what about getting into politics?
Maybe a tweet is required from you, Anders, on this topic.
I might run for office one day just to
get some tweets out there. But let us know what you think about the whole bottle cap situation in Europe. Send in your thoughts. We'll read some out.
Maybe collect some signatures. Try and see if we can change things from our side.
Has the mind virus taken over you?
Oh no! Not the mind virus. Yeah.
Forcing their bottle caps on us.
No, it has a huge daily impact on my life.
I thought I was losing my mind when they were first introduced. I was like, am I just like dumb? Am I just like opening these wrong now? I forgot how to open bottles. Like, I didn't get the memo as a thing.
Yeah.
So like, as a home opening bottles of water, like, have I just forgotten how to do this? Like, I was just ripping them off and ruining the bottle entirely.
Returning bottle after bottle to the stop.
Yeah, so
like,
excuse me.
There's something wrong with this one. Like, I need another one.
Doesn't seem like a British bottle of water to me. All right.
Let's get back into it.
Let's do it.
11-11. It's become a very interesting game once again. Got to say, credit to Complexity. They really looked like they were tilting at one point, but they're kind of summoning a little bit of strength here at the end. They've won some critical rounds. Again, it's Elige powering them through. He's up to 26 kills now. He really does not want to lose this map, and I can't blame him. There's a frustrating experience here. Heroic, they almost found a way through, but Elige just opening after opening. This time it's Nerds in the middle. He is a monster right now.
Course corrected. Ship stabilizing. Vibes returning.
Yeah. They're getting there. JT, obviously in a free kill nearly. Kixan took down Grim, but no chance to transfer that spray. It's the kind of round where you got to think maybe Heroic just risk it and put 3 in a bomb site. If they couldn't even get there. Not the case. Shush back looking for it. He's got the right idea. Oh my god. What does that matter with the Elige?
It's too good.
Yeah. Just too good.
28 kills. In regulation is kind of absurd, actually.
Oh, it's disgusting. And again, like, he's taken it up on himself in so many rounds. Like, it's not like he's getting 28 kills by staying back and fighting low health players, you know,
like
at the end.
If you're Complexity and you lose a map where your star player, like Elise's got 28 kills, like, bloody hell.
They're not going to lose this one.
I'm just saying, if it still is an if in the
Yeah,
end.
you're right.
But if that happens, like,
would be the worst.
What is going on? That's like, if you can't convert those against a team with the coach playing, like, something's afoot. Something's wrong.
TEST is kind of getting hunted at the end. They're not going to have anything outside of his M4, so kind of important that he stays alive. Also landing a good shot.
Yeah,
we take everything.
Definitely just wanted to save that. Like, was never going to win the round or affect their money potentially.
One close
the last round of the game next. Kick sound good for one, but Elige dominating, disgusting shot towards the temple. Okay, we're back. Map points, series points, elimination points.
Wow.
All the points. 5 MP9s as well. Red carpet has been rolled out for Complexity to take this 1-2-0.
Just don't go into overtime here. At range, that MP9 is not going to survive Floppy. He's almost done it here. The bomb is on the other side. That may be the one weird thing about this, but if they just take a deep breath here, Complexity, the tactical advantage they have in the round is huge. They're going to win that fight as well. Nerds goes down. Muted. They just don't have the weaponry to really fight back here. Grim cleaning up the bomb site leaves Kixan miles away. Alone, the bomb goes down, and Complexity, they power their way through. By the captain, Elige, 28 kills at the end of the map. Absolutely absurd.
Yeah, really nice game overall. They got the 2-0. It's job done. A little bit dicey towards the end, but no problem. They'll go on to the group final against Team Spirits.
A sign of relief coming out from Complexity. They survived the scare, they beat Heroic, they take the W2-0, and by then, Heroic have been eliminated from the tournament. It was a close game on Ancient, and at certain points, I was convinced that we were heading into a third map.
Yeah, I think Heroic had the same feeling, right? I think they was in a lot of situations where you kind of feel like, okay, we had the upper hand in many of the scenarios, but a guy like Elige just makes a massive difference on these types of games. We had the discussion before the game that this was going to be Nerds versus Elige, and it was surely Elige that dominated that mid area.
That was crazy. You saw Elige, especially on the T side, when it was 9-7, I believe. Heroic is demanding the game, and they're so close winning it out. Elige just starts going nuclear, walking out middle, getting double entries, you know, being a sole warrior almost, and you could leave Elige in middle, then the rest of the Complexity guys would assemble somewhere on the map, and then you just trust Elige will cause enough chaos for them to win the game. Very well done by him. However, I cannot you know, disregard the fact that we're again looking at a Complexity team that has to go all the way against a team. What a stand.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't the prettiest Counter-Strike of Complexity, but for them it was about getting the result, right? I think we'll see a more real definition of where is Complexity when we get into Cologne potentially, because that is more direct. The format forces you kind of to be there and present in the moment. Right now, I think Complexity are a little bit scared of their own playstyle, but I think they're happy they at least got a decent result towards the end. I mean, they're getting some ranking points as well.
Fair enough. And a few parting words for Heroic, I guess, as well. Once again, putting up a great fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a devastating feeling as a player. I remember some days where we had to play with Sonic, and that was just practice, right? It's so annoying to sit and play with your coach, and not just because he's bad or anything. I mean, they are as well, right? But it's the fact that they don't understand the dynamics of the game anymore to the level that is needed, right? The rotations happen so fast nowadays. The way they played, the meta is different. I know they have all the overview on the tactical side of things, but as of today, it's so hard to just implement your coach. And you're also sacrificing so much on the tactical side because you have no anti-strat potentially. Maybe your analyst did a little bit, but you're forcing yourself to leave your responsibilities as a coach to sit on the server and use that time on playing deathmatch and practices.
With that being said, I think we got to give credit to the coach. We have James Banks catching up with Saw after being eliminated.
This will be the end of Heroic's run, but it was one where you tried to fight valiantly across this game. So just talk me through the experience and the change in this game compared to the first game you played.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew it will be tougher in a way because they will be more prepared, they will be hungrier as well. Yeah. And then, of course, we are limited by the playbook, everything we have, like it's not going to be the same. But of course, everyone believes we have a good chance, and we had it, especially on Ancient. Anubis was a bit rough. Yep. But we had a chance, but not our day, I guess.
And in terms of not being your day, were you kind of all in the mindset of expecting Dexter was going to be able to play this game? Did that play a factor at all?
Not too much, I would say, because, well, when we came into the tournament, we know it's going to be day by day. Like any day he could get his travel issues basically in order to get here, but it didn't happen now, but it was day by day we went into it. And also like this match we knew, well, he might be here, he might not be here, who knows, so it's going to be just in the moment, see how it goes, and then do our best with what we got.
It's a really tough situation for you guys, and you've got Cologne around the corner. You don't know if he's going to be there, you don't know what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, Cologne is pretty soon. It's kind of, it's still gonna be this, well, similar thing day by day, right? Because we don't know exactly. We are traveling on Monday, then it's gonna be like media day on Tuesday, so it is getting close. And we hope for the best, and we'll have to see what happens.
I wish you the best of luck as well, man. Hopefully we get the full team back and you can go in your lovely normal coach spot.
Yeah. So.
GG's.
I sincerely hope that Dexter will show up for Cologne. Otherwise, that's going to be another rough run for Heroic.
Yeah, I'm also just going to be honest. I think we're at a point where we have to discuss, is Dexter even going to be a part of this roster? If he can't figure out this issue of being present, I know it's not his fault or anything, but if you're deciding to put your money on this guy to be at the events, and this is what you've got to show for, due to the fact that your coach is playing, like you got to find at least a short-term solution, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we go into Cologne that we are going to be getting some sort of stand-in. Nikodos is not an option, but just some random AWPer from FPL or something, because surely Saw needs to prioritize different and can't use his time deciding if he should play DM or watch demos.
Well, maybe they should talk to someone who has experience being a sixth somewhere out there, you know, or running the six-man roster. Maybe, just maybe. Anyway, that's all they wrote for Heroic. They have been eliminated from the group stage. However, we have a lot of action coming up for you. Later tonight, we have Big taking on NAVI, FaZe, NIP, but soon, very, very soon, we have Astralis taking on Falcons, and that's gonna be a banger of a game. Two teams that know each other very well, players that has played together for many, many years, and two teams that would rather not lose this one and get eliminated. Falcons versus Astralis after the break, playing to stay alive at the Blast Group 4. Two of the biggest powerhouses of Counter-Strike, especially when we speak in terms of star power. Names on the roster. Falcons taking on Astralis, arriving into the studio as we speak, and they're playing for elimination. One of these two teams right now featuring on your screen will no longer be part of the group stage in a couple of hours. Snappy and the boys from Falcons taking on players they know very well and a team they know very well in Astralis. I think it's fair to say that we have a lot to discuss, a lot to dive into, so let's get to it straight away. Astralis, a team that has been for many, many years, they said, tried to figure out how can they replicate the success they had 4 years ago. They tried with you, Bobski, didn't really work out. They tried with a lot of different constellations, so I don't blame you at all. But do you think the 5-mans they have right now is a step in the right direction?
I think the first step of right direction was actually getting a sports director that was actually capable of doing his job. And I think we've seen it before, that now they've actually gathered a roster where you can actually see what is the future and what is the outlook for this roster. I do think there's still questions around this team, certainly around Device and Stavin and so on. But for now, I think every Astralis fan is at least hopeful that this can turn into something more positive.
And that's what I feel as well, because when you look at the results and what they've been up to ever since Device took over as an in-game leader, ever since they brought Bro into the lineup as well, would you agree with me that it's a team that is showing more potential as a roster than any of the Astralis rosters the past couple of years have done?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a little bit of what FaZe is facing right now, right? They're constantly in the playoffs, but they're not really getting any fruits from their hard work, right? I think they're constantly in this period where they face somewhat of a decent team in playoff and they just fall flat, right? It's a little bit of an issue, of course, if you want to actually keep going like this, because at some point you've spent so much energy trying to get to the bigger tournaments that you can't just be satisfied by getting to playoffs, because that was the narrative in the start, right?
Sure.
That we're happy that Astralis now made it out of groups. Now they're playing the good teams. Now they have lost like four or five playoffs at decent tournaments, so it's starting to become an issue.
It's been around 4 months since Device turned up as an in-game leader, and I'm curious to hear what he feels and what he thinks about that role. He was speaking to James Banks coming into the game.
Vice, first thing I wanted to ask around here for you is, do you feel like you are in control of the team now and like playing the way you want to play, that you've had some time? Or do you still give a lot of freedom to the players, and just how you think on that side of things?
A good mix, I would say. I think that, yeah, it depends on the rounds. If you play with intent in the rounds, or if you just play open rounds, defaults. So, yeah. I have the control I want, at least, but hopefully also some freedom for the guys to play as they want.
And in that sense, when you're giving them the freedom, are they asking for stuff? Are they saying what they want from you?
I mean, role dependent, some more than others, but yeah, I think it's a natural balance we have at the moment, yeah.
Now, it's interesting. I've seen the veto go down, and you're playing exactly the same maps again. Is that a risk, bearing in mind that you were with the winning team? Are you that confident again?
I don't know. Honestly, they could have picked another map. I think that would be the natural thing to do in this situation. But for us to pick another map and then Ancient wouldn't be good in this veto. And I think we have Nuke as third, which is good as well. So I'm not too worried about it. I've tried these situations before. I think that obviously when you're the losing team, you think more about what went wrong. So who knows? They gotta bring something else than last time.
Let's see if you're ready for it then. Thank you very much.
Veto out of the way. It's a deja vu, exact same veto as a couple of days ago. No big surprises in that one. Curious to hear what you think about Device as an in-game leader. When it broke out the news that he was going to take over, just like with Twist in Liquid, I think a lot of people were wondering, is that the right fit? Is that the right direction to go? It's been a couple of months now. Are you satisfied with what Device have done so far?
I mean, from personally playing with him, I didn't see him as like the main tactical in-game leader. I think Rocker can maybe help him develop like a playstyle over time, but he's always been like a second voice. He's been incredible at like dictating mid-round situations when he had a feeling. I think he's kind of passed that torch onto Stavin, and now he's taking on the tactical approach himself, right? He is the final voice. I think he says it himself, like he will call a little bit more loose in some situations, because you need to give freedom to a player of Stavin if you actually want him to be useful.
I am curious to hear that, right? Device having been an in-game leader, obviously when you have the AWP, you have to dictate certain rounds as well. So I also do feel that we do see a lot of AWP players thinking they can in-game lead at a certain point in their career. I think he's done okay so far, and it's going to be interesting to follow him for the future as well. Now we got to switch focus though. We have an opponent for Astralis as well, and that is Falcons, a team that has a star-studded lineup, a lot of great players, a lot of players with a lot of experience, but as a team, they haven't been able to make ends meet just yet. What is it you think right now is the issue with Falcons?
I mean, I think there's a lot of personality. Like, they started on the premise of I don't really want to say it like that, but they started on the premise of being a top team, right? I think when Magisk set that signature on his contract, he was laying down in his sleep, like having a great time, thinking, oh, it's going to be so great when Nico is going to arrive, Monisi is going to come, all things is going to be so great. I left Vitality, but all of a sudden you kind of get this mixed roster with that ends that was used to being decent. They were used to winning so much in Vitality. Then you gather those forces, then the expectations is just so high from the get-go, right? Because you're all used to like at least competing in semi-finals, also competing for trophies, and then you can't even make it to the major. Like, it's a disaster for your mindset, and it just reflects a little bit on how is the internal procedure inside this team. I feel like they must have so many hard team talks a week, and I'm not sure if they can actually fix it.
Hard talks every week. It sounds very very tough to be part of. I think there's a lot of pressure mounting on Falcons right now, and for those reasons we had James catching up with Snappy.
Danny has his system, how he wants to work. You've had enough time now to work with him. Do you feel like it's all said and you guys are super comfortable with it, or do you feel there's still like a balance and a mix where it's maybe harder?
I think like we had now 3 months with Dupree, and I think we have done our best to kind of get in the meta and integrate what we want. So at this point, we obviously need to start playing better than we did last season, and the results obviously need to start coming, because this is the time where there is no excuses. We need to start winning eventually, and if we don't, obviously we know it's a business, and there will eventually be changes. Hopefully it doesn't get to that, and we can start playing better.
Well, it sounds like he's adding additional pressure to himself, and I love that from Snappy. They are aware that if they don't start to produce results, something will have to happen. You said it yourself, right? You have a team that you're creating from the pieces of Magic's coming from Vitality. You have Sonic as a coach. You have the core of Ents coming into it as well. You have players that were part of a top 4 core. You know, Magic's being on the best team in the world with Vitality, Ents being a top 4 team at the time being. Combined, they're number 16 in the world. How can that happen?
I mean, when you build the roster on a false premise, I think that's the issue, right? They attracted players to come.
Yeah.
I think due to getting a good contract. I mean, I think many people would realize that pressure would be way less if this was like a mediocre team, like making these kind of results. But it is, as you said, really, really talented players who has a lot of experience and being on the highest stage, right? And all of a sudden you're finding no form. I also think there's an issue of like, who's the prospect in this team? Like, who's going to be the guy who evolves in 1 or 4 months to be a star player? I don't see anyone. I think Sean Peos has had a massive fall-off, but Dupree has been actually their best player, but I don't expect there's a lot of future going into Dupree. Magisk all of a sudden looks like he is the best anchor support player we've had in the last 5 years.
Sure.
Now he looks like a challenger player at times. He is so mediocre in this setup. I don't know why, but I'm just confused about this roster.
And who's responsible? If I don't want you to point fingers, right? But you have one of the most expensive coaches and one of the most honored coaches out there. You have all the player material out there. So is it Snappy who's not getting Ents to meet? Is it Sonic and Snappy that can't work it out together? We haven't seen that constellation and that duo before. Who's mainly responsible for Falcons not producing results?
I mean, I think overall this roster is going to have a hard time ever competing for the biggest trophies. I think the main responsibility is still on Sonic for like failing to make a competitive lineup. The inside server issues, I think a guy like Snappy is on the verge of being like cut. I would love to see Magisk potentially be an IGL over time. I think he's shown that he's capable of it, done it in Astralis with me. I think I was very impressed for what he could do. Snappy right now individually is so far off what we can expect. This guy can at least offer a little bit of a baseline on the individual level, not making it as easy for the opponents on T-sides, and that gives a lot of value to a team.
It is a player that we have praised to be arguably the best in his role, you know, as a supportive element, as a player that you could always count on, especially in Vitality. He was doing a tremendous job. You see his team history right here. It's pretty much only big names. I remember playing with him for his very first time in SK Gaming. Back then he was a pain in the ass, to be completely honest. He's involved, he's matured, he's had a time in North that also must have been tough for him, and then the Astralis period, Vitality period, and now Falcons. This is a player that has achieved it all, tried it all. Do you think he's still hungry to win?
He must be. I mean, I know him a little bit personally.
Yeah.
And the thing is that he has the chance to be the most achieved player of all time. This guy is only 25, 26. He's won 4 majors.
Yeah.
He's won so many tournaments. Like the older guys in the form of Astralis, they are surely not peaking anymore, right? Dupree, maybe in his later stage of his career, Glaive is fucking around and in somewhere. And then you have this guy who still has the potential to achieve so much more, right? He can play at least, like, if Magis doesn't win 1 or 2 majors before stopping his career, I would feel let down because he has the level to do it.
Okay, he has the level to do it. That's high praises, and I buy into it. We do know that there's a lot of history between these two teams and the players as well. Obviously, Dupree and Magix going up against Device on the other side on Astralis. Do you think that plays a factor as well? Do you think a guy right now like Dupree and Magix, are they extra hungry to do well against Astralis?
I think they had that matchup in Vitality, right, back with Astralis. I think they felt it out there at this point.
But Astralis were never competitive back then, right? It was almost too easy for them.
Oh, okay, so that's the point now. That's more of like a 50-50.
Turn around.
I would say the pressure should also be on Astralis' side, right? Because they're feeling that they have a little bit of a momentum going, and now they're playing against their quote-unquote weaker opposition. But Falcons is also in an issue with these tournaments is that their seeding is god-awful because they're not producing any results, so they constantly have to meet the best teams to advance, and that's just an issue if you don't have the level, so it's like a never-ending cycle.
And I was just about to say, we do have an elimination game at our hands. How important is it for both teams not to be eliminated? Maybe even more so important for the Falcons?
I mean, for Falcons, this is not a make it or break it. I think Cologne will be like the one where you see, are they actually able to be somewhat of a top team? Astralis has shown in glimpses that they can actually play on the higher stages. Falcons, rarely. Like, we've not even seen them being able to win a challenger event. They had one good run at Katowice, but that was with Boros. He's not a part of the roster anymore. There's so many question marks around this Falcons roster that I'm not sure where they're standing. If they win this, I think they would at least have some positive reinforcement going into Cologne, feeling like, okay, we can actually go to the playoffs.
It's about time to get some of those questions answered, and to do that for us, we have Anders and Henry ready with the game.
Well, what can you say about that one? Bobski is based.
He's unhinged. I love I love unhinged Bobski. It's amazing.
No, it's a good segment and a lot of facts being spit there, I'm afraid, as we get into another rematch for you. Astralis taking on Falcons. You can see the live odds coming in from GG Bets. They favor Astralis. They did manage to win 2-0 before. It's the exact same map, Paul Anders. So we've got Dust 2, Ancients, and then Nuke to close things out. Dust 2 is the pick of the Falcons. Definitely the underdogs here. A lot of the spotlight in their direction right now. To be fair, Astralis, they've had an okay run of form with this team. A lot of semi-finals, but I think the anticipation of the squad and the quality on paper, they're wanting a bit more.
Yes.
They should be putting this one to bed 2-0 once again. But Falcons are hungry. They're ravenous to find a win here and get revenge on Astralis. Let's get into it, shall we? T-side start for the Falcons, flying high as they make 5 players out of the long doors. We've got a smoke for the cross, I think. Do we?
Yeah, I think it's coming in.
I don't think we do.
Oh, wow. Maybe not. Stare back here. One headshot's pretty good. He's buying a little bit of time. Oh, and he gets one more. Dupree was airborne. Flashbang from Yabi to set that one up. All right, there's the smoke finally. 4 versus 3. Oh, what a great job from Stare at the start of it. Fakes the bomb, expecting that there could be a boost on the other side, but there really isn't. So now he's going to commit to it. A lot of damage onto Device and Bro. Could be still a very winnable round here for the Falcons.
I think so. Even in the 4 versus 3, there's such low HP on the likes of Device. They're dropping like flies now. The Glocks go into town, but Stown not backing down. It's going to be 2 players remaining. Amadeus will come out on top. Well handled, calm and composed. Falcons get it done. Looked like they were done for at one stage. They managed to get onto the bomb site, faking out the plan, getting some dinks in, and it will be a nice start as they Stare, open things up, cause some chaos, got himself a double, but still isn't quite enough. The Glocks, close range, almost OP in these pistol rounds, so powerful.
Yeah.
A lot of run and gun, deadly accuracy, and one-tap headshots. As we will see a force buy in the second. You've got a Device Scout, presumably on the A side, trying to get some tags, set up the pistols here. If you can get 2-3 tags, you're probably going to win the rounds. They'll be so tantalizingly low. 1 shot from those Deagles at that point.
Oh, yeah. Ended up a quad kill on Magisk as well, so pretty good pistol rounds for him. Stretched out across the length of it. Jumping up onto the A bomb site itself, which you can now do on your own without boosting if you missed the memo. Deep nade. They were praying for a lot more damage there. But again, the tag on Sunpies at least is a start here. Device looking to do more. My God, they nearly lined up for him. That would have been a sickening double there. Even if they don't die again, like you said, just doing the damage. There's the leg shot onto Sunpies. He's going to go down finally, but they're really close to the bomb side here, and that's where probably needed a couple of more scout shots to really make this a competitive round. They're going to try and plant the bomb. Oh, get a little bit vulnerable perhaps. Stare. It's a good idea, but dupreeh is sharp on the other side. They'll take care of business. Wow, madness. What's happening? They're fighting like they've already won the round.
Yeah, it's still a chance that Astralis can win this, even more so now. It's a decent plan, I believe. Oh, no, it's not. It's actually a terrible plan.
It's absolutely horrible. Just go for the defuse right now. 10 seconds. Magus just to run up there. Knife out almost. Just get there. 5 seconds left. All right, he comes off it, and I think there's not enough time. So, Magus, that's scary. Obviously, they weren't going to have a kit, but if they would have run there straight away, I think they didn't quite know Astralis where he was.
Yeah.
They might have been able to win the round.
Yeah, I realized it was actually the worst possible plan for that situation. But it's all good. As you mentioned, very unlikely they invest in a kit in that particular round.
Expensive, though.
Oh, yeah. But you're on the CT side. Difficult to justify 4 spies. If you're on the T side, like, you get bomb plants down, loss bonus accumulates. If you start doing that on the CT side, yeah, you're probably going to be in a lot of trouble.
Nice grenade. 1 HE on the CT side there. Might as well. You try and make it a little bit more expensive, although they're not succeeding in that at the moment. All funneled into the pit and eventually killed. Quick round. We like those.
Yeah. Quick round's a good round. There we go. First gun round will be underway. Presumably, the device will have the AWP. His rival sniper will be Sunpies, as the analyst mentioned. Had a bit of a rough run of form compared to his end days. He's actually being more notable with his rifles.
Right.
In this season of CS2. See whether Device and his lack of utility will be able to hold on here, find that first round. Smoke on long corner enables him to get some control of the pit. Go for a challenge here, but looks things as well. Stair gets tagged through the wall, so he'll be trying to vacate the premises. Get himself boosted up and towards A. So they've got long control. I guess the one slight problem is they have no one lurking elsewhere. So you can see the CT is getting a ton of information. They've got top mid control, 2 players up towards shore now. So you're kind of locked in, Anders. You have to just go for the standard long cross.
I'll say this, because I think in past casts, you'll hear me say something like, wow, they're all here, it's so obvious what's happening. I still see this round 1 all the time by the T side. Like, sure, they know, but this long push is so efficient, right?
Yeah, you just want to be Molotoving the site, ideally. That's a good defensive smoke. There's the Molotov, so the defensive smoke actually does work out quite nicely. That's what it's all about. Stare and Stown working in tandem. Round not done yet, though. You can pop open these smokes, catch them on the cross. They might not even need that. dupreeh fighting back, but not for long. Sunpies, like we said, his rifle's been impressive recently. He'll find the first in the clutch situation. He's got 35 seconds. A lot of work to do, though. Nice shot from Yabi towards the car. And yeah, like you said, it is telegraphed, especially when you've got all these CTs pincering around the map. And you just need to land your shots, but they're unable to get the bomb down there. It's going to be the first for Astralis. Pretty clean in the end. Stown finally won on the cross. Same story for Stair as well.
Also, I mean, just to point out, if you wanted to stop going long as a T side there, having to track through the rest of the map, it's so time consuming, right?
Yeah.
There could be CTs pushed up into upper dark or middle, like you have to check every corner. So typically once you're there, you just go for it. Say whatever. Speaking of aggressive CTs, Yabi down here. It's an AWP holding the other side, so presumably the T's are going to be very occupied here. HE suggests there's probably no one nearby. dupreeh, all the attention is up towards that catwalk position. It's Device to take down his former duo partner.
It's so sick because you just assume there's no one in lower B. You died from short. That's the only information you've got. AWP short. Why would there be one lower? Now, a real situation on our hands. It's going to be Sunpies pulling one back. Nice shots. Still with a man advantage on Astralis, though. 4 versus 3. Distinct lack of utility on the T side. They've got, what, 3 flashes and a Molotov. Really quite far from ideal. And they are nowhere near each other as well. The 1 minute mark, they're hoping inquisitive CTs are presented. but they are staying patient. You can see Bro will not be pushing at all. He's just playing for contact, drop the smoke. That means B's locked down. It's a very safe decision to make. Won't be giving it. They don't need information on these sort of advantages. No pressure being applied elsewhere. Got device, full information.
Wow.
Towards middle, easy shot. And now just a matter of time. Stan doesn't have to commit too heavily to these fights. Just needs to slow them down. One kill would be enough, and they get that with Device's HE.
It sounded like a dink on Stan, but it only did like 8 damage, I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Wow, great round. Astralis off to a very nice start here. Maybe could do a little bit more money, but generally speaking, the setups are looking good.
Yeah, but
yeah, you don't see that boost too often. There's a box in the corner. I think everyone forgets exists, but you can just boost there instead of doing it on the corner, which is like the old school way of doing it.
Yeah, that requires 2 players, right?
Exactly. So you get the same sort of angle, but you just get boosted up there at the start. Might become quite meta. We'll see. Eco for now. We've got a snappy scout, in fact.
Yeah, whenever you see his T jumping like that, oh, okay.
All right.
Snappy.
That was through the doors towards CT spawn.
Yeah, he was quite deep in there, wasn't he? Didn't look like he was anywhere near the middle.
Okay, well, never doubt the snappy scout. That's what they say.
I've heard it said many times. Back of the plateau, the B-bomb site. Single player just defending there. They don't have that much utility on the CT side, or at least not over towards B. So that could become a bit of an issue. Although, I say that just as Jabby's starting to get a little bit closer. So now at least they have a double setup here. But you see Bro's got no grenades. And he's going to go down.
Okay, Snappy, what is this?
Strikes again. Relentless scouting going on at the moment. Yabby just in the corner here. Won't be the scout to get the next one. And at range, Stown somehow will find the kill as they try to make the cross. But at least they're going to get the bomb plant here. And they're in a good position to win the round even.
Okay, this is kind of unreal. It should not be happening. They've actually got an advantage. Bear in mind, no Kevlar. Still very possible to retake this one. Incendiary over the top. Should be the frag for Stown, no problem. Takes another scout shot. Snappy is going to town. And he's low. Should be the win. They've got a full eco victory off the back of 2 Snappy scout shots and a tag.
That is pretty unusual.
That's Glocks and a scout.
Don't need more. High efficiency round coming out there for Falcons. Right, he just saw forearm showing through the doors.
Oh, that's so sick.
Well played.
Marco getting it done.
So, 4-2. Yeah, that changes a lot. Again, Astralis already were even winning rounds. They weren't building a ton of cash. Obviously, losing that one's painful. They do answer back with a bit of a force-up of their own. AWP on device, you never know what could happen. Some fires moving up. Does get traded out to the Deagle of Stown, but...
Big nade.
Yeah, that is actually sick. That is so much damage. Takes an unreasonable amount of Molotov damage. No real reason to stick around there. 4 versus 4. Nicely done. That's actually the B-bomb side empty. Nobody there. Mega's going to move forward and confirm. He had a bit of a feeling. Obviously, a veteran player.
No real way Astralis can win this now. They know they're going towards B, but what can you do about it?
Yeah.
You've heard them all make their way in. You've got no presence that side of the map. You're kind of just thinking about saving the M4, unfortunately. Finding an AK. And that's going to be round with another M4 to pick up. So they started off with what, MP9s, a couple of rifles. They'll leave with 2 M4s, an AK-47. It's not the end of the world.
They had the AWP device, so it's a bit of a shame that Dagger's lost, but I guess that's the most painful part. Otherwise, yeah.
Way she goes.
5-2, Henry. Remind me again, who picked Falcons to...
You picked Falcons to win this.
Sometimes you have to be, you know, visionary, Henry.
You always have been one to look through the other end of the telescope, as it were.
Yeah.
Come at it from a different angle.
Pickham's entrepreneur.
Yeah, potentially. Could start like a newsletter or a podcast about pick'ems. Subscribed, of course.
Email lists.
Behind a cash wall. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt. Patreon account.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are definitely a little bit excited to see Falcons playing as well as they are at the moment. Again, there's been so much criticism going their way, and for good reason. Astralis won the last outing, and this is starting off a little bit differently. I enjoy that. Problem for Astralis, again, will just continue to be the money that they're working with. Like, until they start to string some rounds together where they don't lose too much and can build a little bit, it'll be a topic of conversation.
A lot of history. This particular matchup, of course, Zonic, Magis, Dupree, all Astralis alumni.
It could be almost be a separate sort of little novel written about Device and Dupree and their time together.
Yeah.
The original classic duo.
The Double D.
Yeah, that is what they were known as. Absolutely fierce back in the day. Now enemies instead. Dupree goes down. Start of the round here. Again, those saved weapons, they have to work out here. Otherwise, Falcons are going to run away with a huge portion of this first half. They're already up to 5. Look at the money there for Astralis. Even not that much to work with. Better be super careful here. 4 on 5 to start this one with. And it looks like it'll be another long push. Snappy's lingering around the middle. All of the rest of them going out long.
Yes, indeed. Opening pick, courtesy of a nice boost in mid.
Timing for Stab, sick.
Yeah, they didn't actually force into this one. They saved 3 weapons, and they've taken 2 ecos around it. Surprised they didn't go all in, but trying to have the more conservative approach now. Oh, heavy damage, more ways than one. Tibistown going down, Device dropped to 22. Bear in mind, Yabu on the eco has no Kevlar, just a Deagle right now. Advantage. Falcons flying high here on the T side.
Looks like they want to boost. It's a boost that Falcons were looking for earlier in the pistol. I think Magus was aware that this could be happening, so we'll see if they're going to be as keen to take an eye this time. Only 27 seconds left here. Bro will get the job done, and it's against Magus. Nice tags coming through. Snappy eventually goes down and leaves Sunpires alone with only 18 seconds left. Very hard now to try and get the bomb planted. Unless he get a quick kill here, maybe he can just solve the problem that way, but he misses the shot, and surely they're going to hunt him down. Nice round out of Bro with a double. And a huge relief for Astralis.
Yeah, a bit frustrating there for Sunpires. Yeah, he just didn't have the angle. He was like 2 feet closer, would have actually had vision on the player in CT spawn. Really nice creative boost at the start from Astralis. There you can see he can just on the wisp of the smoke there start firing off, you get clear vision. Difficult shot, nails it, and also creative play towards the end there as well. Boosts on either side. New box and beneath the bomb site, managing to make that difficult situation work. Eco essentially works out for Astralis, and now back to their winning ways, 5-3. Anyone's game still. It's a pretty even map in terms of Ts versus CTs and Dust 2. Might evolve somewhat with the new CT option to jump up short, but for now, not much has changed.
Nice nade. Listen, I want an even game. I really want to see these two teams tested. So far, it's been good. Nobody's really been allowed to run away with it.
That smoke didn't really land exactly where they wanted it, but it still serves the purpose, I suppose. Maybe not. Just gave itself away.
That's unfortunate.
Ideally, if you're going to try and cross up towards short, that sort of smoke, you need to land between the double doors so it covers everything.
Oh, here we go. Flash. M4 on the other side. Device doing a great job right now of distracting them. Oh, it's just there. Yeah, he's going to get that kill on the other side and work out for now. 2 people left on the Falcons side. Although Sunpires will make it a very, very quick double for himself.
See what I mean? Like, with the rifles, Sunpires is looking super sharp.
Yes.
He hasn't had much impact with the AWP just yet. That's been the story of the last couple of months for him.
Magus looking even sharper at the moment. He's 11-3. Oh no. That was a bomb crossing, or attempting anyway.
Has to plant super defensively here. Good call. Trying to bait out the player. And actually finds Bro with a long-range spray. So sick. That's a vintage Mages play there. What a clutch. Yeah, they needed that. That round was slipping apart. It was actually unraveling at the seams, Anders, with that missed smoke and getting all picked, and then some pious spam through the smoke there, but Mages with a flash of form we haven't seen in a while.
That spray towards long, that's not necessarily easy to do. He didn't have that much help either, right? It's not like he could have taken a very long fight, but...
It's super nice. I just knows they're probably encroaching his position. A couple of fake plants. Gets himself in that killer instinct mode.
You're fucking...
And nails the shot. Really, really good clutch coming through. That's significant. The contact of his first half. And Zonic, rightly so, will call a timeout. The blood will be pumping.
No
Adrenaline
question.
will be surging. So I just want to calm everyone down.
I low-key kind of enjoyed that interview from Snappy going into it. Kind of
very honest,
very real, you know?
Yeah, he kept it real. I mean, that's a good way of putting it. Like, aware of the problems instead of just saying the same old stuff like, "Oh, we just need more time." Like the old classic. Yeah, actually said, "Yeah, like, no, there's no excuses now." Like verbatim, he said, "There's no excuses now." So that's great.
The more time meme has been triggering us on the.
Oh, I actually kind of love it. Like, I think it's so silly that. I actually like it when people say it now.
Actually a sickening boost, and they're running right in. There's a lot of defense here. This could be a bit disastrous. Not the best weaponry, but they're getting the job done. Bro with a double. And Sun Pius and Magus 2 versus 5. Double AWP on the CT side with limited weapons to match it, but it actually just works beautifully. That boost in the middle was devastating.
Certainly.
Was that debris that they got to get at the beginning?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. Friendship's truly dead.
It's all over. It was a hell of a run.
Well, the bomb, it's not ideal. It's at the bomb site, but nobody there to arm it. 50 seconds. They actually don't have the money either, Falcons, to just kind of fight for it. So probably just see them save. Try and play the next couple of rounds. There's a real shot that Astralis could bring this back to a 6-6 scoreline.
Oh, for sure. Looking likely, in fact. This will be 6-4. Some Pious Mages can't do anything.
To defend Falcons in the round, it does make a lot of sense for them to push that quick at B because the boost kind of is evidence that there's 2 people in the middle.
Yeah.
So how many more people are realistically going to be at the B bomb site? If you think you can get there before they get back in, maybe it makes sense.
Yeah, it's always a difficult bomb site, the breach, though. It's such a narrow choke point. You need a lot of things going in your favor. But this time, shut down by Bro.
Oh, it's not even another rifle, no. Fair enough. Thought maybe they could steal another AK somewhere, but Astralis be quite happy with the situation here.
2 weapons saved. Falcons hoping they can find some success today. This is the rematch from 3 days ago. Same map pool. Astralis 1-2-0. Pretty convincingly. Okay, Vibe Watch.
He's always been a very emotional player, Madden, though. I feel like that's kind of just what he's package. Yeah. I feel like, though, it does make a lot of... I quite like watching Madden games for that reason. Like, you know, like he does the same thing when he's winning on the other side, right? It's
sure
a roller coaster, but enjoyable. All right, a chance to talk things through here. Steel themselves for the last 2 rounds of the half. Like I said, they just don't have a snappy scout again. They're bringing it back.
I mean, it was unbelievable before. Give it another go. Single-handedly won the round. This is the more traditional boost we were talking about earlier. 2 players on the corner. Gives you a nice deep angle on lower B. So we've got that double orb set up now. Down with 1, Device with the other. Should be a kill. Oh, there's the scout again. Watch out, Device. Snappy's coming for you.
Yeah, they know that 2 AKs are in play, obviously, from the save in the last round. So it's not that element of surprise where suddenly there's an AK you're not realizing. Not aware of that close position.
Oh, it's a bit messy.
It is. That's why you want to smoke up that middle.
You can Molotov it before. You can Molotov from lower B, bounce around, and it clears out that close range position. That's what that Molotov's for. It clears out both sides of the door. It's standard protocol, but I guess this is a very compromised round. They don't have the utility they would necessarily like.
Oh my god.
Why is Snappy like the best scout player on the planet right now? Just keep him on scout.
Yeah, why has he kept it a secret from us all this time? We could have been having so much fun.
He's bested Device in sniper duels twice.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Wrecked down in that position. Stair trying to recover the round here. Spraying away. Some actually great headshots. He landed another one of the Madden.
2.5 kills to keep the round alive. And what kind of plan did he go for? He just set Snappy up with a chance to clutch here. It's a long plan.
Yeah.
And he's actually got away.
Let's do it. Let's go.
So if you're not aware of that kind of plan, you can get in the pit. And traditionally speaking, that normally means you win. He did, like, all Madden needs to do, doesn't even need a kill. He probably won't get one. He does anyway. Will Snappy be needed? Let us see it. We want to see the clutch with the scout. And this is what he has to do now. This is what I was talking about, to stay alive. I don't think Snappy even needs to be activated. He's so low on the other side. Yeah, we'll have to give it up.
Wow.
Massive round, and it comes off the back of, guess what? Another Snappy scout round. Took down Device once more. Got some tags in there.
I mean, in all honesty, there's crazy impact from a scout. 2 of the 7 rounds they have been launched by Snappy.
He knows it as well.
Getting the job done. Goodbye and good night.
See ya. It's a straight up duel as well, where Device arguably has the advantage. That's one of the most OP spots on the map with an orb.
All right.
That's so funny.
Yeah, the shot from Dupree was also, obviously, that paved the way for the A-bomb site. It's pretty sick. Okay. Last round. He still has the scout, Henry. He's fallen in love with it.
There's no way he's got the scout still.
It's magical. Why you can't throw it away now?
It just doesn't compute. Shouldn't make sense, but it sort of does. Something about it. Old school boost as well. Allows you to look over the mid to B smokes. Problem is, most teams will Molotov behind that box.
Sure, yeah.
You think it won't touch you, but it actually does. Heat rises, Anders. It catches your feet.
Yeah, you're right.
Physics don't lie.
We love thermodynamics.
Yeah, we do, especially on this broadcast.
Big fan.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of time still. Being quite careful here. Molotoving out the corners. They lost Sunpires earlier to that mid position. Don't want to be doing that out on long, similar fashion. So, yeah, use the grenades while you have them. Speaking of grenades, almost nothing left on Astralis here. It's going to be a very hard round, although it will start off well enough. Crazy jump shot potentially. Scout, can he do it again? Snappy is very low on health. Surely not long for this world. His teammates not really making a breakthrough on the other side either, and it will be Yavi to get a couple of kills at the end. They take down the Scout of Snappy finally towards the end of the half. But still, great job for Falcons at the beginning here.
Rugged, Stair, Device. First of all, how are you guys doing? You have a good player break?
Yeah, it's been good.
Ready for this season?
Yes, ready to get back.
What were your first impressions when you met Device, when you met Stair?
But back then, my impression was that he was a big talent that grinded his way through, you know, what we called the gathers and stuff back then, and made a name for himself pretty fast. And for Stair, like, I knew him a little bit from watching demos of him, but he's like, I instantly could see that he shot a lot of hits, so that's always a good first impression.
Now, going into the 2025 season, a lot of things are changing. They're going to be introducing the bounty. Have you have an idea of how that's going to work? You know, like, they'll put money on top of your heads and teams can fight for it and take it, Stair smiling away. What do you think of it?
I think it's funny. I think it's creative to make it like that, and I think, like, you have to, like, be bold to take, like, the top teams, and there's a reason for it now, right?
Yeah.
So I like it a lot.
It's been a long time since we had that much of innovation in the tournament format, so it's always fun to see how it turns out.
Looking at changes we've had to Counter-Strike since CS2's come in, we're back on MR12. MR12 is, some people love it, some people hate it. Are you happy with it being in the game? Do you think it's changed too much? You don't like it?
I mean, in the start, I thought it was, like, not good. Like, I thought it was, like, not that many rounds. So, like, with ecos and stuff, it wouldn't be that nice to play the game, and I think now I've got used to it. I think it's okay and it's pretty good that the games are shorter.
For me, I think the only issue I have is that you can still like be full reset with the 1400 loss bonus. I think that's my only concern.
Yeah, like for me, it's linked to the best of one part, where normally before in MR15, you know, you could make the comeback, like let's say on Nuke, that you had a rough half, you could still make it back with maybe 1 or 2 rounds to go, or to give away during the match, whereas now it's all or nothing the whole game.
We meet loads of fans from around the world, right? And we get some awesome fans for sure. Have you got like a wholesome fan interaction you can recount?
The one that moved me the most was we had a Make-A-Wish with the old Astralis team, which was really touching and difficult for everyone in the team.
Of course.
But it also was really special.
I take like what is called public transport in Denmark, and then like when you know they're like for real excited, not just someone that wants like a signing at a signing session. That's what I like.
When I started like casting on Danish TV, I realized when I started like walking down the city, I got so much eye contact with men that I've never had before. Like normally you can glance around and people are not looking back, but I had like eye contact with like 50 to 100 like men, and I was like, okay, it's big now.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, guys, and good luck going into the event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, very wholesome fan interactions there. Anders, you got any fond memories of fan interactions? Anything happen in Denmark?
Every once in a while.
You're a kind of an icon. You must be.
Sometimes if I'm out, people shout like across. If I'm in a supermarket, some people shout. Are you kidding me?
Do they? I want to run away.
Without saying hi.
Oh, that's fun.
What's going on?
Okay,
like,
that's the kind of story I was looking
surreal
for.
world.
You just
Otherwise,
buy your groceries.
Best fan interaction probably being kept awake all night by people screaming "Smooya" in London.
Okay, that was good. That was
really
fun.
enjoyable.
Yeah, that's good stuff. All right, second half. Pretty part of the course, 7-5. Definitely Astralis are favourites going into this one, considering the run of bad form we've seen from Falcons as of late.
They didn't count on the snappy scout, did they?
They didn't account for that, no. It was too much. Pistol going to be very important on both sides of the equation. Mages mowing them down. 3 kills round with the back of the site. And he's got the man advantage here. Oh, another dink. 83 damage inflicted. Should be enough to win this round. Where's the backup? Where's the crew? He's just by himself.
Doesn't need anyone. Doesn't need anybody. Another quad kill. And ace at the end! Magisk! They didn't send him any backup, Henry, because he did not need it.
The one-man mission at the back.
I will say this. If I'm ever in trouble, I want a friend like dupreeh who comes charging through the smoke to help me out, because look at dupreeh. That's a massive risk. He knew he had to do something.
Defending his boy.
Buys a little bit of time for the reload. It's sick.
No one else wanted to be part of the battle. The one-man army. The best anchor of all time. Magisk, solid as a rock. As he finds the ace, extends the lead.
God damn. Sunpire's hoping to steal some of Snappy's thunder here, but doubt it. Can only be one or
Hang on.
All right, wait a minute. It's actually done some damage.
He's actually done an insane amount of damage.
Maggie's got the 19 kills now. Sunpire's. All right. It's getting a little bit. We've got multiple scout talents on the team.
Yeah, you'd hope that some Pires would be pretty good with it too.
What did they do? How did they recover this one? No plants.
That was the eco. So they'll be buying this round at least. Nice work, Mr. Pius.
Do you think he likes papayas?
I don't even know what that is. What is it?
Kind of fruit.
What kind of fruit? Okay.
I don't know either, Henry. Don't know why you're throwing me under the bus like that.
Okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I think it's fruit. I think you're right. Let us know. As we get into the first gun round here, certainly in the realms of the bonus round with a Scout and 2 MP9s of the Falcons. Looking to find double digits here. Their first map win against Astralis is the rematch. Smoke towards CT spawn, incendiary in response. Nice and deep.
Snappy actually has this guy again as well. True. We're witnessing something a bit out of the ordinary.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, give me the scout, actually.
Yeah, don't throw it away. Magisk is in a particular kind of mood. He'll suffer no disrespect. 20-5. They're out long. See if he can do even better. Yeah, certainly can. Deletes device.
Magisk.
Sends in Sunpai's in front of him. Say, take a couple of bullets, rebro. I'll keep it going. He just had the ace. Now he is on for a triple. All right, Stam will shut him down, finally put an end to it, but it might be too little and too late. 35 seconds. Bomb alone on long. Dupree sneaking up in the middle. If he catches Yabi there, the round's over.
It's on a knife's edge still. Madden's not in an ideal position, but he makes it work. Great kill. That should be enough to win the round at this point. Can go for the swing. Difficult shot. And connects twice. Magisk with another hack trick there. You're right, after the ace and the pistol. Huge contribution in the bonus round as well. That's such a massive win. Can't even begin to describe it. That's huge.
The desk we're talking about at the start, right? He gave up being in Vitality to come play in Falcons. You have to, like, he's got to be sick of being in the slumps as well, right? I'm sure they all want to move on and play at this kind of level, so he's leading the charge right now.
Certainly.
10-5. Not that much money on Astralis, trying for a wild push out long. Probably going to get shut down here. Can't see them making their way through. Just don't really have the firepower or the utility, although there's a real confusion. Unfortunate traffic going on the CT side.
Yeah, they maybe overcooked that one. You've already got the opening pick. You've got plenty of grounds to fall back.
Yeah.
They've got Deagles. Let them have it. Like, you started bumping into each other. You're all kind of fighting for the eco kills.
Not good.
Wasn't pretty, actually. That's actually a bit of a blunder, if you don't mind me saying. Just let them have along with the Deagles, whatever.
Yeah, so, you're right. Not a big deal, is it?
You've got an easy way. You've got now got a free route up to short with a new box.
Oh.
Now let's see what it's cost you. Like, for those eco attempts, really.
Sick, yeah.
That's succulent. Were they worth the stats? Don't know.
Hunting a little bit too much. You don't expect it. Madden's going down. Magisk. I mean, I don't know. If they get him a kill right here, he might just go for it. Because, all right, he's running away. Navi going to shoot him in the back. That was a round that Astralis needed. Like, they actually needed to win this round to stay in the map.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Falcons playing with fire and certainly got burnt. First, like, ugly round from them. They've been playing pretty good. You can see that both just trying to get involved and get there. You can hear the Deagles. They know there's damage done. Nice shots. Don't get me wrong. Had to work hard for it, but still, should never be happening.
This time they fall back. Like, all right.
Oh, they're doing that new meta smoke, which is like, it lands on the roof at long, throw from T-spawn. Just like that, thank you very much.
Nicely done from Dupree. That's actually so savage. He just pushes up alone. He doesn't even have any backup. I think Stair, sure, he was kind of watching it, but you're just not expecting for someone to just stroll in there. That is a problem. Yabi should be aware that Dupree's here. He's certainly going to be checking for it. Actually, casually runs in, takes him down, still back into a 4 versus 4. We goes down. We'll get the kill onto Magisk, and taking him out of the round has just got to be a great feeling right now for Astralis. See if they get the bomb planted. Sunpai's will delete one of them.
It might be enough to bait in this pistol, like Madden. Like, it's all about him picking his moment.
Yeah.
Thing is, as soon as they tap the bomb, they'll be expecting that player to swing. Very common approach. You kind of want to go against the anticipated timing, like just before they get the C4 out. That's when you want to be swinging, really.
They have a Molotov.
That's the thing. And there it comes.
Yeah.
Well played. Yeah, it's a nice spot. Like, if Sunpai took a bit more aggro, you never know. But like you said, with the Molotov there, his days were numbered. Advantage Astralis, the bomb going down. Not a clean plant necessarily. Have to stay on the bomb site with this one. But still looks to be more than under control. I think they'll just be saving.
I do. I mean, I think that's an interesting round to talk about Astralis' leadership and you know how the team is sort of looking from that point of view, right? Kind of important to slow down that round and actually throw the Molotov. Sometimes you get super stressed and you're a little bit behind. It's a tough game. You skip some corners.
Yeah, you can deal with it before the bomb goes down because that's one player with his hands tied for 4 seconds. There's a chance he does get a quick one-tap on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you can deal with that with a Molotov, threat eliminated, take your time. There's no rush to plant, especially with the advantage. Well handled from Astralis, running with the gift they were given with the Desert Eagles, Falcons, in my opinion, through the round.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, it's opened everything back up again.
Could be a very costly mistake. One you can't afford to make as the underdog.
Yeah, that's probably very true. Mentally as well, if you kind of know, oh, that was the round that let them back.
Like it's still bouncing around my mind the way they played it. I'm sure it is there as well because the ramifications are extreme.
They save the AWP and the M4. Don't really buy much around it. Can't blame them for it. Obviously, they still have the lead, so they have a little of a buffer before Astralis catch up to them. But yeah, some new life to Astralis in the second half here. Still obviously need to find a way to deal with Magisk in general. Be nice if somebody on the Astralis side could have that same heavy impact. They have the talent for it, so...
That's the Molotov I was describing before, by the way.
Yeah.
You can just throw that, flush out both sides of the door. Make sure that when you boost up here, they're not going to be right next to you.
Doing a shot in the back.
Same boost as well. Haven't seen anyone really pull it off yet. Could see it shine now. Like we said, it's commonly Molotov. They have got one. You bounce a Molotov behind. Just like that, Anders, and you have to dismount.
Kind of spoiling the game for us, Henry.
Yeah, that's why it's not really like even meta anymore. It's just so dealt with. As we see Astralis running riots on the B-bomb side. That should be enough to win the round. Have a go at it. You know there's a second player there as well. Give him a little spam. Tickles Madden down. Device will find him through the smoke. And there we have it.
They get rid of the AWP on Pius.
Yep.
Super important there. Don't let him have it. That will be 8 to 10. Very careful round here. I like the fact that you were foreshadowing all those different grenades because it does show that Astralis are really sticking to the playbook.
Yeah,
not leaving any chance.
Just good protocols. Like Dust 2 is a map where you're not going in with like a strat book of set pieces per se. It's more of a vibe. It's more of how the map's feeling, like the rotations you're finding, the sound cues, the stacks, what you spot. It's all about communication, information, reading the opposition, what adjustments they're going to make. So yeah, but having the standard protocols when you decide to go for that mid-split, everyone should be knowing we can't go through that mid-smoke and see these form without Molotov in the back. We need to make sure there's always a trade. Someone needs to be watching the smoke as we get out to the B-bomb, so we need to leave someone to watch for anyone rushing through.
Yeah. Good.
There's all those little things, and you're right. They are making sure they're very disciplined and efficient.
Just a 2-round gap right now. Magisk is so far ahead of the rest of his team. He's got 10 more kills than the second highest fragger, which is Madden at the moment. It's kind of wild. Maybe that's something to think about too. It's cool to see Magisk playing this well, but where are the rest? You want to see a couple of them slightly higher output, maybe. Could change everything.
Yeah, that's fair. Dupree's actually been their highest performer, believe it or not, since he joined.
Yeah.
Take from that what you will. I would say that's not necessarily good news. So, Jesse, you want some Pius
I would say
at the top, really. Like it's difficult to point out who's the star in this team right now. I guess that's the main problem. The Sun Pius definitely was in the conversation of a star player in CSGO.
100%.
Like, he was fantastic. Major stepping up, like, obviously, highly decorated name, but the point of his career, you might not consider him to be a star player, but delivering the goods today. Let's see what Madden can do, though.
Quite a lot on the bomb side. Crazy. 3 players ready for it. Shutting it down. Dupree, only 6 kills before this round, but a very good triple. Give Falcons an 11th round here, bro. Don't even have the time to try and win this one, unfortunately. Curious if there was some kind of specific giveaway that told Falcons to have 3 people in B, because that is rare. Having 3 people in B, especially that late in a round. So maybe they just had a little bit of info that we missed on the minimap to rotate even more people over. Either way, it was a great call coming out. Madden will get a double. Well, they're kind of back on track.
Very clean. Good round from the Falcons. Looking to take this first map. Elimination on the line here.
Peter getting a little bit of, call him AW Peter.
Yeah, that's good.
For that one game in Royal Arena.
Dude, like, there was one point in the Astralis where Dupree was the main AWPer.
Yeah. Sick.
What a wild time that was. Device went to the rifle, Dupree was the AWP. It was like a month or something, I remember it well. But it did happen.
Wow, this game is delivering right now. The rematch, it's a lot more interesting this time.
Oh yeah, for sure. That round especially, throws a spanner in the works. Falcons were in cruise control. They were dominating until they lost to the Deagles. Now things have got a little bit more complicated, but they're back in the driving seat here. Money should be fine for Astralis. We go 11-8. A couple of rounds away from success here.
He spotted it.
Yeah, he's seen him go towards lower, so Dupree doesn't have the element of surprise, although it's a very commonly checked position regardless. Looking for the exit here.
It could be even worse.
You can Molotov him from the top and middle, and then pincer him after that. That's the most standard way to do it. Let us go for the similar idea he's done for. He's dead. Yeah, that Molotov's so powerful. It should be part of everyone's default. When playing Dust 2, running this sort of strat, where you're going for map control, you have a Molotov it from top and mid, or like you just saw from upper, or because it's such just a common procedure for the CT to get in there.
If he would have committed to that fight with the scope out, he probably wins it. He's down thinking about pushing through into CT spawn. It's kind of crazy, but it might actually work out. Magus reloading, caught with his pants down. Nice enough shot here for Zampias. Doesn't change the fact that it's a 4 versus 3 and make it a 2 versus 4 now instead. It's Zampias and Madden on opposite sides of the map. Unless Zampias can come out swinging with the AWP, they're going to be losing this round. Device takes a tiny bit of damage.
12 damage.
Hunted down, yeah.
All right, back and forth we go. This will be another eco coming up next. Madden probably won't live to tell the tale here. He'll have to make his way in toward T-spawn. Can't go lower. Yabi's waiting for him. He's dead either way, even if he gets this kill. They'll be coming for him, locking him in. Oh, actually, he's dead. It's not the best angle. He might want to consider his options here because his teammate's towards the tunnels and he's not falling back, but good assertive swing. Worthwhile taking him down. Their money is completely compromised, and this one is going to go the distance now. Astralis, decent round. Once they got the information, Dupree was lower B. That was pretty much, yeah. They knew they could Molotov him out. There was no escape. The AWP was watching his exit.
Love that peek from Stown as well. Putting a lot of pressure on. Well, they've managed to cool down Magisk a little bit. That in itself is probably good news. Unfortunately, they put Snappy back on the scout, and that could be to their detriment, Henry. You never know.
You never know. Time will indeed tell.
Listen, he's sounding out in the middle. He's warning them. Don't come near. Don't even get close. Don't think about it.
Well, that was the weapon that brought the Falcons back to life. See whether he can do it again. Not today.
Tragic. But Dupree at least will get a little bit of revenge. If Sunpies would have won that one and stolen the AK, it would have been a very, very interesting round all of a sudden. But
so unlucky there. Madden, good position. If he had a P250, that kill was his. USP, he did about 70 damage with the headshot, so. Won't be winning this one.
No, just a question of saving the AK if you can at all. Might not even be that easy. They have a lot of Molotovs. Well, maybe one. A lot's probably a lie. I was gonna say they could grenade it out in the corner. Magus fighting for his life. Wow. Bro. The unlikely sniper.
Yeah, good shot.
Good job for Astralis some of these rounds, hunting down the weapons here, really making it tricky for Falcons to have any kind of bonus situation. Last timeout used. What has Sonic got for us? We've seen the lower dark push, Henry, but I mean, you could pair that with an upper dark push, right? You can have CTs from inside a B pushing out to meet you.
Yeah, there are smokes you can throw from CT spawn that land in the entrance of T tunnels.
Yeah, you're right.
Something I try and do in our games. It's an interesting idea. Once you throw it, it's quite obvious what you're up to. They get on high alert. They beat the smoke there. It just means they can't really retreat, I suppose. And if you overwhelm them, they're stuck outside. Haven't really seen any teams attempt that yet, but you can throw it right from CT spawn in towards upper through the skyboxes. And let's have a look. 11 to 10. Astralis look like they're good to reverse sweep this one.
Yeah, making a pretty significant comeback. Bro.
You might as well keep the orb after taking so much damage.
Yeah. Got the long spawn. Didn't get the kill. Well, now it's just a matter of going for the default protocols here for Astralis. Clearing out upper and lower dark.
Yeah, fortunately a wasted nade that didn't quite hit the mark. It's better to have set lineups for that.
Okay, he's going to relocate. So, tired of staring at the smoke in the middle of Sunpies. Wants to go out on long instead. Magisk, not the most uncommon angle, but still somehow very hard to check when you're coming up from short. Oh, careful now. Molotov. Does it burn into the corner? It does. Could have been killed right then and there. 45 seconds. Astralis need to make up their minds at some point soon. They've still got plenty of utility, but it's really the clock that's worrying me. Nice shot from Sunfire is going to be catching
Okay, first advantage they've had in a while now. 5 and 4 looking for map point, Anders.
Nice Molotov from Dupree. That slows them down quite a bit.
Going for the boost again. We've talked about the issues with this boost, but if they don't have the Molotov, it could work out, but still, it's just so commonly checked. I don't really think it's a thing anymore, but Yabi will be finding some entrance in towards the B bomb site. We have got a 3 versus 3. Yabi dinked. Bomb to be planted. Retake possible. They've got grounds to go for this one with 2 players quickly in towards lower B. Transitioning towards upper. Problem is they just don't have any grenades. It has to come down to a Sunpire's peak. Yeah, it's such a hard shot to hit because Yabi's will be playing for intel. He won't be going for the kill. As soon as he spots them, he won't peek again.
It's not worth it.
There we go. Now he just keeps his head down. See, nothing you can do. You can't do anything. You know he's going to peek, but he just doesn't have to.
No reason to. Yeah, if they had a Molotov or anything else, maybe there's a way to get back.
Well done, Yabi, especially on low HP as well. That's actually a bit of a gift. He's like, okay, my objective is to stay alive. They can't push in. They can't stay relaxed.
Good job on Bro. He won that, even though he you know, the boost, like you said, you expected to come through. Omega's made this very expensive.
Yeah, I don't think that boost is a thing anymore. I think
it's done.
Stop doing that. Yeah, like I don't think I haven't seen it work in CS2 once yet. Just for all the reasons we stated already.
I mean, that is how the metagame evolves, right?
Yeah, eventually it becomes so off meta that you start doing it again. Yes, that's true. It's cyclical.
But yeah, I think he had 40 health, Bro, when he started that. Yabi just leading Dupree. We're tied up, Henry. We're back. 27 kills on Magus.
11. There's that long take smoke again.
Oh, that is close to being a kill. I think they canceled the boost because they saw some tires, but a 1/10 of a second more, and they commit to that jump. I think he's got it. Falcons, can they stop the disaster right at the end? They had the lead. They were looking good. Everything was working out. Magus was essentially undefeatable at one point. 2 more rounds like that, and it could be real fun. Some spam coming through on Dupree. But he's still alive. Out on long, it's a massive presence for Falcons. They are ready for this kind of a push. Device gets 1, but that might just lure them into the rest of the defense that's out here. Flash in the air, Snappy, he can't win the fight. He needs to hit that shot.
Oh, yeah.
Now the pressure is on.
You're dead on, he had to. Now they're getting pincered. Round over. Dupree would have to do something remarkable, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Not the health for it either, right?
Snappy had to get that kill. He definitely had the advantage in the duel as well. Couldn't nail the headshot.
3 people at long. You kind of expect to try and win that fight, but it doesn't work out.
The thing is, as well, he was crouching. Like, if he did stand up and he's like jiggling, would have been a more difficult target. Would have had the advantage even more so, I think, but not meant to be. And it's going to be Astralis posting their first map point of the series. Bit of a rug pull here. Falcons looked like they were destined to get it, but everything kind of went wrong since they lost to the Eagles.
Wow. They are relentlessly hunting them down. Dupree. Device is just in T-spawn there, so looking for him. Unable to complete the kill. Yabi, can you turn the corner in time? Kind of close to doing it. Oh, and he will find it at the end. They steal it all. Yeah, this is probably the fight that seals the round right here. Devastating for Magus if they lose this one. He's done so well. I mean, you see his scoreline, you're expecting for Falcons to win the map.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got a world-class performance here for Magisk. Like we said, it's struggling to really pinpoint a star within this team, but he certainly delivered a star-worthy performance here. And it still isn't quite enough for the Falcons. They might still take us to overtime, don't get me wrong. It's a compromise buy, though. MP9, Famous. Assertive control towards shorts. Sampais, he's actually pretty decent with these rifles. Goes as a kill here. Well done. Gets the double.
Wow, you weren't lying. It's more than decent.
It should be overtime.
It should be. Device wants to bring it back, but there's just too many targets on the other side. Will be snappy to bring him down. Yabi and Bro, 2 versus 5. They can obviously try and work the individual positions here, get a little bit closer. Bro looks like he just wants to carve out some space on long. First fight does go his way. Takes a lot of damage, and when you're in a 2-on-5, even a tiny bit of damage like that could be significant because it kind of accumulates over time. 45 seconds. Bro out of the round. Yabi, they need to use in the middle somewhere. And it's just a question of them grouping up to bring him down. Falcons in some trouble, but not out yet. They get overtime.
Okay.
Let's do it.
If anything, it felt like it was a done game with that difficult buy as well. Sampais taking matters into his own hands. Anders gets it done with the M4A1S, wins the round with that solo venture.
Nice, boys!
And that's going to revitalize the squad. It felt like they were done.
Let's fucking go.
But they're back. Anyone's game now. Remain on the T side. Astralis certainly the favorites here. Better team overall. 1-2-0 convincingly in the first outing of this rematch.
Yeah.
Do we have double up set up? No, but we do have a Sampais who's starting to get involved and is starting to feel it. Looking better and better, but that one narrowly misses out towards lower B. It would have been another done round if he got it. But now, still some signs of life for Astralis. In the 5-on-4, they've taken damage on Yavi. Sampais, though, beating himself again. There's that nice smoke you can throw from lower B.
I mean, if you get the return of vintage Sampais, that's surely going to tilt the scale in favor of Falcons here. Nice leg shot. Kind of unconfirmed damage, but still counts. Madden doesn't really have to stick around. They've got the man lead already. You don't have to fight to the death there for the short control. Out on long they go, but quick trade. Very hard for Astralis to get back into this round. Down makes it a little bit easier, but Dupree instantly takes it back. 45 seconds again. I'm not really seeing a way through here for the old Danish side.
It's up to Stair. He has to go nuclear here. Oh, somehow a nice Molotov. I guess.
Yeah.
It's by intent. Like, a lot of people are playing on the top of their new box these days. So that's actually kind of cool.
Look at the sneak out from long or from Magus, though. He is hunting them down. Looking to get 30 kills here. The first round of overtime if he can.
They're giving them nothing. It's down. One bullet. He'll be dropped. Same position in Gandalf. Magisk will find the first incision. That should be it. And it will be the first round in favor of Falcons in overtime. 1-0. Good stuff from Sunpires finding those opening picks. Seems a lot more active, confident right now.
Yeah, I like him trying to go even for the shot in the lower dark, right? Because that was the kind of impact that we kind of associate him with.
Yeah, right.
Try and get that style back.
Yeah, he normally has such flair to his gameplay, like a sixth sense almost. Like he just seems to know where you're coming from. He anticipates the maneuvers, how they're going to take him down. He's always one step ahead. That's always something you notice in a peak of his form. It ends.
Not quite charging top mid. He did it once in the regulation. Took down Snappy at an interesting angle, but this time he's a little bit more back, just hanging out on the ramp in the middle, and Device is going to be able to find him.
Yeah, always a bit precarious there. Dupree was holding lower B from the mid ramp, but you've got about 10 seconds to get something done. Otherwise, you're in a pretty compromised spot. Here we go. Wow. It has to be Magisk. He's been so good, but that's round. Yeah, there's a shadow.
Kind of have the money to go for it, but they're going to lose the AKs if they try.
Yeah, might as well hold on to the AKs. That's all you can really do. It's not about the cash, it's about the firepower. Oh, that's one of them gone. Didn't anticipate Device to be that far back.
Camping spawn, Henry. That
yeah,
used to be
an old classic.
The worst charge you could level against somebody. Spawn camper.
I used to love that. Like when you could actually spot suicide and watch double doors.
Yeah.
And like if you had like the 5-on-4, like it would actually be pretty viable to keep an AWP looking towards the double doors, watching for crosses and stuff. But if you killed someone like 30 seconds to the round from there, to start seeing how mad people would get. Oh, you're 70 spawn. What are you doing? So, well, you did die, so turns out it might have been the right thing to do. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Well, Device cleans up the last one. 3 kills on him. He's started to come alive quite a bit. I don't know. These two teams seem very well matched. Obviously, the fact that we're in overtime kind of proves that. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this at the moment.
This is going to be a great series. No love lost between these two teams. So many storylines. It's personal. Like both teams that are kind of
they both need the wins, right? Like they really need to start building something.
Like both squads, both organizations having a bit of a crisis right now. More so Falcons, but Astralis know like the prestige of the org, the level of talent they have.
Yeah,
they're expecting more from this roster, right? Losing to Falcons would be a huge blow, considering they've already dealt with them 2-0.
Well, and the acquisition of Stan and Yabi was huge news.
Right.
So,
yeah, declaration of intent, right? We're going to be world beaters now. We're no longer just signing up-and-comers. We're signing legit, proven talents.
We need to get results behind that. What? Did a Molotov land on the roof? What's happening on the minimap? I think somebody just completely failed. Either way, we're going into it here. The last round of the first half of overtime. First team to 16 with the current rule set. Snappy's a little bit isolated on long, but doesn't look like he's going to be facing too much opposition. In fact, they could end up doing a B split here. Seems like they changed their minds a little bit about what they wanted to do. Dupree's going to be playing in CT spawn. Means he can't obviously get boosted up. Still find kills with the smoke, and if he does that, might set up the defense kind of nicely. If he doesn't, it's going to be a really overworked B bomb side. Assuming they even go. Wait a minute, they're wasting what time there? 35 seconds. They've got to make up their minds right now. No, Snappy's pushing out long. This could be disastrous for Astralis. He's not expecting for everyone to be here.
Okay, disruptive play, but still didn't steal the round away. Snappy does some damage.
20 seconds.
And yeah, it's plenty of time, to be honest with you. If they can get past Madden cleanly, which they cannot, it's going to be now a bit of a scramble as just Device remaining. There's nothing he can do with this one. First half is complete. It's 2-1 in favor of the Falcons. Yeah, he's trying his best. Fire everyone up, leading by example. Stellar form from Magisk. This was enough, though. Like you said, I only got 1 kill, but like it definitely ruffled their feathers enough. Like, did enough damage to put a couple of players in one-tap territory with those M4s. Got a kill, made them uncomfortable.
I think the fact that Snappy was running to get there almost proves that he's just not expecting for them to especially not for there to be 4 people in the middle with like 30, or not even 30, like 27 seconds left. kind of interesting. Regardless, all right, step in the right direction for Falcons. Now they are back on the T side.
This rematch is heating up.
Yes, it is.
This is the game we wanted. First one didn't necessarily deliver. No stand-ins here.
Or are they going to push him straight through? They might just try and see if they can flash their way over and peek device straight up. He has been playing this position a lot in the middle. I think they're going to challenge him.
Oh, I was about to say, easy shot for device.
Yeah, Dupree takes him down.
Anything but. Now already misses out on the first one.
And they fall back? So that's
yeah, like they can reset the round now. You don't really have to commit. I didn't expect to get such an easy pick there. At least a trade.
Stout almost walked into that shot. Scary.
Okay, this is for map points as well. Don't want to squander this opportunity, Falcons. You've got everyone 100 HP. You've got your utility left over, a 5-on-4. You've removed the deadliest player. Long control not granted yet. You can flush out this position. It's standard protocol to throw the Molotov here. You might not do it this stage of the round. They would give up a sound cue. But there is definitely, he'll probably get one. You need to trade it there. Good trade. Perfect.
Yeah. Back in charge of the round.
Time is an issue right now. They need to smoke crossover.
Yeah.
Quickly. With Stown, he knows that this is going to be uncomfortable.
They're waiting for Megasco on the other side. I missed that, but he's sneaking out, shooting Yabi in the back.
Good point.
Oh my god, that's really sick. Good communication and a good strategy being called here for Falcons. They're going to find Stown as well. Megas unleashed onto the round once again. Bro,
10
trying
seconds.
to hold on to it. One must. So then he had 8
the bomb?
seconds left. The bomb being picked up by Dupree. He's low on health, but Megas will seal the deal. 3 kills on him. A massive backstab.
Okay, this is sick. This could be a great game. It's right down to the wire. It's exciting. Woo. It's fast-paced. Let's see this Mage's backstab. That's a nice old-school one as well. Get all that aggro towards Long, taking all the attention away. You come out the B doors, gets himself a couple of kills. Almost fell apart there with Bro's contributions from short. Gets the double headshot towards the A ramp. 5 seconds remaining. They scramble, they vault to try and get him. But it wasn't quite enough. Map points. This time for the Falcons. This will be a huge, huge win to open things up. Same map pool as their last outing. The pick of Falcons was Dust 2. They got flummoxed on it last time. Didn't really get going. Today looking much better.
Yeah, what was it? 13-7 last time, I think. In favor of Astralis, that is 15-13 now.
Oh, this is actually the best possible outcome. As spectators, this is what you want. The drama, the tension, the struggle.
Falcons getting a chance to really prove themselves and getting tested. Push up middle. Astralis.
Yeah, need to bring out the big plays here.
Okay, so they got them boxed in on long, but again, as much as it seems like this is a must-win, like an automatic win, I don't think it is.
We discussed this earlier in regulation, that the idea of you have 5 players out towards long, you don't really have an option to fall back. You have 0 intel as to what's going on. It would just take way too much time to dissect the entire map. This is a Hail Mary play, but they've got 2 rounds to work with in terms of their map point. So I don't hate this, but it does mean it has to be a very efficient long tail. We need to see good utility here. Biding their time, you don't have to go on the first smoke. You can just throw one in to begin with. Bait out the utility, which they're doing very well of. So they're going to re-smoke this, Anders. Oh, he actually missed it. Landed on top of the Molotov. Oh, that's a disaster. They do have another smoke. They'll have to utilize it. That is really unlucky. It landed on the Molotov.
It's a crazy detail.
Yeah, so they do have another one, fortunately, but that was ideal for post-plan to throw it towards short. They're going to have to do it again. Here it comes. Need to nail this one. There it is. Smoke's down. Still with time. Everything's under control.
Trying to get a bit closer here. Still another Molotov
for the game.
Yabi, but they're going to get down. So Pius lets go of a bullet there. Megas burns alive. They kind of get closer here. Nice shot from Dupree. It's not necessarily over yet. 2 versus 3 and 20 seconds left. So Pius lands it on Yabi. All 5 on long. Both teams knew the whole time, but Falcons clawing their way all the way up onto the A-bomb site. Bro now alone to try and clutch this one and hold on to Dust 2 for Astralis. It seems impossible, and they're just waiting for a nice little spam there. But the hardest is yet to come. So Pius and Snappy on the other side, and they're going to get rid of him. It's Falcons in overtime with a 16-13 victory on map number 1.
What a game. What a close affair between Falcons and Astralis. It felt like it was rocking from one side to another and then back again. At the end of the day, it is Falcon taking their own map pick on Dust 2, but they really had to fight for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Matches throughout that match looks both to his left and right and just be like, somebody please help me close out this match. They had so many opportunities to do it. Matches carried so many rounds, just won countless of rounds of them solely, but in the end they actually managed to do it. I think Sunpeus, especially on those long takes, had a nice calm approach to it.
We may as well jump into it straight away. Magisk was all over the place, as you said, had a fantastic showing. This clutch earlier on in the game as well. It's a 2v3 scenario. You can see it from the back shot right here, and I love these pictures coming out from Blast. You can see how animated he is, how good he is. Crosshair, very small. I don't know if you're a fan of small crosshairs, but Magisk is in the zone right now, picks up the bomb, gets it planted. He's losing a teammate, and then he's going for the duels. The spray control we're about to see right here from Magisk. The way he's baiting out both his opponents by fake planting twice, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you get from him, right? He is one of the most calm players in situations. You would see probably a lot of more younger, inexperienced players in this situation where their aim would constantly like just check all angles, but he's just calmly, okay, short is clear, okay, what is the possibilities in this situation now? I think one is going to be long, they're not going to be able to play together as it's a B rotate. I think also this is a scenario where his teammates can help him a lot.
Sure.
Constantly remind him it's the B player alive and long player alive, right? In that way you can kind of isolate the duels, and I think he does it really well.
Yeah, he does it really well. I'll take this clip and I'll race you with an ace. We saw an ace coming out from Magisk as well. Again, a fantastic match where he found impact in pretty much all facets of the game. Here on the B-bomb side playing the anchor role.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's actually alone on this B side, but look at how good of a teammate the rest of the Falcons guys are here, right? They force in and try to help Magisk. Magisk is in such a hard position, but the only reason why he's able to actually execute this ace is because the comrades is actually flashing over the side. They're rushing through the smoke. So many teams in this situation would just play on the opposite side of the smoke and be like, yeah, Magisk, if you can get one more, it's good. Have fun in there. We'll stay out here and do a retake, right? I think this is also maybe a positive note coming in from Falcons that we can see they can actually play together in a couple of scenarios, but of course it was more close than it needed.
And look how tense it is. We get the back shot once more, and I absolutely love these pictures from the Blast boys pulling them out. You can see he's constantly animated, constantly looking for the duels. He's very, very quick, and I would say very sharp with the USP as well here. You can see how tense this situation is. The player is trying to duke out all the shots for the second time in the round. He's reloading, and at this point, when he got the first 4 kills, he's hunting for it, and he's hitting some nasty shots. Magisk, as you said, had a fantastic showing. We spoke about him coming into the game as well. He hasn't necessarily hit his stride in Falcons together with the rest of the team, but if he can have a performance like this once in a while, I guess that's a step in the right direction, not only for Magisk, but also for Falcons as a team.
Yeah, I mean, I said before the game that Magisk felt more like a mediocre player in the sense of that he's fallen so far behind his old level. When you look at his ratings, it's not hilariously bad compared to his standard, but if you take into consideration which tournaments is it he's playing, then he's far off his standards. This is the real Magisk. This is what you get. You also saw that in Vitality. Every 10th map, he would have those kind of showings where he would just completely take over. And in the other situations, he's just a solid anchor.
I will say this, though, it wasn't all positive for Falcons, because when you have Magisk pulling 34 kills and having so much impact, and you're still close to losing out the map, your own map pick, you're not playing picture-perfect Counter-Strike. We have around 16 that I want to showcase for you guys as well, where it's evident that Astralis were fighting back, and Falcons are making some of these rather silly mistakes. It's a 5v4. You see the buy coming in for Astralis. If you were to pause the clip right here, there's no way, as in absolutely no way, that Falcons should lose this round. However, they found a way.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they actually pushed long here is because they had a plan where they wanted to abandon short. So they're scared about the players coming over short. So they're forcing a very awkward duel on long. In this scenario, I would have loved them to see that the mid guy, like the B rotation guy, come in and push mid. He does it way too late. They should have tried to clear mid, give them some space. We saw Astralis had some success with it, playing the retake from the side on CT.
When the score was 11-11 before overtime hit, there was no Astralis player who had a KD more than +1.
Yeah.
Everyone was chiming in. No one had a bad game, whereas for Falcons, you look towards their scoreboard, it was all Magisk and no one else. Would you argue that, and I guess it's an easy question and a loaded question, would you argue that without Magisk, Falcons would have lost this map?
Yeah, I mean, just by the pistol itself, he gives them 2 if you remove those, right? And
but that's not good, right? That's not a good sign
that's
for Falcons.
not. I mean, I think I praise some players in some moments, right? But I also think we have to credit at least somewhat Astralis does some things good. I think when you look on their side, you don't really have a weak point, right? There's not somebody you can bully constantly. I think Bro in some situations have been that guy, but I think he actually played a really good game here on Dust 2, and definitely not his fault.
I think for my money, Astralis were the better team by far, had the better control of the game, but without Magisk, He's the best player on the server, so it's hard to do anything about him. Do you feel like that's a game that's going to break the back of Astralis, or have you seen enough resilience for them to just, shake it off? It was Falcons map pick anyway. You go into your own map pick that's now Ancient. Is that okay for Astralis?
I mean, they used a little bit of energy. I think on the opposite side, like if Falcons would have lost this, they would have been in such a bad mood because Magis felt like he did everything. And if you still go out and lose your own pick in that fashion, it's just gonna be... You need like a 40-minute break there to actually talk about all the stuff, but you only have 15, right? And you're gonna be sitting on your opponent's map. I think it was nice for the series that they actually managed to close it out, because I do think on Ancient that Astralis is superior.
I agree with you. I think it's one of the best maps we've had at the group stage so far. Very tense, very close. We're jumping on a quick break, but when we come back, it's Astralis taking on Falcons on Ancient. Astralis are facing elimination at the group stage right here. After losing the first map to Falcons on Dust 2, they now have to win their own map pick in order to stay alive and force it into a third. Right now, outside discussing what to do and what not to do, I presume. Are you worried on behalf of Astralis after losing Dust 2, or do you think their comeback on that map suits them well enough going into their own map pick?
I mean, it's always uncomfortable as a player when you walk into a game knowing in its elimination and then you lose the first map, even though it's not your own, and you feel like you actually had a chance to do it. Yep. It's a little bit in the back of your head. I mean, winning a pistol and it's all reset, right? But I do think this is where we'll actually test the waters with Rocker as a coach, because they played this map, obviously. Astralis won, and now they knew they were going to pick it again. Now they need to freshen up the playbook, right? They can't do the same things. Sonic is too good of a coach to just allow you guys to run the same strats, right? The same flash, the same nades. Like, where is the patterns gonna change? And I think this can be done in many ways. For example, we see it with the red room, like where you smoke it, maybe sometimes don't do it, and try to mix it up a little bit. There's so many possibilities to change the small things day to day, and this is where Rocket needs to show it.
Yabi was having a great showing on Ancient specifically. You know Yabi better than I do. Do you think Yabi is a player that has the ability to innovate himself from map to map? You know, you said you can't do the same thing over and over. Is he a player that is very set in his own ways, or does he have more ways of doing things, you know, to a higher level?
No, I think he's one of the most unique characters inside CS. I don't think he shows off his personality as much when he's in interviews, but this guy, like, he's a maniac. Okay. Like, try to play FaZe with him, he doesn't care. He'll push. I do also think he's not the person you can't tell criticism to or tell to improve certain stuff, because he's just very direct as a person, right? He'll tell you if you do bad. If he does bad, he'll just be the first one to say it. Okay. I do think that's what I value as a teammate inside Yabi. But I do agree, sometimes you do feel like there's a little bit of...
Is he a one-trick pony?
That's a harsh one. That's a harsh one. Don't you feel?
I think. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, he's not set in. I don't think he's set in a position where he's supposed to be the main carry. Sometimes I'm just feeling a little bit odd because you have the AWP, arguably your best player, on the IGL role. So who is it gonna be that's consistently gonna be the second best player? Is it gonna be Yabi or Device on roles? It should be Device, but he's the IGL, so you kind of have to deduct that from the fact. But Yabi is not often too good to be the second star. So who's it gonna be?
Well, that's a good. You asked me the question.
Yeah, I mean, you're also an analyst. Go ahead,
I mean, Device, Down, and Yabi, I think as a trio, they're pretty good. And I guess it depends on roles, certain maps. I do know for a fact that Yabi played well on Ancient last time around. Falcons did not. I don't know if you remember the game at hand. We weren't covering it on the desk, but I was watching it in my hotel room. And I remember Falcons being... I wouldn't say lackluster, but it felt like they were never really close matching Astralis on Ancient. So what can they change coming into it now, having played it already once at the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important segment around this map is the B, right? The speedway, the lane, whatever you call it. Like how you change up the nades, because you can see on like analytic tools how they're throwing the nades, but if you're able to change it up, you can do so much more damage. If you're not able to take Cave as on T-side Ancient, this is just going to be rough.
It's going to be rough. Last time they played, Son Peas was not having a great game. We did see Son Peas have glimmers of moments on Dust 2 where they did a decent job. We have the scoreboard from the last time they played right here. Son Peas on Ancient, you spoke about it in regards to Cloud9, in regards to Shiro as well. How important is it to have an CT or presence on a map like Ancient?
Very important. It gives you the opportunity to actually allow T's not just to strafe in many positions, right? I think one common one is the donut angle where they lock down the cross into the red room. We also see it on B side where they go towards the CT position or long. Like, they allow you not to play off contact. I think this is forcing teams into more execute heavy stuff where you actually let the smokes land, you flash, and then you go, right? But on some maps where they're not playing as much AWP, for example, Anubis, I think you can often just go in contact, right? Just one flash and then go.
Okay. We have two teams right now that have played a lot of Ancient. They played Ancient against each other. Last time Astralis won relatively easy, I'd say. What's your gut feeling heading into this one? Is it going to be a third map on the cards?
It deserves a free map.
But is it going to be a free map?
No, I mean, it depends on how good of a coach Rocker is. I think I already explained that point. I think it's up for him now to find new stuff. So keep in mind, is this just going to be the same demo that they're running, or is it going to be different stuff? I also like to see Stavn a little bit more proactive. I think we saw it on CT side, Dust 2, where he would constantly like lock down the middle area. I think he can do it on this map as well. It's just so inconsistent with him at times.
One thing that does worry me a little bit is that Falcons had to have Magis playing arguably his best game ever in a Falcon jersey for even to win Dust 2. So heading into Ancient right now with Anderson Henry, I'm curious to see if he can replicate that kind of performance or if Astralis can push it to a third.
These are the questions, Mr. Pimp, and we are here with the answers. I agree with Bubsky. I'd like to see a third map as well.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the odds from GG Bets. They've actually got Falcons as the favorites. What do you think about that?
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, they obviously it's odds for the whole series. So I suppose that winning the first map does increase the chance to win the overall series. But I must say, I do agree a little bit. Magus, if he doesn't have that same kind of performance, if nobody else can step it up, I mean, they don't get into overtime.
There was some massive signs of life from Sampayas towards the end as well. He arguably won in the game with those couple of picks. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been one of my favorite games to commentate so far. It's been a lot of fun, great storylines, great action on the server, overtime to kick things off, and Astralis on the ropes as they give up Dust 2. It's elimination on the line. And let's have a look. Astralis starting on the T side here. It's their map pick. One smoke, one Molotov, and a flashbang. Quickly, we go in towards the cave.
Yeah. almost no brakes on that all the way up until the corner where Snappy's holding on the other side with just dualies. Truth is, if they get him, they can probably explode onto the bomb side very, very soon. There's another set of dualies behind him. Pies is holding it. They really want to bait him up with some of those shots, see if he actually bites. Molotov lands behind him. Snappy can't land that instant headshot, and they'll take him down. It's a good start. Sunpies, yeah, he doesn't want to get flanked, so he wants to push down. That is the bomb on the ground. That may be a bit of a problem, but Yavi might have just sealed the deal. They're in the middle as well. No rotations allowed. Down stops them, and a minute left. They can do whatever they want here.
What is going on here? Action at every crevice of the map. Madden left in the 3 versus 1 now. Manages to get the first kill on Stair, but they should be just grabbing the bomb, making their way to A. And that's exactly what they're going to do. It's down to Bro. Doesn't even need the kill, which he won't get. Just needed to delay. I don't think I think just jiggling that would have been fine, but he went for the duel.
Might be back on, Henry.
Just had to delay him, and he hasn't done that. This could
down as miles away. If Yabi dies, he can probably defuse the bomb right here. Madden close to it. All right, they know. Don't peek it. Just wait for Stown to get there. There's no point in peeking this alone. All right. There was a real moment. I think now it's almost impossible, right? With no kit, 2 players, both in donuts. And they're toying with him on top of that. Trying his very best. Is a great job of the kills. Madden is very impressive. 3 obviously adds to his money. But again, just 10-second defuse is not going to happen. So Astralis probably should have won the round 30 seconds ago. But eventually they get the job done.
Good effort. Good try. Takes everyone down with him at the very least. Gets a few kills for his troubles. If they are going to force fire, he might be able to get a few more bells and whistles into the mix with the utility or an upgraded weapon. But that's yet to be seen if they do force fire. Fortunate for Snappy. Would have loved to at least get 1 kill there, especially when Sampai's found the bomb. Quick reaction from Yabi. Saved the round, standing towards the red room. They were attacking from every angle.
Yeah, could you imagine the comms there on the CT side?
There's players in A, red room, B, bomb side, cave.
Bomb outside of B, like I've got it, just run.
I've got the bomb, but yeah, there's a guy in red and the A bomb side. All right, it's going to be the force buy. As mentioned, Madden will be able to get a helmet and an MP9 here. Quite a luxury.
Yeah, they're ready to fight. See if they can have a good start.
Didn't help him out too much.
No, it did not. That's very sharp. That's the kind of kill that I associate with Yabi. You know, when he was on Heroic, it got picked up by Astralis here. I thought that's what I want to see more out of, like that kind of sharpness. For a while, didn't really get any glimpse of it. But if they can start to perform at that same level, right, they've got something going on. Snappy does not have a kit.
Yeah, nothing that can really be said about this round. Once that kill comes through, it's such a clean frag. No one behind it. Snappy, he's not going for a defuse or anything here. He's just looking for exits. They might overlook that position. Device is going to find some bias, and they will check the cave eventually. Snappy dropped, so anything they wanted to save might not happen. Dupree has been dropped, 1 player left, so saving in a solo MP9, not the most tantalizing prospect. He's probably going to go down as well. There's no way they don't check Brokey. Give it a look, lads. No, he does survive. So there we have it.
Wow.
It doesn't do much for them, admittedly, but they've got an MP9.
It's the kind of news that you're not too excited about. We still have an MP9.
Yeah, I suppose if he gets a kill with it, there's some money to be made. We've seen players getting boosted up on the Legend A and then rushing in towards A main itself with the idea of like, oh, we've rushed A, like it's probably open. Is that sort of thing you can do? That's not going to be the case here. Is there anything they can do to support Magus in getting a kill at least?
He's set up close to the ramp on B. Nice position. Probably his teammates are going to be distracting. If somebody came running up, there would be a way to do it. But Astralis, they were very disciplined on the first map in terms of trying to not give away these kind of rounds. Using the protocols, using the grenades. Expect to see more of the same here. Kind of teaming up. I like this in the middle. You're making sure that you're not easily giving up a weapon. And outside of B, they're just holding for it. All right, he's being a bit aggressive. Nice flashbang.
Okay, that's the best you can really do.
I think so.
Set him up. Unfortunate, there's multiple players there. Gave it a good go. Some damage inflicted, but no frag found. Some Pious, they've had a player there every round pretty much. They're not going to overlook it. And that's all she wrote for round number 3. Clean from Astralis here, farming the cash. Going to get 32.50 for this one. Hopefully it's clean to stare, and it is. So lots of money in the bank. Nice scoreline to kick things off. But the game really begins now.
Yeah, we're going to get a real taste of what Falcons can maybe do. Still, for Astralis, you know, you lose that first map in overtime. It's a pretty nice little luxury to come back and start the second one a little bit better. Feel like, all right, we at least have a bit of runway here. Some Pious on the AW. Some questions about his performance on Ancient last go-around. Curious if he can improve that. You said at the end of Dust 2, he really started to come alive. Chip damage with the grenades all across the board, but not enough to make it super interesting. Flash is being thrown to take their mid control. Hoping to get the timing. Eludes him ever so slightly. I think the ledge maybe saved Snappy from getting a lot more nade damage there, but Madden will be the first to go down. 1 minute and 20 seconds. They're making their way through CT spawn. They're running straight in there. Are they ready for it? Magisk, I think he kind of knew. He looked like he came back to check, but they still might miss the timing here. What a nice shot from Yabi. He's laser focused. Magisk gonna go down next. So 2 versus 5 here. They are getting chewed apart right now, Falcons. It's not looking good.
Not looking great. Give you that. Early days, but not many signs of life here. Dupree, 8 points of health. Just going through the motions. Astralis having an easy run of it. Dupree is dead. Bouncing back from the disappointing Dust 2. Falcons ran away with it in overtime, courtesy of that man in your screen right here. Magisk had probably his best game in CS2, I would say.
Yes, I think that's probably fair.
On LAN, and haven't seen much from him really. Like the fact it's against a main rival of theirs, his former teammates, you know?
Yeah, he really showed up for that game. Much more muted start, much more tricky now on the CT side without the money. Timeout called.
Oh yes, gonna need it. Sonic not loving what he's seeing. Need to get control of this one quickly. Beginning to spiral. Fist bumps and calm demeanor for the Astralis squad. Feels like it's already a done deal. The way they're playing, how easy these rounds have come.
It's very locked in. I feel like some of the shots from Yabi are just absolute laser. Not necessarily the amount of kills, but just the time to kill is so low. Let's see what they can do, though. Falcons, they've got a little bit to work with, not many tools, but maybe it's enough. Dupree, especially with a start like that. Bro gets a little bit back, but the trades continue. Trying to steal the rifles away to make sure they don't get picked up, but Sun Pious will catch Bro in the middle. 2 versus 3. Nicely done from Yabi.
Seemed unnecessary.
He wanted the rifles that were being rated away.
But that might have cost him the round. Nice distraction towards B. That one smoke has shifted everyone away from the A site. Open runway for Device. Bravely makes his way through. Can't rush the plan. Needs to consider all angles. He's thinking it should be clear, but wants to just investigate first. Oh, the bomb in CT spawn. Is this the play?
He really wants to make sure there's no one hiding nearby. I guess he's just waiting for Yabi to get closer. They're being very careful, but you can be too careful in some of these scenarios, right?
Well, you're just giving them time to rotate over now.
All right, he comes back to the middle. Timing is good, but somehow Snappy defeats him. I have no idea how. MP9 at that range, you'd think Yabi's going to be winning that with the AK every single time, but bomb is planted. Device does have a Molotov, interestingly enough. Obviously, there's no kit in play here for Falcons, so the time is going to be working against them very, very fast.
Nice clean plant for Device, though. Good vision for CT spawn. Can bank on the fact they probably don't have a smoke.
Yeah.
Molotov's missed in Temple. Good kill from Device. Just when it looked like they were going to steal the round away. And looks like Device played it very well. Got a bit complicated, taking their time and losing Abby in the process, but didn't seem like there was any moment they were going to lose it once Device had set up the clutch. Gave himself the best possible chance of success.
He has almost 13,000 after this. So much
died,
money.
yeah. Well played, Device. Yeah, a bit dicey though. Lost the first couple of picks here. Man advantage at this stage.
I think I did 92 or something.
Falcons really having a hard time getting into this game, but another chance coming up. Sunpire's back with the AWP. They got rifles on the rest. Let's see if they can't get away into the map. They just need one round to get themselves started here. Good flashes though are coming out for free. Wanted to swing against them, but Stare takes him down instead, and Magisk very isolated here in the red room. Gotta be careful if that smoke blows open. They are right in front. More grenades simmering through, and it's Stare just straight peeks him, takes him down. 3 versus 5. Nice shot from Sunpires, but they're everywhere. Device shoots him in the back, and it's another round here for Astralis. They can't afford to lose rifles going for it.
Yeah, this one's done, Anders, I'm afraid. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't think they're getting back into this. It's looking way too clean for Astralis. The money's too good. Every duel, every take is going in their favor. More of what we saw in the first outing of this rematch. And they just can't keep up here on Ancient. Like their mid takes, very powerful. Their defaults seem to be fending off any aggression. And now, a 6-0 start. They're going to have maximum money on Device.
Filthy rich. What would you do if you had 16,000 in cash right now?
Wow.
You had to spend them today.
I had to spend it today.
Otherwise, it disappears somehow.
I guess I could buy like a nice second-hand car.
Not in Denmark, you can't.
No, yeah, true. I can't even buy that.
In Denmark.
In Denmark, you're
Absolutely
right.
not.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, it's not really much you could do with $16,000 these days, are there? Maybe a nice watch.
Okay.
Yeah. But do you pay 180% tax on those as well?
Not yet, but...
Oh, yeah? Okay. Watch tax.
Don't give him any ideas either.
Yeah.
Careful now. Yeah, keep track of time. It's important.
Yeah, it's the one resource we all wish we had more of. Especially Counter-Strike teams.
Especially Counter-Strike teams need more time. Okay. Well, we're going there. Round number 7.
Is it already over?
Out the bomb site.
The round's already over.
No one's even died, and the round is pretty much surrendered here.
Gotta save.
That's it.
It's so crazy. That just kind of encapsulates what this game has been so far on Ancient.
That's...
When I said it was over, for these sort of reasons, these guys, they're not getting a grasp on it. They're just making the wrong reads each time. Any gambles they're taking seem to backfire. And now 5 players holding on to SMGs. This is rough.
Yeah.
First map was so sick as well.
Well, the third one will bring it back.
Nuke is a bit of a snappy classic.
Yeah.
Got the Ends core around him. That was their best map back in the day.
I think it's going to be fine.
I love this kind of fisheye motion blur we've got on some of these angles. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, the field of view thing, or the depth of field, I guess, is really cool.
Yeah, not so cool as this game so far. After the absolute Counter-Strike carnage we had on Dust 2, back and forth, clutches, close rounds. Getting none of that. That's just a round where everyone survives. That's the worst round to commentate, the worst round to look at, and another time I used Falcons. Zonic's had enough. Let's just go to Nuke, shall we? Let's just throw in the towel on this one.
That's what he's timing out.
Yeah, like lads, I don't want to be dramatic, but maybe we should just call this one off. Let's quit while we're ahead. Say let's go to Nuke. We don't need to be put through this.
Keep some dignity and...
/ surrender.
None of that.
Come on, lads.
It's, I mean, we've seen this in the past, right? Where a team is struggling a lot, they get one round, and suddenly
the floodgates open.
Yeah, more follow.
But the thing is, like, yeah, that's normally true. When the money's still at like max.
Magisk gets 0 kills.
Okay, so he's gone from 32 kills to 0 kills. That's kind of wild, actually.
He sprinted through that.
The duality of man.
Yeah. Spend all his energy on that one.
I guess, like, what more can he do? Like, he carried you to a victory pretty much single-handed in the first map. You can't expect him to do it every time.
Oh, my God.
Oh, bloody hell.
Indeed it.
Difficult to get hyped about this. This feels like we're setting up Nuke.
It's... Yeah. Not easy. Falcons not giving us too much to work with
Like,
at the moment,
barely any
unfortunately.
damage inflicted. Like, now, like, there's still a chance. I get hyped if Dupree can start to get 3 kills there. It's nothing. Can't get hyped. It's the most anticlimactic round you can really dream of. All right. We'll give them one more try, see what they can do here. But this is disheartening. After your massive high on Dust 2, the adrenaline surging through. If this is the way it comes crashing down, still want to be here.
Truly a dream scenario for Astralis. Because sometimes overtime losses can be a bit hard on the team, you know? Put a lot of energy in, you could have had it, you're thinking about all the rounds that could have gone your way, that would have changed everything. Come in here and they're like, oh, whatever. Who cares? Nice nade.
Thing is, Major still has the 3rd highest ADR with his 0 kills.
Yeah, he's just
bloody hell. What can you even say about this one? Brutal, savage, wrecked. I don't know. I've got nothing. Got nothing for you guys.
They've reduced Henry to meme.
Yeah, like that. You don't get that too often.
Falcons, how dare you?
No classic for you there. Because the rounds aren't even competitive.
No.
Like, literally not. I'm not even being hyperbolic. Okay. This is the best round Team Falcons have had so far. And it's Major saving his M4.
Oh. It's a brutal showing. It really is, unfortunately.
This is off the mark, though. That's what, 3 kills? All right.
I mean, I guess the good news is, in this kind of scenario for Falcons, it's not on any one specific player that's letting them down.
No, they're just getting absolutely ravished across the board. Like, I don't know, like, let's take another timeout. Let's just throw caution to the wind. Let's start just pushing B lanes. Let's start getting stuck in, shall we? Let's at least disrupt them. Let's work together. Gonna have to buy these rounds. You just can't afford to let another eco. Here we go. This looks better. This looks better. There we go. There we go. They're grouping up. 3 players towards middle. Bit of authority on the map. They've left A open to begin with. Took a bit of a gamble. Gonna have to take those now, considering the weak buy.
Yes.
So the first advantage I think they've had this entire outing.
A bit awkward.
Oh, he actually snuck through the smoke. Okay, this is huge, Madden. This is huge.
They lose some.
Has to at least get 1. Needs to maintain the advantage here.
No, they're right there. It's a smoke fade. He looks up and it's just Stown staring straight down at him.
Snappy, once known as the caveman, looking to send them back to the Stone Age, Anders.
Oh, but they brought fire. He doesn't know about that.
That's good. There we go then. All right, this is actually looking pretty good. We'll lock back in. 2 versus 1. Bro, I guess he could spam them. Throw the nade over and go for the spam. That's what he really can do.
I think so.
There we go. All right, we'll take it.
Snappy with a huge round there. Super important.
9-3 required. Let's go. Here's Zonic trying to rally the troops. Let's hope they can do a bit more. That was very touch and go. You thought it was over once this particular play fell awry.
He actually, it does almost look like he's intimidated Madden because he's looking up with that MP9. They're just towering ahead of him. Like, what's going on here?
At least it's Majors as well, like finding that form again.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Am I right, guys?
Awkward.
Who's with me?
We have them right where we want them.
You've got to laugh, Anders, or you will cry.
Definitely.
They've already got a map under their belt. We're having a bit of fun here, but yeah, it's all you can really do. Try and keep your head in the game. Astralis are just running rampant on them right now. Seeing some assertive approaches now. Getting some control. They have lost the opening pick again, unfortunately. I think we all know this is going to nuke. We will lock back in properly then, but for now, we'll see whether anything can be said or done. Need to react, need to try and find some territory. Just don't have any intel. Oh, okay.
Oh,
maybe the timing could have worked out. Some parts can save this.
He got baited so hard, didn't he? Yabi again. He's a force of nature right now. 12 and 5 for Yabi. I think almost all of them just straight headshots like that. So, 10th round for Astralis. Snappy and Madden cannot change that outcome. It's working out very well at the moment.
You can say that again. As they look for some exits, Madden will at least find one.
I'm happy about New, though. It's my favorite map.
Dude, yeah, I'm okay with that. We can accept this one didn't deliver. Third map normally does, though.
Yeah.
Just a shame, like, the main problem is it's not the scoreline per se. It's just the nature of how the rounds have gone down. It's just like literally like 5-man clean sweeps each and every round. It's very difficult to get that excited about it. Like, it's excellent from Astralis, don't get me wrong. Not suggesting otherwise. They have played an excellent game. They are looking like the better squad, of course. Probably should have closed out Dust too. A couple of oopsies there, but they are looking very, very strong. This is the team that should be knocking Falcons out the tournament. Some pies almost.
They almost lost some tires there.
Oh god, yeah. Is he okay?
Rolls off the stage.
You good, bro? He just goes through the deck.
I know.
It's into the back room. All right. Let's get it, Falcons. Let's at least get 2, shall we?
That's actually like an instant reaction gif, just rolling away from the monitor.
Into the hedges.
Yeah. Here we go. Round number 12. Magisk in the back here. Could have maybe been a good opening kill, but Stown will take him instead. 4 versus 5. Yabi.
So convincing.
Yeah, wants more kills. Bomb getting planted.
Every shot they're taking. That's a kill. That's a kill.
What have they got?
They got kits. They got smokes. Do have to kill 4 players beforehand, though.
Yes, that is a bit of a speed bump in a sense. Trying to see if they can make their way through. Madden, got nothing to lose here. Just swing in on the bomb side, try and do what you can. Dupree, 3 kills so far in the first half. Not that everyone else is doing much better than that. He's all right, getting a little bit more. The round is lost anyway. You can hear the clock ticking there. And the fire keeping him at bay. So 11 rounds for Astralis in the opening half here. It's absolutely crazy. Wow.
Yeah, not quite good enough, I'm afraid. It looks like we're going to nuke. Time will tell after this break.
All right, gentlemen, welcome back. Player break's done, all wrapped up. Have you ever before done one of these no PC boot camps?
I've done them so many times.
Vitality for sure.
Yeah, I did. And Astralis.
Okay.
I also did it in Heroic because we also had Lars back in 2017, I think. 18 maybe.
And has your opinion changed about them? What'd you take away from it, this most recent one?
I mean, I think it's just about getting on the same page and making sure that some of the problems that might arise ahead, you're in front of it.
Any other exciting stuff on the player break that's kind of let you guys reset?
Obviously, it was a tough season for all of us. And not what we were hoping for. So I think what we're taking with us is the fact that we ended on a higher note than we started it. So, you know, it's always better to go on vacation with grand finals and, you know, kind of seeing the improvements from the beginning of the season. So yeah, we're going to bring that with us, the learning lessons, and also, you know, the fact that we have been playing more together now as a team and also getting to know each other.
Let's talk about the start of the season, because you know you're talking about this natural transition of improvement with time. But do you think that the Katowice playoffs and then the couple of events that went after that, do you think that set you back?
Obviously, we had some good result, like a good result in Katowice, but we also had a very bad result at Dama, right? So I would say that it was kind of like more random. But I really like how we started to work now, and I think we're going in the right direction.
2025 is a different formula. 2025 is a new format for Blast. You guys have any thoughts or opinions about where CS is headed in 25?
The only thing that concerns me as a player is the fact that we are rewarding players for burning themselves out. In the sense that the more you play, the more you will get rewarded. And at the end of the day, this might be something that works for 1 or 2 years, but you will see the same consequences that you saw back in the days, that people will be having a lot more mental issues, they'll burn out, and they will not be having a good time. It is a little bit concerning that with the ranking of Valve right now, they are rewarding you from playing every single tournament in the world. And next year is going to be a chaotic year, and I think it's going to be a really bad year for CS, to be honest, with the way we are trying to implement.
I think a big part of the issue is if prize pool is used as a metric in a ranking, because I don't think you can have prize pool as the main objective for how you calculate a ranking, because let's say Rio coming up is a $250,000 tournament, and you'll see so many of the top teams attending. But then you have Yala Cup with 400,000, and obviously it skews the entire system if prize money is a big part of how you rate teams. So that is definitely something they need to look into, but that can obviously be solved by just making a better ranking.
I think fingers crossed with a crazy 2025 around the corner that, again, I appreciate you guys for talking honestly about. Let's hope maybe if we get to go somewhere new, somewhere fresh, the travel won't feel so bad, yeah?
Yeah.
That would be nice.
The sun sets on Mr. Pius. Ancient, not working out this time. Tournament life coming to an end, Anders. It's a sad sight.
Yeah. Dramatic video from that first half.
You do hate to see it, and you hate to see the outcome of that first half. 11-1 after Majors posts his career best map. Oh, that's so hyperbolic. Why am I saying that? In my opinion, probably his best CS2 map.
I like it, Henry.
We've seen it. I'm not sure why I went so hard there. Probably got me a bit riled up with the video. Yeah, probably his best CS2 map. I'm not a stats guy. I don't know if that's true. Sounds like it is. I would say it's probably his best CS2 map on LAN. Then into that. Stats. Someone hit me up. What's been his best map in CS2? Let me see if I'm correct, at least.
Let's go.
Let's go. You all know the story. The same old shit I'd usually say. They win the pistol, you never know. That sort of stuff.
But
Let's
this
get into
time
it.
you do. Even if they win the pistol, you still know that we're going to do. But we can pretend, and that's what we're doing. Device, stunning
Not like
headshots.
this.
Do
Not
it
a
again,
clean
find
sweep.
another one, trying to reload, playing a little ring around the rosy, but Stan was there to help him out. Snappy and Dupree. The bomb, unfortunately, is lost in Donut. They're going to try and blow up a couple of players there. Don't think that makes any difference at all. Still got plenty of time here, but Device really slowed that round right down. Dupree hoping for a fight. I think smartly, just don't give it to him.
Yeah, that's fair. Dupree and Snappy. T-side, 4-on-2. No bomb. It's in probably the worst possible spot. That's not a bad shot.
Sick. But count to 3. They go. Throw will get the last one, and Astralis win the pistol on the second half. And I'm almost sure we're seeing you now. Very likely. Experts have weighed in. They say it's probably going to be Nuke.
That's what they're saying?
It's a strong consensus.
Okay, I like it.
And the flash was kind of there, but didn't make a difference in the end. Timing just now.
Trying to see if this would be the biggest blowout we've had at the tournament so far. Got a 13-3.
Okay.
13-6.
Here comes just 13-1.
Are we done? Before I can even have a look?
Yeah, you're not quick enough, Henry. You're not getting there. Snappy's alive with just 11 health. You've got to scroll quicker, Henry.
I think that's, yeah, this is it. This is definitely the biggest blowout we've had.
All right, well, we got there in the end. Snappy, hunted, jumped through there, will get it, and Astralis get unbelievable revenge from that loss in overtime on Dust 2.
Yeah, they certainly do. More of that, please, from Astralis. The favorites in this best of 3 run away with the second map.
From one of the best maps we've seen all tournament long on Dust 2, back and forth overtime into probably the most uninspiring map that we had all tournament. Astralis absolutely killing and destroying Falcons. At no point in this game was it any close whatsoever. It feels pointless to ask, Bubski, but were you enjoying the game?
I mean, I enjoy a little ass spanking at times. I mean, I think Sanpeus was one that actually came to mind here in this case. I think I just saw this game and I saw him miss so many important AVP shots. Yeah. But overall, it was not his fault. It was just an overall disaster for Falcons.
I mean, the round history is telling its clear picture. It was Astralis from start to finish. You win the pistol, you convert, you dominate on the T side. A single round goes the way of Falcons very late into the first half. So at no point did they give us anything to work with. So I want to focus on Astralis. I want to know know, what did Astralis do so well in order to spank Falcons?
I mean, thanks for repeating the nice words there, Pim, getting my career in trouble as always. But one point that is from this game is that when we look at Stavn and Yabi, I think it's the obvious one, right? They started disrespecting their opponent. And I think this is what their kind of mode allows them to do, is because if they're feeling the game, I think Device is the type of in-game leader who will just give them a lot of freedom to take their duels. And I think there's so many rounds in this game particularly that it's just decided about them swinging on a 50-50 duel and they win it.
Well, let's dive into some of those rounds. We have round 8 to begin with, followed up by round 9, which is going to showcase exactly what you're speaking about. One thing is Astralis playing well, another one is Falcons nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. They want to force something out of their hands, try to play util a little bit more, but look, where's the Molotov for the inner corner? And they try to force their way without having a flash. Like, they're just forcing anything to happen because they're desperate at this point. Yeah. No teamwork at all, no timing from anyone coming in from this side.
That's a sign of desperation, if I've ever seen it. I mean, you're down 7-0, and fair enough, you're trying. Fast forward into round 9. Again, we see it. The smoke, timing, everything is just off from Snappy and the boys.
And this is what I mean by disrespect, right? This is just default Device has called, right? And they're just running up, taking space. Like, in this default, you're supposed to, like, take it slow. But Jabby feels like he has a timing. He swings. Stavn also as well feel like he has a bit of a timing and swings on the guy close left. I mean, it just brings so much space if you have this amount of dynamic players who's always pushing for space.
I actually want to see it again. I want to see the 2 rounds again. I want people at home to understand what this is. You know, for Falcons, it's a sign of desperation. You're down 7-0. Your buy right here is rather weak. You have 2 MP9s. The nade serves no purpose whatsoever for Snappy. Not breaking up the smoke. They're both running out. As I said, no flash, no utility, no nothing. It's too easy for Astralis. When you're running around like that, when you're up 7-0 already, you know the game is over. Fast forward into the next round as well. We spoke about it, 2 rounds in a row. You said disrespect. It's also poor Counter-Strike coming in for Falcons. Again, Snappy and the timing, he's exposed. He's standing with a smoke in his hand. The smoke is way too far to the left for him to have an angle that is so wide, so deep that he's allowing Stavn, Snappy, whoever that was, to take that duel and just kill them. So my question to you, Bobski, is how can you play so, dare I say, good Counter-Strike on Dust 2 because it was the Magic show. How can you play decent Counter-Strike on Dust 2 and then come into Ancient and be nowhere to be found?
Yeah, I mean, it's also the uninspiring part of them having a force buy in this situation. You have 2 MP9s, and why the hell do you put the presence on them to just hold each angle themselves, like 1 in cave and 1 in B? In what world is that gonna work against 5 AAKs working with full util, right? Stack at least somewhere, go 2 into cave, get a flash from mid, do something that is coordinated, at least have the possibility to trade, because right now they're forcing the one-on-one duels, and this is exactly how Astralis wants it.
And that's exactly what Stavn and Yabi wanted in this game as well. You said about disrespecting your opponents, getting the duels. We have a package that's going to show a couple of their skills, and I guess while talking over this, Popski, a lot of these duels are straight up aim duels, and if there's one thing we know Stavn and Yabi can do, it's aim.
Yeah, I mean, the puck mode went inside Astralis, right? I don't think Device had the hardest time calling these guys around.
Do you think he even called anything?
No, I don't. I think he said a lot of defaults. Yeah. We didn't see a lot of executes. We did see sometimes them throwing out the A1, but just generally, I think it was a lot of default. We saw it constantly on A flanks, on middle, and also the cave position. I do also have a little bit of a concern. We've seen many teams moving their IGL away from the cave position and over to the B anchor in order to make the cave player a little bit more aim heavy. I think we saw the issues here because if you have those 2 guys who's just going to be searching you and getting an entry every round, you have a big issue.
You have a big issue, and I have a big issue with Falcons, and I want to try to elaborate in a sense that, you know, I don't mind a team losing a game of Counter-Strike. I mind a team that is losing a game of Counter-Strike where it feels like they were not even trying, and it feels hard to say, and it feels harsh to say that they weren't trying, because obviously we can see the body language, we can see the frustrations coming out from Snappy, Dupree, etc. But it felt like a team that wasn't well prepared coming into a map like Ancient. And then I want to revert back to what we spoke about coming into the game. You have players who, before they joined Falcons, were part of course of lineups that were, for Magic's case, the best in the world in Vitality, for Sonic, the coach as well. You have a core in the sense that Snappy and the boys from ENCE, you know, they were top 4 at the time when they were leaving. How can a team that has so many experienced players strike me as such an inexperienced team?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair argument. At some point, you also feel like the realization should hit them. I think Snappy said it really nice in the interview, that if we're not able to turn this around, changes will be needed, right? When you gather that team, changes is the furthest thing away that you're thinking about, right? You think that you're going to be going into this team and having the time of your life. Now, if they've been so bad for so long, that you must feel like this is the last straw. Now they're putting 100% into it, but you just don't see it as much.
And we can't hide away from the fact that we are looking at an elimination game. Loser of this game will be eliminated from the group stage. They will head down to the showdown, whereas the winner still have a chance to make it. We're going to take a small break. I need a break. I need to reset my mindset and then come back with the final deciding map, which is Nuke between Astralis and Falcons. You better be there for the fall finals taking place in Forum Copenhagen. It's an amazing and astonishing to watch Counter-Strike live in that format, so I hope to see all of you guys out there. You can still grab your tickets, and hopefully Astralis can still grab their tickets for the fall finals as well. I know the Danish audience would love to see them. They don't qualify by winning this game, but they give themselves another shot at making it to the fall finals. However, if they were to lose, or if Falcons were to lose, that would be it. They would be out of the tournament. So we're heading into Nuke, final map, deciding map. Initial take on where each of these teams' strengths are on a map like Nuke?
I mean, I think Astralis is going to be a little bit more comfortable on the individual side. They feel like they have their game going, but I do think they can't approach the map the same. I think we're going to be looking into a team who needs to be a little bit more structured now. I think this is where Device needs to prove his worth as an IGL.
Okay.
Can he make sure that Stavn and Jabby doesn't just strafe yard, do a lot of lurk inside? Because Jabby is going to be the inside lurker on T-sides. He can't be too proactive all the time. He needs to take some space, but also give the energy to the guys outside where they're actually able to operate and do those splits from outside, right? So it's a question about how does he balance that, right? And also dictating the pace a little bit with the orb example. We see it a lot when you have to do the defaults and take under heaven. You often need the orb to be the one who goes first.
Falcons have never played Nuke versus Astralis. The veto was the same first time around, but Astralis won the game 2-0, so it wasn't needed going to a third map. Do you think it's an advantage for Falcons that they're going against a team they never played against, or do you think they would have liked that losing experience, as we spoke about as well, to learn something?
I don't think it matters at all. I think one of the one factors that's going to be deciding is actually Madden on the CT side, because I don't rate Madden as like a star player in any form. I don't think many people do, but he's in a very important CT position on this one. He's going to be the outside one. That's just a very big responsibility for a guy who likes to do a lot of crazy stuff. Let's be honest, Madden is not the most safe player, and I'm just a little worried with the way that second map went, that it's going to be a little too exciting on third for him.
There's one player who's been standing out for Falcons when it comes to Nuke. You see the win percentage right here, 75% winning it. It is, you know, statistically speaking, their best map. And Dupree has been firing on all cylinders, individually speaking. His average rating the past 3 months on Nuke is 134. That's pretty good for a guy like Dupree.
Yeah, I mean, and the crazy part is that he's playing the inside position, right? He's the guy standing on top of yellow and trying to dictate the pace of the A executes, because it's so hard sometimes, especially after Kerrigan found those new nades through the skybox.
Is it important to start on the CT side? We see the teams knifing for side here.
I mean, if I was at Astralis, I would love to start on the CT side. I mean, forcing the momentum you already have from last map on the better side, where you don't really have to do as much tactical, where you can play a little bit more openly, take the duels. I think that would suit them really well.
Well, that's exactly what happened. If they choose to start on the CT side, we could see that they won the knife round, which means they have the opportunity of picking side. I guess you're right. You know, seeing Astralis picking the T side would be a bit of a shocker.
I mean,
now,
the ultimate disrespect if they did it right. I mean, they disrespect them by the ways of playing, but if they do it in the chat now as well by picking the T side, I assume it's not going to be the case.
You played with Device, you played with Star and the boys. Do you think they would dare that?
If there was FaZe, yeah, of course. But like, this is a little bit more than FaZe, right? I think they're looking to acquire a spot inside that arena in Denmark, right? They missed out on the major, a huge issue for an organization who's been built in Denmark, Copenhagen, and now they failed already the biggest one last year. Now they need to redeem themselves in somewhat way.
We are looking at an elimination game, so hopefully no trolling, hopefully no making fun of each other. Dupree, for me, is a win condition when it comes to the Falcons on the side of Nuke. You look towards Astralis, you said Yabi's playing the lurk role on the T side. Look at Astralis' CT side. What is a win condition for the Danes to take the W?
For the Astralis side? Yeah, I mean, I think the outside player is a little bit more instant in a sense, just on an individual side of things. Like Stavn is a much more unique player than Madden. If you ask me, he's going to be trying to do a lot more than Madden. And I think also him with the combination of Device is just a very interesting partnership. If we have to go at least here on the short term, I think him on Nuke is such an interesting prospect, because he will always just do the rotations instantly. Look at his face cam when he's doing those mid-round rotations. He's just screaming and be like, oh yeah, I go down vents, but Dupree, oh sorry, you gotta stay up here, bro, because I go down secret. The Device, can you flash in front of me? Like, he constantly just wants to take ownership of the rounds, and we don't have many young players of this. But the issue with the Stavn is that it doesn't work for him in playoffs, because I don't think he can use his sound as well as he does here in the group stage.
I see. He's a player that relies a lot on sound. We rely on casters to take us through the game, and luckily for you guys, we got some of the best in the business. Anders and Henry, take it away. Elimination game, Astralis Falcons.
Very kind of you, Pimp. Yes, indeed. The Falcons had their wings clipped on Ancient, and now they're looking down the barrel of tournament elimination. The odds not looking good for them. From GG Bet, you can see the firm favourites are going to be Astralis here. Agree with the sentiments of the desk as well. This is looking like a 2-1 all day long in favour of the Danes. Astralis, that is. Falcons, I don't know if they can recover from that defeat on the second map, Anders.
It was just so one-sided. It is not a bunch of close rounds. They were just getting completely.
It wasn't like unlucky or losing clutches. I think every round was an absolute domination. Can't afford any of that. And the problem is as well, we saw the knife. Astralis won it, so they get the CT start as well.
Yes.
So it doesn't get any easier. We are going to see them start on the least favored side. It's going to be a P250, I assume, yeah, for... Oh, no, they've not. Got 4 sets of Kevlar. And we've got a smoke, a Molotov.
Yeah.
Open the door.
Interesting.
And
see if they can make their way through. Wow, there's only one player downstairs, so we're going to have some heavy rotations coming through for Astralis. And
it's a good position, though.
Device, yeah, it is, but you need those headshots. He's running out of bullets, not quite connecting, and Snappy will be able to take him down. Nice. Oh my god, that is so quick for Stown. He's ready for more. Quick double kill to bring Astralis right back into the round. Falcons, it was right here for the taking, and he keeps pushing. Stown, relentless! Takes down Dupree. Magus can some hires. Where do you go to escape Stown? They finally get rid of him, but it might have been too late here. Magus hunting, looking for another headshot, but he'll get taken down by Stair at the end of it. Ooh. What an aggressive round for Stown.
Saw the player cam there from Magus. He was not happy. They've given that round up. You can't ask for much more. You get a pretty much open bomb site. You take down the only defender, and then one player in the form of Stown absolutely destroys them. Crispy one taps, but they don't even get the bomb planted. They had all that open runway. That is very disappointing.
At a minimum, I think as soon as you get the kill on Device, you're definitely expecting at a minimum some sort of an afterplant there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Historically, those snappy teams, especially in Ents, which included some Pius and Madden, Nuke was their best map.
They were really good.
They were very good at it. Need to steal one of these rounds away. This would be ideal. They can convert this one and just get back on the horse, because they literally got nothing done on Ancient. They're looking frustrated. This has been just a horrible year for them.
Force up with no bomb plant.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of a surprise to Device how much armor there was out there. A lot of damage. Stown will stay alive. Snappy and some highs though. Almost dropping here. Got to be very careful. Magus looked like he could have the advantage.
Oh, he saw him.
We did, but didn't react. Might have been a teammate calling it out. Might have been Madden saying, you actually spot him.
It was a fast swipe at the mouse, but he definitely had him on his screen, and he had a bit of a freebie there. And now these two players are crossed over, some Pies and Snappy. They got peppered down to about 30 HP. You're just hoping for CT mistakes right now, because Lower is under control. 4 versus 3. Snappy with the Mac 10 would have to have some amazing impact here with low HP himself.
I've seen very few mistakes out of Astralis in these kind of rounds.
Okay, that door opening might bait the player on Hut to drop down, and maybe Snappy gets one, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Oh, they can feel this tournament slipping out of their grasp. That's 3-0 locked in. Forcebyte does nothing, no plant again.
And they even get to save 3 MP9s, so they can make even more money.
Yeah, you're right, they'll farm a lot of cash. Pretty convincing finish in the end. Got a little bit turbulent towards outside with some damage done from the teeth, but yeah, there's some Tech 9. They've gone Kevlar as well. So it's got to be more concessions to the first gun round, but I guess they've got something up their sleeve here. A couple of flashes. Got to just rush Rampanders. See if it works out for them. Big nades.
That smoke's made it very difficult. Molotov on the other side. He's going to hear the burn.
Might as well run through now.
Yeah. Try and do something. A little bit of armor to maybe help out, but still, they lose Magus. They lost Madden outside to the grenades. Trying to see if they can push in. Just at least get a bomb plant. Get anything going here. One more kill available on Sun Pius. Done a good job getting a little bit here. Just whatever it takes at this point to get something going on the Falcon side.
Yeah, at least some damage done. Might be able to get one more kill here. It's down. The timing is a little bit elusive. There it is. Okay, now the conversation can begin. Can he win it?
So low on health, though, is the issue. I mean, it helps when Stairs sort of standing in the fire for a bit.
Is the bomb down at ramp? I assume so.
Yeah, it is. Right at the bottom there, so he's going to have to... I think, yeah, if he had the bomb, which maybe a chance, like a 1 in 10 or something, but with the bomb on this side.
Not a bad smoke. I assume, yeah, the bomb's in there. The thing is, they can see quite clearly what's up next. He actually... Okay, that was the moment. He actually did bait them into a little push. Good try, I suppose.
Bit of a bonus round, though, so, like...
Yeah, like it's some damage, but just considering the way it went down in the previous map, you don't have high hopes of these teams. We'll see. Like, what was Ents good at back in the day on Nuke? It was their upper rushes, their chaos.
They would
well
known for it.
Create on the T side. Set pieces is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, Snappy really did love those.
So we'll
some
see.
vent drops as well every once in a while.
Yeah, for sure. See what they've got up their sleeve here. Like we said, after getting Tech9 and armor on a couple of players, they're going to have to operate with 2 Galils now in the first gun round. Oh, that's disgusting. Ouch. Device barely could see anything.
Okay,
Does get one.
Thinks he's onto something though. He might try and hunt down that AWP, but it's actually the M4 on the other side instead. They traded places. Stalm, who was not ready for that angle. Very nice work for Madden outside. That's important. You lose the first kill, not ideal.
Yeah, it's not a foregone conclusion. The round's already over with getting that frag.
4 versus 4, and the fact that Madden makes his way down is also it put a little bit of pressure on the CT defense. They're not responding. Well, they are responding, but they're responding by going yard right now with close to 3, nearly 4 people could be fighting yard if they wanted to. Okay, so they check out the garage. They find out there's nobody out there. Get the kill on Sapphires in the meantime, and Yabi, no reason to repeat that one. They haven't made any benefit of Madden being down there, and Bro surely going to be winning this one. Dupree, okay, he's going to get traded at the very least. Clock's running down, 40 seconds. Nice headshot for Magus. Gets still maybe on. They're trading the way back, and Madden comes out from secret. They actually spent so many resources, Astralis, looking for Madden in the yard, and they just couldn't find him. Bomb only faked out. Device sneaks in with the Tech9. He's going to get Magus killed. And 1 versus 1. He hits the shot. Flips Madden, and he is going to win the round behind that sick clutch.
Oh, that stings so bad.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
so rough.
Dever.
Hold it together, lads. Steady. God, that hurt me. It's so unfortunate. They go for the fake plant, trying to bait him out of heaven. He gets such a sick timing. He's got the information that Sampai's sorry, or Madden's sorry, outside, and there we have it.
Whew. No bomb plant either. They're going to be forcing into this round anyway. They have almost no utility. Mac 10 on Snappy just to try and have something to play with. But otherwise, it's AK, and that's it.
Yeah, the lack of grenades here.
Listen, it's closer than on...
Oh, yeah, they should be winning that round. It's very well played from Device. Unfortunate on the timings.
Bro, flashed off. Again, you don't really want to die here. There's no reason. It's not a bomb site, as we always say. They're going to make their way down. Bro gets overwhelmed. Yabi might be next in line. He's got absolutely no backup here. They can pressure him, and he should be going down. They should be able to trade their way through. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Done.
Absolutely
That's
done.
a round. And the money's pretty bad. They have to save.
I think, yeah, I mean, it looked to me like Bro never recovered from running away from that ramp. Like, he's just stumbling back. Like, there's no safe position. He never gets a position where he's like, okay, I've got 2 seconds to think. What am I doing? You're just falling back, and they're hunting you down, basically. So, unfortunate. Oh, look who's being hunted now. Device. Puts up a smoke here. All right, it's pretty good. That was what Snappy at the Mac 10, I think, so maybe not the end of the world.
Bit of an issue. He keeps the AWP, though. Keeps him in contention for the following round. If they'd taken that away, it feels like it's some open runway. Good stuff, though. Much better. First round posted. It's a decent one. Considering the previous round went down to a 1v1 as well. That's why the money's so badly affected for Astralis. But he does save the AWP, and a player's on 1400. You might as well fully invest here. Double eco regardless. So, Device drops his Tech9 to Bro. They get a couple of M4s and MP9. It's actually pretty well managed, financially speaking.
Here we go. They're trying to rush the bomb site, but...
Oh, Device on the bomb site floor.
Magus, though, penetrating the smoke, finds an angle against there. He's going to spin around and get that one. Now they know where he is. Surely going to be traded out. Wow, this is very convincing. The AWP lost inside of the bomb site. A lot of that work was just Magus both towards Mini and towards the bomb site itself. So yeah, we're going to try and save the M4, and that is really all. Falcons back-to-back rounds. Impressive work. Snappy obviously also eyeing the opportunity there to put that much pressure on the bomb site, because he just knows they're not going to have all the grenades to shut it down. And there it is. Swift work. now we're all a little bit happier because it wasn't really that eventful on Ancient, to be honest. We just kind of had to get through it, it seemed.
Sure.
So we should be thankful Falcons are fighting
We just
back.
want a good game because the first one, Dust 2, was epic.
It's fantastic.
It was so much fun. It was the players like Magisk who were stepping up and putting on a bit of a Counter-Strike clinic.
Nice, boys. Nice, Emil.
Okay, back on their feet now. This is more like it. Eco. Astralis with the fantastic start, 4-0, but we've got a game on our hands now. 1-1 on maps.
It's a Susan play. Doesn't look like it's going to be activated, at least for now. Nice. Dink.
Player boosted. Good for one. Not doing much with this, though. NAVI and Stare remain. Pistols and Zeus's. So 3 rounds locked in for the Falcons.
I mean, have to respect the fact that they are being very careful, right? They know they won the round, but they used the Molotovs, they used the smokes. Like, absolutely sure you don't give anything away.
They're starting to hit their shots as well. Running around like a wolf pack. Looking assertive with their calls. It's much better than Ancient, that's for sure. Can they keep it up, though?
Yeah, that's kind of the big question here.
Mac 10 doesn't do a whole lot for you on the CT side.
Probably look for a kill.
Look for an exit, get the cash reward.
He hasn't reloaded, has he?
No, 10 bullets.
Ooh. Well, doesn't that matter?
I don't
They're
think we
exiting the
tested
other way.
anyway, yeah.
Worrying over nothing.
Guess he saves a smoke. I very much doubt he'll operate with the Mac 10 in the following round. There's the reload. The Zeus as well. Nice little haul.
Wow.
Terrorists win.
Really good turnaround for the T side. Like you said, the core from Ents there. They knew how to play this map.
No strangers to nuke whatsoever. Tactical timeout. Brugger being brought in.
Sonic playing Got Your Nose with the microphone.
Yeah. So, Astralis, first bump in the road since Ancient. Flying start here 4-0, but closer rounds. And their economy was trash once they lost one.
We haven't had that many rounds yet, but it feels like they are leaning towards putting some pressure on Bro at that ramp. Maybe that's something that they have seen in demos, so they get a sense that maybe he's not as strong as the rest of the lineup, so at least in that position. And again, that ramp position is super hard to play. Most players would not want to be that ramp anchor. It's a lot of fun. So we'll see if they return, if there's some pattern to it. But yeah, from what we've seen so far, it seems like that could be the case. Yabi goes down. Magisk, he took a little vacation on Ancient. Didn't really want to do much work. He's back with renewed strength here. Oh,
He deserved it after 32 kills on Dust 2.
He did. Knock back some Mai Tais, whatever it is. 3 versus 4. I was going to say Device maybe looked like he had a chance there to recover it. Oh, that's a shot right there. And Stare comes in to take down Madden. It's back on again here for Astralis. Sick of losing rounds. Stare lands another stunning headshot. Leaves Snappy alone.
Yeah, that was gross from Device. Didn't think he was going to nail that one.
Caveman in a nuclear facility, Henry.
He can't believe his eyes. It's actually possible, you know.
If he could do this one.
It's unlikely, admittedly, but it's possible. Not so much anymore.
A little bit of a shame, making a little bit of noise. Snappy just very low on health. That's kind of the other problem. Yeah, gotta make up your mind one way or another. Molotov on that side, hoping that they don't just rush him down, which they're not at the moment.
He's done well. Bomb's down.
About to get shot in the back, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
Door still open. Nice round from Stare. I mean, the last shot, fine. That's expect to get that one, but the first two were pretty stunning.
Yep, good point. Tight angles. All started off with a man advantage. But then Device started to cut them down to size, got the AWP in his hands. What a shot that is. His second kill, this was the special one. Yeah, well played.
That'll do it. Okay, good. Good break for Astralis here, just slowing down the momentum of Falcons. Honestly, it was getting a bit scary, right? They're running out of money on the CT side. Obviously didn't make a lot. There was only 2 people left on the Astralis team. Now we're getting the start of like another really close game. See what Falcons... Oh, Sunrise, he was just... The smoke was in the air.
Yeah, it
was
bloomed.
Almost there, but not quite.
Stown got vision just before it blooms, and yeah, easy kill with the nade damage done already. They lose Senpai's very early on, spam damage coming through as well. It's going to be Madden to pick up the AWP. Might get a chance to kill here. Looking towards Heaven right now. Oh, still taking heavy damage though. He's down to 20.
Ouch.
So this is a compromised round, to put it lightly. Don't have much control. They've got an AWP down Secret, hoping CT just walks into the scope.
Yeah, you might as well. Routinely smoking that squeak position. Just keep it locked down as long as you can. Dupree taking tentative steps towards the hut, hoping to open something up. Again, they really would love somebody to walk into a shot here. Madden, I mean, that could have been one of them. Get it back into a 4 versus 4 at the very least. Making a fair bit of noise out here. Molotov's being thrown, but no real advance behind it here for Falcons. His next kill is going to be important. It'll be Stair to pick it up. Instantly swaps out for another rifle to continue the fight. And I think they're locking this one down really fast. Magus can't make his way through. Snappy's going to go down. It's a flawless round for Astralis.
Just what they needed. Recovering this half after giving up 3 in a row due to the finances. Now with a comfortable lead. 6-3. Money should be in a pretty terrible spot as well. It wasn't pretty going to that round. That was the moment I told you about. Like, he peaked just as the smoke was blooming. Stown was never going to miss it, especially when he was 40 HP by virtue of grenades. Very clean from Astralis. Great run from Stair in general. Solid hold towards upper. Yeah, they're pretty much everywhere. Money's against the loss bonus. Looks actually better than I thought. Now we're going to have AKs.
Again, Device out there. Okay, let's see if they want to test Bro one more time. I think they feel like they have a good read on this. Flashbang won't do too much. Bro don't have any more grenades either.
Yeah, not feeling it. No reason just to get one and die. Just stay alive at this point. They've got 1 smoke to take lower. It's enough. Got to pick your placement of it carefully. Molotov back silo. Smoke in front of window. Bro needs at least 1 here.
They line up. That could have been devastating. Spray comes through. Not quite connecting his Yavi, but yeah, wants to defend himself. 3 versus 3, and a bomb going down here. Falcons with a legitimate... Oh my god, that would have been horrible. It might still be. Stair doing so much damage. He actually finds Snappy in the back.
Yeah, dude, I was going to say, like...
That was a collateral shot. He didn't even know that.
I don't know where it came from, but we take it all day long. Magisk, if he had the HP, maybe he could win that one, but that's unreal.
No way.
We got to see that one slow motion. Where? So I guess he was towards Shadow at the back.
Yeah, he was playing that ninja Shadow position. Just getting, just accidental, just catching strays at the back of the bomb site. This is absurd. Yep. Maybe he did see it, and he's just got way better eyes.
Yeah, it looked like he had pretty good control on it.
That's actually so sick. From my point of view, I was sure he was just spamming for the second player, but wow, that's pretty sickening. 7-3, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons, they still can buy. They got the bomb plant, they got the loss bonus. They're going to power on. Not much money left on Astralis either, so to be fair, even though it looks a bit grim, Falcons, they're not many rounds away here from being able to turn this in their favor. But it does require a round win at some point soon. Device doing excellent work with the AWP. Again, not too flashy, but just getting the kills that he needs out in the yard. Look at Bro finding a new position. Means they've put Device, I'm guessing, over at the ramp. Yeah. Tactical switch up.
Nice work from Bro.
Don't repeat it.
No, you're dead on.
I really try to help him.
It's such a nice advantage. Up against AKs as well, you really are tempting fate. Going for the repeat there, that would have been such a nice pick, just to fade away and like scare them about going down secret.
Yeah.
You've already kind of overstepped the mark going for that challenge. You know you've got away with murder there.
I think the worst thing you should probably know, the second you do it, you know yourself. Like, you don't even need anyone to tell you, like, all right, yeah, obviously. Vegas should be losing that fight. Was busy.
Good intel here. You've just confirmed lobby is completely clear, but stairs presumably going to go down. Oh, he's going to actually help himself to the hut. This is really nice.
Yeah, but Yabi's actually coming back to help him out, so this could be a bit interesting.
Really nice play from Snappy.
Might still be... Oh, he's walked the other way. Bomb being planted. Snappy's surely going to be dead on this one. Yabi's just... No one's seen Yabi at all yet. Stown gets a kill outside of the pre, and unfortunately Supplies is miles away. And not that much health either. Yeah, they can just win. Diffuse, he can't really get there. Wow. A very close round in many ways, but...
Yeah, Sumpire from 7 points of health. Nothing he could even do. Couldn't just run in and try and kill the diffuser. He would be 100% dead.
You try and wallbang him.
You could have tried to wallbang him, I guess. It'd have to be a hell of a shot.
Make the news, you know. 6 o'clock news, Henry.
Yeah, Bro knows. Didn't have to repeat that. But no harm, no foul. Nice, that was a nice idea, though. Snappy got all the intel he needed to assume upper was clear, got the bomb planted, but it's all for naught unless you're winning that round. Like you said, though, they've got the loss bonus. At least a bomb was planted. They've got that going for them. So there is a bye for this final round, but only 3 on the board so far. 9-3 doesn't seem recoverable. 8-4 maybe. Doesn't look good for Falcons.
Yeah, they're
in many ways this year.
They have been under scrutiny.
Yep.
The people want more.
Oh yeah, they want to see their favorite players do well, right? These are all beloved names.
Yeah.
In World Counter-Strike.
Unquestionably. 8-3, round number 12 here. Falcons getting by with bomb plants and loss bonuses, but again, that's not going to win you a map, obviously. Good damage under debris at the start. It's down, crouching around. Okay, they're really fast down. They want to change the speed here, and they are changing the speed. Straight run to the bomb site. They're going to open it up. It could be a very quick bomb plant here, Device. Got to be careful when you turn this corner. They're waiting for you.
Okay. It's all hell's breaking loose. It looked like the Falcons were done for, Anders, but a pep in their step, changing the pace, straight up lower rush. Yeah, that's more like it. We said there's a lot of difference between 9-3 and 8-4, and they've got the latter. So down but not out. It's just down the formality here. Stown's got 0% chance of winning it. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, some signs of life here. It's going to be a very difficult recovery, but they have got enough to work with. Welcome back to the thrilling conclusion between Astralis and Falcons. They looked like they were dead in the water. The Falcons are having a bit of a resurgence here. They managed to post the last round of the half and had a bit of pep in their step. They seemed like they'd had enough, and just went all guns blazing down towards the lower bomb site, and they were hitting shots. 4 in total, not a massive amount, Anders, but it's workable on the T side of Nuke. I still feel like they can do this. It's a better performance than we saw in Ancient. Astralis, definitely the favorite still.
Yeah.
But it's not over yet.
Agree with everything you said, Henry. Let's see if they can make good on that, though. CT side now. They got the pistols, they got the range, flash around the corner. Mega's going to call it out. Says quite a few people here. He doesn't really want to re-peek it. Could be a P2, 50 down the range. Not really worth it. Yabi trying to push through. A lot of damage on the Snappy. Wow.
Stare.
Oh, and Stare, you're right. Just catching him. If he gets this one too, it would have been sick.
Yep, that would have been the round. He gets that kill. Now a question mark. They haven't ran over any key pieces of territory just yet.
Bomb down below. 2 people. Okay, they're not quite sure. They're kind of going back and forth. There is also one of the Falcons players down there kind of keeping an eye on things, so they know that no one's really slipped the net device.
Oof.
Kill on the Madden. Still Dupree's there.
Could be overlooked,
surprise.
I reckon. Yeah, he will be.
Oh, will it? Device, yeah, didn't see it at all. I thought maybe you could see just the knee there. Okay. Interesting round. Dupree's going to go down. Magus got here, might be overwhelmed. He has to push forward so he doesn't get shut down from Mini. And he does.
Running out of time.
Glock. Yeah, that's another problem. 35 seconds here. And Magus made the drop down, trying to change his position. 2 versus 2. So much right. And this Astralis, if they lose this one, they're probably going to be fine. They can still recover it, but Falcons, they really badly need this round. They do not have a kit right now.
They've already rotated a CT down towards lower. That's going to be some pious. Landing safely, unfortunately, not much you can do with it. They can take him down together. Oh, might have had to wait for his teammate there. See what he was up to.
Yeah, he wanted the
he's something planted.
They have to now. Magus, you might as well fight now. It's a 1 versus 1 while the bomb is being planted, but they got it down. Well played. He wanted to use the advantage, obviously.
But that's the thing, though. Both of them trying that same idea, and he just turned it to 2 1v2s.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like, it was a cool idea if he gets the instant kill as soon as he starts charging them down, but they baited him out by the fake plan originally. They didn't panic under the threat of time. Definitely a chance to win that for Falcons, but ultimately pretty clean in the end. Yeah, nothing Magus could do. He had a really nice round there as well. Holding it together, though. Almost certainly going to force fight, like most teams do on Nuke. And there we go. It's a map where the MP9s can do a lot of work.
Oh my god, yeah. How did he recover that?
I don't know.
His
Very
aim
nice
was everywhere.
The round's still alive, though. It's still good. It's still good.
I want to see that in replay. It looked like his mouse went straight into the ceiling. Regardless, you're right. There is still a chance here. 3 versus 3. Not an easy retake. And once again, without the kits here, it's not
No one's watching her.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there they are.
If he would have snuck through, he wasn't far off. Sampires goes down, and now it's unraveled.
Okay, now it's Falika coming up next as well, 10-4. Brutal smoke. Nothing you can do with it. Everyone goes down. Like I said, it's Eco next. Unless you really want to do something untoward and unexpected, you go for a force buy here. Go all in.
It's risking the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah. The book suggests you take the full eco now. But sometimes you got to go against the rules. Nice. See what they decide to do. I would be very surprised if they bought. So yeah, full eco.
Yeah.
So 11-4. Massive uphill struggle for the Falcons here. Another disappointing finish. It's looking quite likely here. Only game they won of this tournament was against Gamer Legion, the new look Gamer Legion.
Sure, yeah.
Bear in mind as well, winner of this series goes on to play Vitality in the group final.
That could be really fun. Astralis versus Vitality, give me that. Megisk will take down Device. Maybe a sign of life if he can recover the rifle, but he is going to end up going down, and now they're being hunted. It's actually Stead to get that kill. Madden and Dupree. All right. Again, that's one, but recovering the rifle, or at least keeping it alive, is very hard.
This could get a bit dicey.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yabi's
This kill, yeah?
Ooh, stab.
If he can hold on to it. Oh, there was a chance. But now, yeah, that chance is diminished. Just Madden, no Kevlar, PT50. About to meet his makeup. The form is down. 2 away.
It's also because you think the result from Dust 2, winning it in overtime, Megas playing very well, but then if they just disappear from the rest of the best of 3, it's so hard to carry that result forward and say, oh, at least, you know, there's some signs of improvement. You still left with a feeling of, well, maybe not.
So difficult to keep your head in the game here. Your mind is spiraling. Knowing what this loss means. Another disappointing finish. So much to do, so much to work on. Nothing coming together for this squad. Big tournaments around the corner.
Right.
Huge tournaments on the horizon. I can't stress that enough. The major not far away.
Yeah, they're running out of time. They really are. Bro. Decent spray.
That's a crazy move. And he gets away with it. Well played.
They're very low on health, to be honest. This is a 2-on-3, but you look at Sunpius and Dupree here, maybe even Magus. So much time left. This could actually be very interesting. Molotov, it's a good job that he runs out of the corner there, Magus.
Yeah, true. That was actually a pretty sick molly.
Dupree probably gets a free kill here. I don't think anyone's checking CT spawn, so health doesn't really matter. Device can still win this.
Can't let him win this, Anders. Can't let him even get close.
No, you say that, but it is Device.
The orbs.
Grenade, all right. That's
coming in.
Out.
There we go. Good stuff. Well done, Dupree. Good round.
If he could have made it to the doors, I think that round is back on again.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Emergency break has been pulled for Falcons. 11-5 is going to be the scoreline that gets to save 3 rifles in this one. It's kind of scary, but it is not over yet. There is still a way to get back into this one. But they really need to change the energy here. Somebody has to get fired up and get locked back into this game.
Time to lock in.
Here we go. Stab, top ranking, 16 kills.
It's been good. Had some lovely contributions in the first half, most notably that play from the squeaky door. Double kill. Snappy heading towards the ramp for now. That round had to go in their favor. They kept decent amount of players alive as well. They upgraded their M4s to a couple of AKs. Let's see now if they can start posting a few in a row. It's not over until it's over. Towards ramp we go, contact play. Snappy is going to say you can take a couple of shots and then has to fall back. What a shot it is. That's why you want the AKs towards ramp. The one-tap potential compared to the M4. Nice clean kill. Vacates the premises. Clean as well from some bias. This is looking much better. 3-on-2. Should be their round.
Again, it's pretty hard to get rid of Astralis in these rounds. They're not super clean either. Oh.
Yo.
Want that kill, don't use the free. Comes up, wins both the fights for some reason.
That's insane. Got to see that from his POV. How's he done that? Talk about rolling back the years.
Just didn't care, did he?
Like, if Device gets that kill, the round is so on.
Yeah.
That's what Snappy, Sampai's good shot, nice and calm. Device found him. Okay, that's a sick wallbang. Really good shot, though, from Dupree. 2 nice ones to close it out. All right, made it still believing. Eco. We ain't done yet.
No, we're not.
Not by a long shot.
Should be quite the revival for Falcons if they can spin this around and actually win on. Can you imagine that? That would be a bit of a result for them, I think. Started to build something. Dupree and Magisk, both of them playing very well side by side here. Stairs managed to sneak his way down below. The issue is still you can't open the door down there, or at least you need your teammates to open it up top at the same time, which I think is what they're doing there. Faking the sound so you can't hear that the lower door is being opened. So, at least 100 IQ move, Henry.
At least. That's the bare minimum these days, I would say.
It's worked. They don't realize. If he opens it only below, then they're going to call it out. But now it's a bit interesting. Can he get more than the one?
No, wait, you take that one.
Oh, just do it. Oh, no! Oh, no!
I mean, it was an eco anyway. They still get 2 kills.
Yeah, but...
That's probably all they were going to get, even if they were clean. The Deagle will be like that sometimes.
It do be like that. The bullet just disappeared.
They still got the 2 kills. I think that was the limit anyway. So all good.
That makes me sad.
Doing him like this. Let's have a look at. And if it's always like, it's always a bit booky, like shooting someone in the back, like for some reason there's something weird about it.
Can we overlay the Nico shot from hot on nuke on top?
Yeah, something about
do we have the power? Do we have the technology?
Nuke and Desert Eagles, an iconic duo. All right. Well, this game got a little bit more interesting now. I need to string a couple more together before we start to get excited. Astralis still with a comfortable lead. Looks like the better team, especially in that second map, 13-1. Decimated the Falcons.
Yeah, but this just got a lot more serious. You can,
yeah.
You can kind of feel it now.
The pressure's mounting now. Like, the kind of thoughts of doubt starting to creep into their heads now, Astralis.
I think so.
Now that they've got comfortable on the CT side, they've got nice buys, they've got all their utility, they can present their proper rounds. Seems that they've loosened up a bit now, accepted their fate. All they can do is fight.
Add in this forward position, like you've been saying a couple of times, if this gets Molotov'd out, there's really only one place you have to check.
Yeah, the toolbox. It's the only area the Molotov doesn't spread to. But, yeah, like you're going to see a demonstration here. But you are going to come in pre-fire in that spot.
Every time. They know it as well. So Pyre's moving forward to try and help out his teammate, saying, I'm in a little bit of trouble. They've Molotov'd it. Don't take it as hard as you thought.
So well.
Just completely wrecks them. Oh.
Okay, apparently don't come in and pre-fire it. Like, that's pretty par for the course. You know that's the only place they can be. Okay, Yabi.
Sick work. I mean, it's probably too late in the round, but
sure, but like,
for the sake of the show?
Yeah, exactly. Get him sweating. Don't let it be clean. Bit of a fumble there from Astralis. Like I said, like that Molotov and that position is very well known. But what can you do when Madden presents the perfect spray? Barely let go of the trigger. Nothing but headshots.
They're trying to stay so far away from Yabi. The ult will get rid of him. Yeah, that is a bit curious because obviously you could throw the Molotov just to clear out the position, but part of the power is you know where
it's down with coming in the checker, to be fair. Like the smoke makes it a bit more awkward. It's not that I don't think they overlooked it.
Yeah.
It's just a difficult fight. You might want to consider like the flash in there before you take the room.
Sure.
If you're considering that as an option, like that's what I can really poke a hole in. Like, to be fair, I think Madden has played it very well. It's not a huge mistake or anything. Like, you're aware of it. I just think it's just Madden nailing it.
Fair enough. Tech9s. One Deagle on step. The gap is closing. The Falcons are starting to catch up. Only 3 rounds separating these two teams. You know it's going to be heartbreaking either way, having to go down like this.
That's the good thing about this. Like, it's going to be broken hearts regardless of the outcome.
Yeah.
That's what makes this matchup particularly delicious, because just like the amount of storylines and previous teammates, previous organizations.
He's pretty good job here, but can't quite follow it up. Madden pushing in front, hyped up by that last round for himself. Gets a couple more in this one.
We've got a game on our hands, ladies and gents.
We absolutely do.
5 in a row. The Falcons finding their form once again.
Imagine this. For Astralis, it's losing a huge lead. It's losing what looked like a surefire win on nuke here.
It felt locked in.
It's the idea of having to go out and explain again why is it not working.
Like, yeah, for both organizations, this would be like a tragic loss, right? Like, for both teams.
Like, they just don't want to have another conversation where James Banks is asking them, like, what
Yeah,
else?
so what will happen this time?
Don't want that anymore.
Shouldn't have lost that one, should ya?
Well, here we go. Dupree and Magus, the two Danes. There's a third on Snappy, I suppose, but at least 2 out of 3 are doing well.
Mental advantage, maybe the Falcons at this point with 5 in a row.
It could be.
They thought they were down and out.
That's a lot of Molotovs on the T roof.
Good position from Dupree. Boatload of damage. Has to expend the smoke to find his footing again. He's trying to do everything.
Yeah.
For Astralis, it's series points. Team Falcons might be able to tie things up. The money just won't be there for Astralis.
Flashes go everywhere. Yabi just comes in, sprays everywhere. Quick headshots. Some Pious and Snappy here.
Got to give it a look in. Got to give it a go.
Yeah, really? They're a bit low on health. It's possible, but even with the Galil, bro is going to be able to negotiate that kill. Some Pious.
Oh, he bounces up.
No. Does he really? I mean, he
Back
obviously
picks up
does.
that AK,
Throws away
yeah.
the AWP to try and see if he can look for it. I guess he can rebuy the AWP, so they might just be saying, okay, we can't buy the AK.
I guess you're right. I think he was hoping like he would get a couple more interactions towards lobby.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not worth going back for the orb now. You probably get run down.
Astralis at least securing overtime here with a classic A-pop. They don't even get to save the AK. Good work, Yabi. Those opening frags make all the difference in the world. You have to get them so quickly on those A pushes. Look at how many, there's 3 Molotovs on the roof there. They burn as much as they can, and then they follow it up with more Molotovs and the flashes coming through the ceiling. Oh, very well done.
Yabi's looked so sick.
Yeah.
Taking matters into his own hands. Great double kill. Alleviates a lot of pressure. Last time I used, Rugger wants to end this right here, right now. Get a win over his rival coach, Zonix.
Yeah, as exhilarating as overtime is, I don't think Astralis are. They're not interested in more.
No, we've already had that. Money fine, though, for the Falcons after winning 5 in a row. Zonix can feel another difficult team conversation around the corner.
Yeah.
One of those chats.
The gravity of the situation really has been at their neck the whole time. Dupree, top frag, 20 kills on Falcons as well. Sunpire's got the AWP back. They've invested everything here, obviously. They need 3 in a row to get into overtime, and Magus, look at him taking charge of the game. He wants to see if he can power his team through like he did on Dust 2. Just delete Yabi, never knew what hit him there. That's a great start. He's such a playmaker, Magus, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, for sure. World-class talent for many years.
Here we go, Matt. Oh, the flash is insane! He was gonna get that one.
Yep.
Stair keeps going, a huge double. And they know with Sunpire's he can't repeat that. He has to stay out of it. There should be a Molotov coming in. He's second now. Magus trying to fight his way back in, but they're everywhere. My God, he's powering through a 3rd kill for Magus. He's locked in the corner and taken down. Sunpire's, they know where he is now. Down low, yeah, they're gonna ignore him and just run for it. This smart play.
Should be GG. He knows it. See, he's gonna have to give it a go, but it's like, I would give him 5% chance here, maybe about 30 at this point. That's a sick shot. I don't know why Device is even there.
1 versus 1 to seal this. Sunpire's trying to make his way through, has to crack open the window. That's a little bit of a disadvantage. And Bro waiting right down below with the AK in hand, and he gets a shot. It's Astralis to make their way through this insane series. And for Falcons, it's another defeat.
Great run, great effort there from the Falcons. Not quite enough at the end. We say goodbye to them as Astralis move on to the group final.
And that's all they wrote for the Falcons. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated from the group stage here in Copenhagen. Astralis march on to perhaps try to qualify for the fall finals. That's not a given yet. They haven't qualified, but they're still in contention for it. Henry said it, Anders said it. Falcons putting up a valiant effort right here, but at no point did I feel Astralis were out of control. They were the better team on Nuke.
Yeah, and especially when you consider the CT side. The CT side of Astralis really saved them here. The T side was actually dreadful in many moments. Could have actually been a very close game. Overtime felt like it was in the cards. This last round as well did seem like it could have very easily gone in the favor of Falcons due to the early push of Magisk. But they should be relieved.
Obviously helped by winning both pistols, converting both pistols. Astralis were putting themselves in prime position. I'm glad that Falcons gave us a fight after what we saw on Ancient. It was pretty much the most lackluster Counter-Strike we've seen all tournament long. So they were able to bounce back and at least put up a decent fight here.
Yeah, and it's needed because, right, the next tournament is coming up relatively soon. I think everybody knows it's going to be Cologne. And you kind of want to have the feeling that you're ending on a note where you can at least have some sort of self-respect. Losing to Astralis is no biggie, but losing in the fashion they did on the second map is a biggie, right? So now they're out of this tournament. They can at least go out and be like, okay, there was just a few things we need to tweak here and there, but of course it wasn't good enough.
I want to give major props to Magisk for the performance he had in this series. The first map obviously was unheard of. He was single-handedly carrying Falcons to winning Dust 2 on Nuke. 110 ADR, you see it in the 110 ADRs for the entire series. On Nuke, 117 ADR. He went 8 for 9 in opening duels. Falcons won 14 opening duels. Astralis only 8, yet they still find themselves on the losing side.
It's also ridiculous when you see that last round, Magisk rushes into lobby, gets 2 openings, it's a 5v3, they still lose. Like, this guy's getting no help from his teammates. I do also think we have to talk about it for a short period. Snappy's individual level right now is unreal low. Like, he needs to find some sort of footing where he can at least just be a consistent... Like, he's not even averaging 10 kills over this BO3, right? It's really, really rough.
It's really, really rough. It is rough for the Falcons. It is rough for Magisk. Luckily, we got James Banks catching up with the man himself. I think did a valiant effort. It's James Banks with Magisk.
Falcons will find themselves falling down to the showdown here, but they put up a better fight this time around against Astralis. You were the main reason for that on Dust 2 to start off with, and that was really good. But then we come on to Ancient, and I just want to try and understand what happened, because there was even some smiles. It seemed like you guys were still communicating going, but you couldn't get a single thing going really on any round.
No, I think honestly we kind of fell through as a team on the CT side on Ancient, and we didn't really make decisions. And let's be honest, Astralis with full momentum is a strong team, and they have good individual players. So if you give them too much respect and too much space, they will obviously just dominate you. So to be honest, I think they just played well, and we liked the decisions, and that cost us pretty badly.
On Nuke, though, it was closer maybe than even what the scoreline showed, because obviously you had to come back into it in the second half. But do you feel like that one kind of slipped away, like you had a chance you could have taken that?
I mean, honestly, I feel like we had a chance throughout the whole Nuke. I think we played really good, and we lost a few key moments that kind of cost us the map. And yeah, even the last round, we almost pulled it through and made it to another round. But at the end of the day, I think they played better than us today, and we didn't step up enough as a team. And yeah, that's the way it is sometimes.
How would you sum up your whole experience though here for the Blast groups and just what it means for you going into Cologne?
No, but I think obviously we need to look at the positive things, and that is that we are playing better CS and we are performing better as a team. And I know the results haven't been showing it, but I do think we're improving, and that is a step in the right direction. And we need to keep the positive mindset and keep learning, because that's the way you become better. And yeah, obviously we want to do better in Cologne.
I like that a lot. Stay positive, man. Thank you very much.
I'll be honest with you here, I think I slightly disagree with Magisk. I don't think I value the performance from Falcons as a step in the right direction. I know they beat Gamer Legion 2-0, but the 2 losses against Astralis, the way they were losing as well, without Magisk playing exceptionally well on Dust 2, this would have been a 2-0 for Astralis as well. Do you echo that sentiment? Do you think Falcons are moving in the right direction, or is it still a team that is very hard to understand?
I think you have to take into consideration where they came from, right? I know these are star players, but they have faced reality. They know they are not a top team, and they're taking it from the standpoint of where can we improve from now. I mean, it's not good enough, let's be honest. The organization behind is also probably disappointed as hell. I am as well. But considering the circumstances, they did put an okay fight. I'll agree with you. There's not many positives to look from, especially considering how the T-sides is sometimes flowing.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough run for the Falcons. They have been eliminated now from the tournament. We're not going to see them play anymore here in Copenhagen. We will see them in Cologne. That gives us an updated bracket, as you see on your screen right now. Vitality will take on Astralis in a game that will send one of those two teams in to the fall final, whereas for Gamer Legion and Falcons, they have been eliminated and they're now in the showdown. We're not going to see them anymore. Bubski, quickly, any big surprises in this group?
No, I think this group was the hardest one to qualify for. I think that the top 3 teams in this group particularly was the hardest of all of them. I mean, Falcons, this is probably how it should have went on paper. I mean, I did think Falcons had a chance, but I see a good chance for Astralis actually putting up a fight for Vitality.
Yeah, that's going to be a great game. That's going to come up tomorrow as well. I'm excited for that one as well. We have more good stuff coming up. We have a massive game coming up at our hands as well. Behind me, FaZe Clan and the boys from NIP are getting ready for what could be another banger of a matchup. Elimination game. One of these two teams will be eliminated from the group stage. They will head down to the showdown, and one of FaZe and NIP will be able to continue. Before that, though, we're jumping on a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Tech Girl with Kadian to drag you through the game.
Long support from Zywoo to just pepper at the heels of the hit. Frag grenade comes out. There goes half of Fame. Ooh,
wait a
nice
second.
Shot.
There's only one on A right now. Now, they don't know that. I think it would be hard to read that there's 3 in B, but they're actually doing the right thing. Moving up Cat now.
Oh my. Oh, and he gets away with 6 HP. A Molotov behind him. Norbert's hands are going to be busy. Oh, this is bomb down. From what felt like no chance to a post plant. Long fight queued up for Flamesy. Fame has taken down another player, but it's the long that holds on. And so Fame on 6 health should be done for. Should be. Picks up another kill. He's on for the ace. This would close out map 2, and not to mention, Spinks is just as low as Fame. If he can line up these headshots, Fame with 4! On for the ace! Oh, it's right there for the taking. He comes back and he softens him up to the sidearm. Call the paparazzi! Chopper swings on Hunter. Just a sudden burst.
And you know what else?
Yeah?
They both won Katowice.
That's true. This isn't a guarantee. Oh, Nico. The 3rd headshot. Beautiful. It's just enough to reopen the door because this one was starting to go south. Nico turns back. And there's number 4. Looking for the 1 mag ace versus Pistols. And he's got it.
Nailed it.
Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The offer missed the shot. Shiro's down. Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that. Pre-flash the top mid.
Looks like they're knocking on their first round win. They try to clear the corner. Zontix able to hang on, but now he's going to have to desperately reload as he dives back far. He gets away with timing. Imez at bat.
Can he really do
this? Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bits Lurk now.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round, but remember, Zontix gets active.
And also Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends, and the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontix stoic, snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got! Oh, no! The name misses.
It's the 3rd game of our elimination day. Today, every single team playing for their lives here at the Blast Fall Groups. My name is Sam. I'm taking over from Pimp, and joining me on the desk, it is our professional player who's having a little break and playing analysis. I get paid to talk for a living, and apparently I can't do it, Kadian.
That's all good. That's all good. We all make mistakes.
It is NIP taking on FaZe, playing for their lives, both of these teams. And as we take a look at FaZe, this is a team that, as a fan, I absolutely love. I have watched them through all their victories. There's something about FaZe that you have to fall in love with, but they've had this drop of form in the last few months. What do you think is the cause of that?
Obviously, yeah, the majority of the players in FaZe has been lifting the biggest trophies there is in CSGO. They won the Major, they won the Grand Slam, lifted the trophy in Katowice, the Cologne. I mean, they have done it all. So, of course, with those results also come a lot of expectations. And right now, they haven't been hitting that groove for a few months, but kind of knowing these guys a little bit as well, when they play a team that's an underdog, especially guys like Brookie, they're going to try and disrespect them as much as possible.
They are going to try to disrespect them, but also before there was this time where we always knew that we were going to see FaZe sort of high up, and if there was a loss, the other team would really struggle to beat them, and it was probably like the game of your tournament to beat FaZe. I think that's changed in the last few events, where it's not necessarily the case. They just don't look like that cohesive unit that you expect to lift those trophies. So I'm just curious, does something need to change for them? Or do you think it's just a matter of a little bit of time trying to figure out what's working and what's not working?
I think that's a tough question. I think if you look at the results, obviously in the beginning of CS2, they were making finals of every event. But actually their last tenure in CSGO was also kind of similar to what you see here with like these 5th to 8th quarterfinal places. People didn't talk about it that much because we also knew CSGO was coming to an end. But I would say that for quite a while now, FaZe has not been lifting the amount of trophies that kind of the name value of these guys is respectful and deserved of. Like, they have an in-game leader who's done it all, who's very respected. They have like the perfect anchor in Erupts, Brookie doing his thing, and Rain with all his experience. And then Frozen, you know, still a little bit of a question mark.
We do have a pre-interview with Carrigan. James Banks caught up with him, so hopefully he asked him the tough questions to find out what Carrigan thinks is going on in that FaZe lineup.
Carrigan, the G2 match, if we look both at Mirage and Nuke, you were not starting off the game well. I want to see, was that kind of the reason why things fell apart like it did for you guys?
I think it doesn't matter if you start good or start bad. I just think we're playing really bad right now. I mean, it's very simple. There are so many micro issues. It's hard to navigate in what we need to focus on, what we need to do. Team play, calling-wise, individually level. Communication in advantage situations. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, and it's obviously hard to navigate once you are in the situation where you're trying to focus on different things and you lose games differently. But I mean, we play good. I would say we play average on first map. I think D2 made some huge mistakes with the economy there. And then on the second and third map, they stepped more up and they wanted more than us, and that's also another issue I want to add to the list.
So in terms of all these issues, would it be fair to say that you feel this is maybe the hardest it's been to get FaZe in order?
I don't know. I mean, I've been here a few times in my career, I would say. It's always hard to navigate once you're in it. I think it's easier to take a step back and make a perspective in 2 or 3 months. Or 3 months ago, it was easier to kind of like navigate in what it was, right? In the end, the game is about team play. In the end, it's finishing a round. Sometimes I can do a bad call or a good call. But we have to finish the round. And right now, I don't think anything is very positive right now, and yeah, it's hard, but it is also about keep believing and keep working, and we are still doing that. But I just wish we can click a little bit more, because we click sometimes and the next game we don't click, and it's just hard to keep setting a step back. And we want to win, right? But we also have to be realistic right now that we are not at the level where we can be the top 5 team consistently, and that's just how it is.
Banks does such a good job of really getting like the meat and potatoes, if you like, out of a team captain like that, and getting Carrigan to kind of feed into what we were talking about, and him saying like there are a lot of these little problems. He's very aware of what the situation is. For me, Cadian, one of the main things that I've noticed over time is this drop in form from Rops, right? He was such a superstar last year, and I felt like with the exit of Twist, like he hasn't looked the same. Do you think that that's just a matter of getting used to Frozen after having someone else next to you for so long?
I think for sure, maybe like playing next to Twist, he sometimes created a little bit more space for Rups. He was not afraid of running in first and being that guy, because Rups has a tendency to be a little bit more passive, but kind of like I was describing yesterday as well. For me, especially when he's in form, he is still the perfect anchor player like and lurker, because he has the passive tendencies, but he knows when to switch it up. Like, he's not the guy who on Inferno will just play in pit every round and just wait for the opponents to make a move. He will still be aggressive in apps, searching for duels, playing inside boiler, being boosted on a short roof. He is still very dynamic, so you can't just expect him. It's the same with Ramp, you know. He will smoke, but sometimes he will go down to secret, he will fight under heaven, he will make these kind of small plays, which keeps him unpredictable. Like we saw on the stat line, his recent form has not been up there where we know he can perform, but then again, I mean, he's still 110 on a lurker on some of the more difficult positions, so I think you can't just put all the blame on his recent form dip. It kind of depends what your mentality is. Do you expect Robs to be consistently a top 5 player in the world? Then yes, it's a dip in form. But if you're also expecting something from the other stars in FaZe, then I don't think you can kind of put all the blame on him.
It is an elimination game, of course, FaZe going up against NIP. We've only spoken about FaZe because when you have one of the top players in the world on the desk, you're going to question him, you're going to try and see as much insights as you can. So we've missed the chance to talk about NIP because Scrawny and Launders are ready. We've got to get into game.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Cadian. It's time, baby. FaZe Clan back at the server. Scrawny Launders here to take you guys through it. You know, Kerrigan's being realistic. We're not consistent enough to be beating top 5 teams regularly, and I mean, it's just a bit of a sombering tone, or sobering mood as well, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, this is not a top 5 team that they're going up against this evening. It's basically just Wrinkle & Co, Mohan. He's been putting forward an awesome showing here at the Blast Groups. Really nice to have Wrinkle kind of coming into his own and whatnot, but the Ninjas team is still a formula that me personally, I don't expect FaZe to struggle when it comes to handling.
You see that, those odds on screen, it's obviously FaZe like way up there, even after this interview where it's clear they don't believe in themselves the same way right now. And the weird part about, I think, when FaZe are off their game, it's like, it's still hard to put it down to one thing, or it always feels like they're just so close to winning so many rounds constantly that they're sort of a weird team in that way. Like their standards are so high, but individual play ends up being the main culprit, right? It's almost never like, oh, their strats are a little weird, or like they just don't know how to operate in default or something. It's like, oh, Rops is like lurking a little bit slowly right now. Like Rain can't get his entries, or, you know, and I think it's for that reason, it's hard to bet against them consistently, but it's also clear when they're in a trough, it goes on for like a few months, you know? They did obviously have a period here where they picked up Frozen, made every damn grand final, and they got close to pulling out all these victories, and they finally got their tournament win, but in the end, they still also did just burn off a lot of gas, like trying to win, and it's very hard to stay at the top for a very long time, so you could argue they maybe missed that window where they could have just literally put on an era at the beginning of the game, and now are like Frozen is there.
Sure.
Frozen has been there, even in all their elimination games, all those grand finals. It sort of feels like it came into a phase that was just already a little bit exhausted.
Oof.
And then they didn't have enough to close out.
Yeah.
But I can't blame Frozen, honestly.
We'll see what kind of form FaZe come through with this evening. Rain, who's not wearing his glasses. Laser vision down the ramp. 2 headshots to kick it off. And if Rain's having a good day, then Ninjas won't be when it comes to Cave and B play. Alex, nicely done. 2nd highest rated player for Ninjas coming into this matchup at the moment. And, well, he goes ahead and puts 2 players down, which individually is what affords them the plant. Now, Rain continues to tear him apart, and Brokey slides into the site now. Maxter trying to fall back in the post plant, won't get much done. Mohan, Maxter is outrunning a demon tonight because he's on the brink of elimination from this event. And if he does not improve his rating, there's only one player who is currently beneath him in the entire event. Do you know who that is?
No, who is it?
Saw.
Saw, okay.
He does not
I was
improve
like,
his
I
rating.
think of like the one guy who'd be jumping off the page.
Yeah.
Also, Saw was pretty good in that first game, so okay. Yeah,
Maxter at a 0.68, 5 maps in.
Yeah, that's pretty
Saw at a 0.67, 6 maps in.
In general, I think we've seen Maxter play well at this event, obviously. It has been standout, sort of weak performances. And yeah, even other map wins that they pulled off, he hasn't really been a part of it, so not a great event. Maybe this is the time.
The Demon follows him into what could or could not be their last match, of course. Winner of this one goes on to the finals of the group. Rops gonna make sure that Alex can't really get things going in the mid-round. Down he goes, just kind of floating out middle, and all that remains is the Ninjas' upgraded pistol A-site walkout. They have a Molotov and a smoke, so you could deny Donut, and we'll see if Frozen plays ahead. Excuse me, ahead of it. I got the hiccups. Great timing. I'm nervous, maybe, for FaZe's reputation.
Could just hold your breath for 10 seconds. That'll do it. I'll take this one. Frozen with Rops behind him. Frozen goes down, and Rops on this hold should be no problem. Look at him. He's been clean. Helped out by Brokey. Are those hiccups gone? You can let the air out now. The idea is you hold your breath until the next hiccup would happen.
Oh, okay.
And then the next one doesn't.
All right.
Does it look like Rain like forgot his glasses somewhere? Because he was sort of squinting earlier, like as a joke, and I was thinking he got contacts.
I've never seen him without them, so
kind of freaking me out.
And also, he's not in his home country, so like it's a weird place to buy contacts for the first time. Maybe they used lasers.
That's true. Maybe Moses helped him out. Nice flash dodge.
Beautiful. Kerrigan gonna make sure that the pistols don't get anything going in this one. Cheeky little field day with the SMG. Makes a ton of money. Unleashes Rain to go down ramp. Good start for FaZe. No challenge. No hiccups. No mistakes. All is good for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, the conversation is going to be kind of in this match about, you know, FaZe show us weakness, why? Not so much about like, oh, can Ninjas make this happen? It's sort of a question of where is full strength FaZe and why is that not happening? Rops' form is obviously a massive question for a lot of people, as especially like Jame and a couple players at the beginning of CS2 were leading the game. They were destroying. And you would think that Rops doesn't have to have that quite like that level of form to be good enough. But now that he's dipped off a bit, it's definitely clear that he's like reverted to those like slower pace lurks that were, you know, a little bit too passive when he was at his peak. You didn't really see that at all. He was timing everything perfectly. So might just be a mental rut for him. It's hard for me to not believe in Rops that he won't sort of get back to form though. I just can't really live in that zone. He's a KZ bro. It's just like, it's a pact. So
just like a blood pact.
Yeah.
Kind of a cult, you know? So we'll continue to give him time. Feels like FaZe have earned that through all their iterations. Good pinch out middle for the T's, but defense hanging on. There's support here for Isaac. Oh, the flash. It pops once. Beyond that, he's left on his own, and Brokey's able to keep that trade train going back to the 2v2.
Rain, 100% aware of this gap. Knowing Alex is alive too, he tried to prod Banana by himself before. 2 CTs in the right positions. Ninjas will probably have to win by elimination here. Let's see. That'll help.
Oh, Alex.
They do it.
We go back and forth, and then damn, 2 Ninjas players walk it up the ramp, both getting instant kills on the remnants of FaZe. So first gun round, first issue for the CTs. It was a nice setup from both teams in middle. A nice bounce back from both sides, one after another.
I mean, this new Ninjas is a team that doesn't have the same quality as players like we see on FaZe. They don't have like top 20 players. Maybe Wrinkle will join that conversation one day. Maybe Rez will get back to it. But for now, it's about like their composition looking good, and you know, can they perform to expectation?
Wrinkle will continue to do so, but he's on 4 HP in the 5v4. It's funny that this composition kind of based off even what Headtrick was supposed to bring to this team, right? Ninjas, it's the Swedish core, Spanish in-game leader, and then a talented Ukrainian AWPer who's supposed to elevate them. Didn't work out with Headtrick throughout those iterations. They give Wrinkle the same chance. And he does have that pizzazz in him.
Yeah, he goes for it. Isaac also been a really interesting player to pick up.
Yeah, more proven entity, right? Doing what he did over in Gamer Legion.
Ooh. They've rung too many alarm bells, and they want to take it back towards B, but Rain's already pushed for some space. Ah, it looks like he's going to turn the corner, however. One trade back. And, well, they become aware of the plans again, but this time the CTs are not in a position to get back to this side of the map. FaZe are just hoping to overthink this situation. No nades here for a retake, so FaZe have no choice but to respect this.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to go their way, huh? Opposite side of the map. 4 players walk in, surprised to find 0 resistance and understand what's up. FaZe concede early. Good on Wrinkle, stayed hyper-focused even as Rez started to walk beyond him.
All peeking me, rushing in mace.
Never for a second thought that lane was too safe. At his 2 kills, he himself earns this one for Ninjas.
Kerrigan cites, not clicking. And he's cited things in the past like, we're just missing some X factor right now. And when he says those sort of like vague, sort of high-level concepts, I really believe them because he's got a team that's been together for so long, and Frozen is the one replacement that comes in. But that fit is so close to the last one that, they had a period of time where they had to, integrate Frozen, and then they consistently made all these finals. So I don't think there's really a problem with like who they have or how long they've played with them. And so I do see it from his perspective where he's just like, well, where are my individuals? It feels like as a unit, we're the same guys. You could still recognize them with the nameplates off as they move as a team. But yeah, that's when, again, the individual levels get highlighted.
Just a little concerning, of course, that we get to a point where we look at FaZe, who we've always praised as having all the best stars, or some of the best stars. But everybody has that kind of aura about them in one way or another. Even Kerrigan, mechanically the weakest player on FaZe Clan, just has this like larger-than-life repertoire of wins and awesome moments and phenomenal single-round calls to kind of tap into, right? Yeah. All these guys are legends in their own rights. And we get to a point where a ragtag gang of ninjas in pajamas are making them sweat in a group stage. So, your shine is only going to last so long.
Yeah, like that fear aura, right? Yeah. Like your brand value, absolutely.
And, if they were stepping out into a roaring stadium, I have no doubt that Ninjas would be thinking about all those accolades and accomplishments, but we're not in that context.
And I think that's what gives them lasting value, is like the way that Kerrigan calls it's thorough but not strict, and it highlights individual play, so it's like everyone shows up. Game plan always looks promising, and they can get really creative. They've got some of the best late rounds that we've seen, and that's that kind of thing is hard to teach. They've got the right players for it. But for a while, it was a pretty famous core of Rops, Twist, and Brokey, right, in those late round situations. And again, I'm not going to accuse Frozen of harming that chemistry at all, because as a player himself, I mean, he has definitely stepped up to the challenge of playing on this team. He came out of Mouse as the best individual player on every single map, into coming onto FaZe and showing up in even their worst elimination games where other players were not having a good time. Frozen was there.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen did nothing but add to, again, that classic FaZe aura, right? He felt irreplaceable back on Mouse. Brokey, good kill. Rops right with him. Bomb dropped in front of him. Missed shot on the second one, but it's okay. 15 to the clock. You've got support from your teammates. A little more support once upon a time. Brokey's gonna find his next one. Here comes Rops to hang on to Bomb. 7 seconds on the clock in the 1v1. Wrinkle. Oh, he goes for the fake.
He can't actually just...
Oh, he goes for the fake. Overcooks it and hands it to Rain.
Ooh, bit of a mistake. Obviously, he's so low, and Rain could have been close somewhere, peeking him. And it's lucky for Rain that he's just a little bit too far away, so Ninjas give this one up. That's tough. Can't beat yourself up about that too much, especially if you had a strong instinct about it. I'm not sure if there was information on where he was before, but obviously you're normally going to find him rotating from B as the last player.
I have a detective theory.
Yeah.
Seeing as Rain's hair... Oh, hold on, never mind. What the hell?
That was a fast start.
How are we already a kill deep in with Wrinkle?
Before a minute 40. Now you have about 20 seconds.
I was going to say, seeing as Rain's hair is still a little bit wet, I think he just got out of the shower right before he came to the studio. Nice shot. And that's why he forgot his glasses accidentally.
Okay. Get the interview with Banks after to confirm or deny.
Afternoon nap with Rain, you know, kind of... It happens.
Every man's dream.
You know, sometimes you forget to charge your mouse. Sometimes you forget your glasses. Robs. As they're using nades. But good preparation for Isaac. He was ready for the duel. Maxter swinging out from Donuts. Got his one to keep man advantage here for Ninjas.
Oh, is this the move, actually? Kerrigan, they peel back into Donut, but he's going to respect the smoke for now.
Rez keeps interchanging his hold, but he comes around through the smoke, and Wrinkle's going to get his second of the round. So kind of dropped the ball back in that clutch attempt. Oh, but he makes it up and then some. 3 kills from Wrinkle, including that immediate upwards flick shot out mid.
Yeah, man, that was nice. And that's the kind of player Wrinkle is, so good cover on that plant. Had to be aware of everything right there. Consistently strong output. So between the sight hold, of course, it comes down to Rob's getting one and Brokey not getting his, I think.
I think Brokey got one, but then couldn't get more.
Okay.
You're insane, bro. Two more.
One each is serviceable, but good entries from Ninjas. They look strong. That was looking like a promising peek out of Brokey on the second player.
Oh, excuse me. Brokey did drop it. And Alex dropping him again. He's got a good head-to-head right now versus Kerrigan on B. Kind of disrespectful with the MAC-10, but good read of the situation. They know that they're not running into too much of a hold, and they're absolutely correct. And with that 1 kill, bomb goes down, and we're all tied up 4 rounds each.
Robs have been pretty up and down here. Groups last 2 maps weren't great. Map before that was awesome. So, you know, mixed bag in terms of what kind of performance he's getting. You assume the more that they warm up, the more games they play, the better that he'll get. Especially with a lot of attention on him right now.
Alex is taunting them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's because Wrinkle is owning at 10-3 or because he just read him like a book with that MAC-10 B smash. Regardless, round 8's a very easy one for Ninjas.
Anders actually convinced me that the best way to talk smack is to say sending hate from your country. So
oh, yes.
If we were playing with sending hate from Canada, that would be what I would say. Maybe Alex sent some from Spain.
Nice try, Rob!
Not sure.
I love that he taunts him like that, even though Alex didn't get the kill. Just had really good cover from Wrinkle. Oof. Rez gonna catch Kerrigan trying to get a little frisky on the smoke. A little desperate, but you got USPs, so what else can you expect? It's all about maybe setting up Rain. But he starts to run off towards Red Room. Will Brokey escort him? Yeah, that'll be the Deagle working with him. Nope, not even. Brokey starts to press in there.
Can you do the Zeus noise if it happens?
As in the sound of the Zeus or the sound of the Zeus? Duh.
Zeus duh.
The Zeus duh. We'll see. I've seen 1 Zeus so far at groups. Me personally. Not sure what Anders and Henry have been up to.
Yeah, ultimates?
Ultimates. Turned into a round win as well, so you can never underestimate the power of the Zeus. Bomb starts to work its way up ramp by clearing 1 out. There goes the Zeus. And the USP of Wrinkle just as clean. So tough spot for Rain. That M4 gets nothing done. Great damage on Maxter. And an additional player from the Ninjas, but just the 1 casualty. So they're more than happy with that.
Crazy good map from Wrinkle, now 12-3. And apart from the 1 round where he outplays himself not planting, It's been nothing but highlights so far. Still sort of sitting on my hands, kind of wondering where this half will go to see what kind of phase we get. And if NAVI will keep, or sorry, if NIP will keep trending in that upwards trajectory. A full A coming in. 2 players on the site. This is definitely a well-serviced choke point here on main. Well, the second stab at trying the defense. Rops, no nades. Broke with a smoke for himself.
Ooh, that's Flash. So good, dude. Maxter maybe struggling in the kills department, but he's been propping him up, and those flashes are worth their weight in gold.
What an exact, I mean, the nades could not have been better placed in terms of all the mollies and the flashbangs.
There's only so many kills to go around. When Wrinkle's doing what he does, it's not even Maxter's fault he's got 1 frag. Those 2 flashbangs he sends through the roofs, incredibly impactful. Defense has nothing to say about it. And we go 6-4 Ninjas.
It's like you can really tell when a team's dry running. When execs like that, where they have all the space of main and a little bit of peace of mind, they put everything in the right place, and the timings are perfect as they execute. Turning into a great half here for NIP. And this is a half also where FaZe get the pistol.
Smoke on lane, molly box, double flashes over. Couldn't have been easier for Alex.
Look how perfect it is in terms of he's dodging the flash as soon as he's turning the corner. That's like a dream for him as the caller of the team.
Every piece of utility had impact there, either unrooting a player from behind cover, forcing somebody to take a fight, and then blinding them to the max. Convincing what was left of FaZe to just sit on the other side of the map and save. No fight left in them. 2 rounds left to try and tie up, but Ninjas, they have certainly sent a message FaZe's way early on here in this series. Of course, off of the back of Wrinkle, but that's been the formula as of late.
Same amount of characters in the name is simple, 1 in the name. I mean, besides the RNK, I mean, it could be him in disguise.
Different
2024,
sensitivity.
welcome back, simple.
See if Rops can do it all this time around. Utility with his name on it. Nice kill on Isaac. He keeps burning, but that's fine. Smoke puts it out. We get Frozen peeking out from Donut, still looking for his 2nd kill of the map. We're saying Frozen has brought it, but this map, the anomaly.
Sometimes deliveries are late. You would think they would try to re-clear out of mid with a window push, but these 2 players look like they're in time, and that window push coming a little bit delayed, though. Yeah, it's a little bit delayed. They're like kind of mistimed it.
All while Wrinkle sees a chance to move out A main, so now they know the site's gone. Oof, Rez confident as he steps back into that gunfight to take the man advantage. Wrinkle's reposition into Donut alongside the bomb. Now, they confirm 1 red room.
Oh my god, no way.
Brokey pushes ahead of the scope. I'm glad we see that from Wrinkle's perspective, even though he didn't get the kill, just so we understand how that goes wrong.
Yeah, because him zooming in at that moment meant Brokey had that 1 chance to basically push through the smoke. Very unfortunate there for NIP. Brokey with a Hail Mary play.
I'm giving Chev extra credit. Even though we didn't get to see the POV of the kills, we got a better story out of watching that panic from Wrinkle, because all of a sudden the bomb planter's dead and he doesn't realize what's up. Brokey loves a good old A-site smoke push when it comes to Ancient.
That's true.
And the fact he does it with the A1S, it's the perfect job for the tool. Perfect tool for the job. Just he's got a bunch of tools.
He's a good tool
on the job.
That part of the meta pushing through the smoke, diving the plant, has been something that like teams are doing like so much that it's really messy. It's just that it's working so often, and especially in a moment like this where I think Brokey's one teammate alive is low HP. He's going to feel like, here, if I get the right opportunity, round's over, I win it, and yeah. Sometimes it's worth the bet. So not the most convincing round out of FaZe, but it is one that keeps him one away from tying up here before the end of the half.
Rain again. Taking fights around this bomb site, but Alex has been really solid. Kerrigan holds back Isaac, just gets a clean, fair duel and wins it. Sits ahead of his own smoke, draws Rez into the action. Kerrigan with the triple. Somebody had to step up as the star of FaZe, and Finn got the memo. Maxter has found a bit of space on the A site, which is incredibly clear for the taking, but it's just about this delayed bomb from Wrinkle. He has to walk it over. Got to take his sweet time.
Maxter just needs to get more space. I mean, if they're going to go for this, which they are, because it's the last round of the half, they kind of just need to go look for a kill if possible. Wrinkle waiting this out, but the CTs are going to clear things out, and that'll only lead them back to A.
Yeah, all the information leads to A here for FaZe. They've now been afforded a double up in Donut. We know how hard it can be to plant on A site. Oh, but they do get a kill delivered to them. Kerrigan hunting down his fourth. Maxter's dropped Wrinkle into the 1v4. Absolutely surrounded, nowhere to go. Rain, the second player in Donut. This is going to be the toughest position to get out of. No scope for Rops, but the trade's right there. So we tie at the tail end of things off of the back of a Finn Anderson 3K in Cave.
I saw you in the jungles of Costa Rica.
Oh, yes.
How was that? How was your guys' player break? I know you both did some traveling, but I want to know about Costa Rica first.
We went to Costa Rica a bit. It's my second time there with my wife, and basically just walked around, watching animal, enjoying nature. Really good compared to some other vacation I've been on. I think it was really needed to just get out there and just walk, actually, and enjoy and be in the moment, which I think was pretty nice place to be, because sometimes we're traveling around the world, we don't get to see much stuff.
You say hanging out with animals, so I mean, like, pretty much just another day on FaZe Clan, right?
Yeah, I mean, wildlife there, wildlife in FaZe Clan is pretty much the same. I see different stuff every day, but there was more natural habitat, and FaZe Clan is not really natural.
Yeah, yeah. Glad you got a chance to slow down, but you went to Tokyo, Japan, right?
Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka.
That's a hustle.
I didn't
bustle.
slow down.
No,
I also had a one-year-old with me as well. So.
Yeah, I see sometimes your family's on the road with you, coming to
yeah,
events.
It's great to actually spend some quality time with them and actually get to create some memories that's a little bit longer than the 4 days I'm home between tournaments. So it was definitely much needed, but at the same time, it's quite hectic.
Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty, guys. You touched victory again in Chengdu, right? Probably felt good, a few second places. What's the most difficult team talk you've had to have in 2024 so far, Finn?
I think the team talk in Dallas. I think we haven't really had team talks. I think when you are that close to winning, there's small things you talk about, small adjustments, right? You don't want to stress out and lay out a whole map what we need to fix, because you are so close, right? And I think after Chengdu, there was maybe a moment where we took a little bit gas off the pedal. I think down the line we forgot the journey, we got frozen, and we had expectations to win every tournament.
How do you approach the remainder of the year where it's not been one that you guys can really claim, right?
I have to say competition is really high now. I think different teams are playing different kind of Counter-Strike. But I think most of all what we can control is to make sure that enemies or teams are fearing us, and right now they don't. You have to earn that fear like we did in the beginning of CS2, and And sometimes it's hard to find the recipe to that.
Next year, 2025, feels like a new year of Counter-Strike in the way events are going to work and in the way partner teams have been changed up. What is a defining factor for you guys when it comes to picking and choosing the events that you may or may not participate in next year? Do you think you guys are going to be trying to grind it out as much as possible, go for the prestige?
First of all, location, prestige, making sure you don't go from time zone to time zone during a season. That's the one that drained it the most, right? So you're supposed to go to Brazil and then go to China 1 week after. Those things are really hard to manage as a player. I think it's a very fine balance between figuring out how much you want to push the team and how much you're grinding just to get the legend stage at the major. Because mental health is way more important than being a higher seed at major than not.
FaZe with a little bit of life left in them. They started the half strong, they ended the half strong, but it really was the Wrinkle show for most of the first 12 rounds.
Amazing stuff out of Wrinkle. I mean, to perform in a match like this versus a team like FaZe says a lot. For his resumes, a bet that was placed on him for NIP to find that opper that they can sort of center their team around, and he is definitely that guy. He's looking very, very solid already. Unfortunately for Nip, it only results in a sort of a tied scoreline after the end of the half, but quality of rounds, I think Nip, won that half every day of the week. So let's see if they can perform just as well in the second half, and if they get the pistol, or if it's going to be FaZe with 2 straight.
Nicely done from the old dogs. Kerrigan and Rain with a kill a pop inside of the B site. They'll find nothing else, so looking like they'll take both pistols on the map. Looking like. No kit for the retake, but 3 players in the back line. Smokes are going to fade soon enough. I mean, couldn't have gone any better, really, if you're FaZe. With the 2 smokes you still have up in front of them. Dual Berettas to just preemptively clear corners. Brokey, well, puts him to work. So if there was any doubt that FaZe were going to win this pistol, it should be gone. Should be. Isaac just moseying around here with no kit to play with. So we'll see if he can add any highlights. A couple kills would have been nice. A couple of kills is all Frozen's had this map. That's
True.
his second there, shutting this down. But it is indeed 2 pistols to FaZe Clan.
And it is a 2-half game, so Frozen has time to get back into things. Here's the first off the Shadow. Nice one found by Rain. And, on T-sides, I've heard Twist say that specifically, like, if the upset's going to take place, sometimes it's when we are on the CT side, because you can have less control over the rounds. On the T side, if you really need to get back into things, that's where these top teams are relying on it, because they have so many ways they can take a game. Sometimes if, your anchor's having a bad day, that can just be the whole site. The retakes are impossible. But on T side, you're the pack.
Frozen's got a pack in front of him and a pack behind him. Good team play here from FaZe to make sure this one doesn't bleed too much into the next. Putting Ninjas down a peg and making sure to keep 4 players up. So Kerrigan hanging on to the top frag spot of FaZe Clan for now.
And as good as this has been for NIP, this is also their map pick, so they are relying on it. And it's not an easy one to take versus FaZe. They know that. The level of expectation is different here. NIP can always fall back on, we're building, we're trying to improve, we're trying to take a good win here and there. FaZe are here trying to prove to themselves that they're a team that can win versus other top teams consistently, that they don't lose to anybody ranked lower than them, and that's just not who they are right now.
Whoa, Rain bending bullets. Luckily for Ninjas, Maxter
good.
won the fight on elbow.
Yes. That would have been a legendary nade refrag. Maxter gets away. 20 HP.
But it's early cave wins for FaZe. Not that they're making too much from that. Alex, of course, knows it, playing within the cave still himself. And drawing teammates over. We're going to go Ninjas 3 players, 4 players B.
Man, I kind of like this. I mean, obviously, it's easy to say when the Ts aren't going to attack the A site right away, but as we can see from this default, they are in vulnerable spots to lose 1 and not be able to refrag. There's an opening from Wrinkle.
Kerrigan's on his own. He's not going to expect this. I mean, Alex could have done it on his own, let alone 2 players behind him. Robs makes sure that lane stays in their control. There will be a bomb plant with a lot of distance for the CTs to push. Robs, perfect! He lets the first crossover, instant headshots, mechanically just as good as the idea behind the pause.
Oh, this is beautiful.
And holding that smoke, Brokey starts to turn away, but the push out, Maxter, no! He can't finish the kill. That was so necessary.
You have absolutely got to get that. That was already risky for Maxter to do. Then you catch Brokey with his knife out, back turn, jumping on a box, and he still can't kill him. And that is most likely going to be the round. Wrinkle has an op. He's over a donut. He has no nades. He has to look for a kit. And I don't know if there's any chance that he can find right now. He's walking around to maybe score some exits. That's a crazy play from Rops. Honestly, such a smart move because they're splitting up in this 2vx situation. Is there a team that can think that well in these 2vx situations, that can act so seamlessly at that speed? I don't know. Especially when it comes to that core late round between Rops and Brokey. They didn't even have to commit to the A site there. They read the entire push coming down on B. And they took advantage of Nip, who thought they had one guaranteed in the bag. And it's the perfect level of patience here from Rops. This is though. Yeah, you know, he's pretty excited about the thought that, like, I win this round right now. You know, he has someone with his back turn, but that's the kind of event, unfortunately, Maxter's been having.
And on a round that hinges on a lot of good individual moments, right? The Rain entry frag in Cave when he's bending bullets into res, the double out of Rops. There's one individual moment that really shines for all the wrong reasons. Maxter could have dropped the bomb, would have had Rops alone inside of the B site, a teammate still to help him, and instead it leaves his unit on pistols alongside Wrinkle's op. FaZe about to take 10 off this, unless we get a little bit of Ninja's magic. And of course, any team will always say a loss is never on one person, but that round is a tough one. Luckily, Wrinkle opens up, gets his 16th frag of the map.
And maybe they have odds in this situation. We've got, you know, two pawns alongside the op, trying to play some gimmicky spots. Wrinkle has been the star of the show here for Nip. The sight hit is coming towards him, and now they're second guessing whether or not they want all this smoke.
Goes for a second reposition, but it's not that different. Comes back at it from CT lane. See Rain get a little active. Rez's Deagle stuck in the corner. Smoke grenade on the roof, is that a missed smoke? Yeah, he's meant to have a smoke here to play with, but Rain does get one off of the B site. Oh, the Deagle lets Rez down, but all the while, players dying on this A site. They're still gonna try to come back at this. Brokey tracks Isaac on the jump over, and because of the positioning here for Rain, he pushes bomb in. The two CTs went main.
And Brokey also heard them leaving, so that's gonna ensure this decision. Maxter's gonna pop out, headshot angle used against him. Oof. And once again, Wrinkle now in the 1v2. After his 2 kills.
It's been all Wrinkle all day. Peek into him. Oh, that's a gift. Rain offering it over, pushes Brokey to the 1v1. Wrinkle's not sure which corner to check, but it's just working with the USP. 5-7's a little better. Taps it. Sees no response. Now thinks maybe main because surely somebody would have taken a glance at that site. Tries to gun him down with the 5-7. Doesn't have a kit regardless. So Wrinkle, so much impact. 4 kills in the round. But FaZe get their 10.
Dude, that's crazy. I mean, why does Maxter even engage behind the back at default? Wrinkle's still alive in that 1-on-2 situation. I mean, it's a spot where if he gets the kill, nice, but also they have a chance to win.
I mean, him dying is what lets Brokey get into the better position and play the clock.
Yeah, and then Isaac jumping over Donut, like just have no idea where anybody is. That's a bit of a mess here for Nip. Last timeout can be called, but these are not the things they're going to talk about because those are fundamental errors. They're not supposed to happen, and you know what you did wrong as soon as it results in you dying. So just got to move forward. Like that straight setup.
Kills.
They had the stack in a good spot. Yeah, I mean, he'll be frustrated too. Like, look what he can do by himself. Give him some help.
Roby getting pressured here with Util. They hear that damage. Alex goes swinging for it. Oh, but Rain's got him up close. Molly for Frozen to deal with. He's sitting behind it for a second, but gets no duel. Whole pack of players out of FaZe outside of the B site. Now, they heard one burning, but even when Alex peeks, he gets confirmation on one player, presumably two, knowing that the Molly tags somebody else. But do they anticipate all of FaZe ready to hit this right now?
He's been right place, right time again in terms of the sights.
Wrinkle's climbing up. Yep. He tries to get into the action as Maxter does pull one off ramp. Rain's looking to go deep. CT's all over this site. Isaac, perfect! He slides through the smoke, but Rain's able to bring it back. Didn't expect Isaac to come back, and that's where he falls, putting Frozen into a clutch. Corners occupied, as are both lanes. Gets one, snaps over! Oh, Frozen, it's close. Imagine that third one steps into the stream, but NIP take it away with one still standing.
Yeah, I mean, that was hard, but not impossible. Nice try, and I mean, the amount of money, damage, and kills that he did will matter. But it's all about this play from Isaac. And if I'm not mistaken, he's also the guy to, you know, get the final kill and deny this clutch.
Nice! Nice, Caesar! Let's fucking go, bro.
And Wrinkle is just thankful. Look at the money here for FaZe. This keeps the game alive.
Rain shoots first. Rez hangs on to the cave control. Maxter blind, but no worries, no issues, no problem. Very clean one from the Ninjas. In what was a force buy out of FaZe Clan, they get nothing done. They'll drop Maxter at the very least, but it's a long road for Rops to even save.
After what Frozen did, might be a little interesting. Just test it.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, maybe not. All right, these two on your screen. They've had some impact in these last few rounds. Keeping the dream alive here for NIP.
Nice! Insane, boys. Nice, good fucking job, Max.
Now just the pistols out middle. Three players coming at it. Heavy util. Oh my god! Double nade, no scope.
No scope. God, what the hell?
Oh, that could have been an instant ace.
That's pretty fun. He did that from window.
Dude, nobody's ever died that fast.
Oh, he did it from donut.
Perfect.
Imagine being the bowling pins.
Whoa. Oh man, nice. Very smooth. Very brave.
Oh, he's
half health. They won't be ready. Ooh. Oh, and Maxter picks up Frozen 2 on elbow. Perfect opening out of the Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah, seamless.
A CT side that's starting to have a little zest with it.
The tactic is beautiful. And like mechanically, getting the nade out, getting the run boost off, getting into position in time with all of the things that are happening to you from the T side is very impressive stuff. He ran through that like Dunkirk. All the way to cave and found his way out. FaZe don't even know what hit them. Oh my god. Okay.
Ambitious. Maxter's gonna get dropped. Isaac's here though. Even looking to just deny plant. Nicely done. Well
nice
composed. Isaac's kind of like that.
He's anchory.
Anchory, composed kind of guy. Never getting too crazy with it. Never running risks. And I think it's...
We have been looking for like the next great Swedish talent, right? And
yep.
There have been some claims, but you kind of want someone great in every role.
Nice! Insane, boys! Insane! Insane, Max!
And Isaac wants to be that quiet guy, the Rops of the team, the bit of the team.
It's actually an awesome recovery for Maxter as this second half goes on. He was down there alongside Rez at like 4 or 5 kills, and now he's at 11. So he's been piecing it together. Maybe he padded it versus the pistols in middle, but
a little bit.
You know, you're having one of the worst events out of every player here.
Get some confidence.
And he kills, man.
It's true.
And also Wrinkle, who's 23-8, just keeps telling you how insane you are. I like that about him, right?
Yeah.
Trying to spread the wealth of confidence across the board.
How did this happen? They've got still no money? Last round. Oh, last round they had their guns. Okay, so it's been a few saves with that one buy. Here for FaZe Clan. Path of least resistance for Ninjas.
And a beautiful opening move in that last round. The run boost.
Yeah.
Whew. Giving FaZe a reason to worry. Rez comes out. And the pistols, these kinds of rounds haven't been too fantastic for FaZe. This one comes out with a couple of kills, but Isaac clean as ever.
Dude.
And NIP posts 5 straight to take the lead.
And it's earned. It is definitely earned. This is a game where FaZe have once again won both pistols. They even got their conversions. The streak early in the second half made it seem like there was no way that a comeback would take place, but here we are.
You know, 3-0 to start the first half, 4-0 to start the second half.
Now,
FaZe,
of the 4 last rounds,
had it.
Ninjas have won 1 rifle, right? It's 3 ecos, half ecos, or saves.
Half by eco, gun round, half by.
This will be a true test of their consistency.
And it's not just this instant ownage out of Wrinkle. Oh, Frozen actually ends up winning the smoke fight against Isaac. That's space to be taken, and Kerrigan knows it.
Yeah, big gap here for Kerrigan. How does he play it?
Thing is, you're surrounding Wrinkle.
Oh, they move right into this. It looks a little desperate with the double smoke coming in, but CTs, they just don't want to let this happen. Oh, and Kerrigan says, I can sense that you don't want to let this happen.
Really trying to support Wrinkle's CT spawn. Alex making noise as he moves over, but Brokey just waiting. I think FaZe played patience very well this round.
Oh, this is not great.
Everybody's dying here for Ninjas. We get the answer out of FaZe. They take that 11th. Anybody's match.
Second time they get guns. So, I mean, the last round, it was an amazing CT round with the mid control and the op kill from Wrinkle and getting in and getting out. Not letting anything go wrong, but here's an equally good, if not stronger round out of FaZe in their default, finding the gap, which caused so much panic. Like, we see all the mistakes happening in the exact same area as they're trying to get over from B, and like the double smoke that came in almost made them so scared, they were just confident it was going to be an ace play 100%, but FaZe were willing to play it slow.
Going for the boost with the fire beneath them. Oh, man. Oh, this is tough. CT's up top. One of them at least able to dive back doors, tries to re-engage, but it's Rez and Alex down the ramp for the 5v3 to Ninjas.
This one's from Map Point.
They go for the boost, but putting themselves into the fire at the same time as Ninjas get aggressive. I mean, God, tough spot for FaZe Clan, and we see what it results in. Double man advantage and a lot of control outside of B site. Kerrigan's gonna have to take his sweet time working back, and there's no real open route for FaZe across the map.
Obviously, Ninjas have to be incredibly careful. We've seen a 2v4 compromised already. Late rounds with any combination of Frozen, Rops, Brokey. You've got to play it cool. But Isaac and Wrinkle still alive on the A site. That's should be safe hands. But Maxter comes with a full commitment into A without watching mid. Maybe to pick up a nade, I'm not sure. They spread the map evenly. No reactions here. Kerrigan with a fast step.
Met by smoke at 30 seconds. Surely the save starts to feel tantalizing.
They're going for it.
Smoking a Molotov to try and get in with.
Kerrigan's going to try to do something tricky, it feels like.
And this is... It's only 2 defenders. It's just 2 players to hold back, but Rez comes out, 3rd kill. And Alex, he's right here to help him. Rez, 4 frags in this round. And Rez also adding himself to the list of players for Ninjas coming alive late.
Okay. Another great round here for Nip. and for map point, and in the face of 2 pistols with conversions from FaZe Clan. So even though there have been some great rounds from them, it's been a harder path for Ninjas.
3 kills in round 21 for Rez, 4 kills for Rez in round 23.
Nice, Frederick! Fucking beast, bro!
He's got hype for everybody. Fast A coming in.
Let's go. It's a good call. Frozen also opens with the first kill. And there is nobody there to stop this A hit. Smokes go down. Kerrigan keeps it simple. And they swarm the site. Ninjas may have secured overtime, but they didn't secure this half of the map coming into round 24. They're at least lucky to have nobody in Red Room kind of keeping them away from this bomb site, but this retake.
They have good nades for this retake. They have low numbers, but it's possible with the right smokes. You see double up in Donut, you see 1 player A main.
The kills are gonna have to be perfect. Kerrigan trying to turn from flashes, blind as a bat. Alex comes in, Brokey puts up 2. Isaac and Wrinkle, they've got it evened out, but somebody's gotta get on bomb. The spray is good. They clear them both, and FaZe will take us to OT.
Okay, let's go to OT, man. This game is too evenly matched right now. Both teams have put up some really, really strong rounds. FaZe are trying to get the cobwebs out of their mind, get back to form, and Nip are testing them. Maximum pressure.
Round 24, all in a exec. I saw Twist call the same thing 2 days ago.
Nice!
Wonder who he got it from.
Yeah, it's inspo.
So
Nardo here probably.
Yeah. Pro teams use this one great strat.
Analysts hate him.
Rain. Oh my.
Damn,
Rez is supposed to be a dead man. Frozen.
What?
Perfect.
With his last few bullets.
Just like that. 2 kills in mid. They come towards him. They sign up for that fight.
He just hit Wrinkle in the head with that molly.
But the smoke fades in front of it, so Wrinkle does get a chance to just even things back out. Sees a glimpse of another player.
Look at this re-aggression. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, doesn't strike me as a player who will run from a fight, but also knows it's a little too valuable to give away at the early parts of OT.
They're worried about another lurk. That's not there. That play would have actually worked out beautifully for Wrinkle. And instead, it's Rez now who's alone on the B site. No cave control. Smoke's coming in. He is so low. Oh.
Just looks off the angle. Wrinkle gets soft blocked by Rez as they walk by each other. Messes with his timing. But once the fire's done, they're gonna get this one going quick. Not wasting any time, not using any more nades. It's dry for the Ninjas. It's guns up, ready to go. Elicits the peek out of Rops, and Wrinkle punishing, but incredibly low on health. Alex is gonna have to pick up slack. It's him with the fullest bar. Kerrigan, oh, he gets shut down by Rez. Everybody trading guns, but it all works out. Turns out Rez and Wrinkle bump into each other, switch their guns, working together works best.
That was...
Ninjas will take their lead.
That was not easy nor comfortable for NIP, and even though FaZe didn't have the utility, they had a lot of players with high health bars in good spots. Round 24 was also a strong attempt on the retake.
Nice! Nice retake, boys! Insane! Nice.
And see, Wrinkle's almost always just using the energy to hype of his teams, never yelling at FaZe. How much more does he have?
No, not this time.
Frozen has been a demon inside of middle.
Little gap between those 2 incendiaries. They put 2 incendiaries down on elbow, and Frozen still finds a gap between them. Because they're incendiaries, not Molotovs. And we get this aggression down ramp. Rain ready for it. Swings in, he's got teammates all around him. Things going well here. They know Rez is up in cave, but they'll take sight in the meantime. Rop's planting on the safe side of column. Rez tries to go to the ramp kill, but Frozen's just dominating in middle of this round. 3 on the board from Frozen, and we are tied again.
He's like Weapon X at the moment with the mid takes because he's getting supported, but it's basically him who has to get the kill every time. There's not 3 players running out beside him, and he has been nuts at this so far. Of course, with the perfect utility, but they're playing off of these kills so well. With the A take on round 24, going into banana control on this round, FaZe in OT is like ultimate in OT. Okay, it's a different game, different players.
Has one amazing OT, now we're just gonna call it that.
Yeah, that's it.
That's an ultimate OT performance.
The gold standard. Neo wondering why every FaZe game has to be so exciting.
Can barely contain himself.
The standout player on the map is Wrinkle. And the best part about his op is it's been right place, right time. He's getting the opportunities, he's setting himself up. It's been very dynamic. And here's his direct competition. Narrowly avoiding a scope for now.
Not able to get kills just yet. T's giving him something to shoot at, but it's this lane control that's looking good for the Ninjas at the moment. Rain stuck behind doors.
Oh, Maxter. This could be massive for him. Oh, Frozen again.
Now it's an op. Brokey rattles one off. It's still lane control. 2 inside of cave. They try to keep coming back at it, and Brokey's gonna punish. But there are still bodies there, and Wrinkle's position's been found down. Brokey's just firing off onto the top of the lane. Yes, Rez still has ramp. Oh, and he shuts down Rain on the doors, takes backman advantage. Brokey's still holding mid. Wrinkle's coming at him. In a round where Brokey's hitting shots, it could boil down to the 2 ops. Utility comes out, and he starts to depart.
Wrinkle's going to be listening to this. Raz adjusting accordingly. 2v2.
He just blind throws a flash over at the A site. Maybe that's to make them think there aren't 2 players here. How do they get in? Utility goes outwards. Wrinkle's already in the site, ready for this. He unscopes, but he doesn't hit it when he goes back in, desperate to try and make that impact happen. Bomb being planted, the knife is out. He's making contact, and he'll stab him. If the op drops, switch to the shank, and they'll take that edge in OT.
Damn, 2 apiece between Wrinkle and Rez. That's just one consistent thing. It's always Wrinkle, part of these big round wins for NIP. Rez had a little Max Holloway moment. He said, right here.
Right now.
Right here, peek me.
Brokey just piecing him up. Oof. But then that one bullet whizzes by. 2 kills out of Rez, excuse me, 2 kills out of Brokey in mid look great, but a missed shot as Rez catches him off guard and makes a world of difference here. 14 secured for Ninjas.
Everyone looking locked in. Tempo is high. Be exact, looks like it's coming. I mean,
bad incendiary.
Yeah,
Smoke just puts it out. So Rain under a bit of pressure, but luckily with the top ramp nade, he hangs on. Smoke, it's not enough to get back behind. Frozen comes out, trying to put himself in the middle of this pack. The bomb site may be compromised, but he can also cut off the others as Kerrigan goes big. Rain with nothing, but Kerrigan picks up slack, and while Maxter finds an open site, Wrinkle's still nowhere to be found. We've seen a similar round go down before.
Yes, and it just comes down to the space that Maxter takes, and last time he didn't take enough, but this time they're watching it. Shadow not in his favor, and this means Wrinkle can no longer come and join him. So it's just about how much you take and when. And the map was a little bit too quiet. Still, it was a 2-on-4. He had to do something. Might be a quiet end to the round. Frozen will take him out. Tie game once again. We saw some early game antics from Alex on Banana, trying to, prod in by himself, or on this exec, they've had some great flashes. Nip, I think that's something that we're noticing. Like, their flashes have been truly effective, and even Kerrigan getting half-blind here only highlights and makes it more impressive, the 2K that he pulls off, but he could have absolutely died because of that. Team play has been swell overall for NIP, and the individual level of Wrinkle for sure. Putting up enough star potential to show us why we're tied up in overtime.
Kerrigan not too combative this round because he's got Frozen to climb up middle instead. It's all about containing Rez. They cross inside of the smoke. Oh, Rez comes out on top.
These flashes are so good. I mean,
Rop's also blind, but Kerrigan able to contain this. Rop's also on his own in middle. Just when the edge goes the way of Rez, Ninjas lose their advantage.
Every single small micro move here from Nip is met with a flash, even if they're walk peeking something, and that's resulted in a very hard fight for FaZe. Having trouble reading that. Oh, and talking about reading it, Wrinkle. That is a little too free here on Rain.
Bad molly, though, comes back at him. Luckily, still given the chance as the player in sight jumps out. Rob stayed out on an island and gets found by Isaac. That's a fair duel for Isaac to come out elbow. A position he could predict, does, and succeeds in. Now, we do get that slide back up from Kerrigan into the cave. But he can't afford to give anything away. Not while Brokey's still far.
He's got to call him back.
Kerrigan, this is a big fight for him. Isaac walks down into it. Instant headshot from the IGL. 46 health from Kerrigan. Doesn't want to go to the site, but also needs to tell Brokey what's up. And as he just tries to jiggle on the corner, he has put Brokey into a difficult clutch. Both players on site, the star of Wrinkle alive. And as he gets towards long, Isaac posturing on this exact angle. Brokey waits and he misses his chance. Now softened up and missing twice. So as he doubles back around, Wrinkle will be confident. Alex has already softened him and locked him in this back lane. Time ticks, and Wrinkle nails this. Ninjas hit 15.
Another solid mid-round. This one's, I think, a bit on Rain, who's trying to rotate back. Even Kerrigan getting tagged down low and then finished off inside of the cave before being able to fight back. Are these small moments that NIP are basically collecting. Look at the amount of times that they've won this smoke transposition to heaven, coming into mid in the default, supporting Rez perfectly on his lurks. Sometimes we're seeing a lot of teams just trust the timing from a player to make that happen, just when they walk through, when it's a little bit chaotic. Nip are not leaving it the chance. They're throwing a really well-timed and well-placed flash to guarantee that fight's hard.
Giving Rez more space this round. And if he doesn't get a challenge in the cave, he will go ahead and take it. Oh, Wrinkle clipping the side of Rain. A couple times it doesn't feel like the FaZe players want the fight, but the impact from Ninjas, the shot so straight, whether it's Alex into cave onto Kerrigan one round prior or Wrinkle in the opening again this time, missed opportunity for Brokey, and a great opportunity here for Ninjas to close their map pick, to kick off his series against FaZe with a win. Only 3 CTs left to take, and those CTs still shrouded in uncertainty have left their in-game leader to deal with 5 players here on B. An entire team versus Kerrigan. And they fluster him ever so slightly with the fire, the smoke, and the wall bang.
You gotta be careful. They can let him get back into his favorite spot.
Trying to keep it cool, he will go down with nothing, and so not a single frag from the first 3 fights out of FaZe. Bomb sites, all Ninjas. Finally, something starts to go the way of FaZe, but a 2v5 demanded of them, and it all falls on Frozen. How does he get into this bomb site? Seems impossible, because off of the back of an excellent performance from Wrinkle, yet again, they will all swing wide, all together, because that is the key of this NIP close. 2 players in Rez and Maxter who struggled, and both come back to the top of the board in order for their team to succeed.
We started out with 6 apiece at the half. It looked like FaZe was well on their way when they had that CT side push to take this one. And NIP comes back. They're able to push it almost that they're going to close it. FaZe then forces it into overtime, and now we're here where NIP has taken their map pick. Cadian, how did they do it?
You know what the recipe for a underdog winning a map against a top-tier team is? Do you know?
I don't. I'm assuming you're going to tell us.
Yeah, I'm just dragging it out a little bit. You know, winning the pistol round, converting the second round, then you have a free one, yada yada. You go 3 up in the first half, you go 3 up maybe in the second half. NIP lost both pistols, and they were leading 12-11. They were dominating FaZe in the weapon rounds. Clearly the superior team here in map 1. Also in OT here, you saw the composure, you saw the way they played out the round on the T side in the end. Slow, methodical, they knew what they were doing, punishing aggression, had good ideas. And must say, Wrinkle, he's the real thing. Also in terms of not just his fracking output, but the way he's hyping his teammates, the communication. He's doing tremendous work.
From a fragging output though as well, he just looks really good on the server. He did there were some moments there that really were exciting to watch from him. He's carrying a lot on his shoulders, this guy, and he's still quite young. One to watch for you?
Yeah, one to watch for sure. I mean, I think right now he's really proving that he can play up there with the best. This kind of performance with like plus 30 kills, 10 deaths, like that's not a coincidence. That's not something you can get just by being lucky. You know, this amount of kills, that's skill. And of course here, you know, it tastes good when you get a no-scope when they're rushing with Glocks and then 2 guys with the HE. That counts as well. But I think in the late rounds as well, he was just having a lot of impact.
And cool as ice. There were some pressure situations there where he just didn't even look like it had affected him. He knew exactly what his job was. So much confidence coming from him, which is a scary thing when you see the numbers he's putting up. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if Blast is this him, because there's a 1 in his name. Simple Wrinkle, you know, Ukrainian offers, kind of reminding me a little bit of what he used to do and what he's capable of. Of course, there's a long way to go to even get close to the trophies and the level that Simple has had, but he's young, he's a prospect coming in strong from Ukraine, and I think they can be very proud of him. And NIP, probably pretty happy to have him in the lineup right now.
You fell for that typical analyst trap that they always just talk about the next Simple, right? I thought you were going to go down that route, but you pulled back, so I'm very proud of you. On the other side, FaZe, what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, the last time that FaZe lost to NIP, they played each other quite a few times. The last time FaZe lost to NIP, Nork was still AWPing for NIP. I mean, this is ages ago. We're like at the beginning of COVID. So, yeah, FaZe is not looking at their usual shape. They're definitely struggling. I'm not entirely sure. I think also Kerrigan said in the interview that there's not really anything positive to say right now. So, yeah, they're definitely in a slump. And, yeah, what to say? I don't know how to fix it.
Well, this is the thing, because Kerrigan said in that interview where he said there's lots of small problems. And I worry that, and I'm sure you've been in this situation as an IGL, when there's lots of little problems, it's kind of that idea of you're plugging holes in a ship, right? But there's water coming in everywhere else. How do you determine which hole needs to be plugged? And do you plug that hole while there's water coming in here? So what is the best way to handle this if you're in that position? I know that's a difficult question, but I presume you've experienced it at some point in your career.
Nah, my career has just been like this always. I haven't faced any struggles at all whatsoever.
I'm trying to be nice today. There's so many things I could say about that, but let's just continue with the FaZe conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough question to ask, especially when you're not inside the team. Like, what is the reasonings? Do someone feel that some people are not working hard enough? Is there some people who are not maybe having the same friendship connection that they used to? Did they just take a longer break than some of the other teams due to feeling a little bit burned out from the last period? Is it them not being up to pair with the meta? You know, I can come with 10 different ideas of what the exact reasonings are for their strugglesome period. But truth be spoken, when you're not inside the team, it's very hard from the outside to judge. I think maybe a year, 2 ago, I would think that, okay, Rain, Kerrigan, they're getting a little bit old. I was falling into that trap as well. But then they won a major, then they won the Grand Slam, you know, so that all kind of fell out of the window. So I don't know. I think, you know, on paper, this is a lineup that should be working. And I think also when you're together for the duration that these guys are, you can't expect the same, like you can expect a certain amount of consistency, but there will also just be periods where you're not performing your best.
We might be surprised by the FaZe performance. When Frozen came in, I think a lot of FaZe fans thought we were going to see lots of trophies. Carrigan said in the interview they thought the same. They're just as flummoxed, if you like, with what's going on there. The question now is, can they bring it back on their map pick going into Inferno and ultimately equalize the series and continue to fight for their lives here in Blast? We'll find out in a little bit.
Now, I want to talk about Wrinkle because he definitely looks like an up-and-coming star. There's a reason you picked him for sure. What are you seeing in him, and what we're beginning to see, is this what you believe for the future, that he can be the star for NIP, and how would you compare him to other players you've seen across your career?
Yeah, I mean, definitely everyone can see his potential. I think he really stands out because he's very explosive, very aggressive at times as well. Which we like. We want our upper to be the star, and we want him to take the space when it's given to him, right? And he can also dictate how we are playing our CT sides. I think that's very important that he's vocal. It's his first international team, his first time he's speaking English in a team, right? So it's gonna take some time before he's fully comfortable. I don't really want to compare him to some other upper. I think he's very unique in that way. So let's see what the future holds for him, but I have high hopes. I think he's a great player and a great person as well.
We're definitely starting to see it. Now, on the other side of things, Maxter, we've seen him before on NIP, right? He had a chance to come from the Young Ninjas. This time around, it seems to be he's struggling more at this tournament. What do you think is going on with him? Have you pinpointed what might he be struggling with?
I mean, it's only been 5 maps, right? And we've been playing really good opponents, like tier 1 teams, tier 1 players. It's gonna take some time for him to get used to playing this kind of opponents, right? It's not the same as playing tier 2 opponents. So I think he just needs more experience, become more confident in himself, and a bit more comfortable on the server.
My key takeaway from that interview is the fact that Exist says that Wrinkle's not comfortable yet. That is a scary thought when you see how he's playing up against FaZe. Imagine how it's going to be when he's comfortable and you have to play against him.
Yeah, I mean, he also says he doesn't want to draw comparisons, and I also think if you kind of compare to maybe some of the other coaches out there, they so quickly pull the trigger on putting big words and blowing up everything. So a little bit of the good old Swedish calmness from my old coach Exist is great to see as well.
I suppose for younger players that's important as well. You don't want to hype them up too much. You're just adding extra pressure as the coach, right? So Exist is someone to keep it pretty calm most of the time in interviews.
I think he himself though said that he's at the same level of Wonderful. I don't know if you saw this.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, and then the NAVI players were quickly to go out and tweet, "You're not him."
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, and then I'm gonna get a full dozen of flame on social media, but I think that is what I saw on Twitter prior to this event, actually.
I'll just let you crash and burn if that is the case.
Thank you, Sam.
Sorry about that. All for one, and you're on your own. Let's talk about another player that he mentioned there, which is I also kind of like the way that he handled this, because Maxter has not had a very good run here at Blast. It hasn't looked impressive. He seems to be struggling, and like Exist said, it's a different level. You've got to give him some time. I do think that he understands the young player and how to produce them, but if you're looking at the scores, this is not good, and Max is not going to be feeling very good about this either.
No, he's not. I mean, I think also he's actually had a fairly long stint now with the young Nip. Like he was there at least from April, maybe even a little bit before, maybe even March. So I get what Exist is saying, that I mean this level of a position is something he's not used to, but it's also been soon half a year, so we also need to see more out of him. I'm not gonna go full Bubsky pimp style and go and slam the hammer. I think we've seen certain moments. I remember at Pro League, especially where I was sitting there in the spectator room and just watching, and he made a lot of good kills. So I know it's definitely possible for this guy. I think when you're a young guy and you get into a team like this, the team experiences a little bit of success. You don't individually. Social media is blooming all over the place. It can be super tough to kind of handle that. So hopefully with, Exist, Troll Trouble and the other guy in the Nip staff, they can kind of let him know it's all right. We trust you. We'll give you time. But then at the end of the day, also, he is coming from the academy, probably on a pretty cheap contract. That's also a financial decision. When you have these young, cheap players from the academy team, it's something that's good for business. So, but at some point, if you really want to win, and he doesn't step up, they will need to change.
Bubsky and Pimp have had a chance to talk about NIP for most of the week, but we actually haven't had a chance to ask you what you think of this lineup as it stands right now. So what is it that you think of NIP?
I think, they are trying to slowly build a project piece by piece. I know a lot of the Swedish community has also been disappointed with NIP throughout long periods of time. I understand that. They had the Swedish route, then they went a little bit international, kind of back to Swedish, had Device, then that entire thing happened. And I think truth be spoken about the Swedish scene right now is there is talents, there is prospects. Is there enough for a full Swedish team? I'm not entirely sure. I personally liked when they picked up Alex. I think maybe individually he's been a little bit underwhelming, but what he did with Movistar, I know Sunpius was firing on all cylinders, but they had a system, they had some structure, and he got the most out of Sunpius in that lineup, and now you also see Wrinkle shining under him. So, I think there's some positive to this lineup as well. Definitely potential out there.
I was going to ask you if you'd change any of the pieces, but we'll hold that thought for another desk segment, because it is now time to get into game. We're going to FaZe's pick. It is Inferno.
GG bet odds 1.71 to 2.11. You practicing for the Olympics?
Is that what that was? I saw them holding the gun for like.
You taking shots at Canyon? What are you up to, man?
No, I'm not brave like you.
That's true. I did that yesterday.
You got the big nuts here.
That's, you know what? It's still up for debate, actually, Mohan. But you know what's not debatable?
That Nipper up a map.
And Wrinkle's inevitability.
Dude, Wrinkle had pretty much a perfect performance on Ancient, right? He was everywhere. He had lots of op kills. He had lots of opening kills. He had great energy. What more is there to ask for in a teammate? And he did it versus FaZe Clan.
Versus who?
FaZe Clan!
With no glasses.
Wow.
Rez has got everything you could hope for. He's got 4 grenades and dual Berettas and armor. I think we've found the main character.
Wrinkle.
Armor, Berettas, and every nade. And he takes the B site on his own. He is the guy.
Oh yeah, true. They gave him everything.
Everything but a teammate.
A lot of responsibility for the eldest member of NIP. Oh.
Rez, nicely done.
Yeah, and he stays alive. He gets his kill. He even has time to throw the utility. The worst thing is that you take the fight, you die, you lose your kit of utility, and well, best case situation for a NIP. And they won last map without winning a pistol.
Correct. And both those pistols from FaZe were converted for full rounds too. So when you lose that one, it stings even a little more. Isaac going to keep this as clean as he needs to. 2 beautiful headshots from him. Rez reconfirming a bit of presence here. He's got himself a double, so you got a player on each side of the map getting double kills. Ooh, Rez is the guy. Hear those Berettas rip?
Yeah.
Shooting bodies.
Man. Loving what we saw from Isaac as well. I mean, so much shine for Wrinkle, but Isaac was such a good player in so many situations over on Ancient. Very calm presence.
Oof.
Not afraid to duel props and boiler. I mean, that says enough.
Nice, Fred! Holy fuck, Fred! You're fucking insane, boy. Nice. Insane.
Give you all that stuff. Didn't know you'd be that good.
Yeah, right. Wow. Should do that more often. NIP are officially the GG Bet odd favorites.
That was a convincing map. That's pretty impressive.
They win the first pistol of the series. No bomb plant in that round either. Nothing to be bought up this time around. They'd love a bomb plant. Come on, give them something. It hurts. Wrinkle firing off that M4, and we mean business. And by we, I mean NIP.
He's on the team. And they did try to sort of maintain some semblance of their identity by keeping, a couple of Swedes and giving an opportunity to Maxter, buying Isaac, which is good to see, having Rez there.
Not just a couple, Mohan, but a few.
And actually a quartet. They even have Exist as the coach.
Oh, you've done it. All right.
I mean, a few could be 3 or 4. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
Big utility exchange here in the gun round phase of Save 4. Alex is going to run the risk down. Banana all the way down. Okay, that's a little crazy. Full audio advantage to Frozen, given all the info he needs, given all the fights he wants.
Ooh.
One man and a dream. A trail to the B bomb site, littered with CT corpses. It is immediately FaZe Clan on the board.
Speaking of Swedes, shout out Freiburg for that play. Doesn't turn into an ace. A little bit messy there from Wrinkle. Maybe could have saved it. We do have to point that out. I have to. It's been bugging me for the last 10 seconds.
Speak your truth.
Window flash. Bow. Then this one.
Is in the carrying smoke now. Late, speaking with flash. Going.
One of the upsides of being Spanish and playing Counter-Strike, you can speak really quickly and clearly.
You raise a valid point.
Terrorists win. There was a while where, like Brazil was dominating and like them speaking Portuguese. We thought that them speaking Portuguese, like they had some kind of advantage because they could squeeze more words in clearly than we could in North America. But at the same time, we had no idea what they were actually saying.
Right.
So we were just trying to figure out why they were so damn good. Luminosity SK days.
Just the WPM. High words per minute. But all the words in the world couldn't save you from that Frozen triple. Curious if Wrinkle can do it back-to-back maps. What is his limit? Alex decides not to go too crazy on Banana this time, but just play the wall and the counter flash. He sees the util going over. Frozen, can you do it twice? Wrinkle's still here to hold him back if he does decide to swing it.
Coming back to the well. Wrinkle's got no fallback utility. Alex in front of him has no utility. They have 0 at the B site. They're gonna have to frag their way out of this.
Missed shot, SMG will catch him off. So luckily there's 2 layers to that setup, just in case. Rain looking to challenge Arch side. We get that rotation out. Be a player in library in a second. Will it matter? Oh, no, Rain just pummels him. Isaac's not able to get the multi-frag. We've got 2 more in the bomb site though. Defenders falling. Ooh. Rain and Rops come out, combine, and that wrap through Arch is so valuable in the end. Rain's able to catch one. Rops keeps the headshots coming, and Alex has to tiptoe his way into the retake attempt on full display of the Graveyard player. Nice kill from Alex, and now it's just a matter of figuring out Rain.
He seems to know.
But if he buys a little time here, Rain's not sure exactly which angle. Does Alex go for the hard clear? Seems so. Yes, he gets it. Alex gets Rain to peek into him. Grabs the kit from the backside, jumps on bomb with time. All's good.
Wow.
NIP to the 3-1 lead.
That's a good fight to win on Rops. That was a very nice peek. I thought there was a mistake here from Rez when he went to leave for the site because the other rotation hadn't quite come in yet. And there was that one moment of timing where Rain could have pulled the Arch Lurk off, and FaZe do that all the time. Whether it's
Kettle's ready.
Whether it's Rain or Kerrigan coming through Arch, and that moment allowed Rain to get his kill, and then it made the site a little scary, but when you can clutch like that, a decent site hold will suffice. I mean, this group started off with, you know, the Liquid 2-0 versus Virtus Pro. That seemed impossible. Then Liquid beat NAVI. That seemed impossible.
Thick thighs.
Save lives.
Amen. Quadruple B stack in a gun round. Off what info? This is brave. But if they call out the read, Wrinkle's not going to go too deep just yet.
Yeah, FaZe still feeling this out. But they're, yeah, squarely in the site. I mean, it's a low util round, so maybe it's B they're most worried about. Isaac's pushing him back a bit. He's still got a smoke up, too. A late smoke inside a middle. That'll scare him.
But just assuming entirely that Apartments has been unoccupied, and it was up until now. 40 seconds, Rob starts to walk through it. FaZe posturing over on that A site. The B stack starts to unravel. Alex just runs around the corner straight into Frozen, and that's going to keep the other 3 players here.
Surely they go A, though, off of this. Okay, now they see the op. Surely they go A. I mean, it's going to come down to Isaac here. He's got the FAMAS.
Yeah, it's all Isaac on his own with one of the worst weapons of the entire team. He goes out for the second peek, can't get himself a second kill. Ninjas try something fancy and kind of look foolish.
It was a straight-up gamble, and I think it's because they had low util. They didn't want to fight for any map control. It can be fine to gamble CT side Inferno. It's just the way people do it, have been doing it. since the beginning of time for whatever reason. But in this situation, FaZe had a full on default, ready to look for information. Thought it looked a little fishy over on B. Eventually found the right call.
To me, it's not even more so the stack that's kind of the fishy part. It's the way Alex kind of unravels it when he just runs around Banana, stomping along, giving Frozen the free kill.
Oh, well, that's because they didn't have information. So that's because they're like, oh, it is going to be the A site. And Frozen was just there lurking because it was so late into the round. FaZe still had 5 players to use, and nobody was giving them any info
I just
on
don't
A
like
or
his,
B.
like route, like not like a jump spot over the wall or like
sure.
a peek behind wood, just
Could've definitely been
literally
more careful.
running down Banana, as simple as could be.
Yeah.
If you're looking for the info, there's a couple ways to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, I think in his head, I'm just flanking A at this point. There's no one here.
Yeah, he felt certain.
But you're right. You can definitely be more careful in that spot. And it also can be a warning against gamble stacking really early in the round. Sometimes you got to read, sometimes you got to trust it.
Luckily for them, there's money behind it. So call it a freebie and try to get back in. Wrinkle almost dead before he sees anything to shoot at. 12 health. Oh, that's an 11. Now he's just going to have to hold the corner of the B site with Alex on his head. Looking to jump over into the anchor roll with a smoke to play off of. CT is going to use more util than the round prior, but it's a bit thick, so Wrinkle's happy to play on one side of it.
There's no more HEs at least.
Dodges the flash. Alex insta-drops his smoke and falls off oranges, but FaZe aren't going to commit off this one. They've made Ninjas antsy at the minute mark. Also, in contrast to the last round, Isaac inside of apartments, and his timing's great. He'll deter Rops from the jump up.
A lot of damage. He also maintains the Hall's control and probably scares FaZe again. Wow, this is quite a play. He's actually wrapping around.
Very brave.
Yeah, but it does free up some of the rotations. But oh my God, Max is going to see so much.
Team kill.
Team kill.
They
That
get a little
helps out.
lucky. Brokey's there to trade it. Isaac, I mean, he's still able to work his way in, but he's just missing the timing to flank short, and he can't run. And by the time the T's get into the pit, the bomb's on site. Isaac, they're going to start to think about where he got off to. Maxter's not the guy who got that apps kill, so surely Isaac's near. And if he can just hold this angle for the time being, then 3 players are going to rotate around on Arch, but they're met by smoke, so the job won't be easy. Time plays against them. What can Rez's utility offer? He chucks the Molotov and the frag grenade into the backside. Doesn't really get anybody out of position. Frozen's gonna keep his head down, and there goes the last piece of CT util. Frozen, 2 frags, Brokey another. And as he sits inside sight, he's got him deterred. Wrinkle walks away, and FaZe escape what could have been a killer flank.
Definitely. It's sort of weird because you look at that and you see Isaac. They're watching the halls because they think he's in there. But from his position on Boiler, he has an early enough flank that he could have kept walking out, but he could have still incidentally died to pit. So a second or 2 earlier, maybe he continues forward. Here, he's just going to get caught off guard. No one else gets a kill as well. I think he does the best that he can, all things considered. But this is also with Brokey getting a team kill after Maxer gets his.
Wrinkle's op saved from the last, looking to get something early. Oh, he lands his shot, but Frozen survives.
Through the wood.
Lady Luck playing favorites. Frozen, wow. Picks up that op and uses it against them. Kind of rude. He'll just secure the back line, let all the other fully healthed FaZe players move up into A. They will meet no resistance. We got a USP cowering in the back line. Rain will make mincemeat of Rez's head. Isaac picks up a kill he's not supposed to, but FaZe to the 4-3 T-side lead.
I 'd 've 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 While the CZ side's been a little bit more interesting. Of course, this is FaZe's map pick, and Nip are still figuring things out, of course. Showed so much on Ancient, though. That was just a great map for them. Nice went in for Maxter, but eventually Rain will get him down too. And that's no saves here for NIP. Let's see how much utility they get and how aggressive they play off of it. They can kind of do anything on a round like this.
Oof, there it is. Enough zoning. And after a few successful bouts from Frozen on Banana, this one, he goes down. Isaac's been feeling frisky up in apartments, and he's going to have targets to shoot at if they do end up coming back this way off Rain's seemingly soon-to-be contact. Rain's going to get the advantage, though. Comes in, catches the shoulder. And Isaac is the first to fall here for Ninjas. Nothing too crazy from Ninjas this round. Just not letting Frozen take all that space for free. We've seen him run right up to the half wall without resistance at times. With that apps kill.
The setup, this could be everything and nothing. Wrinkle relies on Max to get his kill on Halls.
He does. Wrinkle now afforded the ability to go back. 25 to the clock. Does Kerrigan still like the odds of running in 2v4? They try their damnedest. And it gives Brokey a good chance here because he's going to Molotov the pit player into the scope half of his way through a 1v4. Leave it to Brokey to sprinkle one of these into yet another blast groups. Always fun to watch him as the last operator for FaZe Clan. An anchor that drags them forward, not down. He sits back and sees nothing else. Hits the third shot, res his tag. Oh, he swaps. Goes into the rifle. Ooh. Not every day he goes out to one of those, but unfortunately gets overwhelmed at that point, and NIP deny him.
Fuse. My God, it's going to come down to the last second.
No sweat.
Yeah, if he had hit that shot, actually, it probably would have been done from there if he could have just tucked.
Nice! Nice, guys!
That's a scary moment for Wrinkle because he goes out to try to kill Brokey early. It's 4v1. And then Maxter gets sussed out of Big Pit. And then it's a real round.
I feel like Exist wasn't convinced at first. He also thought it was a little too close.
Oh, it was pretty close.
He's listening to Wrinkle go, nice, guys. And his is like 5 seconds later.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. But Wrinkle knows. Wrinkle knows when he sees a win. Can't let Brokey flex on you like that, so.
But that's a great round out of Maxter to do his job as the pit player to allow Wrinkle to shine.
He will in this one. Ooh, Rain. Can't get the double going. Wrinkle's confident enough to come back for second servings. Saw the op barrel, so he's got nowhere to run. Unless they pressure him off this angle, which they don't even. No flash.
They just don't think that he would reaggress. The op could have been holding his position. Wrinkle knows when he can get a little more.
All too easy as far as Wrinkle's concerned. Smoke goes front sight on short side. CT's block off apps. They should be very ready for somebody to try and press along the van, and Maxter repositioning into pit. Serves up a good crossfire.
And it looks like he's just got such great instincts.
They pop the smoke for their point of view, fake it once. Maxter just gonna be given a gift here. Oh, yep, he gets there. And a bit of damage onto Rops too, significant. Bomb picked back up, Rops concerned about the wraparound. Nobody else here to give him anything to shoot at. Rops still just a little finicky as he tiptoes into the bomb site. There's contact, there's the kill. It's wrinkled down. But again, such little health. He tries to come off. And with 10 seconds, he can fake it once more, but the nade's gonna find him. Rez says enough's enough and dunks it from downtown to put NIP in a lead.
Yeah, some great zoning out of Rez. Perfect utility usage, and they released that flank on Alex when there's really no time for Rops to go back and check into mid. So even though Wrinkle dies, there's really no chance that he can do it with that much HP on the site. Nice round out of Wrinkle, and again, it's the re-aggression that actually totally destroys the round from FaZe. They don't expect it. He knows exactly when to do it, and if you make that play and die, you look stupid. You know, you go for a re-peek in Counter-Strike, and you will be criticized if there's an op holding you. You throw the round away, but you also have to know when the exceptions exist, and that's what we've seen from Wrinkle so far. He's finding the exceptions.
Made all the easier when he sees the opposite op barrel, then turn away. He's got the total advantage, sits on it, and milks it for all it's worth. This round, they got nothing to make him feel uncomfortable, so sure enough, fires down the ramp to kill Rops. Isaac's also here in ults, and they've got the two-player push down Banana. So very confident round out of Ninjas in Pajamas. They take everything they want because FaZe have nothing that they want. No util to pressure them back, no rifles in this one, just a nice freebie added to the tally of NIP.
It's a good look at Ninjas. Composition looks solid. A lot of the calls look solid. A lot of the flashes on Ancient really stood out. And Wrinkle, as their star offer, is looking right at home. Maybe your time will start counting now on Nim. Maybe we can start the clock.
Took a while, but better late than never. Wrinkle, oof, gonna get smashed open by Rain. He ain't falling for your shenanigans. Unfortunate flash for Rain, can't press his advantage further. Gives Isaac a chance to fall back onto balcony. Still a great opportunity here for FaZe to finish this half tied up. Rain took a glance down the hallway, but then Isaac, he also goes for a peek. Neither of them see each other. And as Rain walks away, is Isaac gonna go press this? Keen of a flank. Maxter's gonna pick one up. Him and Rez combining wonderfully here on the arch. Triple kill on brackets. Cues Isaac to close it. And as he steps out, they exchange damage, but that does allow for Kerrigan to get a little closer to the bomb site, still looking for his first frag in the map. And there it is. It comes with a bomb plant. Excellent work from the Arch players, but still an open door for Frozen and Kerrigan to try and get this fifth on the board.
They got a very nice post-plant position as well. Frozen can do a lot with this, depending on what he hears.
Flash thrown out, Frozen's getting into position. They all start to run out, but oh, if he can get around the corner. Now it's perfect. All he does is peel one off. They go into the bomb site. Rez knows where he's at. Oh, and Frozen able to post 2 kills in the 2v3. Of course, FaZe are gonna fight that back.
Yeah, that's scary for Frozen. He's low on ammo as well, but he's like, I need to take advantage of this timing. I got back up into halls very late. Hard position to read. You don't think that, you know, as Nip, that someone would have tried to do that. So opening kill on Wrinkle. That's a quick one from Rain. And then this defense was actually beautiful out of Ninjas.
But it all gets undone by Kerrigan finding that extra 5 feet of spacing. Sliding out into balcony, he opened the door for Frozen to go for that quick flank around Apps once bomb goes down, so...
Yeah, because when Isaac fell back and threw the flash into Boiler, he thought, well, I would have died if someone was here. And so he just walks out of the end of halls thinking he's in time, but he isn't. First kill for Kerrigan and a round win.
Quality, not quantity. Ninjas are going to have to deal with a few limitations here as they try to protect that lead. Nate goes a little too deep. Teaser ahead of it. Oof, Maxter tries to go through the mid-smoke. We'd seen that thrown a couple rounds, but no one really barrels through it. Oh, Isaac. Bests Rops with the FAMAS. And with the utility damage done to Frozen, you've got a 4 versus 3 here that Ninjas could realistically close down. Still 2 smokes, still 2 mollies. Even an extra one, in fact. So Alex can be a little more liberal with his usage. They're not going to respect it, though. FaZe, they know what they want. It's this B site, and they want it now. Another molly thrown out into the pack, but it gets extinguished in the edge of the smoke, so no impact from the incendiary of Rez. And unfortunately, for Ninjas, that's bombed down. Fast flank out of Isaac. We get Frozen on Banana. Another smoke on the cross. Isaac's got the health advantage, but Frozen's got the better gun. And as he jiggles in, he'll hit the headshot. Nicely done here from FaZe to take back a 3v4. And the hands are tied of Ninjas. They've got to try to piece this up with no kit. Oh, as he falls, Brokey gets killed, but it's an instant trade out of Rain, who then goes deep into the CT smoke towards Tree. Wrinkle pinch from both sides, and FaZe put 2 on the end of the T half to tie this game at 6. Ninjas winning a pistol for the first time in this series, and it's 6 rounds at the end of it. So I think FaZe will be content they were able to string a couple together, but it's not like we're back on Ancient where Wrinkle's taken over the server. This has just been a pretty nitty-gritty game of Counter-Strike.
It's true, and we saw one moment where Wrinkle's like M4 was a little off. We're going to really get a test of his AK now as we switch Ninjas over to the T side, and we see if they can perform some magic. It's been a long time since we talked about Nip Magic, and it isn't really the same team, but it is a little Swedish. And you know what? Isaac as a Swede on this roster has been really, really impressive. These last couple, he knows when to reaggress, he knows when to chill, he's got good aim. He's developing a ton.
You know, Frozen may be kind of the wrinkle of map 2 at the moment, but we're looking across the board for Ninjas. It's one of the better maps out of Maxter. You deal with Frozen, maybe the rest of this team's still too cold. You got Robs on 4 kills in the half, Kerrigan's 2 and 10. But it's looking like FaZe may get back a pistol, because just like the Ninjas CT side, CT's off to an easy breeze at the start of a pistol round. It's them damn dual Berettas, I tell you. A bomb plant would go nicely, and with honestly 2 belts of utility here for the Ninjas in pajamas. Just now that you've cleared out brackets, you see you're not going to get insta fast flanked. Go throw some nades at B.
And let's this would be a nice test of the Alex flashbangs. We saw some really good, well-placed utility in the way of flashbangs on Ancient. If this one's effective, maybe it's just a god flash, whatever the case may be.
I think as
these
far
two
as
players going down and the bomb getting planted is pretty much a win here for Ninjas.
As far as 3v5s go, this one's not too bad. We'll see all that utility get dumped, or at least the smoke. There goes the molly. Brogy hanging on to top orange. Not disturbed by that one. We get more nades in sight. Maxter jumping headshot. We said 2 kills in a plant would be nice. Well, step 1 done. Kerrigan tries to spam away, not gonna happen there. They go chasing Kerrigan, he turns it upside down, and then gets traded by Maxter, who's on 22 health with Berettas ready. Alex back now to the clutch. It's him against Rain with no kid on the play, and he's sticking this. A 10-second stick. Oh,
it's
Rain.
the right move, yeah.
He got
my
off.
God, he got off it, why? What did he hear? No one pushed. Is it because he doesn't have glasses? What's happening?
Alex isn't going to bite on this the same way he didn't bite down last time. Now we heard that 3rd stick. Rain, it's a 10-second stick. He has to come off, and there's no time. Why'd he get off?
I don't know. I don't know. He must have heard something, and it tricked him. I'm not sure. Oof. Did he look too far?
I was going to say, did he move his crosshair slightly? Because he was almost at the max.
Yeah, then it could be the glasses. Then we could talk about the glasses. I don't know. Something's up. Okay. Ooh, man, this is a crazy round for Ninjas to win right now. 3v5. They take the lead. They have this T side. Yeah, man.
Nice!
Wow.
Nice!
That looked like the perfect place to 10-second stick. It's so fast. Right when Alex is right there on con, you reasonably expect him to stay there, shoulder peek, maybe swing. And it'd be so unlikely to just try to stick in his face, but it looked like the right idea. It's a bit of a mystery here. Isaac down low on this follow-up round, round 14. There is an investment here for FaZe.
Yeah, their nades did great early damage. And another volley will give them banana control. That nade doesn't go deep enough. Frozen, fine for HP.
And was I blind last round? Was the flashlight I saw a decoy? Because I'm not even sure I heard one on the exact.
There was a decoy in the mix. There was also a flash that didn't really seem to do much.
Okay, so they did have one of those. Okay.
Yeah, there was a flash, though, out there.
Man, they pulled that off.
But you're wearing your glasses.
That's true.
All that early damage, and at 45 seconds, we haven't really had another gunfight since, so... NIP start to congregate on Banana, bomb in the back. Rez on his own over in brackets, and with another smoke in front of them, it's gonna start to get weird, especially as Rain, who gets dinked down to 8, picks up a very important kill. Molotov ahead of it. CT smoke pops alongside one on Coffins. Again, it is players in the pocket. Mac-10 goes jumping over. Oranges is being held, but do they anticipate this? Yes, Maxter hard clears it, having the best map so far at Fall Groups. And it is a hell of a time to start to put left foot in front of right, because it's 2 rounds the lead over FaZe.
And he's the one guy coming up from Young Ninjas who...
Or is it?
It was, ooh, or is it? Wrinkle dies, Isaac low. They could switch to Swedish.
Molotov, great placement for that one. Yes, it is indeed the 8-6 lead.
What up now, Swedes?
Woo!
Maxter and Adam B, they were the entry combo on the Young Ninjas that got the promotion up to the main lineup. But actually, it's just Maxter by himself. But they were both very aggressive players. They're both very comfortable on T sides. That's definitely where the Young Ninjas were the strongest a couple of years ago. That was the entry pack with ZTR calling behind them. Those are the most impressive rounds. They weren't like a, well-rounded team, but when it comes to the contact plays and the spacing, I think that's where they excelled the most. And that was an investment from FaZe, so now they have nothing. Ninjas will know that. They knocked down some head-armored players. I know Isaac, he came from Gamer Legion, and they achieved a ton by making it to the grand finals of Paris. But in my opinion, Isaac is so much better of a player than he was even back then. And it's been a lot of experience between then and now.
5-7 did well for Rain last round. Oh, this time he gets blasted away by Alex. And we've got this Colonel defense still, the unarmored pistols. They may have a stack going, but as long as NIP group up accordingly, all
5-7
should be good.
Armor. Yeah.
Should be. A little more damage for Alex. The rumblings of a stack here. 20 seconds on the clock. Rops, double 5-7, firing off for 3. Frozen comes out. Rops! Oh, it's all him! The Estonian from behind blue truck goes huge.
You're kidding.
There they are. That's FaZe.
Yeah, that's FaZe.
Finally, in this series, we get a little bit of X Factor.
This is all they had. Half armor and a 5-7. Yo. Last bullet headshot, 4 kills, the sight held, and hope is restored.
That's the moment.
That's
a
terrible way to lose.
That is the pulse of FaZe Clan. Sleepwalking to an 0-2 against Ninjas in Pajamas. Rops throws out the X Factor. And it couldn't be better.
What a round to win.
Total shift in economy. Force buy out of NIP that could very well just have handed the lead into FaZe. Now favored. Just like that.
Maybe hold your breath for a second. With the amount of utility still in play, there could be one very strong tactic and things could go wrong for FaZe like they did for Ninjas last round. Really liking, again, like the utility usage out of this team right now. So that's the only reason I'm thinking. Maybe this gets a little tricky for FaZe, but it's quite a classic position here on the CT side with the info they have over on B. Kerrigan's close by if he really needs to be there. Lane hit coming in.
Clean one to start from Rops. Takes a flash and loses a teammate, but it's still a crossfire setup. Masters Deagle! A double. We said it's his best map yet at groups. Well, there we go. Ooh.
Well, look at the layers on that attack, and they played it perfectly. Didn't rush the situation. Rob's got a clean kill But now they're in a 3v2. Still winnable for the CT side, and Kerrigan gets the first.
Well done to press in like that. M4 grabbed, but dropped right back. Tech9 from Wrinkle, backside, no armor to work with. Kerrigan goes in and 3 kills to his name. He doubles his frags in this retake and makes sure that the FaZe X Factor doesn't get canceled out by the Ninja's magic.
It'll get extended to him as well. Nice one as he pushes through that arch smoke. Still a great round here for Ninjas with the plant, with how scary it got for FaZe. And again, showing off that they're looking well drilled when it comes to their execs, whether that's on a full buy or not.
Nice film! Holy fucking throw. Sorry about the smoke, Robin.
Oh, God. There's still 3 Deagles up on this round, too. Have to keep the economic damage high. FaZe are going to be in trouble, right? The loss bonus starts to build up for Ninjas.
Yeah, still
tight. They need to
tight.
have clean wins here on CT side. The priority is kills on this round. FaZe have some trepidation about coming forward. They're just going to go into a retake position over on B. Assume it's going to be the A site. They're correct about that. Don't let there be one more Deagle.
Oh.
Don't let there be one more Deagle.
No.
They saw this flash as well.
Rain. Oh, it gets away. Alex finds it off the P250. Brokey's exposed. They're coming in from all angles. And Wrinkle's finally going to get it over the line. Kerrigan's going to have to do it again.
They're coming in no armor this time, just Eagles.
Incendiary first. Oh, instant headshot. Oh, the Wrinkle. Upgrade to the M4. So close last round and over the line this time.
Oh, that is crushing for FaZe. Even if they lost a few players, they would be within one of having to double save maybe if they lost. And now, a round where NIP are saving and the economy swings right back after that crazy round at a Rob. How did Wrinkle do this? How did Rez do that? That's the #1 thing been missing for NIP for years, is that X Factor.
FaZe just had to take that God-given gift of a ROPS pistol round and walk away with the 2 easy conversions after the fact. That was all that was asked of them, and even that right now is seemingly too tough a challenge.
Ooh,
look what that leaves them.
That's just a horrible position. And NIP did such a good job in that previous round of nearly winning, getting 3 down, getting the bomb plant, then getting all the kills on the last round. Oh my gosh. This is a gut punch.
Wrinkle to the front of it. 3 USPs.
They're putting the op in front versus all these pistols.
Flash comes out. Flash is good. Guns grabbed. Frozen's on it. Alex sprays. And with a bit of health, Brokey tries to get back. A nice opening move here from FaZe. An initial attack that puts 2 players down and just continues to keep these rounds tight.
I'm shocked that they went forward with that tactic, having the op in play at the top of Banana when they knew the guns are low, and they don't get rid of the guns. They let Rain get that AK back. No spam came in. No one tried to grab it inside of the smoke. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them. Guess who's got the 5.7 and half armor again? It's Rops on the A site. Looking for Lightning to strike twice. About to meet them at the impasse.
Perfect position. Oh my God. Alex gets tapped out of it. He sees more players. Do they just try to challenge passive? They're going to be worried about the bomb site too. They give them what?
Excuse me?
They give him their backs and a gun? What are they so afraid of? Your biggest bane is here. Rez comes in with the headshot. Ninja's offering this one over. Brokey's low health. They swarm in, and Brokey's USP's enough. What were they afraid of?
That was a disaster. Okay, that was a disaster for Nip. Oh my God. I mean, they had one priority, and that was fighting Rops. Rops staying there. He's got a great position to take a 50-50 duel. He's going to do that with that 5-7. They let Rain take this AK over on B. They played so scared. They put this up front versus what they knew was going to be a bunch of pistols, surely.
Nice, boys. Man, I'm a fucking eco
They basically should have played an anti-eco, and, well, we can... I don't know who to get excited for anymore. Disaster after disaster.
Yeah. I mean... How? To write off...
But one thing is
to
real.
write off Rops in library like that is insane.
Yeah, and this the 5-7 half armor again. This one's a bit more indefensible, though. You think the call was, he's still library? He was there 2 full seconds ago.
I'm not sure.
At least for Ninjas, they put themselves in a position with that loss bonus, with the save money, with winning on an eco to be able to buy again. But now it's a much harder round.
Hopefully we have just exited the twilight zone that was these last few rounds. Things have been very weird. Finally, everybody's back on guns. Let's try to regain some normalcy. They're careful in the apartments because they have had FaZe players to deal with in here. This time it's not the case. They go triple brackets with 2 on short side, 1 boosted. Banana control out of Frozen. As he continues to top the charts for FaZe Clan. That slow drip feed of utility coming out from FaZe is just going to continue to buy time. 45 to the clock. That flash is good. Oh, they find Frozen just trying to play along the wall. He never expected them to come swinging like that. Meanwhile, Brokey feels like he's got an opening. He starts to move out, but did he make a loud step?
Oh my God, no, they have no idea that he's here right now.
Brokey's in between everything.
He's fully slipped in that.
But if they don't come back to A, Brokey...
Yeah, they're going to split B, it looks like, actually.
Kerrigan, he's in the back of this site, just calling for Rain to come back, but he's going to be busy with the arch split. Wrinkle clears Brokey off the flank. Kerrigan sitting new box. Rain offers another through the smoke. You've got a player stuck in pit, 10 seconds on the clock, Maxter in the spawn. What is happening? We've got a player back site who just locks all this in, and FaZe embarrass them again.
Again, oh my God. They barely avoided this genius maneuver out of Brokey inside of all that would have cut him off if they rotated B or rotated A. The one thing that would have won them that round is the B split, and yet it doesn't go over. They get the kill through the smoke. Rain. They can't clear quad. They have no smoke for Con.
Doesn't need to see when he's shooting through smokes. And a Wrinkle off by?
Wait, did he just buy that straight up? Oh,
no, they saved.
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
double checking.
Yeah, because everyone died. I was like, no way he bought that.
It is simple.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of pressure here on his shoulders. I mean, of course, we've seen what both these teams can do in low-buy situations at this point. We haven't had the Wrinkle of Ancient just yet. It's not a map where offers just often go off, especially not on T side. But they have to either pretend they're going to go for the round or actually do it and try to keep this op. But it feels like they're in some kind of pseudo save already. They don't want to let this guy go. See if they can set Wrinkle up at least to try and open and kill. FaZe are going to be happy to keep 5 alive.
If they keep 5 alive. No rotation nearby at 25 seconds. All should be good between Frozen and Brokey. Unless this is the moment that Wrinkle taps back into that ancient energy.
They've got one more flash. They're probably not even going to use it at this point. So the pack is going to come in.
Missed shot from Brokey. Frozen gets 2. Alex is the only person able to put anything together, and Wrinkle doesn't even want to gamble the op, saving it for the next round instead. So
he could die after time, though. He's got to be careful.
Oh, he's hanging on for dear life. Brokey's on the angle. Yup, you did. It's good. Whew, whew. There's 11 for FaZe. The lead's theirs to take.
It's actually a key shot just being hit. As Kerrigan jumps at him.
He hangs on.
Well, this game's been bananas.
And then some. This second half has just been insane.
Yeah.
It all started with Rain not sticking the bomb. From the first round of this half, things have been crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see if they remain zany. A lot of util being thrown back and forth between the teams for Banana. Again, the 2-player defense is going to shell up. Maxter and Rez looking to take over apartments. Rops is just holding this one thing, but the op doesn't get the trade on the stairs either, so a very quick move from Brokey to dive back site as Ninjas take 5v4.
Insane peek out of Rez. I mean, he knew exactly what he was lining up there, and oh my gosh, that
almost
would have been a bridge too far here for FaZe Clan. Good shoulder spot from Frozen. He stays alive, trying to play retake. 2 players on the A site, pushing through, looking for info.
But again, this is the site that's got more bodies on it. Rain back turn to him. Way too easy of a first frag. Nobody else within the brackets. But the 2 on site have 45 seconds. And Kerrigan's just going to keep his head down.
No mollies.
Smoke falls on top of Brokey. He snaps the op back into position, and still the Ninjas have yet to pounce.
We're looking
to the clock.
We're looking at the flashes for Wrinkle. This is the difference maker on the site, exact.
He's got 2 of them to go. 1 thrown to no avail. Kerrigan still just holding on to the angle. Brokey waiting in the sight. We've got 15 on the clock. First shot from Brokey's good. Wrinkle clears the pit. Brokey under pressure. Rez clears him out, and the bomb plants there. Ninjas in pajamas squeeze them out.
Wow.
And that is double digits.
That's the flashes actually doing nothing, and they still got through into that. That's really nicely played from Ninjas. And again, a team that looks well drilled. Another solid late round situation, and a much more normal round this time for once. It starts off with a very clean duel from Rez, 1 versus Rops. Look at this. No chance.
Brokey just getting assaulted from all angles. Balcony, left swing. Just too much to ask of the Opper in the pocket. So 1 round game again. Money's fine for FaZe. Cash to be thrown around if anybody's short on money, and Ninjas 3 alive. So anything still possible. If I've learned anything in this map, it is that anything is possible.
Just dream big. Keep the imagination open. You can imagine it. You might see it in this match.
Frozen, damn, half his health's gone.
They have been doing a decent job of reading the banana plays. That was the one round where they got ecoed, where they made like kind of a very clear mistake, but outside of that.
That smoke gets blown open, but they'll put another one down. Frozen, we've seen him kind of get flashed in this spot when he didn't expect them to transition while he was moving, but right now...
This is such a crass late game position from Rops.
Oh, Rain got a spot.
I can sense that it's now A, but look, there might be a flank on Banana.
Rez has got to be careful not to die. They pressure off the side. Isaac and Maxter come through, and nobody from FaZe get a kill. Just like Frozen caught on Banana rounds ago, it is in an instant that NIP pounce.
No way. They actually pulled it off. I was thinking this high-low setup on lane with the info that Rain gets, surely they get the first kill. Surely they dominate in mid because they have all the information. But Nip, once again, pull off a beautiful site exec. The different tempos they've shown so far, the contact plays, the stuff with utility, that pistol round where they got into the B site. It has been a classy performance here from Ninjas. There are some eco rounds that went the way of FaZe, went the way of Ninjas. In the full buys, though, we are getting quality CS out of NIP.
Terrorists win.
And they are now on the precipice of being able to pull off a 2-0 versus FaZe. Not to say that FaZe will somehow let this go for free. Overtime is still entirely possible. In fact, NIP could still win in 24, or FaZe could still win in 24. What's the cash like? It's going to be great for Nip. That round they had no problems. This time they're definitely going to make some sacrifices.
Who would have thought we'd get this tight between the two?
With Maxter at the top of the board on ADR. Leagues ahead of his ancient performance and any other map that he's played so far at groups. And FaZe are coming into this with 1 M4, 1 MP9, and the thought of trying to win this in overtime. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's actually a benefit that they have the guns that we see here. I think the one key thing is, okay, we've got Rops. He just doesn't have half armor. He's got the 5.7. You just know it's going to be messy, right?
I mean, they've done really good work up close with pistols. For all the crazy antics that have gone down, you gotta give them a slight benefit of the doubt, but it's just so little. Rez. Oh my God.
Oh, a good setup with the M4.
It could be happening again unless they instantly transition into the B play, but even that is what FaZe are kind of hoping for 12. Maxter catches that flank out from Rops. Isaac snaps the gun up, but dies regardless. The bomb starts to move back.
Commitment, but look at the arch split.
He's in between.
Yeah, Frozen has a chance to come back to this. Maxter could cancel him out.
Oh, he does! Maxter trying to find a chance to shine. Better late than never here at groups. A CT inside of the site. It's the USP. That's 2 confirmed. He can't snap it over. It's the apartments route from the remaining players. Pressed against the box. Excellent dink. Ray trying to hang on. Sets up Kerrigan. It's 12 on the line, and the nade softens Wrinkle. Half health for Kerrigan. 10 seconds to Wrinkle. Bomb has to be planted. He sticks it behind the box, and as Kerrigan gets close, he sprays away the damage. Not enough. 12 to NIP.
They tried their hardest. They tried their hardest, and Nip tried their hardest to give that one away. That was so close to another tragedy on a round with 1 M4 and 1 MP9.
Gun rounds look so clean.
After Maxter gets that kill right here, why are they running halls to get this bomb planted? They leave Maxter alone on the site for an extra 5 seconds. And yeah, we can talk about Maxter dying to 2 pistols, but where's the support? Everybody knows at this point it's going to be an A hit. And he's already done his job, the most that he could possibly do.
Man, that's a tough pill to swallow there for Kerrigan.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think he was coming in with no armor, right? He has to commit through his phrase, through those barrels. And it's Wrinkle who gives him a little extra time, but it's scary for him too.
It's just a matter of hitting the shot, but I mean, that's a distraught reaction to a lost clutch. that could have been to give him 12. Just that sigh of relief. Let's run it back in OT at least, they think, but Frozen working with a softened up teammate behind him, and he gets insta-wrecked by Isaac.
That's been the bane here on Banana. He's always looking for him.
It's a new Ninjas in Pajamas, one that's a similar formula of the roster before. A lights-out performance led by Wrinkle back on Ancient. A messy, topsy-turvy Inferno on their opponent's map pick, but a genuine chance to close this down. Kerrigan not able to hold them back. He gets dived on as he goes for the reload. This is suddenly feeling real. Isaac gives them a chance back in. Maxter looking to flank. After a difficult week, second lowest rated player at the event, not able to add another one. It's a 3v5 that FaZe have equaled out, and they have a kit, and they've got one flash, and they've got 2 Ts just hiding in the back of this bomb site. A bit of support from Wrinkle, perhaps. He holds the CT cross. They start to hear that Coffins play, and he takes the peek. Here it could be 2 more, now just 1. Brokey can't, and for the first time since fall 2020, FaZe Clan go to the showdown. The Swedish core of NIP, led by Spain, and a lights-out Ukrainian Opper have done the unthinkable.
The unthinkable has been done, and I do believe Cadian and I are getting a chance to stand here and watch the rise of a new superstar. Wrinkle will be a name that we will be speaking about for the rest of the year. Of that, I have no doubt. This is the start of his hero's journey. Holy, I was going to swear, but I'm not going to do that today. But that was impressive from him, and impressive from NIP, because to beat FaZe 2-0, to knock them for the first time in 4 years into the showdown, that is a statement that you are making as a team.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, yes, I agree. First map, Wrinkle show, but in the second one you have to give the overall team cohesion, the team synergy from NIP. What a weird, crazy, fucked up, sorry to say, the game that was, you know. One team get eco'd, the other one get eco'd, back and forward constantly. No round was safe. All the logical situations got lost. The illogical situations got won. But in the end, they stayed very composed. I think also, you know, a little bit of a shout out to Maxter. He definitely stepped up, played a really good map. At 11 to 11 as well. He caught the guy pushing apps. He took A, smoked off Moto, went back, helped his teammate who was coming up middle, caught Frozen, you know. He stepped it up.
What a time to step it up, though, because he hasn't had a good showing here at Blast. It hasn't been a good time for him. Exist spoke about it between the maps, saying, you know, we've just got to give him a little bit of time. It's different for him. You even spoke about it. You said, how long can you get away with this? And then he came here now, and it was a good time.
Yeah.
Inferno to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to stop now. I'm going to behave. Cadian said I might lose my job.
I also said that, you know, that he's a young guy and that he, of course, needs a little bit of time, and with the right guys around him, you know. They've seen the potential. That's also why one of the reasons why he is here. So I agree, of course, if it goes on for 6 months or maybe 3 months or more, of course you're gonna have to look at it. But right now it's also a small sample size, and in this map at least he was decisive. I agree though that 1 map out of 6 is not enough, but right now we're gonna stay with the positives, and he did play a very good role in this apartment in the end.
It was good job from Nip, but on the other side you have a team that, let's be frank, should not have lost this game. It shouldn't have happened. And not only should they not have lost it, they should not have lost it 2-0. FaZe looks very unhappy. We've had a chance to see them walking out there.
They look devastated.
Devastated and just completely confused as to how this happened. Any insights into as to how?
Yeah, I mean, I think the pictures speak for itself when it comes to the kind of vibe and the feeling in the team right now. This is a very tough loss. It's something that when you are identified as FaZe, when you have these names, these results, this legacy behind you, you're not expected to lose to these guys. Sometimes there's a shift in generations. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain exactly why, because I honestly admire the FaZe team a lot. They have been producing results for so long.
Do you know what worries me is that there was like a little bit of a drop in form. There was a couple of finals where they weren't picking the trophy, right? And then the form has just steadily decreased. I feel like this is the lowest we've seen FaZe in a very long time. To go down to Showdown, that is just, it's not something that you would have ever thought to happen. How, I don't want to say how long before, because I think they've now hit the bottom where they have to seriously reevaluate what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think also for a guy like Kerrigan, you know, he's won so much, but what he hasn't won is on home turf. You know, he didn't manage to do it in the major. He didn't manage to do it against us in Royal Arena either. So for him to play on home turf, you know, he's a fan favorite. Going into the arena, getting the applause from the Danish fans is something that he's going to be very eager to get in the Showdown as well. So, yeah, of course, a lot of disappointment from them right now. Luckily for them, there is a Cologne coming up very soon where they will have the chance to for redemption. But they are for sure going to have a team talk tonight.
Kerrigan for me is just the GOAT of IGLs, no offense to the IGL standing next to me, but I just think he's absolutely incredible. And one of the things that I've always admired him for is in moments like this, the fact that he takes it all on his shoulders. Yeah. Sometimes I worry about him as a human as to how much sleep he gets, because I feel like he blames himself for a lot of what goes on in his team. He is also willing to chat to us now, so he is with James Banks. Let's find out what he has to say about this knockout.
FaZe Clan are going down to the Showdown for the first time in 4 years. It's an unexpected one, but you've been kind of, I guess, gearing me up throughout these other interviews, Kerrigan, of there's a lot of problems going on right now. In this game, you faced, obviously, an up-and-coming player like Wrinkle, but we still saw these mistakes, we still saw these problems. Can you just give me your overall feelings, just your kind of understanding of it after this game?
I think it's hard to, like, understand and kind of give a perspective of the game, right? I think we have been struggling for a while right now. I kind of feel like it's kind of the same scenario we had in 2023 with Twist, where we're playing all right, we're doing some basic good stuff, but man, we're also screwing up some rounds. I think the game got very, very messy in the end. That's how we wanted, but against a team like NIP, we needed to be cleaner, but they capitalized on our mistakes, right? It was some random ecos back and forth. We had a miracle round, they had a miracle round, but then when we get to the money situation, we should be able to stabilize, and it kind of felt like, yeah, it's very hard to say, right? I wouldn't be standing here if I knew it was wrong. I would be able to adapt on the fly, but the thing is, we're not playing good enough, and that happens in all sports.
How do you go and get yourself now ready for Cologne? How do you go back? Because it's obviously just a few days away. You know how tough the schedule is. What's the plan? What can you even imagine you can do?
I think, first of all, we have to lower our expectations, right? The results lately is not good enough. Even if we get to the big stage arenas, we're not performing as we need to. We're losing different ways. Yeah, I mean, our map pool is a very strange place, right? Nuke Mirage has been key match for us, and now we're trying to rely on Inferno. We're getting 2 of our best maps lately, Inferno Ancient, and we are not managing to close it out. Coming into Cologne, it's going to be very rough. A few days now here to push through and adapt on the fly, but I think most of all we need to wake up and look ourselves in the mirror. I think it comes down to everyone pushing through. It's a mental battle now. A mental battle we used to be good at, but sometimes things change, and I will try to make everyone happy and adapt with the philosophy and stuff like that. But in the end, unfortunately, Counter-Strike is result-oriented, and that's what we're seeing now. Losing 2-0 to NIP is not good enough for the players we have.
Thank you very much, Kerrigan.
Danish IGLs, man, you're straight to the point, you're honest, you say it like it is, there's no fear to talk to the fans and let them know, and that's exactly what he's just done there, obviously saying he's going to try and make everyone happy. I felt that, I'm going to overread into that possibly, but saying, you know, we're going to try to keep everyone happy, but the results are just not good enough, i.e. some of you are going to have to toe the line now.
Yeah, I mean, he touched a little bit on the map pool. On Mirage, he said the 2 usual comfort maps in Mirage and Nuke. On Mirage, they lost 5 out of the last 6. And on Nuke, it's also looking a little bit up and down. You know, they played it 9 times the last 3 months, and they only won 3 times. So the map pool is in a different state than it usually has been for FaZe, and obviously that's also due to a little bit of drop in individual form, a little bit of drop in trust and confidence, you know. At the end of the day, Counter-Strike is a very mental game, you know. There's not a lot of pushing and fighting and fistfights and stuff like this. It is about the mental capacity, and if you come in as a group on a positive note, you trust each other and you feel good about the game, you'll have a way higher chance of winning. That's not the case for FaZe right now, but also I don't want to be the team to play FaZe who is playing with no pressure in Cologne.
Fair enough. That is a point to be made as well, and there'll be a team that'll be nervous about that. Let's just get a quick update on what you've been looking at during the course of today. And if you've just joined us going WTF, yes, we thought the same. There it is. NIP is going to face off against G2 to figure out who tops the group. That was not on my bingo card when we started Blast Fall Groups.
Not many of your predictions have been on your bingo card lately, so...
You should be really careful because I happen to know that I have more points than you in predictions. But the point is, Cloud9 gone out of this group. FaZe gone out of this group. That is not something many people would have thought of. NIP, let's be frank, not a team anyone really rated coming in. So it looked young, looked good, but we didn't really think they would be able to do it. And then they went and proved us completely wrong by knocking out FaZe. Just insane stuff. The question, of course, now is coming up. NAVI up against Big. Can Lightning strike twice? Will Big be able to bring another upset? We'll wait to find out.
Shoot. Ah, okay. Okay, block, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so looks like you're going like this. Why do you have to do that? Okay. Okay.
For those of you who were watching yesterday, you'll get this reference, but as we watch NAVI arrive here for Blast Fall Groups, I am curious as to whether or not Alexi B got any sleep or if he was plagued by nightmares about diffuse kits, because it was the lack of a diffuse kit that ultimately led Liquid to be able to clutch it out right at the end and beat NAVI yesterday, which is why they find themselves here up against Big once again. It is a repeat match-off. We saw this earlier in the week. We get to watch it all over again. And the thing about Big yesterday was, unlike NAVI, who took the loss, Big takes a win, and they actually looked, I thought, quite impressive towards the end of that. There was some good moments that we could take away from that, and they looked pretty strong.
What do you give the sunglasses, JDC sunglasses, 1 to 10?
I would give those a 9 out of 10. I'm a fan of aviators.
Bangers, straight up bangers. Sorry. You were talking about
It's
the game,
okay.
Sam. Yeah,
Should we do some fashion rating for the players?
Fashion, yeah.
Would you like to do that?
But you're right. Like Big coming in very hot. Maybe a little bit similar to the NIP situation right now, where it's a team where we didn't expect that much. Got an upset win yesterday, both of them, and they're looking to come in strong. They are playing a team that's in a better shape than FaZe. So NAVI currently ranked #1 in the world, so it will be a very difficult task for them. And we saw these two teams play each other in the first round of the group. Mirage, it's in the. I'm sorry, I'm spoiling the the veto here for the producer. But
I'm going to cut you off there because I've decided
because I'm ruining everything right now.
Yes, you've ruined all the fun, you've ruined all the surprises, but you can't ruin this because you have no idea what Rigon said. That's Rigon. Let's go to Rigon.
Rigon, that VP game could have gone either way. It was a really wild series, but I want to look at the fact that you guys were also kind of playing a slow style and a saving style against them. Was this like the game plan of how you deal with VP?
We just saw how they play, and we just did our game plan versus them. We played slow. We had some fast rounds as well, explodes and stuff. So we just followed our game plan, and it worked out. And I think we could have gone even 2-0, but on Mirage we had just a sloppy CT side.
How good did that win feel, though?
I mean, it felt good, but it's still nothing because we are practicing since 2 weeks, and it doesn't mean anything. Like, we just see our mistakes, we try to fix our mistakes. Even today versus now, we just try to improve game by game.
And in terms of improving game by game, I saw your tweet. You obviously are not happy with your own performance in that. Obviously, you've gone through role changes, position changes as well, so you must expect this. You can't be too hard on yourself, right?
Yeah, but I know myself as a player. I know what I can do, but as I said, new roles and new strategies and stuff like this. And on the first game, I was just lost. On the Dust 2, I was just lost. I didn't even know what to do. I was just like a roboter, just listening to taps and doing my stuff. But we still fought good, I think, versus NAVI. But I think today is going to be better.
And in terms of it being better, it's exactly the same maps once again, so it's a copy-paste. What have you been able to learn from the last time you did it? What do you feel could be better here?
We just looked at our positions, we looked at NAVI, we looked what they did, and we just tried to focus on ourselves and what they do, and just to counter them ourselves and them as well.
All right, I look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much.
We were doing such a good job, Katie and you and I. I think we had successfully got through each day. We had been having a good time. Then you had to talk about sunglasses, and then it all fell apart. So we'll try to get the train back on the tracks now. Now you may talk about the veto. Do you want to chat a little bit about Mirage all over again?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, first and foremost, we can just quickly round out here that you see Rigon stats on BNE 107. He had 4 groups, also some 7s, but on the wrong end of the spectrum. I think he played better yesterday, seemed a little bit more comfortable, and hopefully today he will be even more in that groove. Yeah, talking about the veto, very obvious picks. Big has been going for Dust 2, all blast long, and they will do the same. They lost last time to NAVI, but actually did put a little bit of pressure on them. And then we saw the masterclass from NAVI on Mirage. We saw that again yesterday. So Big really needs to come out of the gates hot here on Dust 2 if they want to have a chance in this best of 3.
Navi's going to be super mad after yesterday. There's no doubt in my mind they're not going to be happy. Is Big going to get punished for their mistakes against Liquid?
I mean,
he doesn't make predictions, so I don't even know why I wasted my time. Let's talk about NAVI, though, as a team. This is a team that can reset very quickly. They're going to be upset about what happened yesterday, but they have some of the best firepower in the world on their side, and they're going to make use of that up against Big.
They lost quite a few of those tense rounds that you're not really supposed to yesterday. Some clutches went Ultimate's way. I think overall, Bit was insane. He's been insane all blast long, so he's definitely firing off on all cylinders. But he needs a little bit of, Ima was really good on day 1 against Big, struggled a little bit on the day after. if they're fired up, of course, like if you lose the game, you know you want to get the revenge. I think they take this game very seriously. They know that Big is a team that likes to prepare. So does Blade. So maybe there will be a little bit of mastermind tricks up their sleeve. I don't know. Yeah.
It's okay, don't worry. Sometimes I can't speak English.
Worst segment of me, but it's okay.
It's all gone out the window. It hasn't really. I think we've been fine. Who's not fine is whichever team on this side is going to lose. It is a rematch, but the stakes are much higher now. Someone is leaving the competition. Someone else is fighting for their lives. NAVI versus Big. Katie and I completely messed this up, so we're going to go over to the actual professionals, Launders and Scrawny.
Slick tricks up wide sleeves. Maybe that's what Big need if they're going to pull off a back-to-back upset. The GGBet odd favorites heavily skewed to NAVI's. Oh, God damn it, it's contagious.
Look, Katie.
I almost saved it.
There it is. Yes, heavily skewed in favor of NAVI. They are by far and away the favorite.
Yes,
and
sir.
I think that those are very fair odds, even though we saw a Big that were burning the midnight oil yesterday and took out VP and had a pretty sort of like explosive finish. It was looking really cool. This is a next level of challenge, and although Liquid did expose NAVI just a touch on their debut and showed how a team that was, ranked 14th, made all these roster moves, pulled someone out of tier 11, could take the #1 team down in the world with the right IGL, with the right composition, with the right little bit of magic in their honeymoon debut. And I just don't know if that's going to transfer over to Big. We can't really compare Big to Liquid 1-to-1. They might be more amped about the challenge, but I think NAVI are a little bit more angry about yesterday.
Yeah, most certainly so. The same way Big would be upset about getting trounced in the opening game, right? There's motivation factors on both sides. I like that we kind of just have a little handshake between NAVI and Big. We agree to meet on the same maps in the same sequence yet again. Dust 2, Mirage,
which is kind of wild,
and Ancient if needed. It means they believe in their ability to improve, Launders.
They're going to play Mirage 3 times at this group, and we're going to find out if it's going to be 0-3 or 1-2. That's what we're going to find out today. And that's if might not matter if they can defend on Dust 2. So we'll start here.
I know what they'd prefer. And that's to avoid the goose egg. We talked about a lot of long spawns. And Crimbo's going to take the first one in the pistol. Already out the doors. He's not alone. He got a whole pack of players with him. Big work as a clan. Strength in numbers. Meanwhile, information being key. NAVI starting to get ahead of this execute. Took a little while to get that smoke grenade out for Big, and that little bit of extra timing is what has afforded NAVI to completely clear out tunnels. Alexi peeking the side and confirming, yeah, it's all here. I can see him. And as they trudge forward towards the corner, we get another smoke that comes down from the T side. Bit lets it rip, does 0 damage.
Yeah, they reload at the same time. The cross comes out. All the CTs are still here.
Good molly for Gandalf, but it doesn't actually spread all the way to Alexi, so it's off the mark. That's the clear plan, is to get Alexi into the open. Doesn't work, and then when he pops out from that corner, he catches Regon off guard. Dual Berettas eventually getting there, but the T's have bounced back with some frags here. 2v2 now, pistol still popping. There's no bomb plant in the middle of all this chaos. JL versus JDC and Tapson can't manage to make it happen. Big, they pull that off.
They keep playing Dust 2. They're going to get better at it, right? So yeah, they pulled it off with the long hit. Some shots go back and forth. This one's a little bit, you don't want to overanalyze this type of situation. They knew it was going to be A. 5 guys were coming up long. There were the regular smokes in place. Plant went down in the open, and NAVI had their chances to hit their shots. Big just hit more of them.
Obviously, bomb gets planted. If that Molotov had spread out Alexi. Spread to Alexi. I'm looking at an R8. JL has an R8.
Oh, hell yeah.
For sure. He's outside of the doorway.
Oh, and he got a kill. Oh. Another one.
What? Oh, what? For the first time in competitive play, it's a 3-4 frags off the R8.
This is in honor of snacks. Is that what we're seeing, JL? The R8 fade with the 4K looking for the A. Searson giving his life away to make sure that this just doesn't happen. But it's still the round taken away.
This can't be real.
It's once in a lifetime.
The real hand cannon.
Wow. And that's his Red Dead Redemption for the last round. Yeah, right.
There's just no way.
Who has that equipped?
I mean, he has to equip it. I'm frazzled. Show me this guy's loadout. From top to bottom. That just makes no sense.
You can't lose on an Eco 2 and R8.
Well, apparently you can. And just like that, 13-1.
Counter-terrorists win.
That had everything, like the moving shots, the load-up shots, the wall bang.
Wow.
Because
it
it's so
was a
powerful.
highlight reel. That's an advertisement for the R8, right?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Every situation, the R8 works.
Think about all the fans JL has gained since winning the major.
Yeah.
All the content. And think about how many more people are going to start using it now.
Ooh.
That clip right there is going to fuel
a generation of degeneracy.
So many trolls. The troglodytes have found their idol. They found their legend. Long live JL. Bit's gonna hold on to long control. Searson's killing his teammates and Alexi's spraying them all away. 3 kills thanks to the Molotov. Easy does it, Navi. I'm getting flashbacks to the Mirage game.
I mean, that had to have some kind of
trickle-down effect?
Impact. Yeah.
That's how the economy works.
Supposed to.
Just keep working. That's what Big got to tell themselves. Just get the reset going. Let bygones be bygones. And
hey, guys. R8's pretty good. That's what you got to tell your teammates.
Insane.
And it's actually not that it isn't strong. It's just such unorthodox Counter-Strike weapon. The way that it works. Oh, man.
It just goes against everything that's supposed to be.
I bet Vinny's used it. I know Snacks actually used to use it.
Yeah, but none of them have done that.
No.
Bits ahead of the cat support here of Alexi B, so he'll be taking a glance behind the fire. Oof, gets away from him. Tabson gonna find opening kills here in round 5. Oh, solid damage off of the utility from Catwalk. Alexi gonna fall back into the site. So the goofs and gaffs and laughs are over. Big took their early beating. Where's this man advantage get them? They let Wonderful get into this position. Oh, and he's working with the op. This is problematic. Oh, dude, he slipped in mere seconds before they start swinging for him. Now, this time he's tagged. A pop back up could be dangerous. Oh, Searson tries to go before the molly lands.
They let him leave?
Thinking he would run. He does eventually start to dip. JDC turns around, holds it, and Wonderful's gonna let them finally get out from tunnels. 6 seconds, just barely putting that down in time. And JDC confirming the rotation here of EMF.
Oh,
Frag Grenade could have killed JDC, but he repositions well. And down goes Crimbo now. 1 bullet will get the job done in either direction.
What does he think that JDC is going to try to do? He's waiting out this option. Of course, now JDC could be back at the site. But we're past the point where You know, this play is the perfect spot to be really here for JDC. Hard to clear, very far away, very safe from both door and window. And in the end, man, how is it that all of that action happened on the B site and that no one was able to help? We're talking about 30 seconds. Wonderful gets his kills. They have shut down this tunnels pressure. He even gets 3.
But that
duel was to try to save
Wonderful.
To try to save Wonderful, and it probably to keep him alive, but he couldn't get the next kill, and there's still nobody coming over from the A site.
Yeah. That CT smoke that JDC was working behind just kept Navi out of it, barring the B defenders. Jail tries to bank the nade, hits all 5 players with that frag, but can't track anybody on the exit. Beautiful double opening from Regon.
That's becoming a thing.
Yep. And something we need to see from him. Conviction with this one, big to tie the game up. Long gone is the tomfoolery of the R8 4K.
NAVI can just be a little bit inconsistent sometimes with their play. I say sometimes. That's definitely.
USP Beretta's 5.7 R8 Deagle.
Oh, he squeezed them both in. No P250?
No P250.
Crazy.
Thank you for that, by the way, Blast. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Love that. Some detective work out there tonight. Now, explain to me how he did it once he bought it.
Yeah. Need to break down the tutorial. Play like JL.
That part still doesn't make much sense. Also,
that course.
How do you buy that with Blade behind you?
Secretly.
Yeah, without him knowing.
That's when you ask forgiveness, not permission.
Couple strong B hits, though, from Big, so we can't laugh our way all the way to the finish line here if we're Navi.
There is this one thing that, like, you know, late in CSGO, there were guns that were broken the entire time, but people only found them years in.
Right.
But, of course, even in the first year of CS2, like, nobody's tried anything. Nobody's tried other guns that people aren't using to see if they're going to be broken. But there will be one that didn't receive any buff, that's been sitting there the entire time, that no tier 1 player wanted to touch.
You're legitimizing it, and I'm getting scared.
It happened in CSGO. Multiple guns. The AUG, the Krieg, the M249.
Shot from Wonderful. We haven't really had to sing his praise as much at groups as we had JL and Ema in their opening matchup, so...
He struggled versus Liquid yesterday.
We know what the highlight reel of Wonderful can look like. Oof. He's coming in with impact here in round 7. Kill deep versus JDC. Tagged his counterpart down to 18. Now it's him and Alexi B. Big get cooled off. Nobody's gonna overface Searson here. Feels like Wonderful's already put them in such a great position that if Big want anything, it's gonna have to be the site, slowly but surely. And still active out of Navi, right? We've seen previously rounds like this, they'll get up into the tunnels. That's not the case, but at least clearing Cat. Getting Ema back into the action. 40 seconds, Big have done nothing other than sit on this corner.
Yeah, definitely ideal that they don't have any more smokes. Or did, oh, the one finally came out. Okay, here's their chance.
Alexi swings in. Oh, Ops back on plat, so Wonderful gets away with a peek. Oof, yeah. And kinda denies Crimbo. Anybody else? It's a tough one, but the flashbang's great. Searson not able to give cover with the op, but his utility's looking good. Then he does get his, but it's up to Bit to deny it. And of course, right back to what he was doing versus Liquid, headshots galore.
Yeah, headshotting and such. That was the Bit special. Actually, incredible performance versus Liquid, despite losing. And this is a kind of an awkward round because, well, it's a man disadvantage situation for Big, with an idea that Navi know is coming, and a situation where it almost distills into Big finding more frags than they should have again. And a nice one here for Searson, not falling for the jump bait. Oh, and they approached it with 2 ops high-low. From Bit did
not Bit on the op again.
Ooh, when you got spotted, you gotta get out of there, but they need some support. No one's flashing over mid for him. He's just sticking around.
Oh, and he
so
switches.
Awkward. Why do they keep sabotaging him with this op?
3rd time's the charm if you're Bit. Or does he finally get out? No, Searson finds him. And with that, NAVI start to look a little dismantled. Searson pops back up, really finding his groove here in the 8th round. That's 3 kills deep from Searson. Regon's had enough, goes barreling into the B bomb site, opens the door for the rest of the team. Down goes NAVI. Bit getting corralled in tunnels with utility and op shots, and all the while Searson feasts.
And again, it was high-low with Bit, but Searson was crouched. ISOing the angle really nicely. Good impact, and good impact on B with Regon. He's like that's what he's been doing, making his bread, getting into the B site. I mean, losing the Liquid in the fashion they did yesterday is one thing, but to Big, a team that they destroyed last time, that again, we are still talking about NAVI as the #1 team. What would be the bigger upset? Big winning over NAVI or NIP beating FaZe?
I think Big
pretty
over
close,
NAVI.
no? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just because FaZe's recent form and we're not on a big stage. Well, yeah, actually, there's nuance there. Yeah, it's close. You're not wrong. Finally, a little reward for Big. Go ahead, take a lead. It's USPs. Gift goes both ways. Navi grabbed the A1S.
Oh, one dropped?
Yeah, but he was dead.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's okay. That should be that. That should be that. Bit gets 2. His gun is empty. Tabson clears him, and we are in a 1v1. USPs.
And now the AK from him. No armor ahead of the volley.
Oh! USPs!
Oh my god. Can't watch any more of these rounds.
Can we go home and come back tomorrow when things make sense again?
Just ridiculous. This was amazing from Bit.
The flash. The flash from JL is so good. Well then.
That's what Tabson was thinking. Well. He did that with no armor, right? So it had to be right on the head.
That's crazy. This game doesn't make sense. Counter-Strike's going crazy. You get out long at least, Big, but JDC wants a little action, and he peeks into Wonderful. Way too comfortable on that angle. Smoke grenade ahead of the pack. We've seen this round before, but Alexi knows what's coming. Stack up along the wall, so he sprays through it and takes Regon down by 3/4 his health. As long as Bit's got him locked in that doorway, this is a tough one for Big to unravel.
Yeah, especially because they won't be saving anything. I mean, they might not get chased down in the pit, so there's that. Honestly, our Big, they have one smoke, but like, this is just such a low odds round. They're coming. We're talking about no flashbang here.
That's crazy. Tabson smoke. It'll go down now. Wonderful. If he peeks all the way out, he'll be met by Searson. JL's gonna go through off the flash, turns around for a double, and taps into Ime. Good clean kills. Looking for a little bit more. Wonderful's been just so hidden behind this box. No way. Tabson knows he could smell him, but Wonderful just keeps his head tucked while his teammate behind him also hit Gandalf, and Navi happy to let him have this site because the flank comes in key.
They kind of just take every long spawn that they can and every B spawn that they can.
Welcome to Dust 2.
Yeah, big style. But, you know, we either see teams go for the long spawn, like with the op, and just let whoever is a front spawn op and then take the pick but fall back. Big are committing all the time to it. And like years ago, I mean, you could, this is one special part of Dust 2, if you want to call it that, where 5 players could take long. You could sit there, lose all of their map control, and what happens is the CTs organize on A, and there's just this massive fight at the end. So like risk-like battle that takes place. And it's always a little bit messy, but the T's can win that way. Without map control, even with a flank coming in and everything. But Big just tried to do it so much. And this round, they definitely could have benefited from saving some guns.
Because now they'll have none.
None.
Two strong B hits, really the core of this T side out of Big.
What if Crimbo was again the IGL for Big? Why don't they try that again?
Whoa.
Fresh ideas?
You're saying cut Tabson?
No, well, no, I mean
roles.
Crimbo IGLing, yeah. The thing is, like, I don't really know how deep the German talent pool goes, so that's the struggle. Some teams bring back their academy teams. If there is an academy league again, maybe there's a way that they can foster more, but for now, like, I don't know where else they go.
To be.
To be.
With no flashes, no upgraded... Oh, no, excuse me, there's a D. And that Deagle goes down to a falling JL. Easy cleanup for Bits. 4 kills in the anti-eco. He feasts on the quadruple Glock players. And with that, Navi starting to pull ahead. Getting back into comparable score lines to what we had in their last Dust 2 matchup. That game ended 13-7 to Navi's favor. Of course, that was an 8-round CT side from Navi. Guess what? We could be mirroring that result right here, right now. We are par for the course for a repeat occurrence between these two teams. They get up cat fast, though. This is looking like something different. Wonderful. Ooh, he's falling back. They're coming through, but he's ready for the first. Oh, the flashes pop all around. He's got a player on ramp and 1 car. So if the rest of the big pack comes, there's plenty of rifles here to deal with all this. Tabson's unable to find anybody yet. There it is, catching Ime, but that gives just enough time for Wonderful to reposition ahead of Searson 2. And that's 3 frags from the op of Navi. With the last man now revealed, Crimbo falls to 6. 1v4, no bomb possession.
You telling me Crimbo couldn't have made that call?
Oh, dunked on as Navi find 8 yet again. They try to tell you that lightning doesn't strike twice, but here we are, Launders. 8-4 score again between the same two teams as just 48 hours ago. Or something like that. What is time, really? All that matters is that this T-side from Big didn't get any more success than it did last time they met, and we were hoping it would.
I mean, yeah, we talk about Big as like a team that's like super innovative and everything like that, but that T-side was the, you know, the most basic Dust 2 T-side you could see. It was a lot of spawns, not many defaults.
It's like the map played them, and they didn't play the map.
Yeah,
you know?
but they really want to play Dust 2 that much. But like all the teams who are just playing it part-time right now are putting together more interesting maps. So they've got some stuff to work on still, apart from integrating Regon so far, which at least he was bringing up those B entries. That was nice.
Well, to be honest, you know, he has only 5 kills on that half, but yeah, he gets
entries.
3 kills on those entries at least. And that is half the rounds Big end up winning. Ooh. What else you got up your sleeve, JL? Slick tricks is what we came here for. 3 players up from Big, looking to bounce back in the pistol. Searson's doing it. He's got another one locked in Gandalf. His teammate's fighting CT. The long flank comes out, and now Searson's 15 health gets weird. Body shot here for Bit, and it's done. But he lets Searson get away. Oof, the flying JL pistol. What can't he do?
I don't know, man. Our 8-4K flying pistol, they don't even lose that one this time. Searson had a couple of nice shots right there, but that was the highlight of the round tier for Big, and he had a good first half as well, and he'll probably have a good CT on this map too. That'll be one of the strong points for Big to fight against Navi, but they're still trying to get to a new score line. We don't know if that's going to happen.
Scout for Searson could be the saving grace. Bit's just going to charge in, like his odds against the utility usage of Tabson, but now he's just delivered a Galil. Suddenly a better position here for Big. Full mid control, as they've seen this from the get-go. JDC once upon a time here by the Xbox, but he goes back to his own side of the doors. Galil slides out. Oh, and they catch Searson in the open. JL supported here with Ema as well, so as the reload Pounce attempts to come out of JDC, all they do is open the door back to Navi from man disadvantage to 4 versus 3, and sure enough, Wonderful will start to slip into the B site where Regon has already left. Yeah, he puts his hands on the scout, but he sticks around in middle for so long that, I'm sorry, brother, your bomb site's gone. He can try to challenge through the doors as the Molotov wasn't wide enough.
But he's got the coveted blue spruce. It's blessed.
Is it? Is it?
Maybe not. Maybe he was in the wrong hands. Tabson with his. Crimbo still up, over at long. Retake is looking unlikely.
Ten to 4.
10 to 4.
Navi having a damn field day in this rematch.
How come JDC is so damn good on Ancient? I mean, well, actually, know the answer to that question, because that's always been the best map for him, even before Big. But how come that doesn't translate to other maps? He was good at other maps too, and he has been a good player, but he's not a star player on other maps. Not in the same way.
Just because you're good at badminton doesn't mean you're good at tennis. Or something.
You saying
like
Ancient's easy?
He does have the best. I mean, he's got that mid setup.
He's amazing on Ancient.
He's so set up to succeed on Ancient.
It's all started with the JL 4K.
Not just the JL 4K, Mohan. The JL R8 4K. Crimbo comes through. Ooh, very nice, considering all they had were these 2 Galils. Oh my god, Crimbo posts 3 frags. JL's got 12 health, and Navi rambunctiously jump into the Galil setup. It's the beauty of the fast cat. Oh, Big. They're gonna rob this one away.
Okay, some credit here. Nice one from Crimbo. With this 3K, it was just headshot after headshot. JL fighting for spawn control. That's what's happened to this round.
How has he wound up here?
Still smiling, of course.
It's in his contract. Good on Crimbo to try to kick it up a notch. It's going to take something like that from more than just Crimbo for multiple rounds if they're going to do anything else here on Dust 2. As said last time, 7 rounds. This will be number 5. Look at that mini-map, dude. JL here, dude. Backs up into Searson. But this is all Crimbo. Honestly, very clean Galil kills on the jump up. Like that's not Alexi getting on the box. That's just Alexi going for a jump shot.
Yeah, just trying to distract him.
This may be kind of why all that unfolds.
Komm, Alter, ich will, komm weg jetzt, Mann. Komm, wir müssen auch mal so Runde.
It's one thing to think you can just bully all of Big, but if you're going for jump shots on Crimbo, he's gonna post a 3K. And now suddenly NAVI have to deal with some limitations, so we'll see if their lackadaisical play comes back to haunt them. JDC, frag grenade actually bounces off the top step, exits the tunnels.
All right, we got Alexi with the call now that a kill comes down on a round where they've got half the stuff they need. Smokes and flashes are going to change hands. Can't really go into a full default. It's going to be some kind of B split or just full-on B hit. Looks like they'll get the lurk in place for Imma. Full intention of winning this round. JDC assisted on the push. This could be dangerous.
Molotov's burning pit. Yes, sir.
Nice find.
They'll find him, expose him, topple him in the open. Now it's this battle of the scopes down the depths of tunnel, but all the while, Crimbo getting active on long. Does timing favor him here? He's already got 2 players climbing up cap, but that bomb, it's the bomb on the scout that really matters. And guess what? Crimbo's got it. Taps him in the back of the head. It'll force NAVI to move back 2v4. They've got no smoke, so they can't transition into the B split. They know it's going to be a desperate attempt to try and run it at A. And they kind of hesitated slightly, so Crimbo certainly going to be able to get back into position to try and help Tabson, who seemingly doesn't need much help. He drops 1 himself, and everybody's here for Big. That's 6, with 7 being the quota.
Yeah, pretty solid round, and I think it's a round where, yeah, NAVI have to spend everything. And I think we're pretty happy to find 1 trade here, but the tactic for JDC, the Molly, the back of B tunnels, that's where the odds slant heavily in favor of Big. And the mood continues to be good over on Big, which is 100% what helped them in those late hours of the night versus VP yesterday. VP at the showdown, FaZe at the showdown. Big still kick it.
Let's play a little football, shall we?
How kind of you to call it football.
It's because I know all the Europeans are listening. I want credit.
Ooh, touchdown.
Bitty's taking the ball, passes down the center straight. Rips 1 to the post. Goal! That's really the bread and butter of a football commentator, is how long you can draw out the word goal.
Yeah.
We don't really get to practice that in Counter-Strike commentary. You know, we utilize our oohs and our ahs.
The uncut of Messi, uncut of Messi, uncut of Messi. You have to nail that. You can do it with Messi.
Okay, that's true. Well, next time we cast Vitality.
Ankara Ima.
They've given Wonderful a Galil. But they won't let him do much with it. Taps in here to close it. There's the 7th. All right, everything here, everything beyond this point for Big is an improvement. And here at Blast, we celebrate improvements.
And hey, they wanted the same map pool. So that's what they owe us, is improvement.
It's okay to fail.
As long as you fail less worse each time.
Exactly. That's what you tell your loved ones. Now that Crimbo triple kill out of nowhere. Into the save, etc. These are all trickle-down effects. Now we get the newest gun round, and instantly, JL, opening kill. Was Navi just having a little too much fun? Because this series did kick off with an R8 4K. Alexi tried the jumping trade frag when Crimbo threw that wrench in the works.
JL's got a wonderful presence here. I don't know if that's coming over. He juggled it the entire way.
It's a good teammate.
And the maybe flash retake setup. Regon comes up. Ooh, disengages. And JL finds another. That's the B push shut down. They're going to go mid B now, surely.
100%. 100%. Alexi on the doors. Oh, luckily Wonderful's there to take it back. Won't get a double, but there's so many bodies in the doorway for Navi that they eventually get there. JL waiting cautiously towards the end of tunnels just in case, because Crimbo is still unknown. But if he clears tunnels first, he can give himself a chance on sight. Not the case. Bit to the headshot. Navi to 11.
Shout out to JL once again. That's a bit of momentum brought to you by him. The flash going behind Searson and really freaking him out on that push. The timing is just beautiful here, obviously. That can come down to prep or timing or healing or whatever it is, but that's what really made the difference, and that making that shot difficult and staying aware, even bringing that op over to Wonderful, and then going back to tunnels and catching another push. Oh my goodness. That was close. It really just hung out for another try.
Lands the shot, but not rewarded. Goes for the dunk, but it's going to bounce off the wall, and JL starts to size up the possibility of the mid-hit. Bomb left tunnels. Up on the smoke. Yeah, JDC gives away a glimpse of it. JL catches Regon off as he didn't think he'd be out the doors. Good on Searson to trade back to kick off the 2v4.
Alexi almost gets caught by the tail end of that fire. And Ima is onto something. Beautiful pre-aim.
Taps in running, so Ima just puts that crosshair exactly where it has to be. Great example of how he visualized the route. And Alexi B door stuffs Searson. That is Navi right back on track after they get past the Crimbo 3K.
Not the greatest way to lose. They do have the right idea about Navi trying to get out of the mid doors. Bit gets this opening frag, and after this 4-4, it's just Navi holding all the right positions when they go for the re-aggression. And it's pretty much just try fights, honestly.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Force buy out of him. We haven't, unfortunately, seen Searson scout do all too much.
That's the Connor curse.
I love the taste of my own words. And the sound of my own voice. Bit dropped on long. There's a bomb outside of the doorway, too. So even with two players starting to take over the A site, it's a long road back. Still, catching one off guard, Tabson and his teammates stuck on the corner of the wall. Smoke goes down to secure the exit.
They don't go back and get that bomb, but they have to.
And at least the CTs, for Navi's sake, have yet to find that bomb. They themselves not pushing out the doors yet. Down goes Regon.
CT's continuing to find a way to fall off, but they don't know, again, because of the bomb, they just think it's eventually going to be an A hit, so they're still attracted to this point, which is creating all these timings, and that could be it for Big.
They get 2 opening kills, but they're just playing a different game, assuming that bomb was surely going to go down. It's not the case. It's fun and games for NAVI yet again tonight. Identical scoreline in the identical map pool between this head-to-head. And it all started with the R8.
It did start with the R8, and we'll have some fun with that in a little bit. This is a very energized NAVI. They look super confident, Katie, and they looked pretty comfortable as well there on Dust 2.
Yeah, they're looking really good. I think that this is, of course, the second time that Big has been leading into Dust 2, and rightfully so. It is the best map. It is where they have the best chance. But if you can't win on the map you have the best chance, then it also shows the disparity in overall level, I would say.
For sure, and when you talk about that disparity, I mean, this is pretty clear throughout this that NAVI was just hitting at another level.
I mean, Bit, man, he's so goated currently. Like, he's playing so freaking good. Like, he's crisp, he is calm, he's composed, he knows when to take chances. I don't know, right now he's candidating to be, right now, the most in-shape player in the world, I would say. He did it really well in EWC, took the MVP as well, and he's just so impressive. Very important player for NAVI currently.
And very important when he is activated online, which is what we saw there. I kind of feel like the rest of the team feeds a lot of their confidence off him as well. So when he's performing like that, they all look a lot more confident.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a lurker like that who can open up rounds and also seems to be communicating at the right moments when to move back and forth between the 2 bump sites, that's just a very important piece to have in your team.
For sure. Now, when we take a look at the rest of NAVI, a lot of conversation has happened around Ima. What do you think of him so far from what you've seen here at Blast 4 Groups?
Yeah, I don't think we're necessarily much more clever than we were a few months back. Still playing his role very well. Aggressive, one of the guys who is not afraid of taking space. Maybe we also just need to come up with the acceptance that he will never have the same stats that he did in the Blast Paris Major. Like, that was maybe just a one-time wonder. That doesn't mean he's not an excellent player, but kind of to hold him to that standard, that's also that's rough. I wouldn't want to be that guy who has to pull off like a 130 rating as a rifler every tournament.
I mean, but he's lifted enough trophies without having those ratings, right? So that's the big thing. You're sitting at #1 in the world. It's okay, so long as the team is working as a unit. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think overall stats is also a metric that is looked at too much, in my opinion. Especially all the Twitch users, HLTV users out there.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Obviously,
sorry,
that's how you know everything is the stats.
Yeah, I mean, they should try one day, be invited to stand here in the studio, listen a little bit to the comms, to see how teams operate, be behind the scenes at the preparation, you know. That's why I'm standing here, to try and share some light on that, because, you know, he is also vocalized and being said by both Blade and Alexip that he is the second voice of the team, meaning he has a lot of tactical input of how to play in the rounds, when to make moves and stuff like this. And that also allows his other players to be more comfortable, to be in the right position for Wonderful sometimes to just be pinned on an orb and catch a rotation for when maybe Bit can activate due to the kind of presence that Ima has on different parts of the map. So yeah.
Of course, if one of them was standing here, one of the Twitch viewers or the HLTV forum users, they would probably make a prediction, which you're not still willing to do, but there you go. I do love a little troll. It is a good time for me. I like a little bit of banter, I like a little bit of fun, I like a little bit of cheekiness, and JL delivered right out of the gates with this one. This was fun, man. We're going to see it, and it was just a good time, right?
I mean, all the people who's playing, now we're talking about the Twitch chat and HSV users. If they have a teammate in FaZe or matchmaking who's running around with a revolver, they might even kick him. Like, I'm not even trolling, they might even kick him. And he's styling on them, making it work. Lovely 4K here. You also can see on the laugh that, you know, it has that extra tilting factor to the opponent as well, and he knows that. But yeah, he made it work.
I was going to say, it felt to me, that's like a little bit of like a mind game, right? Is I'm going to come out the gates, I'm going to do this to you. It's kind of going to put you, I mean, it's a little bit like it hurts your ego, right? When he does that. And he knows he's doing that. He's getting in your face and just reminding you, But that could have also backfired for him, right? So it just shows the level of confidence.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
But I'm trying to say, like, he's feeling so confident about his ability that he went out and he knew he was going to upset some people, and he also knew that mentally he was probably going to mess them up a little bit moving into the next few rounds, which is kind of exactly what happened after that. They kind of lacked to their momentum for a bit. I mean, it's not a strategy. I think it's just JL being JL, but it just shows where the Navi mindset is, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of those who's maybe more willingly in that team to take those kind of risks, but it is kind of the same with the knife kill in CS, where people sometimes think that it's because of the extra dollars that you get, but to be honest, a lot of it is kind of that humiliation factor, tilting the opponent, showing how much better I am than you, I outsmarted you. That's a big part of why people use the knife as well. So.
Well, there you go. Navi wins that one in convincing style. The last time Big and Navi went up against each other earlier this week, it was a 2-0. The question is, will Navi do it again? They disrespected Big when we move to the next map, and we'll have to see if it's going to happen all over again. fall final is coming up, and you need to get your tickets so that you can see some of the world's best Counter-Strike in that arena. It's going to be incredible here in Copenhagen, so make sure you rush off and buy them right now. Let's talk about what is about to happen, though. Big is facing off against NAVI on Mirage. Dominated the last time they met here. They know that this is NAVI's strongest map. It was, I think, used the word disrespectful the last time. Repeat performance possibly coming up. I know Big now can say that they know what to expect from NAVI, but whether you know what to expect or not, can you actually even shut them down?
I mean, currently Big's CT percentage on Mirage is probably around Boopski's headshot percentage on FaZe. 29%, looking pretty rough, not gonna lie. But also they are trying to implement this map into the map pool. This was their permaban before. They have implemented it since the summer break, so they are trying to maybe give it a go, to change some things up. So far, especially the CT side has been lackluster. Actually, the T side against VP yesterday was pretty good. They had chances of coming back and winning that map. So, yeah. They will have to kind of look at the CT side and come up with some new solutions, whether it's being maybe just taking some more chances, gamble a bit more, you know. Alexa, he likes the A-splits, that's all I can say.
I love that idea of like, okay, we need to now incorporate this into our map pool. We need to get better on it. So you know what we should do? We should face off against a team, the best team in the world right now, on their favorite map. Let's see how that goes. I mean, it's...
No, but this is also the same where maybe, okay, JL, I know, major MVP, you've done excellent. You know, he's playing really well right now, but when he made the tweet about them kind of going out on a limb to play against NAVI and Mirage, I mean, I don't think that Big is deciding their map pool on just what NAVI plays, sorry to say. But when you kind of look at a team and you have the players, of course you maybe look at your competitors, but right now Big's main competitor is not NAVI, so if they want to play Mirage, I think they can start to do that. Doesn't matter if they have to play NAVI once or twice.
So you have to play NAVI, who's already disrespected you on this map. You've played them once, now you're playing them twice. The difference is this Mirage will decide whether you stay here or you drop into the showdown. There is a lot to play for.
Yeah.
Considering what the scoreline was, how much of an improvement can you make in 2 days to try and make that scoreline different? Not only different, you have to now win on Mirage if you want to stay in this tournament.
I would say right now NAVI is looking pretty locked in. They seem super focused. You can see it here as well. Huddling between the maps, Blade speaking, being active, which again means that you know, I think Big, I said it prior to the game as well, that they really need to win Dust 2 if they want to have a good chance in this series. Right now it's looking pretty tough.
Still won't, I mean, let's just call it. It is more than likely.
Okay. I see where you're getting at. We're getting close to the end of my stint as an analyst here at Blast. I only have this game and then tomorrow, so you really wanted that prediction, and I'll go on a limb, be a little bit crazy. NAVI is gonna win Mirage.
So I actually even made it nice for you. Did you see what I did there?
No.
I made it really nice. It was like an easy prediction. No one can flame you afterwards. It's
the
all
thing
been
about
set
easy
up.
predictions is if they fail, you know, people will chase you.
The truth is NAVI is looking incredibly focused and incredibly locked in. I would argue that the Liquid loss really upset them yesterday based on what we're seeing today. I don't think those mistakes are going to happen. And I think that Big is in for a mountain that they are going to have to climb up if they want to claw back this series and keep themselves in the Blast Fall groups. We'll find out if Cadian got his actual prediction, the one he finally made correct, in a little while. But first, we've got to let the casters speak and tell us what's happening in game.
I don't know yet, Sam. We haven't jumped in. Okay, we're still sitting over here, ready to flap our gums, swing our arms, and yeah, nice try. Hopefully, just find something, Mohan, that's a little bit more of an improvement, right? The GGBet odds have.
Oh my God, 11-1.
Ooh,
that's about as steep as it gets. It's quite about as steep as it gets.
Now here's the silver lining.
What did we see last map? We saw in Dust 2, that Big didn't do anything special.
Yeah.
They want to keep playing Dust 2. They wanted to play the same maps versus NAVI. They just played long spawns and B spawns on T side. They didn't really do anything interesting on CT. It wasn't actually that hard for NAVI. It was the same game as yesterday.
It was almost like...
Yeah, the odds are 11-1. It's Mirage coming up. NAVI don't lose Mirage.
No, they don't. They absolutely...
And Big don't win it versus anybody. And they already lost to NAVI once on this map.
Tell us how you feel.
How is it going to be different this time?
It's not. It's just not. It's just not going to be different.
Technically, you're the only one who made a statement so far.
Such a fence sitter.
I was just asking questions.
Oh, I'm just asking questions. Just you do your own research, man. No, but actually do that. Bit. Here we go. He lets him rip. So does Wonderful.
Oh, wait, just forgot about it.
Back down underneath. Ime's here to help. Let's just hope it gets closer. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about the outcome, Mohan. We said it. It's all about improving. They just need to improve as time goes on. And, well, they have a, what was it? 13-3 scoreline last time on Mirage.
They want 4 rounds to improve, to be less worse than last time.
And you know what? Let's also talk about alternative improvements. If Big's not going to improve, then maybe somebody on NAVI will improve.
Okay.
Okay. On Mirage last time around, JL goes 22 kills, 6 deaths.
Okay.
And Ime goes 23 kills, 8 deaths. JL 22, Ime 23.
Let's see if they can jam in more kills than last time.
If Big aren't going to do anything, maybe we just sing Navi's praise.
Okay.
Let's see who improves. With Glocks, their chances don't improve. Navi gonna sweep him away. The odds now 13-1. And the scariest thing here, if you're Big, is you can already hear JL having fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, wait, when's he not, though? It's just always scary. That's just the aura.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's just... They didn't, when they played Mirage yesterday, I mean, they beat VP, but this is not the map that they looked good on. There's a lot of discomfort for Big. They did make a pseudo comeback. They came back until, I think, 9 rounds, and in those rounds, there was some interesting play, some good individual levels somewhat, but overall outclassed and what we expected.
Nope.
Okay.
Not allowed. They thought they'd get away with that, but JL's position perfect to counter the window climb. Nades in case the T had stuck around. Good thing Recon repositioned. But still very difficult to get anything going here in middle. Smokes pop at a minute 10.
Saw how many times a Palace walkout just killed them when they were playing the A site on their CT side. And here on Navi's, you can see the attention from Sandwich to this exact position. Jail has the cross onto Cat. If, oh, they're going to try to fight into it. Regon won't get his, so they're going to be forced into the A split. Of course, JDC is here. This is what they wanted.
Good kill from Tabson. Eman knows he's walking up that staircase in a second. Smoke starts to fade, and he tracks him down in with the double kill. Oof, almost the third, but JDC able to hit the ground, only to be toppled by the Deagle. Navi, 3-0 start.
Solid round overall. One inside of middle. Had full control, kept the numbers high.
I've had a thought.
I'd love to hear it.
We've sat here talking about improvements.
Yes.
What if it gets worse?
I mean, I thought you wanted to talk about, I thought we had already thought about all that, but you wanted to like lean into improvements because that'd be interesting.
Yeah, well,
you're just so positive. You didn't even think about what if it gets worse.
What if it gets worse?
Oh, man. That must be black pill because I've been there and back.
Time will tell.
But if anything, the practice of the 3 maps they played so far is some of the best they could have asked for in officials to improve.
That's true. They'll be ready for Cologne.
Yeah, between the demo watching. Powering up for Cologne would be a great goal for Big, obviously. That'd be the best thing. That's the one thing this scene is missing, honestly. Big winning Cologne. That would be, who wouldn't be happy about that?
Everyone deserves a dream. And Inez gonna stop him on the exit. Good deagle out of Regon at least. Flashbang also means JL doesn't insta-kill the pistols, but sorry boys, you don't have smokes. So despite your very clean pistol frags, Yeah, 3 of them in the round so far. Crimbo's got armor. Unfortunately, wasn't able to grab a gun as he jumped out. And he doesn't have the bomb either. And he just missed the timing on the wonderful move around window. So as he doubles back, now the CTs have grouped up. You'd think they'd trade this unless he tears them apart. And the Tech-9 just can't cut it. So nice kills from Big. All things considered, they had such little to work with, Mohan.
Yes, it's true. Whoa, yeah, that was an upside. Yeah.
Positive twist.
Okay. Oh, it was good for how little they had to work with. And it was just a good search for NAVI back to figure out this last frag. But playing the blast group sometimes is getting that practice.
Of course. Yeah, we've seen many teams show up and even just openly admit, like, yeah, we didn't practice. We're going to use this event to do so. And those teams usually end up at the showdown, which is their punishment. But it's their choice. Wonderful, punishing Searson for a bit of a late swing out top middle. Gave him great timing to get into position, supported by JL on Cat. And you're going to have JL catwalk, Emed jungle. You know, no matter which direction they go, A, B, mid, you're going to have to deal with one of the 2 showstoppers of NAVI. Very nicely timed here, Regon. We started to praise him back on Dust 2 because of the B entries. Well, maybe he's at least going to have that play going for him tonight. Almost catches Ime on the edge of smoke, but Ime is also not alone, and he killed JDC. Great trade out of Wonderful. Unfortunately, Tabson finds himself alone in a 1 versus 3 with at least some time to play.
Decent amount of time had been bought with that exec, and Regon putting so much pressure on Stairs, but they were still finding trades around him. Made it so difficult to do much more than that. So it's a good effort, but right now, Tabson, he might want to go hunt down this kill before he tries to plant, and there's a chance to do so for the exchange of 62 damage. I think Navi will take it, but at least here, it's a chance. Bomb goes down in time. And it goes a little too far, but JL's on that big flank. Hard to read that situation. Navi win another. They will be on fire with 5 straight.
Status report. Both Ime and JL up to 7 frags already. Each shooting for 23 and 22.
Their worst problem might be winning too fast, right? That would be the main dilemma.
They're a third away to the win and a third of the way to their kill records in their last head-to-head. So far, we are par we're
on course.
We're on the course
with pars.
Exactly.
So you're saying this is the best version of Big, even over Xantares Big?
You got me. You got me.
Come on, Xantares Big was
Xantares Big
kind
was
of a movie.
Xantares Big was great.
It was hard to see it at the time because obviously it's like, well, you know, what if they were an all-German team? Like, there's just one piece, but at the end of the day, Xantares was really good.
And nowadays, Eternal Fire and just Turkish Counter-Strike are arguably in a better place.
Yeah, at least there's something, at least got one more national team that way. Eternal Fire have been a really kind of standout thing in recent Counter-Strike memory.
Just because of their history in Counter-Strike, you'd hope it'd be one of the German teams to be able to thrust themselves up onto the world stage, but yeah, I'm not going to complain about Turkey being in there. That one's a little more exotic.
We all rely on Kebab.
Yeah, cool to see as well a new country emerge as Counter-Strike's versions go on. Lexi B to keep his head down. No bench play for you, Searson. And the exit also kind of stuffed. Regon's looking like the best piece of Big at the moment on Mirage. Comes in with 2 kills this round. And JDC 1v3 clutch with the bomb down. Let's see what he's got in store for us. Tries to deal with the flanker first. They know he's on this backside of the site, so they'll try to pelt him with util. Nice headshot on Bit, but JL pounces upon it. And that is him at 9 kills. Now, the one thing that could deal with JL and Ime's records on Mirage in the last game is that...
Regon.
Excuse me. Nope. Wonderful. He's got 10 frags.
Oh, I see. In terms of just beating him there. I see. Gotcha.
What's up, team?
Thought you were going to say that
Regon would
been
interrupt him.
shooting hard in these past couple of rounds, so we're thinking maybe there's some potential for Big to bring this back, but
you can keep your fingers crossed. Because if you don't
might
believe
throw
in
in some toes.
If you don't believe in yourself, how can anybody believe in you? That's what Big need to remember. There's somebody at home in a Big jersey right now cheering for them. And as long as that happens, they have a reason. Yeah. They have a reason.
Util's a little bit low, but it could still flash off wonderful from this position. They're going to get the inkling that a site exec is coming through, but it is just a first layer so far. No full commitment just yet, and one pass wonderful. Ugh, shots missed.
A big miss from him. Regon gonna try again. Taps in. He's found his 3v5, starting to get churned up. Wonderful comes back trying to seek revenge, but that one miss on his behalf costs them. And Regon comes in huge with that 3K.
Hey, there he is, Regon.
That's what we're looking for. Big still has some room in this T side to post rounds.
Yes, that was nice. Nice round from him. Nice couple of rounds recently, and the headshots have been instant. But yeah, this is like Wonderful's holding for this swing too, so he's just kind of got to hit that. Bit is completely trusting him with his life in that moment, and can't be responsible for turning around and then also getting the kill when he's watching Palace for Wonderful. So all he can say is sorry in that spot.
I've got an improvement report.
Okay, let's hear it.
In the last head-to-head, Regon only had 7 kills by the end of the stomp. He is currently sitting on 9 frags already.
Way more comfortable. And you can see it just in the HSP.
On track to have the best map yet in a Big jersey.
When that happened to Maxter, they 2-0'd FaZe.
Make of that what you will. Alexi B has lost his pop filter. Somebody get on that.
The Finnish explosives are going to get out of control, bro.
Could have been one for Searson. Oh, Bit, that's so confident.
Yeah.
Just peeks into the opper. Speaking of oppers, JL's got one. A double op with pistols in the mix. Emet standing top stairs gets pulled off. Bit, oh, gets gunned down by JDC, who is the second victim of JL's AWP. Him and Wonderful, both at 11 kills, and they send Crimbo spiraling into the 1 versus 3.
And Searson's a little uncomfortable for sure here on Mirage. On the T side so far. It doesn't fit into the improvement conversation, so I'm sorry about that.
It's okay, we can talk about people getting worse.
JL is on pace to meet his record.
Not unless Wonderful breaks them all. Wonderful the closer. So a one-off round from Big on the T side. Bit swinging into Searson there. Like, I mean, the disrespect. That's an op holding your peak. You'd think most people would just stay behind triple, make sure you don't die, call for support to come. Nope. Bit swings.
Not Bit. He doesn't need a nanny. Every time I see Blade walking outside, he is dressed for the beach. He's got sunglasses on, shorts on. He's always got a shopping bag like he's just bought something. And he's always by himself going shopping.
That is true. He does operate on his own.
He just looks so happy out there.
See a lot of teams together, but Blade's just kind of on his own level. Now he's enjoying his time at the top, Mohawk.
Yes, yes. Just racking up trophy pictures.
He's very proud of what this roster has been able to become.
As he should be.
Ooh, Searson's opened up with the frag to Wonderful. They're still trying to boost JL up into apartments. They failed 3 times. Chev, you changed perspectives to try and not embarrass them. I respect you, but 3 fails in a row to make that boost happen.
Ooh, baby, a triple.
Chev's too nice of a guy, but not me. Oh, well, everybody's got slippery shoes.
Getting bumpy here in CS2.
4-player pack at the bottom of connector. This could be a great chance for Big to just swarm, but that Molotov bursts right in front of him. And as they put it out, Ema decides to thrust his gun into connector, dropping 1. Smoke fades, bits up. Oh, the double. He's got his number. Searson gets slain again.
Right.
And it's got to be Recon from start to finish. 1v1 health advantage to JL, who's still working that op.
He doesn't know exactly where JL is. So he's going to split the difference, play it back from Firebox, standard. JL, will he take the wall bang? That's the question.
Oh, it's just another op.
Yeah, looking for a different gun, more mobility.
Gets onto the AK. He's got a flashbang. Flash goes out, it's off the mark. Recon jumps over, he gets active. And that's another one on the board for Big.
I'm glad we got a Recon round because we had many a great headshots so far in this half from him. And here's the cherry on top.
Thank you, production.
It's just blame CS2. So it's just CS2. Well.
Nice, Ligon! Nice!
Now they've just postured themselves in a great place to improve. Looking for their 3rd round. We get into the Palace peak. The M4 goes down, at least Regon's traded by Ema, so Navi can be happy about that, but there's nobody with him to grab that gun. And Big very quickly emphasizing connector to get into this A site. Surely Ema's not able to stop this on his own.
But with him in Palace, that's just such a nuisance position here. They want to expand across the site, but they also want to be careful, watch their flanks. They know a lot of players are going to come in from B. Bomb's going down on the open. No sort of reroute here from Imma. He's just going to wait to smoke out of Palace and approach this way.
A lot of long roads
Big
being taken.
Or sorry, Navi are not even going to go for it, it looks like. Or, yeah. Just going to hope that it's an A-ramp exit. Jail might be the only one that gets some action here.
Regon, the most improved player for Big as they tie their previous round count from the last meeting. And it looks like that one exit's all they're going to get. Terrorists win. Still, good chance for Navi to grab a bunch of weapons. And all Big give a damn about are the rounds. There's a CT side waiting for them. If they give themselves enough runway, who knows what's possible tonight.
And that's the side that I think they, hopefully we'll get to see what they learn from, because that's where BP were, they were kind of making fools of them, right? With the rotations over towards B on some of the A-lurks that came out of Palace. They exploited so many gaps, even when they would lose players in rounds just by walking to the other side of the map, walking out of Palace. Oh, okay, Nima just walking into mid here.
Bit's turn with the Deagle. Oh, set up by Ema, who's starting to tear him apart again. JDC, good walkout. Searson worried about the site, but his kryptonite has been bit, and he is alive and kicking underneath Palace. Oh, big kill JDC on smoke. And he takes the AK, and that just immediately forces Searson back into the ramp. Or does it? Crimbo comes out. Good kill towards Ticket. They know Bit's up there. He certainly should have grabbed the gun. There's a slow walkout here from Alexi. He swings out to deal with Sandwich, taking Crimbo out of the play, and it is Navi right back, even with the lesser weapons.
So they catch the lurk coming out of A ramp with the counter inside of mid, seeing with Imma finding one, trying to sneak into connector quickly. It's the right play here. The right adjustment after this kill. Nice round out of him. And oh, Bit just opens up the smoke for himself.
No!
Back to top mid. I feel like Ima's really found his groove in these last 2 games of Mirage with just some of the risks he's taking. You know, doesn't seem to be playing in fear of failing.
Yeah.
Always a welcome sign for an improving roster. Window fights all JL. Emat, bottom con's compromised, but he wants this top box player first. Oh, what can he milk from this? There's players bottom mid. Yes, sir! Emat! He sprays down Recon. Now, they don't know about this push out of Crimbo, but it's gone south everywhere else. Poor JDC sitting on 2 HP. And he really doesn't have much to run to. Now, the bomb is also top middle alongside Emas, so of course, you're gonna get Alexi coming to play on top of it. But because they don't know about Crimbo, his walk around catwalk, which is slow but certain.
Yeah, they're coming to watch it now because they don't see anybody else.
Yeah, they're wary of him, and they drop him. Nice kill from Alexi B, his 4th of the map, as he has really not been called to do too much. And JDC's 2 health is all that remains here in the hope of Big getting a 4th. 4 rounds in the map total would be the improvement that we were sought after. And, well, they'll have a second half to try and pull it off.
20 seconds left, JDC.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna win the round. Call me a critic, but I just didn't see it. Last casualties, JDC. Wonderful is your kill leader for NAVI as they take the 9-3 half.
Could have very easily won. But look what it does to the money. We've got 2 MP9s abound here for FaZe. Still a very decent buy overall.
Another fast jump. This time, Rops goes lower. Vitality don't want anything to do with anything other than this B apps, and all of a sudden, Kerrigan is gonna have his hands full. Lays down fire, calls for Frozen, smoke to work around him. He tries to dive inside it, sitting only on 20 health. He'll be found out, but Brokey and Frozen still able to collect 1 apiece. And Frozen comes just running up at the site.
He's spotted, right?
There's a player in the corner. Flames just trading outside of the market. Brokey's in the smoke, and he's right on the edge. Flames turns again! He's hard! Could he burn brighter? Flames fights all fronts!
The Ember of Vitality.
So there's no immediate follow through here from Vitality, and also no huge scramble out of FaZe, no panic. We lose Kerrigan, fine. Let him call from the sidelines, give that AK over to Zywoo, understandably, and who also does have Kevlar.
Yeah, and they can't recover the other AK. I mean, they could, but it's just a little far away. This is an interesting spot, because to be honest, if I was FaZe, I'd be moving a lot more. You know you're going up against a... Oh, actually, maybe they don't know they're going up against this sort of full anti-eco. All they've seen is 1 AK get a kill. They're on full alert.
At least they take over middle, so the reaction could be fast if needed. Frozen, 1 kill, 2 kills, 3. Just like that, it's 4. And the USP not enough, but Robs has got his back. Beauty from Frozen as he just locks in on boxes. They sensed an opening.
That's what Electronics tried to bring to the team, and Blitz taking it in his stride here, getting aggressive.
Oh, no!
They line up for him! Oh, no!
That might be it. The bomb's still loose. That's the only hope. Has Device seen it? Did he get that spot?
He saw it.
Molly goes all the way down. Okay, wait. This one's not done. There's still an Apartments player to worry about. Footsteps getting made. Make it very clear for Electronic where to go. And he is on the hunt. Device with a no-scope. They grab that bomb inside of the smoke. And Bro just got to go for it. Throw it into Flit. He falls down. And it's all Device. Too far to go. Too hot to handle. Virtus Pro on the Danes map pick might have just grabbed their win.
This moment, seconds are flowing so quickly for Device, but it's all over, taken away as Virtus Pro.
Improvement is the theme of the night, and unfortunately for Big, they've not accomplished that just yet in the round count. Tied with their last score versus NAVI on Mirage. Now, one definite improvement has been Regon on some of these entry frags going into that A site. He's having his best map in a big jersey. Unfortunately, it's just not enough to hold back what is a very confident and successful Na'Vi on this map specifically. They trounced Team Liquid, they smothered Big mere days ago, and then they're in a process of doing it yet again.
He has more kills than everyone on his team combined, I think.
Well.
No, wait, that's not true. But it does go 2, 3, 4, 5.
Whoa! Wonderful's looking for the fast entry. Na'Vi, they want to close this one quickly, but if they fail in the pistol, then Big improves. And so do their odds of the upset. We've been speaking as if it's impossible for them to win this series just because they haven't shown us improvements on Dust 2, and we can all just tap back into that recent scene of Na'Vi demolishing them. It's so fresh on our minds.
Round might be coming back to Regon. If he gets one more kill, he has more kills than his entire team combined. Okay, what's with Na'Vi and missing these smokes?
I don't know, man.
They've been missing some smokes.
Yeah, they haven't been playing perfect, but they'll be going into the B split here. Crimbo dead with nothing. Oh, but there's another player, and they check. And in doing so, they're down. Searson, it's just the one and done. Market players getting popped. And JDC finds himself in a near unwinnable situation. Tapped out by Emet. 15 kills to Emet, 2 in the pistol. He is still trying to catch his 23 frags of their last head-to-head.
It's looking a bit like yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was.
Something
Recent
like
history, yeah. There are days when we're casting where, you know, I wish we could be more positive, obviously. Yeah. But at the same time, you got to be honest about, you know, what we're seeing. And for a team that want to play these maps and have playing repeat games, even versus the exact same teams, they should be showing a bit more. They should be showing a bit more. I'll put it that way.
Silver lining I'll throw out is that when a team is ranked #1 in the world, I have no problem watching them dismantle tier 2 competition like this. Yeah, this is what you want from Na'Vi right now. You don't want these close-cut affairs. You don't want them losing to Liquid every day. Yeah, they're human, but versus a team like Big that has no real, you know, outcomes to stand on as of late, and on top of that are trying to implement Regon, why wouldn't you want Na'Vi to continue their form? And in order to do so, we have to feed them. And tonight, we feed them Big.
I guess it's after seeing how impressive NIP were. The team that I was saying, if you join that team, your time doesn't count. I'm back on NIP, dude. We saw that game versus FaZe. That was pretty awesome. And I mean, they have Wrinkle, yeah, to be fair. But they also took a risk on NIP and that whole lineup.
It's not been a comfortable recent time either for that NIP game. So for that upset to come through, I mean, let's celebrate it for what it is.
And it is a hard act to follow.
Yep.
Pretty great result for...
Let this result from Big remind us that NIP's improvements are clearly real. Now they just need to learn how to win versus Ecos.
That's true, but it somehow makes it even crazier. They pulled that off. They won the first map without pistols, and then they won the second map, getting Eco like 3 times.
Yeah. Safe to say they fought tooth and nail for that one. Potentially the one gun round we get out of Big CT side. Looking for improvement. We are on course for mirrored score lines in both maps. And that's kind of weird.
Maybe it's just a VOD that we're watching. Same maps, same scores.
Don't spread misinformation on the internet.
That wasn't misinformation, it was disinformation.
Oh. Okay.
I will sleep soundly tonight.
Well,
Bit will walk out of the A ramp. Regon goes up the ladder.
Just dodge the fire.
Oh, well.
They don't clear him.
Yeah, they don't clear him.
Oh, great chance. Oh, but then they trade back. It was man advantage for a second. Ton of damage done. Should set up JDC, sure enough. And Wonderful's tagged to 18-2, so up in Searson's hands on Cat, falls back. Bomb is starting to circle around through spawn.
Wait, this is ridiculous because Searson just thinks it's for sure going to be the A side. And Imma, he's selling some kind of fake.
They double peek.
What? Are you serious? He grabs the ledge and spray transfers to the top of connector. The perfect peek from both of those big players. And he takes them out in less than a second.
Oh, Searson, save it. For big sake, save it. For God's sake, save this. 7 seconds. Bomb to be planted. And Searson, a huge health advantage versus a Galil on Wonderful.
Oh, and Wonderful is going towards Sandwich. It's planted default. Will you think?
Oh my God, there's no way.
Dude, that was insane. Imma.
Yo.
That was a insane show of mechanics here. Wow.
Oh my God, poor Crimbo. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't help but laugh.
That was Counter-Strike right there. Perfect peak, but perfect mechanics.
Oh, he's got me blushing. JL down to the underpass. He's got Emet to trade with him. Emet shooting for 23 kills to match the kill count of their last head-to-head, but it looks like Bit's gonna feast. No, sir. Regon just continues to keep it sharp, and Searson's scout betrays him. Emet's got himself 21, max 22 V-taps, and who's about to find the bomb.
We got mirrored score lines?
Yes, sir, in both maps. 13-7, 13-3. Sometimes lightning strikes twice, and that lightning tonight is NAVI. And as far as they're concerned, all of this was inevitable to lead them to the rematch versus Liquid.
Well, there you go. Big is out of the Blast Fall groups. Pretty much exactly what we saw against NAVI happening all over again. And here's the thing, I don't want to be this person, but I kind of feel like I need to be in this instance. I am concerned that this is the map that you want to play in competitive, Katie, and this is the map that you've decided you bring Mirage out, and then you cannot even change the scoreline the second time round. I mean, that is something that Big needs to go home and really focus on, right? And figure out what they need to do, because that's just unacceptable as a map that's going to be part of your map pool.
Yeah, maybe they go back to playing what they played before. You know, at this tournament, they've been banning Nuke. I think that, at least historically speaking, there's been some pretty good moments from them on Nuke. So maybe it's time to change that. But then again, I think, you know, what is the expectation? Is the expectation really that they can take down world ranked #1 on one of their best maps when they've just started to integrate it? I think that's a tough ask.
I mean, fair enough, that is a tough ask, but I do think that the expectation when you play at this level is that you can go from a loss and you can take that really low scoreline, which is what it was 2 days ago, and adjust and improve and at least get one more round on the board. Surely that is an expectation we can have.
That is partially true, that you can probably expect people to live and to learn, but
Am I being too harsh?
No, but they also they tried something different. This time they decided to start on the T side because it had two abysmal CT sides like we talked about in the pre-game. So they did actually try to change the pace of the game, change the dynamics, and that I can admire. It didn't work out. I think, you know, NAVI is, you could also just see, it's a comfortable map for them. JL, Imma, and Wonderful all just having a good time.
That breaks my heart, the images you're seeing on your screen right now, because you can see the disappointment. That's always a tough one for me when we have to see that. And it's also always tough when we have to say goodbye to a team and hear what they have to say, which is what we're going to do right now. James Banks is with Crimbo.
Big are now eliminated from NAVI, and it was, again, kind of the same story here, Crimbo. Dust2 felt at times like it could have been better, but what was it like just to go through and just, because you still had smiles on your faces, but this wasn't pretty.
This definitely wasn't pretty, but I mean,
It's again how we lost on those two. It's sad. I mean, we lost 2 or 3 ecos again, and I mean then it's 8-4 for them suddenly. I think it could be like 6-6 or 7-5 for us if we don't lose to these ecos. But yeah, it is what it is. On Mirage, as you said, it's man. But you know, you better smile about it than, you know, be fully in pain. They hit good shots, like not the last round, the round before, where Ime jumped headshot with JDC and they instantly headshots me. They're hitting insane shots, and yeah, nothing to do on that.
Does it feel though that there was much of an improvement from the last time you faced them? I know you had like no time to kind of get anything else going, but did you see improvement in just how you wanted to play as a team?
Yeah, definitely on the first map, 100%. We had good situations. We had I mean, as I said before, like these eco rounds, we had good situations. It was like 4v2 one time. The other time was I don't know. My game crashed once, so I don't remember the other one. But I saw we lost this round. But yeah, we see improvements, especially on those two on our Mirage. I mean, they're one of the best, maybe the best Mirage team in the world. But yeah, they also just headshot us. Like if you don't win these duels, then it's in the end it's Counter-Strike and you have to kill people, right? So yeah, props to them.
You've gone through blast groups here. Next is the playing stage of Cologne. Has this give you some hope from what you've seen? Because it's going to be a different level of teams, right? When you go to the playing stage of that, do you feel confident enough with what this big has to offer that you can make it through?
100%. We feel really confident. We don't rate this result too much. They are in a great shape right now. They are a championship-winning team, and yeah, that we won against VP yesterday was also a little bit of confidence boost. I mean, we tried to. You know, we step by step everything. You know, with Rigon here as well, we have to find our grooves. You know, maybe a few position changes when he came into the team. You know, few role switches there. So we have all need to find our groove, and yeah, we are confident, and let's see.
That's positive stuff like that. Thank you very much, Grimbo.
Katie, and I'll let you know a little secret. I can be really tough on certain teams when I think that they have the potential to do really well, and I'll say it straight up here. I think this is one of the best big lineups we've seen in a very long time. I think that this roster does have the potential to cause some upsets. Obviously, though, need a little bit of time. It's something that's come up throughout the course of the week here at Blast, which is that they're changing positions, they're changing strategies, they're mixing things up a little bit. They've added on Rigon, and he's changing up. That is going to take a little bit of work, right?
Yeah, it will. And I think also, like Crimbo was saying, you know, you can go A, you can go B, you can save, you can buy. At the end of the day, when NAVI is hitting those kind of shots, you know, I think that their ceiling is at a different level right now. With maybe the right structure and with time, Big can get closer to that level. But I also think that this is one of those games where the superstars shined and showed that, you know, when they are on, it's just a different beast.
But obviously now, Big, they've got a couple of days. They can regather themselves, regroup, move on to Cologne, which is good. So in a way, good experience for them. I'm hoping what they learned, though, is that maybe their Mirage needs a little bit of work.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they are going to have some teams who's definitely going to be looking to pick that. Also now with the format change that at Cologne, it's not going to be best of ones anymore, so you're not going to have the 3 bans. So yeah, they definitely have some work to do. Not that it's necessarily going to be a trap, but also sometimes when teams lose so hard, they will try to cook, they will try to come up with another new things that they can work on and use for the upcoming games. So I think maybe the strats that you've been seeing out of Big, the setups, don't expect to see too many of the similar ones for the next game.
It's Big, man. They shake things up all the time. I do not think you can take anything from this week and try and use it against them. They will change. They will cook. You know what I think would be quite fun, though? Because he doesn't do a lot of interviews. He's been playing so damn well. I did hear that James might have pulled Bits aside, and we get to hear from him.
Bit and Navi dominate once again, and this just almost looks too easy for you guys. But do you try and just keep it controlled the whole way through and just keep doing what you're supposed to do?
Basically, we trying to use this tournament like preparing for Cologne, so it's going well, I guess.
And you say it's going well. Next, you're going to face Liquid, so I just want to ask you about that. That's the real test again. How much do you want that win, considering how close it was last time? Do you feel extra motivated to just prove that you are still the best?
I mean, nothing to prove. I mean, we will play the game. It was a good game yesterday, and I think tomorrow will be the same good game. So they have good individual players, so they trying to build something, try to build good team. So they practicing a lot, so it would be a very good game.
But you feel confident you're going to win? You're confident you've learned enough about them from that previous game?
I mean, I'm never thinking that whoever win. I think who will make less mistakes will win.
Well, hopefully you guys make less mistakes. Let's see. Thank you very much.
I love that. Nice and simple. Whoever makes less mistakes will win. Also, we can shoot hits. That's what we need to do, as Kumbo said. They just need to hit those shots, and they should be good. What a fun day we've had today. A little bit of an upset. That big historic moment. FaZe going out to NIP. That was pretty intense. We've got all the results coming up for you. Complexity, obviously getting a win, that 2-0. Can we take much from that with Heroic still standing with having the stand in there? That's something. I see Cadian shaking his head, so that's curious. Falcon getting a map win against Astralis. I'll be honest, I thought Astralis was going to stomp them 2-0. So an interesting day here in the Blast Studios.
Yeah, I mean, Magisk was absolutely killing it in that Falcons game. So, yeah, I think that he himself nearly pulled that Dust 2 win because he was playing so freaking good. And I think, of course, Heroic playing with a stand-in, not just a stand-in, their coach, you know. So they're not just losing the AWPer. Also, the coach is not standing behind them anymore. So, of course, a very tough situation for them. NIP must be the surprise of the day to pull that against FaZe. I think, you know, a lot of question marks are now being put on FaZe. Maybe a little more acceptance on the new NIP project is also coming their way. So yeah, a lot of things being shaken up.
4 teams have now left us, and we have a chance to see, when we see those results, how the predictions played out. Those GGBet predictions that all the talent have been playing in and competing in. Let's see there how we all did. So we had the exact same predictions today, which is such a pity because I really wanted to steal a point from you.
Yeah, most people had it pretty straight down the line today. But yeah.
Can I tell you what we did wrong here, Cadian? And this is the thing. So it's been really fun bantering on the desk, but the problem is that while we were bantering and kind of trying to beat each other in the predictions, I'm almost 99% sure Bubsky was stealing points from us.
Yeah, he has been. I don't know why nobody is stealing any points from him, you know?
This is a problem. Anders is probably going to get into negative numbers soon, and Bubsky seems to have ganged up on us. And this is why teamwork is important. We should have worked as a team.
Yeah, we're gonna...
Yeah, instead of turning on one another. There's a whole other story here about another team you were on where this happened. That was a joke. I'm not going to do that anymore, I promise. Now we'll be well behaved. Let's move on.
I didn't even catch it.
Thank goodness. The traded plays of the day. We got 3 that you get to vote for. Walk me through the first one.
Yeah, so the first one is going to be Magisk. I just talked about his absolute insane performance. Here he's defending the B bump side on the piss round versus Astralis very well. And in the end here, cleaning it up with a nice one-tap.
It was the play of the day of pistols, to be fair, as we move into the next one. Of course, we spoke... Look how happy he is. I love it when Magix gets excited. Now I'll focus on Rops, obviously. We've spoken a lot about his drop in form, but he had this moment here which kind of gave me hope for FaZe for a little bit against NIP. Obviously, it was a hope that was very short-lived. But it is always nice when you see a little bit of magic from Rops.
This is what Kerrigan said as well. Here, they make it 7-8, so this is where the top team should be closing it out after winning such a round. Now we have JL with his revolver. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to analyze this situation. Why it's even in his equipment, I'm not sure, but he's making it work, you know, with style. So, yeah, also a little bit of a laugh. Not just a little bit, a big one.
What a cheeky... Just cheeky. JL just being cheeky. But those are your play of the days. And it's a lot of fun for us. And a lot of laughs and things, which is great. One of the other things that I don't actually know, Cadian, if you ever do this, but Blast TV fantasy picks. This is something that I love to do. You pick your fantasy team. So today we've actually got, if you have any other players on your screen, you got some mega points from them. They gave you a giant boost. Of course, if you had this entire team lined up like that, even better. I do, in fact, have Wonderful on my team, which I'm quite excited about. I did 2 NAVI players, so I need them to keep going. I'm wondering, did you put together a fantasy team?
So just like your predictions, you're just playing it safe all the way? Damn.
I don't think it was that safe.
To pick NAVI, #1 world rank?
2 players. Fair enough. But I did 2 players and then I mixed it up a little bit. I also did have Rops, because I believed maybe his form would improve. So there we
go. A top 5 player of last year. I see you're really playing it ballsy here.
Yeah, but Cadian, we all know when you do fantasy picks, you put yourself on the team.
All I can say is just call me Mr. 100% because I made the prediction about NAVI winning that Mirage. So yeah.
It's so sad that you're going for the low-hanging fruits, but so be it, so be it. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches and what you can expect. This is when we'll find out who will be heading to the Final Four final. We start the day off with Complexity up against Spirit, Astralis versus Vitality. I mean, every single one of these is potentially going to be an absolute banger, and then we close the day with that rematch of Liquid versus NAVI, which I think is going to be extremely spicy. Lots on the line, lots to play for, and some great counter.
What about this, real quick, okay? You and me, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Loser loses alive in the prediction game.
No, because you know you're not good at predictions, and I
rock,
am.
paper, scissors,
This
shoot.
is the only way you get. You know what's great about being the host of the show is I can just turn around and say thank you so much for watching. It's been absolutely great to have you here. We'll see you tomorrow.